rebellious disciple. At your age, what are you still doing up in the mountains? Hurry down and trouble your senior sister. If you don't produce 10 chubby children, never return. Junior brother, your sister misses you dearly. Come give me a hug. Oh, what are you hiding for? It's not like we've never seen each other in the past. Junior brother, is your allowance sufficient? Shall I transfer you another 10 billion? You actually have 7 fiancés? What a scoundrel. Why am I the 7th? Chen Yang proclaimed with righteous indignation. I am the youngest celestial master of Longhu Mountain. Having multiple wives is quite normal, isn't it? A year later, Chen Yang, with one hand on his waist and a vacant expression in his eyes, lamented, Senior sister, I beg you, spare me. I still have 7 fiancés. On a train bound for Jinghai, Chen Yang was abruptly awakened by an urgent need to relieve himself and hurriedly dashed to the restroom, unzipping his pants. Ah, such relief. The long-awaited comfort washed over him, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Ah, suddenly, a piercing scream echoed behind him. What the heck? Startled, Chen Yang quickly pulled up his pants. Turning around, he saw the restroom door pushed open, revealing a girl who had appeared out of nowhere. With long, lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders, a tall and curvaceous figure. She wore a snug t-shirt on top and hot pants below, her long, shapely legs strikingly beautiful. At that moment, she had turned her back to him, her hands hurriedly covering her face, clearly flustered. You jerk! You didn't lock the door while in the restroom? Fuming, she stamped her foot, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback in his haste. He had indeed forgotten to close the door. Tang Feier suddenly pointed toward the door, her voice a mix of anger and embarrassment. Now get out this instant. Why should I? I was here first. Chen Yang retorted defiantly, gesturing below. Besides, I was already halfway done. Hey, what are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the girl swiftly turn around, firmly shutting the door and locking it. Then, she pushed him against the wall, standing on tiptoe to cover his mouth with her hand. She was practically pressed against him. Hey, beautiful, please, don't act recklessly. I'm a decent person. I'm not that easy. However, if you're willing, we could find another place. This space is too cramped. Chen Yang gulped, speaking with earnest gravity. You, who wants to solve things with you? Tang Feier's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared fiercely at Chen Yang. No talking aloud. If you utter another word, I swear it'll make you regret it. In the next moment, Chen Yang heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside, causing her to tense up. He immediately understood it seemed this girl was attempting to evade someone outside the door. He chuckled softly, eyeing the intriguing woman before him. Tang Feier possessed an almost flawless oval face, with large eyes, thick eyebrows, and a cherry red mouth. Each feature perfectly adorned her visage, as if she had stepped out of a painting. What a stunning beauty! She was simply as captivating as his senior sisters. And why did she seem somewhat familiar? What are you staring at? Be careful, or it'll gouge your eyes out. Noticing Chen Yang's gaze, Tang Feier shot him a fierce glare. Miss, you are truly stunning, Chen Yang exclaimed. Moreover, you bear a striking resemblance to one of my wives. Huh, your pickup lines are so kitsch, you know that? Tang Feier scoffed, suddenly realizing something was amiss. One of your wives? How many do you have? Chen Yang began counting on his fingers. Not many, just 7. 7? Do you think you're Wei Xiaobao? Tang Feier sneered. If you were a rich heir with mistresses, that would be one thing. But looking at his shabby attire, which probably cost less than 100, he claimed to have 7 wives? What a joke. Wei Xiaobao, you wouldn't even qualify to carry my shoes. I am the youngest celestial master of Longhu Mountain in a millennium. I possess knowledge of both celestial phenomena and terrestrial geography, and my medical skills are unparalleled throughout history. Chen Yang proclaimed, hands on his hips, with an air of arrogance. He came from Longhu Mountain and was indeed the youngest celestial master in its history. However, just 3 days ago, he had been sent down the mountain by his master. According to the old man, he had nothing more to teach Chen Yang besides. At his age, what was he still doing cooped up in the mountains? Get down the mountain quickly, experience the mortal world, and marry 7 charming beauties, thereby expanding the lineage of Longhu Mountain. This was the arrangement his master had made for him years ago during his travels among mortals. Now, 7 marriage certificates were safely tucked inside his bag. If he didn't produce 10 or 8 chubby children, he was never to return. Moreover, aside from these 7 beautiful fiancées, the 6 senior sisters who had descended before him were all exceptionally talented and breathtakingly beautiful. Any one of them could easily be described as a celestial being. His master had drunkenly remarked that his female disciples were among the rarest of beauties, and rather than let them fall into the hands of the wolves and tigers below the mountain, it was better to let them be with him. This had kept Chen Yang awake all night in fright. Come on, we are fellow disciples. Our bond so close we could share the same pants. How could I possibly take advantage of that? Yet, what was this strange mix of excitement and anticipation? Thus, Chen Yang's first stop upon descending the mountain was to seek refuge with his third senior sister. Just thinking about the once shy beauty of his third senior sister, now surely even more remarkable, made him shiver with anticipation. Huh, what kind of celestial master are you? Boasting without a hint of modesty. You seem more like a fraud. Tang Fei'er rolled her eyes. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside. Tang Fei'er immediately raised her finger to her lips, signaling Chen Yang to remain silent. How is it? Still haven't found the young lady? We've checked all the carriages and restrooms. There's no sign of her. Xingu, we've only not checked this restroom. Voices from outside were heard, soon followed by loud knocks on the door. Tang Fei'er's face turned tense, her heart seemingly lodged in her throat. She leaned closer to Chen Yang and whispered, "Answer the door and say someone is inside. Don't play tricks." To those outside, "Your young lady has stated there's someone in the restroom." Chen Yang promptly replied, lifting his voice toward the door. Silence enveloped both inside and outside. Tang Fei'er stared at Chen Yang in shock, her face gradually turning crimson, breath becoming rapid. "Are you an idiot? By saying that you're revealing to them that I'm here." Chen Yang feigned innocence. "Didn't you tell me to say that? Besides, I was in the middle of relieving myself and can hardly hold it. Miss, I know you're in there. Jinghai is almost here. You should return to your seat. Miss, if you don't open the door soon, I will have to resort to unconventional methods." Voices from outside grew increasingly urgent. "No." Before Tang Fei'er could finish her words, the restroom door was violently kicked open. Standing outside were a dozen bodyguards clad in black suits. Leading them was a young man in his 30s, who, upon spotting Tang Fei'er inside, let out a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing the scene in the restroom, his expression darkened instantly. There was his young lady, intimately pressed against a stranger, the closeness unmistakable. And that man not only wore a smug grin, but was also pulling up his pants? What the hell? Who are you? Looking for death? Take action. Anyone who has touched the young lady, chop them up. The bodyguards charged forward, but Tang Fei'er raised her hand to stop them. Stop. What do you think you're doing? Tang Fei'er's fists clenched in anger. Upon casting a glance at Chen Yang behind her, a glint of mischief flickered in her eyes. She suddenly turned around and, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, wrapped her arms around his. Hey, beautiful, don't act recklessly. I haven't even pulled up my pants. Be quiet. After indulging, you don't want to take responsibility? Tang Fei'er disregarded his protests and dragged him in front of a group of bodyguards. Wang Chen, just in time. Allow me to formally introduce him. He is my man. What transpired in the restroom earlier, everything that could have happened did. What? The bodyguard's expressions changed dramatically. Chen Yang was equally bewildered. Damn, is this beauty throwing me under the bus? Startled, he jumped up. Beautiful. How can you tarnish my reputation? I swear, I did nothing. You came on to me. I don't care. All I know is that Tang Fei'er is now yours. Tang Fei'er gave Chen Yang no opportunity for explanation, lifting her chin with pride. Let me tell you, I ran away from my wedding. If you don't take responsibility, they'll have to return and marry that country bumpkin. Chen Yang was taken aback, his lowered gaze catching the phoenix-shaped birthmark on her collarbone, which perfectly matched one of the marriage certificates. And her name is also Tang Fei'er. He was immediately stunned, his eyes wide open, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Wait, after all this commotion, this girl is truly my wife? Country bumpkin? Who are you insulting? Who said your husband is a country bumpkin? He is a unique and extraordinary figure. How dare you run away from your wedding? You clearly lack discernment. Chen Yang was furious. Tang Fei'er and the bodyguards were momentarily speechless. She pinched Chen Yang's waist, gritting her teeth. You scoundrel. Whose side are you on? Chen Yang gazed at Tang Fei'er. Then he grasped her shoulders and nodded emphatically. Beautiful. I am now utterly convinced that you are mine. After all, she is his wife. How could she not be his? Tang Fei'er rolled her eyes. Did it make a difference? Unbridled. Wang Chen was seething with rage. He glared fiercely at Chen Yang, bellowing, how dare you humiliate someone of her stature? Brother, you're mistaken. This is my wife. Chen Yang casually wrapped his arm around Tang Fei'er's shoulders, smiling. Us being affectionate is a natural thing, all right? Such audacity. Do you even know who she is? She is the eldest daughter of the Tang family from Jinghai, Tang Feier. Wang Chun pointed at Chen Yang, his expression icy. You, a mere country bumpkin, dare to disrespect the young lady? Know your place and leave, or face the consequences. Threatening me? Ha! I'm even more curious about what those consequences entail. Chen Yang placed one hand on his hip and the other around Tang Feier, declaring, let me remind you, I fear no threats. Furthermore, I reiterate, she is my wife. My wife can only be bullied by me, nobody else is allowed. Even the Tang family, if they make her unhappy, I will take care of them too. Tang Feier gazed at Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes blinking. To be honest, when he acted all serious, he was quite charming. Thinking of his words, her cheeks flushed slightly as she pinched him. Hey, take it easy, don't get too into character. Chen Yang looked down at her. What does not too into character mean? This is merely my authentic performance. He realized that this girl still thought he was acting. Wait, if she discovers his true identity, wouldn't she run away from the wedding again? That simply cannot happen. I am the youngest celestial master in the history of Longhu Mountain. If I descend the mountain only to scare my wife into fleeing, how will I navigate in the world of martial arts? I must devise a plan to ensure this girl returns home, awaiting my proposal. Hee hee, excellent. Wang Chen's expression gradually twisted into a snarl. You are the first to dare provoke the Tang family. Today, I shall see what skills you possess to be so arrogant. Take him down and bring the young lady back. Wang Chun waved his hand, and a dozen bodyguards immediately surrounded Chen Yang. Wang Chun, how dare you? Tang Feier's face paled. She stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Chen Yang. He is mine, dare to touch him, and you will regret it. Chen Yang felt elated. She knew how to protect her husband. This wife is quite suitable. He stepped closer, leaning towards Tang Feier with a smile. Indeed, we are united as husband and wife, formidable together. Seeing this, Wang Chun was utterly enraged. Attack. Let's see how long he can keep up this bravado. The bodyguards, eyes fierce, charged forward. Tang Feier's face turned pale as she pushed Chen Yang. Hey, run. They will really cripple you. Cripple me? The one who can do that has yet to be born. Chen Yang chuckled. Watch closely as your man remains undefeated in this world. Tang Feier stomped her foot in frustration. Even now you jest? Are you seeking death? Chen Yang offered no reply, flexing his wrists as he faced the bodyguards. You lot, are you sure you want to take action against me? Don't say I didn't warn you. Offending a celestial master may lead to unfortunate consequences. What nonsense, celestial master. Ha! Wang Chun spat on the ground. Beat him senseless. He'll take responsibility for any fallout. Understood. The bodyguards responded, their vicious demeanor charging toward Chen Yang. This is bad. Tang Feier bit her lip, stamping her foot, exasperated and anxious. This scoundrel. Why won't he listen to reason? But soon, her mouth fell open, frozen in shock. Chen Yang neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he formed a peculiar shape with his hands and pointed at the bodyguards. Get down. In the next moment, the bodyguards, who were about to collide with Chen Yang, were flung backward as if struck by a vehicle, crashing to the ground and spewing blood, their cries echoing. This, Tang Feier thought she was seeing things, while Wang Chun was nearly wide-eyed with terror. What's happening? Are you all just standing there? Get up and deal with him. Yet no matter how Wang Chun shouted, the bodyguards couldn't even stand, let alone fight. You brat. No wonder you're so arrogant. You have some abilities. They'll fight you. Wang Chun ground his teeth in anger, clenching his fists to face Chen Yang. Didn't I warn you? Still unconvinced? Cool me, cool me, cool me. If you can touch me even once, you win. Chen Yang grinned, offering no defense as he puffed out his chest. You seek death. Wang Chun, consumed by rage, lunged at Chen Yang with a wild punch. But before his fist could land, Chen Yang merely pushed his chest forward. Bang! Wang Chun was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the roof of a train before tumbling to the ground. With a muffled groan, he could no longer rise. Witnessing this scene, Tang Feier felt as if she had seen a ghost. It was resolved just like that. This guy's indeed that powerful. All done. Chen Yang clapped his hands, turning to Tang Feier. So what do you think? Were you impressed? Ahihi. You're thinking too highly of yourself. Tang Feier snapped back to reality, pouting. He was impressive, but a bit too arrogant. With a huff, she said, my standards are quite high. With someone like you, even a dozen wouldn't impress me. Who exactly are you? Wang Chun gazed at Chen Yang in terror, both astonished and enraged. Who am I? I am your family's son-in-law. Chen Yang flashed a grin. Wang Chun felt that this smile resembled a ravenous tiger, baring its teeth at him, instilling a deep sense of fear. However, gritting his teeth, he mustered the courage to say, young man, Are you truly intent on opposing the Tang family? What of it? As long as the Tang family dares to bully my wife, I shall bring their house down. Furthermore, take your family's young lady back, treat her well, and await my arrival to marry her. Chen Yang looked down at Wang Chun, raising his fist, and said, remember this. If she escapes again, or even sustains a scratch, I shall hold the Tang family accountable. Do you understand? Let the Tang family keep a close watch on this girl as long as she doesn't flee. Feelings can be cultivated gradually. The bodyguard were taken aback. They had been beaten and were now expected to escort someone back. Are you out of your mind? If you had mentioned this earlier, we wouldn't have had to endure this beating. At that moment, Tang Feier, who was prepared to make her escape, stared incredulously at Chen Yang, her eyes wide with disbelief. What does this mean? Have you made a mistake? Shouldn't I be declaring my freedom and continuing to elope? How did it turn into being taken back to the Tang family? Is there any difference from before? It's truly like escaping from a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's lair. Hey, what do you mean by that? He'll tell you, this is merely a game for us, don't take it seriously. Tang Feier was growing anxious. I am taking it seriously. You've already seen me in the restroom. You must take responsibility. Just then, the train station announcement echoed, and Chen Yang flashed a broad smile at Tang Feier. Be good when you return to the Tang family. Await my marriage proposal. Goodbye. You jerk. Wait a moment. As Chen Yang stepped back, Tang Feier immediately pursued him. However, Wang Chun and a dozen bodyguards had already surrounded her, escorting her outside. Fuming, Tang Feier kicked at Chen Yang. You scoundrel, if I catch you, I will surely castrate you. Chen Yang remained unfazed, waving goodbye to Tang Feier with a smile. Having just arrived in Jinghai, unfamiliar with the surroundings, I suppose I should first seek out Senior Sister San. First, I will find Senior Sister San, then look for my other wives. Moreover, Senior Sister San is unaware of my return. It will be a delightful surprise for her. Contemplating for a moment while stroking his chin, Chen Yang gleefully disembarked from the train. Senior Sister San, Yi Hong Yu, had descended the mountain early, having made a name for herself in the secular world, and now served as the president of the Huiyue Group, with assets exceeding 100 billion. Given her breathtaking beauty in her youth, she must now be a quintessential wealthy and beautiful female CEO. Just right, I'm in need of some funds to navigate the world. Cough, cough. I require some money for my journey. I shall seek out Senior Sister San. Chen Yang exited the tray. Chapter 3, Beautiful Lady. Do you require assistance? In the taxi, Chen Yang leaned against the window, gazing at the towering skyscrapers outside. A hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Such scenes of prosperity felt like a distant memory, as if they belonged to a past life. Many were aware that he was a rare talent from Longhu Mountain, the youngest celestial master in its history. He began his spiritual journey at the tender age of 10, mastered pharmacology by 12, excelled in medical arts by 14, and grasped the principles of yin and yang, as well as astronomy and geography. At 15, he ascended to become the chief disciple of Longhu Mountain, capable of predicting the future, debating the past, and discerning life and death. By 16, he had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, a master of the enigmatic arts. At 18, he was conferred the title of Celestial Master. Such remarkable achievements. Yet who knew the secrets that lay deep within his heart? He hailed from a prestigious family in Yanjing, but 10 years prior. A coalition of powerful clans conspired with a mysterious force to ambush the Chen family, leading to their annihilation. Only he survived, shielded by his parents' desperate sacrifices, and eventually found refuge with an elder celestial master from Longhu Mountain, who took him in for training. Yet for the past decade, he had never forgotten the blood-soaked vendetta that haunted him. His master had cast him down from Longhu Mountain. Marrying was but one grievance. Moreover, upon his initiation into Longhu Mountain, he had vowed to exact revenge after 10 years. Now, that decade had come to pass. It was time to settle the score with the Gong, Qin, He, and Lei families. Half an hour later, the taxi halted before the Huiyue Group. Stepping out, Chen Yang beheld the imposing edifice before him, and the heaviness in his heart dissipated, his eyes shining with renewed vigor. Was this the Huiyue Group established by his third senior sister? Such grandeur eclipsed even Longhu Mountain. It was no wonder the old fellow had repeatedly summoned his sister back. Who would want to return to the dilapidated temple of Longhu Mountain when one could enjoy such comforts? If it were him, he would never return. No way. As he surveyed the building, a smile crept upon his lips. His third senior sister may lack certain skills, but she certainly possessed wealth. Ah, dear sister, My journey this time is also for the illustrious future of Longhu Mountain. As a disciple, it is everyone's duty to contribute financially. I do not ask for much. A mere 1 or 8 billion will suffice. After all, as the face of Longhu Mountain, one must have luxury cars, beautiful women, and of course a grand display. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to Longhu Mountain. With his bag slung over his shoulder, he strode towards the Hui group, feeling as though a blissful life was beckoning him. At that moment, a crowd had gathered before the entrance of the Hui group. In the midst stood a tall woman clad in a tailored suit. She was stunning, yet her furrowed brow rendered her otherwise beautiful face somewhat cold. Missy, do not worry. Mr. Wu is the most renowned feng shui master in Jinghai. With his presence, the issue should be resolved swiftly, said a refined young man standing beside her, offering a gentle smile. Indeed, I must extend my gratitude to Mr. Li for his assistance. Mr. Wu is not easily engaged, Yi Hongyu replied, nodding and smiling faintly. Upon witnessing her smile, Li Ang's heart raced. He felt that any price was worth it to elicit that smile from her. This woman must be his. The wicked thoughts that consumed him contrasted sharply with his outwardly suave demeanor. Missy, you are too kind. As your partner, it is my duty to assist during Hui Group's crisis. Of course, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps a dinner invitation would suffice? That is only natural. Yi Hongyu replied with a nonchalant nod. Just then, an elderly man clad in black robes, holding a compass, approached. His brow was furrowed, and his expression was grim. Mr. Wu, how did it go? Liang inquired cheerfully. Wu Shanhe, though proud, maintained a good rapport with the Li family, which was why Liang could invite him. With a huff, Wu Shanhe responded, if you wish to live, avoid coming here in the future. Hearing this, both Yi Hongyu and Li Ang's expressions changed drastically. The Hui group had been experiencing a series of misfortunes lately, even losing a significant overseas project, and now it seemed that the root cause was indeed feng shui related. Although Yi Hongyu was a talented businesswoman and a disciple of Longhu Mountain, she was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of spiritual matters. Mr. Wu, what do you mean? Please clarify. She asked urgently. Wu Shanhe scoffed. Have I not made myself clear? This place is a site of calamity. It is no longer suitable for habitation. If you remain here, it will lead to ruin for all. At his words, fear washed over the crowd. How could this be? Yi Hongyu frowned, struggling to believe. This land was identified as auspicious by Zhang Xuanjin from Qingyun Temple. How could it be a site of calamity? Wu Shanhe regarded her coolly. Originally, this location was indeed splendid for gathering wealth. But now, with the construction of the Hui group, the inherent flaws have been magnified, ruining the feng shui and transforming it into a site of great misfortune. The reason for this calamity is that the area was once an execution ground, steeped in malevolent energy. While the mountains once provided protection, the Hui building has now become the mountain's support, allowing the malevolent energy to run rampant. Therefore, if you remain here any longer, your demise is inevitable. The revelation sent shivers down everyone's spines, and even Liang felt a chill creeping over him. While he wished to woo Yi Hongyu, he certainly did not want to sacrifice his life in the process. Yi Hongyu's brow furrowed, and she hastily asked, Mr. Wu, is there a way to resolve this? If discovered sooner, there might have been a remedy, but now it is too late. Wu Shanhe pointed to the Hui building. Do you see? The entire structure is curved, trapping the malevolent energy within. The pin-up energy has already permeated the entire Hui group. Currently, you are akin to residing in a sealed coffin. Do you think there is any hope of resolution? If you wish to avoid a tragic fate, you must move out at once. The gravity of his words sent a wave of terror through the crowd. Missy, I do not wish to die. I resign. Missy, we must leave here as soon as possible. Indeed, Missy, for the sake of Hui group, please reconsider. The employees of Hui group were thoroughly frightened. Liang also discreetly stepped back, distancing himself from Yi Hongyu, his earlier smile now stiff. Missy, since Master Wu said this, it would be wise to relocate. I happen to have a brand new office building in the city center that can temporarily accommodate Hui group. As she listened to the chatter around her, Yi Hongyu's complexion turned pale. Moving? Was it truly that simple? Once they moved, the morale of Hui group would be irreparably shattered. Hello, beautiful lady, do you need assistance? At that moment, a somewhat flippant voice interrupted the heavy atmosphere. I, the celestial master, possess knowledge of both the heavens and the earth. Though my fees may be on the higher side, I can effortlessly resolve your troubles. As the crowd, turned to look, they beheld a youth clad in tattered sportswear approaching. He bore a massive handbag slung over his shoulder, clutching a half-eaten flatbread in his hand. To anyone's eye, he resembled a laborer from the countryside, making his way to the city. Chapter 4. A slap to your face. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the identity of this individual. Was he not speaking like a charlatan? Are today's charlatans so audacious that they arrive with their own promotional slogans? Yet, Yi Hongyu stood frozen in shock. Upon seeing Chen Yang, her hands instinctively clasped over her lips, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, excitement, shock, joy. Longing, a myriad of emotions nearly spilled forth from her enchanting gaze. Liang had never witnessed Yi Hongyu display such a spectrum of feeling simultaneously. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he turned to face the approaching Chen Yang, narrowing his eyes, disdain palpable in his gaze. He had assumed a formidable rival had materialized, only to discover it was merely a rustic bumpkin. What audacity did this country lad possess to vie for a woman with him? Who did he think he was, daring to point fingers at the elder? Wu Shana's expression soured, stroking his beard in indignation. How dare a mere child, yet to fully mature, question him? Old sir, please refrain from making baseless accusations. I am merely here to correct your errors. Chen Yang raised a finger, shaking it at Wu Shanha. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Yi Hongyu. So, what do you think, my lady? Care to reconsider? The fee isn't exorbitant. A mere 10 or 8 billion will suffice. Upon hearing these words, everyone stood in shock. Was this man out his mind? 10 or 8 billion? Such an amount was hardly trivial. Wu Shanha was the most esteemed feng shui master in Jinghai, with a market price barely exceeding 100,000, and here he was proposing 10 or 8 billion as if it were nothing. How audacious. It seemed he had come here to swindle. Liang positioned himself protectively in front of Yi Hongyu, coldly addressing Chen Yang. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. Be wise and leave at once, or you shall face the consequences. With that, he waved his hand, and a dozen security guards swiftly approached Chen Yang. At that moment, Yi Hongyu's icy voice rang out. All of you stand down. The security guards halted in their tracks. As the crowd looked up, they beheld Yi Hongyu gracefully stepping forward, her gaze firmly locked on Chen Yang, a gentle smile slowly blossoming on her lips. The smile was pure, sincere, devoid of any pretense. Liang was momentarily taken aback, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, jealousy boiling within him. He had pursued Yi Hongyu for years, yet had never witnessed such a smile grace her face. How could a mere rustic claim such a privilege? All right, I accept. Don't mention 10 or 8 billion. Even if it were 100 billion, as long as you ask, I would gather the entire Jinghai populace if need be. However, what do you want me to call you? Yi Hongyu halted before Chen Yang, suddenly seizing his ear and twisting it with force. Ouch! Chen Yang yelped, his body arching in pain, his head tilting as he spun around under her grip. Yi Hongyu, after all these years, could you not be a bit more ladylike? Why so violent? Let go. Please, it hurts. Chen Yang whimpered, but Yi Hongyu paid him no mind, tightening her grip instead. With a huff, she demanded, what did you call me? I didn't quite catch that. Senior sister, third senior sister. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Chen Yang quickly capitulated. Despite his current prowess, he could easily retaliate against Yi Hongyu, yet he refrained. This woman, who had always bullied him since childhood, would undoubtedly stand in front of him in times of trouble. Yi Hongyu huffed again, tugging at Chen Yang's ear. It's been a long time since we last met. I want to hear you say it with more feeling, or this ear of yours won't be yours for long. With so many eyes upon them, Chen Yang's lips twitched in anger. Yi Hongyu, don't push your luck. The esteemed Tianshi of Longhu Mountain doesn't care for face, does he? Moreover, as a disciple of Longhu Mountain, how had she fallen to the point of seeking help with feng shui? She had brought shame upon their sect. Today, I will out. Yi Hongyu's grip tightened unexpectedly. What did you say? Repeat that. Chen Yang yelped again, quickly yielding. Senior sister, I was wrong. How pitiful. That's more like it. If you dare act up in front of your senior sister again, I'll kick you. Yi Hongyu stood on her tiptoes, patting Chen Yang's head, her smile radiant. Chen Yang rolled his eyes at her antics. The crowd stood in stunned silence, witnessing this unexpected display. Their proud and formidable president exhibited such a human side, and with this rustic youth, no less, who was revealed to be her junior. What was going on? They had never heard of Yi Hongyu possessing such an identity. Moreover, she was willing to spend hundreds of billions for this young man. Their relationship was evidently far from simple. Liang's face turned a deep shade of anger. His fists clenched, the bones cracking ominously. The scene before him was the very picture he had longed for, now usurped by another. Miss Yi, may I inquire about this brother of yours? Liang approached, smiling at Chen Yang. My junior brother, Chen Yang. Yi Hongyu's face radiated pride. Her previous gloom entirely vanished. He is the youngest Tiansher in the history of Longhu Mountain, unmatched in feng shui, fortune-telling, medical skills, and martial arts. Oh, is it to imply that Miss Yi would rather believe him than me? Wu Shanha scoffed, his expression darkening. Liang glunged at Chen Yang, stating, Miss Yi. Although your junior brother is young, I do not mean to belittle him. But this matter concerns the safety of the Huiyue group, a grave issue. If things go awry, the consequences could be dire. I believe it would be prudent to heed old Wu's advice. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes at Liang, asserting, no, I am quite certain you do look down upon me. But it matters not. I have faith in him. Should he intervene? There are few matters in this world that could pose a challenge to him. Yi Hongyu's lips curved upward, exuding confidence. Since he has claimed he can resolve it, then surely he can, right? My junior brother? Naturally, leave it to me. Chen Yang patted his chest in assurance. Liang's smile faltered, his anger igniting within him. He had not anticipated Yi Hongyu's unwavering trust in Chen Yang. Very well. Wu Shanha's expression darkened, pointing at Chen Yang. Since Miss Yi believes in this rustic lad, I shall wash my hands of this matter. Whatever ensues will not concern me. What Tiansher of Longhu Mountain? He was merely a deceitful charlatan. Upon hearing this, both Chen Yang and Yi Hongyu's expressions turned icy. Longhu Mountain had bestowed upon them a second chance at life. How could they tolerate such an affront? Old man, since you refuse to accept kindness, I shall not hold back. Chen Yang raised his hand, blocking Wu Shanha's advance, turning to face him. Today, I shall give you a taste of your own medicine. Chapter 5. Senior sister, is this really appropriate? Yi Hongyu cast a glance at Wu Shanha, stepping aside without intervening. Though she had long departed from Longhu Mountain, it still held a significant place in her heart. The crowd was left bewildered. What did this mean? Was he truly challenging Master Wu? Was this not courting disaster? Master Wu was the most renowned feng shui master in Jinghai, with decades of fame. And this lad could hardly be more than 20. How audacious. The youth of today had truly grown increasingly arrogant. Having learned a few trivial skills, he dared to act as if he were above all. Wu Shanha, furious to the point of laughter, could hardly believe that a boy in his 20s could possess any real capability. I shall see what you can possibly say about the 12 zodiac signs. Very well. Then listen closely. Chen Yang pointed to the location of the Huiyue group. You claim this place is a site of great misfortune, correct? Wu Shanha stroked his long beard, gazing skyward. Indeed, this is indeed a land of geomantic fortune. Chen Yang remarked, this place is flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with a flat expanse in front, making it an excellent site for wealth accumulation. Moreover, the northwest is elevated, brimming with nobility and vitality, promising longevity and fortune. Otherwise, how could the Huiyue group have grown into one of the top enterprises in Jinghai in just a few short years? As for the northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest directions you mentioned, they all exhibit significant flaws. That is sheer nonsense. Do you see? The prominent eastern position of the Huiyue group signifies that my senior sister's eldest son will achieve great success, ensuring the everlasting prosperity of the Huiyue group. As for the northwest, as I previously stated, it is a position of emergence, granting the Huiyue group an unparalleled advantage, commanding respect from all sides. How can you claim this is a place of doom? The crowd was left in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Was there truth to his assertions? Liang furrowed his brow, uncertain whether Chen Yang was speaking nonsense or if he truly possessed some skill. Yet, Yi Hongyu's lips curled into a smile. If her junior brother claimed it, there must be no issue. Wu Shanha, infuriated, bellowed, nonsense. The malevolent energy surrounding this area is overwhelming. How do you explain that? Old man, who told you this place is rife with malevolence? Chen Yang pointed towards the Huiyue group's building. I recall you mentioning that the architecture is curved, resembling a coffin lid, correct? Nonsense. You should read more. Do you know what curved buildings absorb the most of each day? The essence of the sun and moon. Not only is there no malevolent energy, but if there were, it would have been completely purified by the light. Wu Shanha stood dumbfounded, pointing at Chen Yang. unable to articulate a response. You need not speak. I will do it for you. Chen Yang's gaze hardened as he fixed Wu Shanhe with a steely look. I suspect someone has prompted you to act this way, instilling panic among the people for two main purposes: to force the Huiwei group to relocate and usurp their position, or to undermine the Huiwei group, causing it to disintegrate. Truly a diabolical two birds with one stone scheme. Wu Shanhe's expression shifted dramatically. He stared at Chen Yang, beginning to believe in his abilities. Indeed, someone had offered him $1 million to disrupt the Huiwei group. Yet this matter was shrouded in secrecy, known only to him. Yi Hongyu was taken aback, suddenly looking at Liang Liang's face turned ashen as he shook his head. Not me. This matter has no connection to me. I will investigate. Ye Hongyu Sukofut. The employees of the Huiwei group, witnessing Wu Shanhe's reaction, realized they had been duped, their faces pale with fear. Yi Hongyu provided them no opportunity for regret. You will return now and submit your resignation. Leave the Huiwei group. Those who cannot share in the company's fortunes, Yi Hongyu, will not retain. While she understood that the employees were driven by fear, it did not excuse their actions. The employees, their faces ashen, dared not contradict Yi Hongyu, fully aware that she had shown them mercy. Submitting their resignations would be considered voluntary departure, not dismissal. Wu Shanhe, his face a mixture of green and white, lost his former bravado. Yi, please listen to me. Leave. Yi Hongyu shot him a cold glance. I will personally unearth whoever is behind you. But at this moment, I have no time for your idle chatter. Yes. I will leave, right now. Wu Shanhe, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily exited the Huiwei group. Yi Hongyu's gaze turned back to Liang, her expression frigid. Liang's heart raced, and he quickly clasped his hands together, saying, I apologize, Miss Yi. I did not anticipate that Wu Shanhe would be bribed. I reiterate, this matter is unrelated to me. I will investigate. Yi Hongyu interrupted. If you have no further business, it would be wise for you to leave promptly. Junior brother, let us go. With that, she linked her arm with Chen Yang's, leading him towards the Huiwei group. Chen Yang's lips twitched, indeed. His senior sister was as decisive and formidable as ever. After 2 years apart, she was still as unyielding as before, showing him no favor. Observing Liang's stiff expression, Chen Yang could only pity the unfortunate fellow for 3 seconds. Senior sister, you speak the truth, right? I don't need hundreds of billions. Just 10 or 8 billion will suffice. Gazing at Yi Hongyu's profile, Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement. Of course it is true. Not only will I provide you with 10 or 8 billion, but I will also arrange a luxurious villa for you. Yi Hongyu beamed as she embraced Chen Yang's arm. Furthermore, I will procure a Rolls-Royce and a Lamborghini for you, along with 2 chauffeurs. Then, I shall arrange for 100 of the most beautiful first-tier actresses to cater to your every whim. You can indulge as you wish. That seems a bit excessive. Chen Yang scratched his head, though his face was alight with yearning. Boom! Yi Hongyu seized Chen Yang's hand and executed a swift shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. She swiftly mounted him, delivering a flurry of punches. You little rascal, how dare you think so grandly? Do you take me for your servant? Speak, confess honestly. I didn't say that. You did. Chen Yang exclaimed, feigning innocence. Liang watched this scene, his expression darkening to an ominous degree. Chen Yang, mark my words, you will regret this. Soon, I will have you kneeling before me, unable to decide between life and death. With that, he turned and left. Meanwhile, after hastily departing the Huiwei group, Wu Shanhe remained shaken. He quickly dialed a number. As soon as it connected, he urged, Hello? Hello? The plan has failed. I just returned from the Huiwei group, and your intentions have likely been uncovered. Chapter 6. Daring to scheme against my senior sister? Failed. How so? Everything had initially gone smoothly, until a geomancer appeared beside Yi Hongyu, claiming to be a celestial master from Longhu Mountain, effortlessly dismantling your plan with just a few words. Wu Shanhe's mind conjured Chen Yang's youthful visage, still unable to comprehend. The title of celestial master is not easily attained. Such individuals are rare, standing at the pinnacle of the geomancy profession. That Chen Yang, at such a young age, had ascended to such a position was beyond his comprehension. The thought of Chen Yang's piercing insight sent chills down his spine. Having deceived Yi Hongyu, he feared Chen Yang would not let him off lightly. What to do now? He likely has me in his sights. You must find a way to save me. I understand. Before he could finish, the voice on the other end responded coolly. then hung up. Hello? Hello? What am I to do? Damn it. I knew you were unreliable. Wu Shanhe shouted into the phone in terror. At that moment, in the VIP suite of the Jinghai Grand Hotel, a man in a Taoist robe ended the call. His hair was white, yet his complexion youthful, brimming with vitality. As he gazed at a tall figure by the floor-to-ceiling window, the plan had failed, thwarted by someone claiming to be a celestial master, who appeared to have a close relationship with Yi Hongyu. Useless fool, the man murmured, standing at the window without making any move, his eyes narrowing with a glint of malevolence. What shall we do next? The old man inquired. The man chuckled softly, gently swirling the wine in his glass. What is there to fear? If the soft approach fails, we shall resort to force. I recall that the Huiwei Group's 5th anniversary is approaching, correct? The old man's eyes brightened. Indeed. Then, on that day, regardless of who it is, no one will be able to prevent Yi Hongyu from kneeling before me in supplication. The Huiwei Group. Senior sister, let's not jest for now. Liang has left, and Chen Yang quickly grasped Yi Hongyu's hands, saying, the feng shui here is indeed problematic. Someone is attempting to alter the feng shui layout, putting you in grave danger. What should we do? Yi Hongyu's heart, which had just settled, suddenly raced again, her complexion paling slightly. Just a moment ago, you said everything was fine. How can it be this serious? Why the rush? With me, the mightiest celestial master of Longhu Mountain, this minor issue is easily resolved. Chen Yang patted his chest, boasting that he was his mentor's most favored disciple. A unique prodigy of Longhu Mountain, endowed with exceptional talent. But, stop. Yi Hongyu rolled her eyes, interrupting him. Although she had long left Longhu Mountain to forge her own path, she was still aware of Chen Yang's capabilities. Since he claimed he could resolve it, it seemed the problem wouldn't be insurmountable. However, his self-absorbed nature did induce a shiver of annoyance. Spare the unnecessary details. Do you have a way to uncover the one who intends to harm me? Well, at the moment, I don't have that information. Chen Yang scratched his head, admitting that there was too little information, and he had no clue about the grudges senior sister had. Nonetheless, regardless of who it is, once I cast a talisman, I can reverse the feng shui layout here, and that malicious individual will suffer a backlash. At best, they'll be plagued by misfortune. At worst, their life will be in peril. Although Yi Hongyu shared the same sect as Chen Yang, she had no talent for cultivation whatsoever. Hearing this, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly that formidable? Even without knowing the opponent's identity, they can still face backlash? Naturally, it's a piece of cake. However, senior sister, as a disciple of Longhu Mountain, could you refrain from asking such technically uninformed questions? Chen Yang chuklet heartily, seeing Yi Hongyu's impending ear-pulling. He hastily rummaged through his nearly worn-out backpack, retrieving a few items, a brush, vermilion powder, and a stack of yellow talisman paper. Anyone else would think these were mere scraps picked from a garbage heap. In truth, altering the yin-yang layout is quite simple. A simple talisman will suffice. However, if one wishes to use a talisman for backlash, it becomes significantly more intricate and intriguing. By the way, senior sister, what do you want to happen to that person? An itching body? A twisted face? Or perhaps they should suffer from festering feet and a sore behind, unable to relieve themselves? Yi Hongyu's mouth twitched. You little rascal. Are you deliberately mocking me? Since we are still unaware of the opponent's identity, I believe it would be unwise to be overly harsh. Let us just incapacitate them for now, and we can deal with the matter more thoroughly once we catch them. Chen Yang bit his pen, his mouth twitching. Is this what you call not being too harsh? Senior sister, you are as wicked as ever, unchanged after all these years. All right, just watch how I handle this. As he spoke, he seized a brush, dipped it in vermilion powder, and began to draw on the yellow paper. Ye Hongyu lernet incuriously. Although she had no talent for cultivation, she was still familiar with these foundational concepts. Drawing talismans is a skilled task. Each stroke has its own meaning, and a minor error can lead to great consequences. Yet, Chen Yang seemed to care little as he scribbled wildly on the talisman paper, finishing with a flourish that splattered red ink everywhere. It resembled the work of a street performer. Done. At last it's complete. With this, the scoundrel who wishes to harm you will meet with calamity. Haha, I truly am a genius. Chen Yang inspected the talisman paper, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Yi Hongyu scrutinized the chaotic characters on the paper, her delicate features twisting in disbelief. Is there such a talisman? Did you just haphazardly scrawl this? Indeed. What else could it be? Chen Yang stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Yi Hongyu. Rest assured, senior sister. My talismans have never gone awry. Even my master praises my talismans as. All right, what should we do next? Here we go again. Yi Hongyu slapped the talisman paper onto Chen Yang's face, urging him onward. Chen Yang suddenly assumed a serious demeanor, holding the talisman paper between his fingers, muttering incantations. Before shouting go, a golden light streaked across the talisman paper, flames erupting from thin air, swiftly consuming the paper entirely. It's done. Chen Yang clapped his hands in satisfaction, pointing at the pile of ashes, estimating that it wouldn't be long before that person felt utterly miserable, rolling on the ground in agony. Daring to scheme against my senior sister. Today, they shall taste the might of Longhu Mountain. Chapter 7. What the heck, role-playing? That's just splendid. Thanks to you, junior brother. Otherwise, I would have been completely unaware of how badly I might have been bullied. Yi Hongyu exhaled deeply, placing a hand on her chest. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, rising and falling with her breath, prompting Chen Yang to swallow involuntarily. Strangely, despite not having seen senior sister for so long, there was no sense of unfamiliarity. When Yi Hongyu descended the mountain, she was still a young girl, but now she exuded a more mature charm. Dressed in a sharp business suit, her figure appeared even more alluring, radiating charisma. You little rascal, why are you staring at me? Ouch, that hurts. Chen Yang snapped back from his reverie, only to realize Yi Hongyu had approached him at some point and was pinching his ear. After so many years apart, is it wrong to miss you and admire you? That's more like it. Yi Hongyu released her grip. Chen Yang promptly leaped back a bit, grinning. Senior sister, when you were younger, you were as thin as a chicken. Who would have thought you'd develop such a figure now? Are you looking to get killed? Stop right there. Thus, Chen Yang found himself receiving another round of playful punishment from Yi Hongyu, finally quieting down. As they frolicked back to the CEO's office, Yi Hongyu reclined contentedly on the sofa, finally broaching the serious topic. By the way, junior brother, what brought you down the mountain this time? Chen Yang respectfully gestured towards Longhu Mountain before responding with a smile. What else could it be? Of course, it's to gain experience in the mortal world. My mentor even suggested I marry 7 wives to propagate the lineage of Longhu Mountain, to strengthen Longhu Mountain and restore the glory of celestial masters. As the foremost celestial master, it is my duty. Listening to Chen Yang's self-aggrandizement, Yi Hongyu rolled her eyes. I see the experience is a pretext. The real reason is to marry women. Am I right? Which women did your master suggest you marry? Allow your senior sister to vet them. If they are not good enough, they shall not qualify to enter Longhu Mountain. With respect to senior sister, Chen Yang had nothing to hide, promptly presenting the 7 marriage certificates. Upon mentioning Tang Feier's attempt to elope, Chen Yang's expression soured. This is utterly absurd. I, the greatest celestial master, am being disregarded by this girl who wishes to flee from marriage? Fortunately, I calculated the omens before descending the mountain, and that train was destined for me. Otherwise, I would have lost my bride. As a celestial master, every action is guided by reason, in accordance with heavenly principles. The greatest strength of a celestial master lies in averting calamity and seeking fortune. By consulting the omens before departure, one can foresee both fortune and misfortune, remaining invulnerable. Thus, it seems this girl named Tang Feier possesses quite the character. I like that. Yi Hongyu smacked Chen Yang on the shoulder, feigning ferocity. Junior brother, if you do not bring Tang Feier home, you'll face my wrath. Senior sister, what kind of talk is that? Once I take action, you will see the results. Capturing a mere girl is a piece of cake. Chen Yang thumped his chest, unabashed. You should stop boasting. Do you think I don't know you're still a novice? All you do is talk big. Let me tell you, courting a girl requires finesse. You must never make her feel greasy. If you come off as oily, you're done for. Yi Hongyu crossed her arms, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. After years of descending the mountain, I have garnered a modicum of understanding regarding the trivial matters between men and women. Today, I shall make an exception and impart a couple of techniques to you. Henceforth, I shall be Chen Yang, and you shall be Tang Feier. Let us engage in a role-playing exercise, and I assure you that you will master it in no time. With that, Yi Hongyu swiftly adopted her role, one hand playfully grasping Chen Yang's chin, raising an eyebrow, and narrowing her eyes slightly, exuding an air of confidence akin to that of a successful individual. My dear lady, you are as beautiful as the moonlight tonight, capturing my attention entirely. Chen Yang shivered involuntarily, suppressing his urge to retch, and retorted, Ugh. Third senior sister. You are quite the charmer. What do you know? This is the tactic of a domineering CEO. Girls are particularly fond of this approach. This is my first lesson for you. Now observe my second technique, the warm-hearted gentleman. As Yi Hongyu spoke, her right arm wrapped around Chen Yang's waist, her eyes gazing deeply into his, and she began speaking in a rich, magnetic voice. Darling, are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Speak freely. I can prepare the most exquisite delicacies in the world for you. Darling is hungry. Darling wants milk. Chen Yang blurted, his eyes fixated on Yi Hongyu's chest. Unable to look away. Today, she wore a professional office outfit, beneath which was a white blouse. While there was initially no issue during their playful banter, the buttons of her shirt had unintentionally come undone. With their bodies almost pressed together, the smooth, pale skin and alluring curves were laid bare before Chen Yang. He could even catch a whiff of her faint, delicate fragrance. Gulp! Chen Yang swallowed hard, his face reddening like a boiled lobster. In such a predicament, if he could maintain his composure without a glance, he would either be a eunuch or a homosexual, let alone Chen Yang, a naive young man. Was this truly a lesson in wooing women? It was clearly a matter of life and death. Hey, senior sister, what is that hanging around your neck? Suddenly, Chen Yang noticed a peculiar red pendant around Yi Hongyu's neck and could not help but inquire. What? Yi Hongyu, who was preparing for the next teaching moment, noticed that Chen Yang had unexpectedly gone silent. Looking down, she saw him staring wide-eyed at her chest, particularly at the barely concealed outline, causing her face to flush and her beautiful eyes to glisten with anger. You little rascal, I am kindly teaching you how to pursue women. And where are your eyes wandering? Chapter 8. How dare you look at your senior sister's body? You dare to react to your senior sister? Let me see if I one-t punish you. Yi Hongyu exclaimed, reaching out to pinch his soft flesh. Fortunately, Chen Yang had the reflexes of a single man for 20 years and swiftly slipped out of her grasp. Senior sister, calm down. We are all adults here. This is a natural response. After all, how could you be so stunning, so captivating like a beauty that can make fish sink and birds fall? Stop flattering me. I will deal with you. And you dare to run? Yi Hongyu glared, her cheeks flushed, whether from anger or something else was uncertain, as she chased after Chen Yang, ready to give him a good thrashing. He ran, she pursued, and he felt like he had no escape. Ultimately, Chen Yang found himself at the receiving end of yet another beating, his ears turning as red as ripe tomatoes. Senior sister, I was truly only looking at your pendant. I meant no offense. You mean this? Yi Hongyu pointed to the red pendant around her neck, which rested against her deep neckline, resembling a bright vessel floating above the Mariana Trench, strikingly conspicuous. In that moment, Chen Yang was at a loss as to whether to focus on the pendant or the infant-like smoothness of her cleavage. Yes, that's what I meant. Chen Yang wiped his mouth and nodded earnestly. This pendant was given to me by my close friend, who specifically sought it from a temple. It is said to possess protective powers, warding off calamity and inviting good fortune. Is there a problem? Wait, you little rascal, where are your eyes wandering? Yi Hongyu could not help but ask incredulously, knowing that Chen Yang would not mention the pendant without reason. Yet, she soon realized that his gaze was not fixed on the pendant at all, but rather on her alluring curves. So, Chen Yang was merely using the pendant as a distraction. Clearly his mind was wandering. How dare you gaze upon your senior sister's body? Let me see how I shall deal with you for the future of your 7 wives. With a faint blush on her face, Yi Hongyu seized Chen Yang's ear and proceeded to give him yet another round of punishment. Ouch! Ouch! Third senior sister, this is an injustice. Help! Murder my dear brother! Chen Yang cried out, leaping around like a monkey, dodging her grasp. Yet, a glimmer of insight crossed his eyes. That pendant indeed bore some significance. No wonder a third senior sister had been encountering continuous troubles. It must be the doing of this talisman. Good fortune? It was more like inviting disaster. Third senior sister's friend? This could prove to be quite intriguing. In the center of Jinghai City, within a lavishly decorated private villa. You little rascal, this is utterly outrageous. It infuriates me. Liang, his face flushed with rage, could not shake the image of Chen Yang and Yi Hongyu's flirtation from his mind, particularly that genuine smile of hers, igniting a blaze of jealousy within him. Yi Hongyu, oh Yi Hongyu, I have pursued you for years. Yet you have never smiled at me even once. Today, that unknown little bumpkin merely exchanged a few words with you, and you are smiling from ear to ear? I offer you $1 billion partnership, yet it pales in comparison to a country bumpkin's few words. You shameless woman. With a crash, Li Yang's frustration boiled over, shattering the wine glass in his hand, shards scattering across the floor. Observing their master in such a fury, the sycophants quickly rushed to appease him. Li Shou, how could there be such an audacious fool in Jinghai City attempting to steal your woman? He is clearly courting death. Indeed, who in Jinghai City doesn't know that Yi Hongyu is the woman Li Shao has set his sights on? How dare he try to take her? Li Shou, should I gather some brothers and deal with that little brat? One of the sycophants suggested, his eyes flashing with malice, making a gesture as if to cut a throat. Li Yang's eyes glinted with menace. However, he soon shook his head, snorting, though that kid may be a country bumpkin, he possesses some skill. He boasts of being a celestial master, and even Wu Shanhe is no match for him. Moreover, now that he has latched onto Yi Hongyu, it won't be easy to deal with him. As he spoke, he recalled the image of Yi Hongyu actively wrapping her arms around Chen Yang. For the duration of his pursuit of Yi Hongyu, he had not even had the chance to touch her hand, let alone anything else. What right did this sudden newcomer have to be so close to her? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple. Li Shao, since ordinary means won't suffice, we could always enlist the help of an expert. I have invited a skilled master who can certainly alleviate your troubles. With a wicked grin, one of the sycophants announced, and at that moment, a figure slowly entered the room. Li Shao, this is Zhang Xuanjun, the celestial master from Qinyan Temple. Not only is he exceptionally powerful, but his skills are unparalleled. There is nothing he cannot resolve, and he will undoubtedly help you achieve your desires. Chapter 9. Chen Yang, my little master, I will earn money to support you. Zhang Celestial Master? Li Yang's interest was piqued as he quickly looked up. The newcomer wore a yellow robe adorned with images of mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies. His silver hair was styled in a bun secured with a hairpin, one hand elegantly raised in a gesture, while the other held a whisk. His eyes held a commanding presence, exuding an aura of celestial grace. You are Zhang Xuanjun, the celestial master? Is it true that you can accomplish anything? Li Yang's face lit up with delight. Judging by the appearance of Zhang Xuanjun, he was undoubtedly far more reliable than Wu Shanhe. Amiba Wuyang Tianzuan. Zhang Xuanjun waved his feather duster and chuckled. This celestial master comprehends the heavens and the earth, masters yin and yang, and possesses boundless capabilities. As the saying goes, one who accepts wealth must alleviate the troubles of the benefactor. Whether or not success is achieved depends on the sincerity of the benefactor. Sincerity? Liang looked bewildered. His sycophant, wringing his fingers, added with a forced smile, Li Shao, Zhang Tianshi has an impeccable reputation in Jinghai City, as long as the payment is sufficient. There is nothing he cannot accomplish. So that is the intention. Zhang Tianshi, money is something I have in abundance. But how can I ascertain that you are not a fraud? What if you take the money and fail to deliver? Liang stroked his chin and discreetly signaled his sycophants behind him. You lot, represent me in testing Zhang Tianshi. Whoever can bring him down will earn a reward of 1 million. 7 or 8 sycophants' eyes glinted with greed as they surged towards Zhang Xuanjun. Such individuals? Not worth my effort. Zhang Xuanjun smiled nonchalantly, merely flicking his feather duster. Instantly, a cloud of white mist erupted from him, sending Li Yang's sycophants sprawling in all directions. Groaning on the ground. Excellent. Indeed a master. Li Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastened to say, Great celestial master, to be candid, I have summoned you to assist me in incapacitating someone. Upon success, I shall present 1 million. Zhang Xuanjun's eyes brightened, yet he shook his head slightly. As a celestial master, my duty is to do good and provide assistance to the world. How can I partake in such unjust deeds? 2 million. Liang raised one finger, now 2. Yet Zhang Xuanjun remained resolute. Such actions require significant resources. It is a loss that outweighs the gain. 3 million. Liang was incensed. Is it merely a matter of money? As the esteemed scion of the Li family, how could he lack funds? If he could eliminate Chen Yang and win over Yi Hongyu, the money spent would surely return manifold. Young master, taking a life can shorten one's own. I have no desire to descend into the abyss posthumously. Zhang Xuanjun coughed lightly, though his tones softened considerably. 5 million is my utmost limit. If that does not suffice, I may seek assistance elsewhere. Seeing that Zhang Xuanjin still appeared dissatisfied, Liang clenched his teeth and displayed all 5 fingers. 5 million. Zhang Xuanjin's eyes gleamed. This young man truly possessed wealth. What a windfall. In light of our fateful connection, I shall accept this task. However, I operate on a principle of payment up front. Transfer the funds to this bank card, and I will commence my work as soon as the money arrives. With a flick of his feather duster, a golden bank card landed before Liang, prompting him to hastily transfer the funds. 5 million. Such a swift expenditure caused Liang's heart to ache, yet he complied. Zhang Xuanjin carefully stored the card and checked his phone, confirming the funds had arrived, and a grin spread across his face. I do appreciate your promptness, dear client. Now, whom shall I eliminate? Fear not, Master Zhang. It is merely an inconsequential pawn. A gentle flick of your little finger would suffice to dispatch him. You may act when the time is ripe. Very well. I shall await the opportune moment to act on your behalf. Zhang Xuanjin departed with a sense of elation. Nearly leaping with joy, Liang clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Ha ha. With Zhang Tianchu's intervention, Chen Yang, your demise is inevitable. And as for that wretched Yi Hongyu, you may think yourself virtuous, but I shall cast you upon my bed and ravage you as my plaything. While Liang reveled in his anticipated victory, Zhang Xuanjin, leaving the villa, could hardly contain his excitement. 5 million, what a fortune. This Li fellow is truly easy to deceive. Had I known, I would have asked for more. Once I accumulate enough wealth, I shall journey to Longhu Mountain to pay my respects. Surely my esteemed master will recognize me. Speaking of which, did my master not mention that my little uncle would descend the mountain soon to visit Jinghai City for matchmaking? Why has there been no word for several days? Moreover, I do not even possess his number. Zhang Xuanjin scratched his head and retrieved a photograph from his pocket. Though it was not particularly clear, it was unmistakably Chen Yang. My little uncle is the most favored disciple of my master. If I could align myself with him, formally joining Longhu Mountain would be a mere formality. Gazing at Chen Yang's image, Zhang Xuanjin's eyes sparkled with ambition. I must earn money post-haste to support my little uncle. Surely he shall be moved. This celestial master is truly a genius. Chapter 10. True Love on 3 Wheels. The following day, within a lavish private estate in Jinghai City, Chen Yang awoke early, still unwashed, only to be pulled out of the bathroom by Yi Hongyu. I say, third senior sister, could you please knock before entering my room next time? I was in the midst of a private moment. This is an invasion of my personal space. Outside the villa lay an expansive lawn, and as Chen Yang adjusted his trousers, he voiced his displeasure. I heard you finish before entering. Besides, you used to run around naked as a child. Have you forgotten? These cars are all part of my collection. Take a look and see which one you fancy. Yi Hongyu pointed to an array of flashy sports cars on the lawn. From Ferraris to McLarens and Porsches, a total of over a dozen, all lined up proudly on display. Wow, so many sports cars. Third senior sister, have you opened a dealership? Chen Yang marveled at the sight, overwhelmed by choices. Quit the chatter. These cars are worth less than 100 million combined. Just take your pick. The keys are in this basket. Drive whichever one you like. Yi Hongyu tossed him a fruit basket filled with car keys. Also take this bank card. As a disciple of Longhu Mountain and my junior, how could you venture out without funds? She tossed him another card, the password being the date his master brought him to Longhu Mountain, containing a cool 100 million for him to spend as he pleased. By the way, I have another task for you. Within a week, you must win over Tang Feier. If you fail, you'll see how I deal with you. Moreover, in 3 days, our Huiwei group will celebrate its 5th anniversary. You must bring Tang Feier along to attend. The invitation is on the sofa. Be sure to deliver it to her. Chen Yang nodded, eyeing the plethora of car keys, feeling slightly embarrassed. Third senior sister, although I can drive, I don't have a license. Even as a celestial master, I cannot engage in unlawful activities. Yi Hongyu frowned. I overlooked that detail. Allow me to arrange a driver for you. That won't do. Chen Yang immediately shook his head. If I were to go on a date with Tang Feier, having a driver around would be quite inconvenient. What do you propose? Should I arrange for you to take a driving test now? It will be too late for that. Chen Yang shook his head again, surveying the luxury cars. Suddenly, he spotted a dilapidated tricycle in the corner of the estate. This one. I want this. Chen Yang's eyes lit up as he approached the tricycle. discovering the keys still in the ignition. He hopped on and rode it in circles around Yi Hongyu. "Yi Zone this. This is my tricycle." The gardener gazed at Yi Hongyu with tears unshed, lamenting over the tricycle he had used to clear the weeds in the estate. "Now it's mine. How delightful." Chen Yang chuckled as he came to a halt before the gardener. The servant, nearly in tears, protested, "Why abandon a fine luxury car to steal my tricycle?" Yi Hongyu, observing Chen Yang's infatuation with the vehicle, could only shake her head in disbelief. "Surely you aren't thinking of riding that to the Tang family?" "Of course. This thing is quite the sight." Chen Yang grinned, viewing both luxury cars and tricycles merely as means of transportation, indifferent to their differences. "All right then," Yi Hongyu sighed, placing a hand on her forehead as she turned to the distraught servant. "Xiao Yao, I'll take this tricycle. Inform the finance department later." She then faced Chen Yang, shaking her fist in warning. "I warn you, once you ride that tricycle out, don't dare say you know me. Seeing your sister, you must understand. The tricycle is the ultimate test of true love." Chen Yang exclaimed. "Think about it. A woman who doesn't mind my poverty, even when I'm pedaling a tricycle, still chooses to be with me. What could be more genuine than that? Huh, no matter how stylishly you pedal that tricycle, it will never rival a scoundrel driving a Ferrari and attracting young ladies. But fine, if you prefer the tricycle, so be it," Yi Hongyu replied, crossing her arms, too weary to argue further, knowing the embarrassment would fall on him. "Senior sister, you must have faith in my capabilities," Chen Yang declared, suddenly recalling something. He slapped his forehead, remembering his fiancée, Tang Feier, was no easy catch. She had already fled from their engagement once. What if he excitedly sought her out again, only to have her escape once more? Wouldn't that be profoundly embarrassing for him, the esteemed Grand Master of Longhu Mountain? No. He needed to inform the old man to speak with the Tang family first. With that thought, Chen Yang produced an ancient Nokia phone, outdated yet sturdy, capable of making and receiving calls only. He dialed a number and connected. "Hello, old man. Why the silence? You aren't still asleep, are you? Sleeping? Do you think I'm like you? You little rascal. Have you gotten into trouble again?" The voice on the other end scolded. "Please, as the youngest genius master of Longhu Mountain, I navigate fortune and misfortune with ease. What trouble could I possibly cause? Spit it out. What do you want?" The elder interrupted impatiently, evidently expecting some grand mischief. "Old man, regarding the 7 fiancé you arranged for me, I've met the first one. However, Tang Feier attempted to flee from our engagement, but I managed to bring her back. Please inform the Tang family to prevent her from escaping again, as I intend to marry her now. This is all for the sake of carrying on the lineage of Longhu Mountain, so do take this seriously. Is that all? You little brat, if you don't produce 10 or 8 robust children for Longhu Mountain, I'll make sure you regret it. And stop bothering me with trivial matters." "Understood." Chen Yang chuckled, putting away the old Nokia, pleased with the conversation. Despite the elder's harsh words, he was reliable when it came to action. Returning to the living room, he noticed a paper bag filled with invitations resting on the sofa. Without a second thought, he stuffed it into his bag and set off on the tricycle, whistling cheerfully. Yi Hongyu couldn't help but place a hand on her forehead, wondering how the Tang family would react to his appearance. At that moment, at the Tang family estate in Jinghai, a crowd of no less than 20 individuals, all direct descendants of the Tang family, stood in a formidable assembly. Passers-by were astonished by the sight, speculating if the Tang family was preparing to welcome a high-ranking official. "Stand straight and be alert. The esteemed elder has just called me. His disciple will soon arrive to discuss wedding arrangements. The Tang family must demonstrate sincerity. We cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away." Leading the gathering was Tang Shan, the head of the Tang family, radiating vitality and excitement. He had recently received a call from the venerable elder, which thrilled him immensely. The Tang family's success was largely attributed to the elder's past guidance. And in Tang Shan's eyes, the elder was akin to a deity. Thus, he had readily agreed to the marriage between his daughter and the elder's disciple, believing it a monumental stroke of fortune for their family. "Especially you, Feier. If you dare to play any tricks again, I will." "All right, I understand. Must you nag so?" Tang Feier pouted, clearly reluctant. However, with over 20 family members and Wang Chun keeping a close watch, escape was not an option. "You girl." Tang Shan sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. He soon brightened up, eagerly scanning the area, clearly impatient to meet his future son-in-law. Meanwhile, Others in the Tang family whispered amongst themselves, "Is the head truly set on marrying the eldest daughter to that charlatan's disciple? It seems he has lost his senses. The elder relies on dubious practices for his gains, while our family's prosperity is built on hard work. What connection do we have with that old fraud? Alas, it is one thing for the head to be deceived, but now to risk his own daughter as future? A mere country bumpkin, lacking power and influence, hardly deserves our favor." Young masters from the Li, Lu, and Sun families all expressed interest in Fei, each one a far more suitable match than that rural charlatan. It is lamentable that our Tang family has labored for years in Jinghai, yet we cannot even secure an invitation from Huaiyue Group. Should we not persuade the head once more? Young Master Chen has repeatedly stated that if we marry Fei to him, he will ensure we receive an invitation from Huaiyue Group. That invitation is for their 5th anniversary celebration. If the Tang family could attend, we might meet influential figures of high society, paving the way for our ascendance. Alas, the head's stubbornness has cost us a splendid opportunity. Many members of the Tang family murmured discontentedly, sighing in frustration. Just then, a middle-aged man resembling Tang Shan approached, scowling. "Elder brother, regarding Fei's marriage, I believe the young masters in Jinghai are far more suitable than that so-called disciple of the elder. I will never consent to this." This man was Tang Bo, Tang Shan's younger brother. Tang Shan glanced at him and firmly shook his head. "Second brother, I am aware of your sentiments, but Fei's marriage has already been arranged. She must wed." As the head of the Tang family, Tang Shan understood their concerns stemmed from the suitor's humble origins and lack of status. Yet, they were oblivious to the elder's true power. Only Tang Shan had witnessed firsthand the elder's formidable abilities. His disciple, how could he possibly be lacking? In Tang Shan's eyes, Tang Fei marrying Chen Yang was indeed a lofty ambition for the Tang family. Tang Shan had explained this to his family more than once, yet they remained unconvinced, even suspecting that he had fallen under a spell cast by the old master. After all, how could the usually astute head of the Tang family commit such a blunder? "Brother, I have always respected and admired you, but in this matter, you are truly misguided." Tang Bo bit his lip, a look of dissatisfaction etched on his face. However, Tang Shan merely waved his hand indifferently, signaling that he had made up his mind and that further discussion was futile. Observing this, the other members of the Tang family exchanged glances, aware that persuading Tang Shan was in vain, and began to contemplate other strategies. Since the patriarch was so obstinate, perhaps they could intimidate the young diviner when he arrived and scare him off. How to intimidate him? That was simple enough. A country bumpkin from the mountains had never witnessed the glittering world of the city. A mere hint from them would surely send him fleeing in terror. Indeed, since the patriarch refuses to call off the engagement, we shall force that rustic to withdraw instead. At that moment, the heavily scrutinized Tang Fei wore a face as grim as a bitter melon. From yesterday until now, she had exhausted every means at her disposal, employing every trick in the book, yet she had been unable to escape, not even managing to step outside the Tang family's front gate. The thought of the irritating fellow on the train, especially Chen Yang's detestable grin, made her seethe with anger. If it weren't for that meddlesome jerk, I would have successfully fled from this marriage long ago. "You scoundrel, let me not lay eyes on you again, otherwise I shall see you dismembered." Suddenly, a roar of engines erupted from the roadside. A sleek black Aston Martin drifted around the corner in a stunning display, tires screeching and sparks flying. It came to a halt gracefully before the Tang family. The car door swung open, and a young man clad in jeans and limited edition sneakers emerged from the driver's seat. His slick back hair glistened with an excess of gel, while earrings adorned his ears and dark sunglasses shielded his eyes. A watch on his wrist surely cost no less than 6 figures, emanating an air of extravagance. Was this not Chen Rue, the young master of the Chen family? What brought him here? The Tang family members were taken aback, and Tang Bo's expression brightened with delight as he hurried to greet him. "Ah, young Master Chen, your presence graces the Tang family and brings us great honor. Please, do come inside." Yet Chen Rue did not even glance at him. Instead, he retrieved a large bouquet of roses from the car, tossed his hair back with flair, and presented it to Tang Fei. Roses symbolize unwavering love, and 99 of them represent eternal commitment. You ask me how deep my love is? This bouquet represents my heartfelt devotion. Fei, please accept it. Chapter 12. A lack of chivalry? Chen Rue held the flowers, inhaling deeply with a look of rapture on his face. This scene elicited envy and admiration from many passing women, while Tang Bo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chen Rue was the heir of the prestigious Chun family of Jinghai, a family with assets in the billions. If the Tang family could forge an alliance with the Chun family, it would be immensely beneficial, far superior to that of the rustic young diviner. Cuff, fire. Young Master Chen's deep affection is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. Shouldn't you hurry and accept it? Tang Bo's rare smile was warm as he signaled to Tang Feier. However, as she gazed at the self-satisfied Chen Rui, her lips twitched involuntarily, nearly causing her to regurgitate her breakfast. Chen Rui was one of her many suitors, and the most persistent one at that. Yet Tang Feier found it hard to articulate her feelings toward him. Who could endure such a pompous and oily man? Just looking at him made her skin crawl. Chen Rui, what brings you to my house again? Take your flowers and leave. I'm in no mood for your nonsense today. Tang Feier was already in a foul mood due to the situation with Chen Yang, and seeing Chen Rui only exacerbated her irritation. Feier, how can you speak to young Master Chen in such a manner? You should apologize at once. Tang Bo was taken aback and reprimanded Tang Feier before turning to Chen Rui with a flattering demeanor. This child has her quirks. Young Master Chen, please forgive her. As for the flowers, I shall accept them on her behalf. Haha, no witties. I quite like Feier's spirit. Chen Rui chuckled heartily, relishing the challenge. If he could win her over with ease, it would hardly be satisfying. He then reached into his pocket. In addition to these roses, I have prepared a grand gift. The Tang family members leaned in, watching as he pulled out what resembled an invitation, gasping in astonishment. Goodness, is that not an invitation to the Huiwe Group's anniversary celebration? How on earth did you manage to procure such a treasure? Even Tang Shan and Tang Bo's jaws dropped, their eyes filled with envy. Chen Rui beamed with satisfaction at the Tang family's reaction, clutching the invitation possessively. Huiwe Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Jinghai City, renowned even on a national scale. Their 5th anniversary invitations are exceedingly rare. I believe only a handful have been issued. He paused for effect, casting a triumphant glance at the astonished Tang family. Though my family possesses assets worth billions, we, too, lack the privilege of receiving such an invitation. Upon hearing this, the Tang family was once again taken aback. If the Chun family lacked the privilege of receiving an invitation, how did Chen Rui come by his? Chen Rui enjoyed the suspense, relishing the Tang family's navet. Clearing his throat, he continued slowly, while my family may not have the privilege. Our wealth and connections have their advantages. This invitation was acquired through my father's extensive connections, costing a staggering 100 million. 100 million. The Tang family gasped in disbelief, their envy palpable. For the Tang family, even with wealth, spending such a sum would not guarantee them an invitation due to their lack of connections and status. Though this invitation cost 100 million, I assure you it is worth every penny. According to my father's words, this is not merely a matter of money. It is a ticket to the upper echelons of society. He waved the invitation, producing a sound that echoed like the clinking of coins. The Tang family members gazed wide-eyed at the purple invitation in Chen Rui's hand, entranced. Even a usually composed Tang Shan couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. The Chen family truly was a prominent family in Jinghai City, with the elder Chen being a business magnate and young master Chen a rising star among the youth. Tang Bo forced a flattering smile, his eyes darting eagerly. Yet Chen Rui ignored him, having heard countless flattery before. Instead, he gazed fondly at Tang Feier, smiling as he said, Feier, if you agree to dine with me, I will go to great lengths to procure an invitation to the Huiwe Group's anniversary celebration for you. What do you say? At that time, we shall join hands to attend the annual celebration of the Huiwe Group, becoming the envy of all in Jinghai City as a celestial couple. I, Chen Rui, vow to make you, Feier, the one and only goddess of Jinghai. As he spoke, Chen Rui raised a hand in a gesture of heartfelt oath. Chen Rui, are you out of your mind? I told you to leave me alone. Tang Feier rolled her eyes, dismissing him without a second thought. She couldn't care less about some invitation. Her mind was preoccupied with wedding concerns. And Chen Rui's incessant chatter was even more unbearable than that of Chen Yang. Feier, what are you saying? How can you be so capricious at such a crucial moment? Do you not comprehend the significance of the Huiwe Group's anniversary invitation? The Tang family members exclaimed, their eyes widening in alarm. This was a ticket to high society, an opportunity that money could not buy, a chance for the Tang family to soar to new heights. How could she turn it down? Young Master Chen, please ignore Feier. She's merely sulking. Her words were certainly not directed at you. Tang Bo interjected, shooting a glare at Tang Feier, quickly offering an apologetic smile. It's perfectly fine. Affection is like a passing breeze, while love flows like a gentle stream. Sooner or later, Feier will be moved by my devotion. Chen Rui said, unfazed, observing Tang Feier, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. What a fiery little pepper. I find her quite appealing. Tang Bo finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this day and age, a fool from a wealthy family like Chen Rui was a rarity, far superior to some rustic country bumpkin. Young Master Chen, as for Feier's marriage, I can speak on behalf of the Tang family. Regarding this invitation, suddenly, the sound of tricycle's bell echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone instinctively looked up to see a young man pedaling a dilapidated tricycle barreling towards them. The tricycle appeared to have faulty brakes, heading straight for Chen Rui's luxurious sports car. My goodness, a multi-million Maserati. If it were to collide, could that impoverished rider afford the damages? Just then, the tricycle executed a perfect drift and came to an astonishing halt mere inches from the sports car. That was a close call. I almost had a heart attack. The gardener from the third sister's house really should have mentioned the brakes were faulty. What a lack of martial virtue. Chen Yang patted his chest in self-comfort, boasting a bit. However, the Tang family stood frozen in disbelief. Who was this person who almost collided with young Master Chen's car? This is a wealthy neighborhood. How'd he get in here? I have no idea. He looks like he scavenges for scrap. The crowd observed Chen Yang, noting his unkempt hair, worn-out shirt, patched backpack, and shabby shoes. Disdain appeared on many faces. Clearly, he was a person from the lower rungs of society, perhaps even less than a scrap collector. Is that him? Tang Feier gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Wasn't he the insufferable man from the train who had caused her to flee? How did he end up here? Perfect timing, as she had been planning to confront him. However, his entrance was rather unique. Chen Yang hopped off the tricycle, brushing off his hands. This little tricycle actually rides pretty smooth. I'll just fix the brakes, and from now on, it will be the coolest convertible in Jinghai. I'll be the most stylish guy in town. After surveying his surroundings, he spotted a perfect spot to lock up his tricycle. This is far better than that old rust bucket from Longhu Mountain. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Without hesitation, he took out a long lock and, under the gaze of the crowd, secured the tricycle's wheel, then attached it to Chen Rui's car. With a click of the lock and a twist of the key, he completed the task. Anyone attempting to steal his tricycle would have to take the sports car along with it. I truly am a genius. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Is he out of his mind? If he scratches young Master Chen's car, he couldn't pay for it even if he sold his tricycle. Tang Feier felt her muscles twitch in disbelief. Even Chen Rui found himself momentarily dazed. Who is this guy? How dare he attach his worthless vehicle to his precious car worth millions? Ignoring their astonished expressions, Chen Yang cheerfully pocketed the key and approached the Tang family. Good morning, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters. Is this the Tang residence? I'm here to find my wife. His warm greeting left the Tang family in utter bewilderment, glancing at each other in confusion. Do you know him? Of course not. How could I know someone like him? He claims he's here for his wife. Who could that possibly be? Is he joking? How could someone like him ever have a wife? Goodness, he must have just escaped from a mental institution. The Tang family regarded Chen Yang with disdain, retreating a step as he approached, fearful of catching his misfortune. Tang Feier was at a loss, but suddenly noticed Chen Yang's gaze fixed on her. A jolt of realization struck her. Could it be that this fool was referring to her as his wife? Her mouth twitched, overwhelmed with a sense of dread. Their playful charade on the train was only a ruse to escape, yet here he was, showing up uninvited. Had he taken it seriously? Was he truly lost in his role? Patriarch, this is the man who harassed the young lady on the train and even assaulted us. Wang Chun, responsible for keeping an eye on Tang Feier, seized the opportunity to report, glaring at Chen Yang. The memory of their encounter on the train was still fresh in his mind. Tang Shan, aware of the events on the train, scrutinized Chen Yang with a hint of skepticism. Are you indeed a disciple of the Grand Master from Longhu Mountain? You don't quite fit the image I had in mind. Chen Yang's eyes lit up as he gave a thumbs up to Tang Shan. You have keen eyes, sir. I am indeed the contemporary Grand Master of Longhu Mountain. Chen Yang, stop spouting nonsense. Who are you calling your father-in-law? Don't make wild claims. Before Tang Shan could respond, Tang Bo interjected, clearly displeased. They had realized that this young man was not a madman, but rather the disciple of that eccentric old master from the mountains. Was he truly seeking to marry Tang Fei? Such a notion was absurd. They had expected the disciple of the old master to be impressive, at least driving a car worth tens of thousands. But here he was, riding a tricycle worth only a few hundred. You, a penniless country bumpkin, have no right to marry our Tang family's daughter. Tang Bo scoffed, his words dripping with sarcasm. Instantly, several members of the Tang family echoed his sentiments. Driding Chen Yang s audacity. Alas, spare me from discussions of automobiles. Behold the attire adorning this little sorcerer, which appears to have been worn for over a decade. Is he truly so reluctant to don new garment? Enough, enough. He is but a rustic dwelling in a remote mountain village. Is it not entirely reasonable for him to lack the means for new clothes? Yet, how pitiable it is for our dear Fei, who may soon find herself wed to a mountain dweller, destined for a life of hardship. Sigh, I cannot comprehend how some individuals can assume the mantle of fatherhood, allowing their own flesh and blood to endure such suffering. The members of the Tang family exchanged barbed remarks, their tones dripping with sarcasm, even casting aspersions upon Tang Shan. Tang Shan, feeling the sting of embarrassment, recognized the impropriety of Chen Yang's attire. Despite being clean and meticulous, it lacked dignity. When Tang Fei heard Chen Yang confess to being a disciple of the celestial master, she was momentarily taken aback. The man she was to marry was none other than this fellow? What an extraordinary coincidence. Their previous encounter on the train had merely been a fleeting farce. Yet now it seemed they were to turn pretense into reality. Oh heavens, grant mercy upon this young lady. How could the esteemed daughter of the Tang family ever condescend to marry such a rustic individual? However, as her thoughts spiraled, a resolute glimmer flickered in Tang Fei's eyes. She was acutely aware of the Tang family's disposition, particularly her second uncle, who relentlessly pressured her to enter into a union with a wealthy family. Even if she were to reject this rustic, she would inevitably be subjected to the whims of those dandy playboys. This life was one she could no longer endure. With determination, Tang Fei pointed directly at Chen Yang and declared, "Indeed, he is my man. On the train, we shared everything, and Wang Chun can attest to it. Therefore, I shall marry no one but him." Chapter 14. Are invitations now mere flyers? What? The Tang family erupted in outrage. Tang Rui's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. My pure and innocent goddess, how could she be sullied thus? Chen Yang, prepara tu duel. Fei, as a member of the Tang family, you should uphold your purity. How can you be involved with him? Tang Bo, with eyes ablaze and fury mounting, lamented the potential loss of his niece's chastity and her prospects of marrying into a prominent family. How could she possibly obtain an invitation to the Huiwei group's anniversary celebration now? Was this not a grave sin? Even Tang Shan was at a loss for words, his mind clouded with confusion. Regardless, Tang Fei was resolute, asserting, "I have done all that should be done with him. We are now a couple, and none shall part us." With arms crossed defiantly, she cast a challenging glance at Chen Yang, vowing vengeance for her disrupted plans. "Wang Chun, what on earth happened?" Tang Bo turned his furious gaze upon Wang Chun. "Second master, this. Wang Chun was at a loss, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. He had no idea how to explain the situation. When he had found the young lady, Chen Yang had emerged from the restroom, seemingly adjusting his trousers. Who would believe that nothing had transpired? But this matter concerned the young lady's honor. How could he elucidate it? Seeing Wang Chen's dismay, the Tang family felt a chill run down their spines. Everything was unraveling. You beast! Tang Bo said, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yang, nearly apoplectic with rage. "Someone, take this beast and chop him to pieces for the dogs." The other members of the Tang family were equally incensed, their fury palpable. If looks could kill, Chen Yang would have perished 100 times over. Tang Shan was bewildered. Having initially intended to facilitate a connection between his daughter and the celestial master's disciple, only to discover that the disciple had rather swiftly consummated the relationship. He felt a mix of disappointment and incredulity. As Chen Yang observed the family's furious reactions, he scratched his head with a sheepish grin. "Ahem, dear family members. We are all one family now. Let's not stand on ceremony. Furthermore, I have brought some delightful gifts." With that, he rummaged through his backpack, eliciting a wave of disdainful glances from the onlookers. What could a rustic like him possibly offer? Gifts? They scoffed. In the next moment, Chen Yang produced a large stack of invitations, grinning as he distributed them one by one. Come now, dear family members, partake. With these, you are invited to a banquet at the Huiwei Group in 3 days. It is on me. Please do not hesitate to take one. Lost invitations will not be replaced. As the Tang family prepared to mock him, expecting an invitation to a shabby countryside eatery, their expressions shifted from derision to outrage upon hearing Chen Yang mention the Huiwei Group. You provincial simpleton, are you jesting with us? The Huiwei Group? Do you even have the audacity to look at yourself in the mirror? Invitations to the Huiwei Group's anniversary celebration were reserved for the city's elite. Even if this rustic sold his blood for a century, he could not afford one. Now, he audaciously claimed to possess so many invitations, treating them like mere trifles. It was utterly absurd. Wait a moment, this invitation. It looks identical to the one in Chen Xiao's hand. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The Tang family, now paying closer attention, began to scrutinize the invitations Chen Yang had given them, turning to compare them with the one held by Tang Rui. To their astonishment, they realized they were indeed identical. What in the world? Tang Bo stood frozen, his mind racing with confusion. How could this be? Chen Xiao had mentioned that only a limited number of invitations had been issued. They were nearly impossible to obtain, even for the Chen family, who had to navigate numerous connections to secure just one. In the midst of this chaos, Tang Rui's face flushed with indignation. The sudden appearance of this fellow had not only caused him to collide with a rusty tricycle, but also to witness the woman he desired choosing a rustic over him. Now, this Chen Yang was brazenly distributing Huiwei Group invitations. Surely, they must be counterfeit. Tang Rui's expression darkened as he prepared to unleash his wrath. Brother, are you also a member of the Tang family? Come, take one. Remember to come to the banquet in a few days, and a small token of appreciation will suffice. Chen Yang, mistaking Tang Rui's anger for a lack of invitation, handed him one without hesitation. After all, his senior sister had not specified whom to invite. Perhaps it would be prudent to extend the invitation to everyone. This was his future father-in-law's family, after all, and it was essential to ensure proper arrangements. Just as Tang Rui was about to explode, he found himself momentarily speechless. This was a bit too enthusiastic, was it not? Upon examining the invitation in his hand, he felt as though he had struck a solid object with a fist only to find it yielding. What does this mean? You are my rival in love. Yet you present me with an invitation? Are you claiming your territory? How cunning. Yet, as he glanced at the invitation again, he was struck dumb. The quality, the material, and the signature of Yi Hongyu, the president of Huiwei Group. This was unmistakably genuine. It was simply impossible. Huiwei Group's invitations were exceedingly rare and valuable. Even the Chen family had to navigate a labyrinth of connections to procure a single one. The audacity of this fellow is astounding. It is undoubtedly a forgery. Indeed, this little charlatan must be operating in the wholesale market, specializing in counterfeit goods. Perhaps he came across an invitation from the Huiwei Group and conjured up a batch of fakes to deceive us. Or perhaps they were stolen. How outrageous! It is no wonder he is a disciple of the old trickster, adept at deception. However, this time he has truly bitten off more than he can chew. To counterfeit an invitation from the Huiwei Group is to court disaster. Should the Huiwei Group learn of this, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 15. Has the truth been exposed? Tang Bo and the others quickly realized that this invitation could not possibly be genuine. It merely bore a striking resemblance to the real thing. Chen Rui was vexed, unable to believe in its authenticity. Yet, the texture, and even Yi Hongyu's signature, could that too be forged? Tang Fei smacked her forehead, realizing the predicament. This little sorcerer had ruined everything. How could she continue her charade now? She would certainly have no way to leave the Tang family. That despicable scoundrel, I loathe you. Tang Shan furrowed his brow, aware of the old master's capabilities. Acquiring a Huiwei Group invitation was surely within his means. However, to possess an entire stack was rather excessive. Could it truly be authentic? As the family head, he needed to maintain composure and let events unfold. Yet, Chen Yang was having none of it, slapping the remaining invitations onto the tricycle. Here I am, graciously delivering gifts, and yet I am met with scorn? Whether the invitations are real or not, do they not bear a phone number and serial number? A simple inquiry would suffice. Ah, you still dare to be obstinate? Watch how I expose your deceit. Tang Bo sneered, convinced that unmasking Chen Yang's lies would ensure the cancellation of the engagement. The family head would never allow his daughter to wed a fraud. Immediately, he dialed the number on the invitation for verification, only to find himself utterly bewildered when the results confirmed that the invitation was indeed genuine. Impossible. I refused to believe it. Undeterred, Tang Bo proceeded to check the other invitations, even borrowing Chen Rui's to verify the serial number. The outcome was the same, all authentic. This left Tang Bo utterly dumbfounded. When did Huiwei Group S invitations become as trivial as flyers? The other members of the Tang family were equally stupefied, unable to regain their composure. Sheng Hui, who had clung to a flicker of hope, felt his eyes redden, teetering on the brink of madness. The Chen family had gone to great lengths, leveraging connections and spending vast sums to secure a single invitation. Now, Chen Yang had received a bounty of them for free. Had the Chen family become a laughingstock? Believe it now? Chen Yang proclaimed, patting his chest with bravado. I never deceive anyone, especially not my future father-in-law. He then rummaged through his bag, producing yet another stack of invitations. Who else wants one? Hurry, come and claim yours before it's too late. The sheer volume caused the Tang family to tremble, nearly toppling over. Chen Rui could not restrain the cold sweat trickling down his brow. Each invitation was worth a fortune. How much money would this entail? Could this fellow on the tricycle possibly be wealthier than me, merely pretending to be poor to satisfy some peculiar whim? How inconsiderate. A true scion of wealth should not masquerade as a mere fool. At this moment, even Tang Bo found himself at a loss for words, compelled to silence. Tang Shan glanced at the invitation in his hand, took a deep breath, and approached Chen Yang with scrutiny. Are you truly a disciple of the old master? Without a doubt, Chen Yang affirmed, thumping his chest. Tang Shan nodded, his faith bolstered by the evidence. Yet for prudence's sake, he stated, present the marriage contract. As long as the contract exists, you may obtain your certificate tonight, and I expect you to produce a healthy grandson soon. Upon hearing this, Tang Feier became alarmed. So soon? She was not prepared yet. How could she escape? Frantic, she clenched her fists, glaring at Chen Yang. That detestable scoundrel, should you dare produce it. I shall make you regret it. Absolutely. Chen Yang winked at her with a grin. Is that a spark of interest I see? Eager to wed me? He began digging into his bag, but to his dismay, it was empty. A sinking feeling struck him. He had been so focused on the invitations that he forgot the marriage contract at home. Without the contract? As Chen Yang failed to produce the document, Tang Shan's brow furrowed once more. The contract was as essential as the old master himself. Without it, Chen Yang's identity became questionable. Tang Bo, who had nearly lost all hope, believing Tang Feier was destined for a less desirable match, was now revitalized with opportunity upon realizing Chen Yang lacked the marriage contract. Ah, the charlatan has revealed his hand, hasn't he? Brother, do not jump to conclusions. This little sorcerer is undoubtedly an impostor. As for those invitations, who knows their true origin? If we believe him, we shall be the ones deceived. With that, he smirked, feeling victorious. However, could it be that he genuinely forgot? Tang Shan shook his head gravely, despite Chen Yang's lack of a contract. The circumstances were far too coincidental to dismiss. Brother, this fellow cannot produce the marriage contract, and yet you still believe him? Seeing Tang Shan's disbelief, Tang Bo was enraged, nearly snorting steam from his nostrils. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. Brother, does this little charlatan not claim to be a disciple of the Longhu Mountain? Our renowned Zhang Xuanjin of Jinghai City also claims to be a disciple of Longhu Mountain. If we summon Zhang Tianshi, we shall ascertain whether this charlatan is a genuine disciple or a mere impostor. Upon hearing this, Tang Shan snapped back to attention. Yes, if Chen Yang's identity cannot be verified, inviting the true master for a test would surely bring the truth to light. With this thought, he spoke with a serious demeanor. Young man, if you are indeed an impostor, it would be wise to confess now. I shall not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, when Zhang Tianshi arrives and exposes your deception of impersonating a disciple of Longhu Mountain, the repercussions could be dire, and your life may be at stake. Tang Shan threatened, hoping to compel Chen Yang to confess. Yet Chen Yang remained unperturbed, feigning ignorance. Zhang Xuanjin? Who is that? I have never heard of him. He must be the one impersonating. You slipped up, Tang Bo exclaimed, his tone dripping with derision. You don't even know Zhang Tianshi? You are undoubtedly a fraud. Others echoed his disbelief, their expressions incredulous. How could one purport to be a disciple of Longhu Mountain while being unaware of Zhang Xuanjin? Chen Yang stroked his chin, suddenly recalling a conversation with his senior sister before descending the mountain. She had mentioned taking on a named disciple while out on business, a disciple residing in Jinghai City. She had even shown him a photograph. Chapter 16. What audacity! The Zhang Tian sure you speak of. Does he have a head of white hair, but remarkably youthful skin? Oomph. Only now, do you remember? It is too late. To dare impersonate a disciple of Longhu Mountain and mock my Tang family. You shall face the consequences today, Tang Bo declared, pressing the attack. Yet Chen Yang, arms crossed and exuding calm, responded, enough. You should call him right away. Hurry, summon him to come here. I shall await him. What of Zhang Xuanjin, the Master Zhang? Is he not merely a junior disciple of his? Since the elder sister has entrusted him to oversee matters, it serves as a perfect test for that fellow to ascertain whether he is worthy of a formal position. The Tang family was bewildered to see Chen Yang seemingly more eager than anyone for Zhang Xuanjin's arrival. Was this lad merely putting on airs, or did he genuinely know Master Zhang? The more Tang Feier observed Chen Yang, the more she perceived him as a naive fool. Pouting in frustration, she exclaimed, You fool! Cease your boasting, for you have no inkling of Master Zhang's prowess. If he learns of your impersonation as a disciple of Longhu Mountain, you shall meet your demise. Should you not hasten your departure? Chen Yang, looking utterly perplexed, replied, Zhang Xuanjin would bow his head to me. Why should I fear him? Besides, I have yet to marry my wife. Leaving now would be a tremendous loss. Tang Feier was taken aback. Could he truly be such a simpleton? To think of marriage when his life is at stake? How audacious! You dare to insult Master Zhang? You are courting death. Tang Bo, now filled with rage, could only laugh at the absurdity, having concluded that Chen Yang was indeed a simpleton. The esteemed Master Zhang would bow and kneel before him? What a ludicrous jest! Tang Shan's countenance darkened. Master Zhang was a figure he revered. Chen Yang's brazen words were utterly outrageous. The fee for summoning Master Zhang was considerable. Yet to ascertain Chen Yang's true identity, he deemed it necessary. Without hesitation, Tang Shan took out his phone and, gritting his teeth, made a call. Hello? Who is this? A languid voice emerged from the receiver, as if the speaker had just awakened. Greetings, Master Zhang. This is Xiao Tang from the Tang family. Tang Shan's tightly clenched jaw relaxed, and he forced a smile, speaking cautiously, lest he provoke displeasure. Xiao Tang? Which Xiao Tang? Came the indifferent reply. Tang Shan was momentarily taken aback. The esteemed figure did not even remember him. Truly a master of the craft, too occupied to recall every acquaintance. Master Zhang, you truly are a person of many obligations. Some time ago, my Shambo group engaged you for a ritual. I am Tang Shan, the chairman of Shambo Group. Tang Shan? Oh, I have no recollection. Why are you calling me? Do you not know how busy I am? Zhang Xuanjin's disinterested voice returned. In truth, he had recalled the previous engagement with Shambo Group, yet the meager payment of 1 million left him dissatisfied, hence his feigned forgetfulness. Tang Shan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Despite his efforts, Master Zhang seemed unable to recall. Indeed, masters are different. Master Zhang, there is a young man in our Tang family who claims to be the foremost master of Longhu Mountain. Tang Shan wasted no pleasantries and got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanjin reacted as if he had been stepped on, his temper flaring. The foremost master of Longhu Mountain? How audacious! My own master would not dare claim such a title. Who does this fool think he is? What does he look like? Tang Shan swallowed hard and replied earnestly. He is a rather shabby young man, not unpleasant in appearance, carrying a weathered backpack and riding a tricycle. What? The voice on the other end erupted in fury. Wearing tattered clothes? Riding a decrepit tricycle? Like a rag picker? How can he possibly be one of my disciples? Even the most common disciple of Longhu Mountain is wealthy and imposing, certainly not one to ride a broken tricycle. This fellow has the audacity to impersonate a disciple of Longhu Mountain and tarnish our reputation. Send me the address. I shall deal with him post-haste. Zhang Xuanjin's anger was palpable. The Tang family, led by Tang Shan, felt a chill run down their spines at the master's fury. They hastened to send the address after hanging up, glancing at Chen Yang with pity. Young man, I offered you a chance. You did not cherish it. When Master Zhang arrives, do not blame me for what befalls you. Chen Yang leaned against the tricycle, shrugging nonchalantly. He had repeatedly asserted his identity. Yet the Tang family refused to believe him. If they chose skepticism, so be it. As for this junior disciple, it seemed he was not faring poorly in Jinghai. Perhaps it was time to extract some tribute. Cough, cough, a little respect. All awaited Zhang Xuanjin's arrival, the atmosphere growing tense. Unlike the worried expressions of Tang Fei'er, Tang Bo and the rest of the Tang family wore sneers, viewing Chen Yang as a doomed man. Offending Master Zhang was a sure path to ruin. Meanwhile, at a villa in the heart of Jinghai City, Liang was in high spirits, leisurely swirling his glass of red wine. He awaited the opportune moment to strike Chen Yang down. When the phone rang, he answered, instantly bursting into laughter. You're certain you're not mistaken? That fool rode a tricycle to the Tang family? Ha ha ha, this is too much. That imbecile dares to impersonate a master of Longhu Mountain? And Zhang Xuanjin is already on his way? I was pondering how to discreetly eliminate him without raising any suspicion. And now it seems fortune smiles upon me. This fool has offended the Tang family. And now, even Zhang Xuanjin? Should he perish? I shall remain blameless in the eyes of Yi Hongyu. Xiao Liao, prepare the vehicle. Such a lively scene is not to be missed. I wish to witness that fool's demise. Liang rose with a cold smile, striding toward the door. Chen Yang, I had intended to let you linger a while longer. But since you seek your own end, I shan't hesitate to stoke the flames. Chapter 17. Good junior disciple, I hear you intend to do me harm? Brother, why waste words with this country bumpkin? Master Zhang himself has declared him an impostor. Could there be any doubt? At the entrance of the Tang family estate, Tang Bo sneered. The genuine article is here, while the fake is doomed. Boy, hurry and contact someone to retrieve your corpse. Chen Yang srugit indifferently. Who is the genuine article and who is the fake remains to be seen. Fool, what are you still doing here? Leave at once. Tang Fea Klinchul Heerfests. Thoroughly anxious. She even questioned whether Chen Yang's mental state was sound. Yet ultimately, Chen Yang had come for her. She could not allow him to come to harm. Leave? Fei'er, he cannot escape. Impersonating a master of Longhu Mountain is a capital offense. Should he flee, it would implicate our Tang family. With Master Zhang's capabilities, he could apprehend him even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Just wait. Once Master Zhang arrives, it will be impossible for him to escape his fate. The Tang family members laughed derisively, as if they had already envisioned Chen Yang's grim fate. In contrast, Chen Yang merely smiled benignly. Were it anyone else speaking to him in such a manner, he would have been far less accommodating. However, given that these individuals were relatives of his future wife, he chose to overlook their insolence. Fool, how can you still smile? Hurry and run. I will hold them off. Tang Fei'er stepped forward, arms outstretched to block Tang Bo. My dear wife knows how to care for me. This trip was not in vain. Rest assured, your husband is quite capable and will not suffer any losses. Chen Yang replied, his eyes squinting in feigned sincerity. Enough. If you dare to jest again, I shall slap you. Tang Fei'er glavet, exasperatet. Do you not realize I'm trying to help you? Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Fei'er, I have stated that he cannot leave. As a member of the Tang family, how can you betray your own? Tang Bo forcefully grasped Tang Fei'er's arm, pulling her back to confront Wang Chun. Though Tang Fei'er attempted to rush forward, Wang Chun seized her arm, rendering her immobile. Miss, give up. You cannot save him. Moreover, he deserves this. Wang Chun asserted with a serious shake of his head. Step aside. This matter does not concern him. Let him go. Tang Fei'er was nearly driven to madness. If her impulsive decision to elope resulted in Chen Yang's demise, she would bear the burden of guilt for eternity. Keep an eye on the young lady. Once Master Zhang arrives, everything will settle. Tang Bo scoffed, clearly displeased with Tang Fei'er's actions. Tang Shan wore a grim expression, his gaze fluctuating. What a good wife you are, already worrying about your husband before even marrying him. Chen Yang sighed, pondering where he could find another woman like her. You must marry her. Chen Rui, observing the lively exchange, was taken aback by Chen Yang's optimism in such dire straits. Are you not afraid for your life? Chen Rui thought to himself. He had initially found Chen Yang intriguing and considered assisting him, provided he revealed the origins of the invitations he possessed. However, it was a grave mistake to impersonate a master from Longhu Mountain and offend Zhang Xuanjin. Master Zhang is a formidable figure in Jinghai City. Even I dare not provoke him. It seems I cannot assist you. Yet, given your affection for Fei'er, I might arrange for someone to collect your remains after your demise. Chen Rui shook his head, unconvinced. That is hardly certain. No one dares to touch me. Chen Yang patted his chest and glanced at Chen Rui, his eyes suddenly brightening. Young man, I have experienced more trials than you have meals. Instead of worrying about me, you should be concerned about your father. He should refrain from going out lately, lest he attracts calamity. Hey, how can you say that? I am merely trying to help you, and you curse my father instead. Do you have no conscience? Chen Rui exclaimed, glaring angrily. Chen Yang chuckled inwardly, choosing not to engage further, instead gazing affectionately at Tang Fire. Wife, on our wedding day, you must not run away again, leaving me alone to guard an empty room. Go to hell. I will no longer concern myself with you. Tang Fia Fumet, frustrated that this fool could still joke around in such a critical moment. Just then, $1 million Porsche Panamera sped onto the scene, its tires screeching against the pavement. With a crash, the driver's door was kicked open, and Zhang Xuanjin, clad in a yellow robe, stormed out, cursing and searching for the audacious impostor who dared challenge the authority of Longhu Mountain. Where is that scoundrel? Zhang Xuanjin's brows furrowed, radiating an aura of chilling menace that instilled fear in all present. The Tang family members were astounded to see the usually composed Master Zhang in such a furious state, their hearts pounding in trepidation. Zhang Xuanjin is truly enraged. This fellow is finished. Hush! Be quiet. Do not provoke Master Zhang, or he may strike indiscriminately. The atmosphere grew tense, with everyone in the Tang family feeling the oppressive pressure emanating from Zhang Xuanjin, their breaths becoming cautious, fearful of drawing his ire. This is Master Zhang, an intimidating presence, far more fearsome than the leaders my father usually entertains. Chen Rui gasped in shock, his mind blank, silenced by fear. At that moment, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted with Zhang Xuanjin's arrival, and silence enveloped the crowd. The fearsome aura radiating from Zhang Xuanjin rendered everyone paralyzed with dread. It's over. How did he arrive so quickly? This fool is doomed. Tang Fire's face turned pale, witnessing Zhang Xuanjin's murderous intent. It was as if he were a god of death. Who could possibly save Chen Yang now? I ask once more, who is it? Today, I shall employ my utmost skills to ensure he cannot escape or find peace in death. Zhang Xuanjin's eyes widened in fury. For him, Longhu Mountain was a sacred place, and as a disciple, he bore the duty to eradicate impostors. It was him. He was the one impersonating. Tang Bo stammered, his legs trembling. Bo in ding aquifring finger at Chen Yang. This country bumpkin? Zhang Xuanjin turned sharply, his fiery gaze locking onto Chen Yang. You reckless fool, seeking death. Enraged, Zhang Xuanjin raised his hand to strike. However, at that very moment, a voice echoed in his mind, half amused, half serious. Dear apprentice, are you planning to strike me? Who? Who speaks to me? Zhang Xuanjin gasped, startled, as he realized the voice was not heard, but resonated within his mind. Such a telepathic ability, even someone of his status as a disciple of Longhu Mountain, did not possess. Could there be a master present? Master Zhang, no one is speaking to you. Tang Shan timidly interjected, noticing Zhang Xuanjin's bewilderment. Nonsense. I clearly heard someone speaking to me. Zhang Xuanjin retorted, his fury escalating. The winds howled around him, his hair standing on end. Tang Shan fell silent, intimidated. The Tang family exchanged glances, perplexed by Zhang Xuanjin's apparent madness. Perhaps his violent rage had driven him to the brink? What an interesting old man. I wonder about his true strength. Our Longhu Mountain is quite selective. Chen Yang crossed his arms and suddenly laughed. With Master Ji's abilities, her disciples must be exceptional. Are you mocking me, Master Zhang? How outrageous. Zhang Xuanjin, already fuming, felt his anger flare even higher at Chen Yang's laughter. Zhang Xuanjin, do you wish to know who I am before you act? This master does not care who you are. I will. Zhang Xuanjin shouted, but as he prepared to strike, he finally recognized Chen Yang's face. His words faltered, his mind struck by lightning. This face, it seems familiar. Wait, the photograph of my little master uncle. He quickly pulled out the photo, glancing back and forth between it and Chen Yang, his pupils shaking as if struck by thunder, utterly stunned. No way. This is my little master uncle? The Tang family members initially believed that Chen Yang was doomed, yet they observed Zhang Xuanjin staring wide-eyed at Chen Yang, hesitating to take action, which led them to exchange puzzled glances. What nonsense was this? What did it mean to be stunned? Master Zhang was gathering his strength, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to this little charlatan. Indeed, Master Zhang seldom acted impulsively. When he did, it was always a lethal strike. Look at this little charlatan still smiling. He must be scared out of his wits. Tang Feier swallowed hard, realizing that this detestable fellow had an exceptional mental fortitude. Once you're truly finished, I shall honor your memory annually. Chen Rue retreated far back, shaking his head in disbelief, convinced that Chen Yang's demise was merely a heartbeat away. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet, almost strange. Little master, however, at that very moment, there was not a hint of anger in Zhang Xuanjin's eyes. Rather, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Just moments ago, he had nearly made a move against his little master uncle. Good heavens! This individual was the most beloved and esteemed disciple of their grandmaster, often mentioned fondly by his master. If he were to lay a finger on him, not only would there be no hope for promotion, but his very life would be at stake. Upon this realization, Zhang Xuanjin's imposing demeanor deflated instantly. His white hair and eyebrows drooped, his fingers fidgeted anxiously, and he no longer resembled the fierce figure he had just been. He looked more like a child caught misbehaving in kindergarten. Before he could finish addressing Chen Yang as little master uncle, he was met with a piercing glare, causing him to swallow the word uncle back down. Zhang Xuanjin was quite astute. Aware that Chen Yang had discreetly communicated with him, it was evident that he did not wish to reveal his identity just yet. Master Zhang, I've heard you possess remarkable prowess. Do you wish to strike me? Come, let us compare skills, Chen Yang said, rolling up his sleeves and smiling at Zhang Xuanjin. Zhang Xuanjin shivered, his face turning a shade of bitter melon, resembling a cowardly dog. Even if given 100 lifelines, he would not dare to confront his little master uncle. Cough, cough. Well, a gentleman speaks rather than acts. We live in a society governed by law and promote harmony and civility. How could we resort to violence? Zhang Xuanjin managed to cough out, forcing a smile. The Tang family members were all left in a state of shock. Even Tang Feier and Chen Rue wore expressions of disbelief. How could the previously menacing Master Zhang suddenly transform into a docile kitten? This was not in line with his character. Why didn't Team Master Zhang strike him down? What do you understand? Master Zhang is granting this little charlatan a chance at life. As long as this charlatan kneels and admits his fault, perhaps Master Zhang will spare him. It is said that enlightened beings seldom take life, always leaving a glimmer of hope. So that was it. Master Zhang truly embodied the compassionate heart of a bodhisattva. Consider this charlatan fortunate. Without requiring Zhang Xuanjin to explain himself, the Tang family automatically concocted reasons for his decision to refrain from violence. All right, a gentleman speaks rather than acts, yes? In a society governed by law. Let us have a thorough discussion. You intended to harm me, did you not? Would that not be considered betraying one's master? Chen Yang placed his hands on his hips, still smiling. Yet this smile sent shivers down the spine of the guilty Zhang Xuanjin. He cautiously approached Chen Yang, lowering his voice to a whisper that only the two could hear. Little master uncle, I am, after all, the representative of Longhum Mountain in Jinghai City. Could you possibly grant me a modicum of face? Upon uttering this, he cast a pitiful look at Chen Yang, and dressed in his Taoist robe. With his gray hair and beard, he nearly made Chen Yang burst into laughter. This old man was indeed quite amusing. Wanting face, that could be arranged. Since you have spoken, how could I, as your master uncle, deny you this courtesy? Chen Yang donned a benevolent smile, patting Zhang Xuanjin on the shoulder as he walked toward a nearby alley. Thank you, little master uncle. You are the best. Zhang Xuanjin was overwhelmed with gratitude. This was his bread and butter, and if he were to kneel before Chen Yang, how could he ever show his face again? He hurriedly followed behind Chen Yang. Master Zhang, what are you doing? Everyone watched in increasing bewilderment. These two were not fighting, but where were they headed? Master Zhang is discussing matters of the Tao. Do you intend to eavesdrop? Zhang Xuanjin glanced around, once again adopting the demeanor of a transcendent sage. I wouldn't dare. Everyone was taken aback and quickly retreated. Who would dare to follow and eavesdrop? That would be tantamount to courting death. This was more like it. Zhang Xuanjin nodded in satisfaction. If they were to witness his cowardice later, he might as well not live. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Yang strolled leisurely to the corner of the street, hands behind his back, resembling an elderly gentleman out for a leisurely walk. Zhang Xuanjin mirrored him, standing tall, presenting himself as a figure of wisdom and control. However, if one looked closely at his face, it was filled with awkwardness and tension. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead that he could not wipe away. Master Zhang had not executed him on the spot. This little charlatan was truly fortunate. Tang Bo scoffed, feeling unreconciled. Just wait and see. Although the charlatan may escape death, Master Zhang would surely flay him alive. Yes, challenging the dignity of Longhu Mountain. While he might evade death, he would still face dire consequences. Dad, second uncle, this mess was entirely my fault. That fool is innocent. Could you possibly speak on his behalf before Master Zhang? Tang Feier's anxious heart eased slightly. She quickly cast a pleading gaze at Tang Shan and Tang Bo, hoping her elders would intercede. Impossible. I have already given him chance. He failed to appreciate it and sought his own demise. Now that Master Zhang is enraged, who could possibly intervene? Not even a deity could save him. Tang Shan flatly refused. My elder brother is wise. Tang Bo immediately chimed in, laughing. This kind of swindler deserves no mercy. A mere rickety tricycle driver, yet he wishes to abduct our esteemed young lady? How ludicrous. Feier, you should spend more time with Chun Rue. Only someone of his social standing is worthy of you. You infuriate me. Tang Feier gritted her teeth, unable to articulate her frustration. Meanwhile, Chun Rue stroked his chin, his expression contemplative. Why did he feel that Zhang Xuanjin was acting oddly today? Yet, he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Perhaps he was overthinking it? Chapter 19. Your physique appears somewhat weak. At the corner, little master uncle, please accept my humble bow. Thud. Seeing that no one was around, and the Tang family members were out of sight, Zhang Xuanjin's legs weakened, and he knelt, bowing his head and trembling slightly. Good heavens, had he truly stepped out without consulting the omens today, nearly offending his own little master uncle? If master knew of this, would she not flay the skin from his body? The thought of her prowess made Zhang Xuanjin shudder, fearing that his little master uncle might report him, which would mean he could never set foot in Longhu Mountain again. Master Zhang? That title carries quite a weight. Chen Yang turned, grinning as he regarded Zhang Xuanjin. This man, with his head of silver hair, white eyebrows, and beard, appeared quite venerable. Nevertheless, his well-maintained skin was as smooth as a baby's, his features reasonably balanced. Yet, in his current posture, bowing and apologizing, he seemed somewhat unseemly compared to his earlier celestial demeanor. Zhang Xuanjin felt a shiver at the mention of Master Zhang. Quickly forcing a smile, little master uncle, I beg you not to jest. I am merely a minor disciple. I hardly deserve the title of master. When I am outside, I always refer to myself as a Taoist, and dare not claim the honor of master, for it is merely the common folk who call me that. Throughout history, only those who genuinely align with the principles of the celestial way are deemed worthy of the title of heavenly master. All others lack such merit. Zhang Xuanjin is acutely aware of this, hence he hastily clarifies his position. It is not I. I have done nothing. It is merely their wild claims. You old rascal. Weren't you just eager to confront me? Why the sudden retreat? Chen Yang provocatively beckons, adopting a stance as if ready to engage in a brawl. Zhang Xuanjin's face turns a shade of bitter melon, forcing a laugh as he replies, Esteemed junior uncle, please spare me your jesting. I am merely a nominal disciple of master. I am not even a formal disciple. Even if you were to grant me 100-fold courage, I would not dare to lay a hand upon you. At this moment, he chastises himself for not discerning the face of his junior uncle earlier, realizing he has inadvertently stepped into a dangerous situation. Observing Zhang's fearful demeanor juxtaposed with his earlier display of bravado, Chen Yang cannot help but chuckle. Yet, it is commendable that Zhang, in his efforts to uphold the dignity of Longhu Mountain, demonstrates unwavering loyalty. Moreover, Zhang's status as the master's designated disciple implies he possesses exceptional qualities. It is worth noting that the master, revered as the finest disciple under the elder, maintains stringent standards for accepting students. A prominent figure from a top family in Yinjing once sought to apprentice his son under the master. Yet she merely glanced at him and declined, deeming him unworthy even of nominal discipleship. The influential patriarch, a figure capable of shaking Yinjing with a stomp, was left without recourse, his indignation rendered impotent. Yet here stands Zhang Xuanjin, appearing as a charlatan, favored by the master. Perhaps he indeed possesses unique talents. Ahem, young Zhang. I have heard commendations of you from the master. You are quite commendable, ambitious, and full of aspirations. Tell me, Do you wish to attain formal status? Chen Yang feigned a cough, adopting an official tone. Zhang Xuanjin's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. He had anticipated severe reprimand, but instead, the junior uncle posed such a question? This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Oh, esteemed junior uncle, should you grant me formal recognition, you shall be my dearest relative. Command me east, and I shall not dare venture west. Instruct me to chase ducks, and I shall not pursue chickens. In this city of Jinghai, should anyone dare to harm you, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Zhang Xuanjin nearly lunged forward to embrace Chen Yang's leg, overwhelmed with gratitude. Formal recognition. This was the dream he had longed for, the obsession he yearned to fulfill. Now, with Chen Yang's mention, hope glimmered at last. A disciple of Longhu Mountain. That title alone would command respect. Enough, enough. Look at your current state. What a spectacle. Chen Yang observed Zhang's emotional display, unable to suppress a smirk. Is it not merely a matter of my words? Surely the elder will acknowledge it. However, whether he would attain formal status still required observation. One must assess performance. For now, let's enact a little play. Really? Only then did Zhang Xuanjin dare to rise, thumping his chest with righteous fervor. Rest assured, esteemed junior uncle, I excel in the art of performance. Yet, he added, when we face them outside, could you perhaps grant me some dignity? After all, I am somewhat of a notable figure in Jinghai. If I lose face today, future opportunities may elude me. Fear not. Your junior uncle is not one to disregard family honor. Chen Yang reassured him, then suddenly inquired, by the way, how old are you? You appear so youthful, yet bear the marks of age. Ahem. Taken aback, Zhang Xuanjin coughed awkwardly. Esteemed junior uncle, I am 48 this year, my zodiac year, and I wear red undergarments. Only 48? Yet your hair and beard are so gray. You seem quite frail. Chen Yang was taken aback. He had presumed Zhang was at least 60. Ah, esteemed junior uncle, do not be deceived by appearances. Zhang Xuanjin chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. My gray hair is dyed, as are my beard and eyebrows. In my youth, when I still bore black hair, no one would invite me for rituals or fortune-telling, deeming me unreliable. The master once stated, Buddhas rely on golden adornments. Humans rely on attire. Hence, I adopted this appearance, and the results have been remarkably favorable. I have progressed from receiving no commissions to now dismissing any under 1 million. Who else could accomplish such a feat? You are indeed a talent. Chen Yang said, increasingly entertained by Zhang's adaptability and wit. No wonder the master, known for her discerning eye, would take a liking to him. Very well, your style is quite commendable. You shall find prosperity by following your junior uncle. Indeed, I shall rely entirely on you, esteemed junior uncle. Chapter 20. I have returned. Zhang Tianshi and that little charlatan have been inside for quite some time. Meanwhile, countless members of the Tang family awaited Chen Yang's downfall, growing increasingly restless as Zhang Xuanjin failed to drag Chen Yang out in a defeated state. Why was Zhang Tianshi, known for his efficiency, taking so long today? Patience. Did not Zhang Tianshi declare he would first engage that little charlatan in discourse to enlighten him with virtue before dealing with him? Indeed, Zhang Tianshi has always preferred reasoning over brute force. That little swindler is surely doomed today. As they exchange barbs, two figures finally emerge from around the corner. Zhang Xuanjin still appeared ethereal, adjusting his attire with an elevated chin, exuding an air of pride. Behind him, Chen Yang wore a broad smile, conversing amiably with Zhang, their camaraderie akin to that of two brothers. What transpired here? The little charlatan remained unscathed? Everyone stood dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes, convinced they were mistaken. Zhang Tianshi had not struck. How could this be? Splendid. He is unharmed. Tang Fei released a breath she did not realize she was holding. Chen Rui, however, wore a perplexed expression, sensing a significant undercurrent between Zhang Tianshi and Chen Yang. Family, I have returned, Chen Yang exclaimed, twisting his body and eagerly waving to the stunned members of the Tang family. Tang Bo seethed with anger, grinding his teeth. Was this a deliberate provocation? Zhang Tianshi, why did you spare this swindler? He clearly, how dare you speak in such a manner? Zhang Xuanjin narrowed his eyes, glaring at Tang Bo, who stumbled backward and fell to the ground in fright. How dare he accuse my junior uncle of being a swindler? Zhang Tianshi, what is the meaning of this? Tang Shan's expression reflected utter bewilderment. Zhang Xuanjin cleared his throat, his voice thick with emotion. Ahem. I have just engaged in discourse with Chen Tianshi and have clarified that it was all a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, we are all well. Chen Tianshi, hearing Zhang address Chen Yang in such a manner, left everyone in shock. Could it be that this little charlatan was not a fraud? Was he truly a heavenly master? You are indeed a disciple of the old immortal? Tang Shan stepped forward eagerly, gazing intently at Chen Yang. If Chen Yang were truly a disciple of the old immortal, then the marriage with Tang Feier must be settled today, come what may. However, the crux of the matter was that Chen Yang lacked a marriage contract. Yet, if there were a certification from Zhang Xuanjin, the absence of a marriage contract would pose no issue. Zhang Xuanjin's esteemed reputation was well known throughout Jinghai City and was worthy of trust. Zhang Xuanjin found himself somewhat bewildered. Although Chen Yang had asked him to play along in a charade, they had not rehearsed any lines together. Now, with Tang Shan's inquiry, he was entirely at a loss. What disciple of an old immortal? Could the old immortal he referred to possibly be their revered ancestor? Fortunately, Tang Shan was addressing Chen Yang rather than him. So Zhang Xuanjin dutifully stepped aside, standing quietly like an obedient child. Chen Yang turned to his prospective father-in-law, took a step forward, and smiled, asking, "Do you wish for me to be or not to be?" He had previously explained his background, yet the Tang family remained skeptical. Thus, Chen Yang had suddenly decided to change his approach. He wasn't in a hurry to marry, considering he already had 7 wives. Now he intended to test the Tang family. More importantly, it was about that young lady, Tang Feier. His wife must willingly succumb to his charm and marry him out of her own volition. Otherwise, what would be the point of the union? Such ambiguous words left Tang Shan utterly befuddled. The members of the Tang family exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed. Before Zhang Tianxi's arrival, this tricycle-riding fellow had adamantly claimed to be a disciple of the old mystic. Why was he now being evasive? What trickery was this little mystic attempting? The atmosphere shifted to an oddly tense silence, with no one daring to speak, each person exchanging wide-eyed stares in an extraordinary quiet. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh shattered the stillness. Several black BMWs sped towards them, screeching to a halt at the entrance of the Tang family estate. With a loud bang, the car door was kicked open, and Liang, sporting sunglasses and a cigar, strode down with purpose. Wasn't this Li Xiao from the Li family? What was he doing here? All eyes turned to Liang, astonished. Chen Yang, how dare you offend me yesterday? Let us see how I'll make you pay today. Liang laughed recklessly, his gaze icy as he focused on Chen Yang, exuding an air of triumph. Upon noticing Zhang Xuanjin beside Chen Yang, his delight intensified. It seemed he had arrived at the perfect moment. Chen Yang was still alive, allowing him to relish the sight of his suffering. The Tang family members gasped in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. This little mystic had evidently offended many, to the point that even the young master of the Li family wished for his demise. The Li family was not to be trifled with. They were a true first-rate family in Jinghai City, even collaborating with the Huiwei group, far surpassing the Tang family. Even Chen Rui displayed a hint of apprehension. The Chen family, with its billions in assets, held a respectable position in Jinghai City, yet still paled in comparison to the Li family. "Ah, it's you. Do you wish to challenge me?" Chen Yang recognized Liang instantly. Wasn't he the sycophant around his third senior sister? "You little brat, you were quite arrogant yesterday. Today, let us see what you can do." Zhang Tianshi, this is the person I mentioned to you. Eliminate him immediately. Liang commanded, but then suddenly reconsidered. No, wait. He cannot die so easily. I have never let anyone make me feel humiliated before. He shall be the first. I want him to suffer endlessly. Now act swiftly. Yan sneered, directing Zhang Xuanjin as if he were certain of victory, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Zhang Xuanjin's face. Offendingly, Xiao meant certain death for this little mystic. Tang Bo felt a thrill of delight, believing that Zhang Xuanjin's hesitation was likely due to the Tang family's lack of financial contribution. After all, Zhang Xuanjin was infamous for refusing to act without payment. Yet, Li Xiao was not one to lack funds. "Are you sure he will dare to touch me?" Chen Yang regarded Liang with a bemused smile, recognizing the opportunistic nature of the young master. "Zhang, someone wishes to harm me. What do you suggest we do about this?" Zhang Xuanjin finally snapped, discarding his dignified image as he unleashed a torrent of curses. "Yes, indeed. Quickly eliminate him, and I shall transfer the funds immediately." Seeing that Zhang Xuanjin was finally poised to act, Liang crossed his arms triumphantly and laughed. I meant to kill you. Zhang Xuanjin's brows furrowed, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Liang. What did you just say? Liang, incredulous, exclaimed, but I have paid. Money, money, money. What good is your money to me? Zhang Xuanjin had no intention of returning the funds once they were in his possession. Thus, he made a decision that defied all principles of martial ethics, to refuse to act despite being paid. Zhang Xuanjin advanced towards Liang, exuding an aura of menace. Yu Liang felt the weight of Zhang Xuanjin's presence, causing him to instinctively retreat and command his bodyguards, stop him. These bodyguards had witnessed Zhang Xuanjin's prowess at the Taoist temple, where he had effortlessly dispatched them with a mere flick of his wand. Now, Liang was asking them to stand in his way. Each guard swallowed hard, their hearts racing with trepidation. Did they truly believe they could prevent this master from acting? Zhang Xuanjin, with a disdainful demeanor, charged forward with lightning speed, striking each of the bodyguards surrounding Liang before they could even react. They were sent sprawling on the ground, groaning in agony. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanjin seized Liang by the neck, lifting him as effortlessly as one would a chick. Let go of me, Liang gasped, struggling fiercely as the suffocating grip rendered him nearly lifeless, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. I paid for this. I spent 5 million to buy my life, not for you to take it. Yet his protests fell on deaf ears. Zhang Xuanjin instinctively glunted at Chen Yang, asking, what should we do with this guy? He almost called him Little Master Uncle, but wisely refrained. If he provoked the Little Master Uncle, it would spell disaster for him. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The Tang family held their breath, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. What was happening? Zhang Xuanjin was actually attacking Liang? After all, Liang had paid for his protection. Could it be that Chen Yang, this little trickster, had spent even more money? You really are something. Little Li No. I think I shall call you Little Li Z from now on. With arms crossed and a smirk, Chen Yang observed Liang, whose complexion had turned a sickly, purplish hue. He then signaled to Zhang Xuanjin. Understanding the cue, Zhang Xuanjin tossed Liang to the ground, where he rolled several times, gasping for air and clutching his throat. After a moment, Liang regained his composure, his expression filled with resentment. Damn you, Chen Yang. How dare you touch me? And you, Zhang Xuanjin, you took my money and then attacked me? What is the meaning of this? Please, your petty sum of money is beneath my notice. Zhang Xuanjin scoffed. Little Li Z, in your next life, keep your eyes peeled. Not everyone is worth your ire. He swept his feather duster between Liang's legs. Liang's pupils dilated in horror, clutching his groin in excruciating pain, rolling on the ground in agony. Wait, you only have one egg? Zhang Xuanjin remarked with surprise, initially intending to leave him with one, but now it seemed that was his own misfortune. This is not my fault, he added innocently. I am the sole heir of the Li family for 9 generations. Liang wailed, his body tense with pain. No worries, let your father try for another. If he cannot, I can assist as long as he treats my offspring well. Zhang Xuanjin shook his head in mock sympathy. You. Liang was so enraged that he could hardly breathe, suddenly convulsing, rolling his eyes back, and foaming at the mouth before collapsing unconscious. Li Xiao, the bodyguards protecting Liang were stricken with fear, their faces paling. Liang's father, the head of the Li family, was a business tycoon with billions in assets. If he learned of his son's predicament, he would undoubtedly be furious. They, as bodyguards, would surely face punishment for failing to protect Li Xiao. Should we deliver a fatal blow to finish him off? Zhang Xuanzhen asket Din Yang, Jasuali. Chen Yang smiled and shook his head. Take it easy, that's enough. At Longhu Mountain, we advocate for winning people over with virtue. Very well, I shall spare his life this time. Zhang Xuanjin nodded, then ferociously shouted at the sprawled bodyguards. Take this blind fool and get out. The bodyguards, terrified, scrambled to their feet, hastily dragging the unconscious Liang into their vehicle and speeding away as if pursued by the Grim Reaper himself, fearing Zhang Xuanjin would chase them down. What has happened? Li Xiao was utterly incapacitated. The realization struck them hard. The sole heir of the Li family, especially cherished by his father, had met such a fate. The entire Jinghai city would surely bear the brunt of the Li family's wrath. The Tang family members stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Even Chun Rui, another wealthy heir, was left in a daze, feeling a chilling sensation below, causing him to instinctively tighten his legs. Suddenly, He noticed Chen Yang's gaze upon him. What? What do you want? Chen Rui felt a sense of foreboding, instinctively shielding his groin. He possessed 2 eggs, but he certainly didn't want to fall victim to Zhang Xuanjin's antics. Fear not. I am not one to harm the innocent, Chen Yang reassured him, patting Chen Rui on the shoulder with a grin, then turning his attention toward Tang Feier. My dear, I had intended to marry you today, but given the current situation, it seems I shall have to wait a couple more days. Please keep the invitation safe and remember to attend the banquet. And if you dare to run away from the wedding again, I shall have to discipline you. Chen Yang winked at Tang Feier. Go away. Tang Feier old heiress. Exasperated. How could Chen Yang be so shameless? She had just been worried for him, and now he was trying to take advantage of her? I cannot die. If I do, you will be left a widower. All right, that's enough. I shall take my leave now. Chen Yang whistled, cheerfully walking over to his luxury vehicle, unlocking it, and preparing to head home. Zhang Xuanjin was astonished, realizing that his master uncle was indeed riding a tricycle. What level am I at? Why should I have one more wheel than him? I must change that at once. As Chen Yang rode away whistling, Zhang Xuanjin hurriedly caught up, nervously rubbing his hands as he inquired, Master uncle, how did I do just now? Chen Yang patted his shoulder, smiling approvingly. Not bad. Keep it up. Hearing this, Zhang Xuanjin felt invigorated, finally receiving praise from his master uncle, bringing him one step closer to gaining his recognition. Master uncle, let us exchange numbers, so you can summon me at any time. I shall not hesitate to face any challenge for you. All right, Chen Yang replied, not keeping him in suspense. Zhang Xuanjin had proven to be quite resourceful, and he had passed the initial impression test. After exchanging contact information, Chen Yang departed, while Zhang Xuanjin intended to see him off, but was promptly told to leave him be. Meanwhile, the Tang family members exchanged bewildered glances, still reeling from the recent events. This is undoubtedly a big deal, Chen Rui suddenly exclaimed, realizing that Chen Yang was far from ordinary. Not only had he incapacitated Liang, but Zhang Xuanjin's sycophantic demeanor was more obsequious than that of a mere follower. He was wealthier and more formidable than himself. If he could align himself with this powerful figure, even the esteemed Zhang Tianshi would have to heed his commands. With that thought, Chen Rui hurried to his luxury vehicle, racing after Chen Yang. Just then, a sleek sports car approached as Chen Yang was waiting at a red light. The door swung open, and Chen Rui, adjusting his attire, dropped to his knees before Chen Yang. Big brother, please accept my humble bow, he implored, prostrating himself with utmost reverence. Wait, who are you calling big brother? You must be mistaken. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Big brother, it's me, the handsome guy from the Tang family earlier. Though I must say you are far more handsome. Chen Rui stood up, confidently tossing his hair. To hell with it. I won't take any little brothers. Chen Yang scoffed, gesturing for him to leave. Big brother, since you won't take little brothers, surely you'll take disciples, right? From now on, I shall be your most esteemed disciple. Please accept me as your pupil. Chen Rui approached with utmost seriousness. Get lost. Do you think being a disciple of Longhu Mountain is that easy? Chen Yang had never encountered anyone with a thicker skin than his. Today was a revelation. He kicked Chen Rui in the backside, causing him to yelp in pain. Big brother, since you've kicked me, you must take responsibility. Quickly give me your contact information so that I may serve you well. Yes, you. Having me as your little brother will yield great rewards. I merely kicked you. I didn't use your backside. Responsibility? Get lost. Chen Yang was somewhat impressed by this character, who clung like a stubborn plaster. However, upon contemplation, having an additional little brother didn't seem like such a bad idea. Moreover, Chen Rui's forehead bore a dark hue, hinting at impending misfortune. If the entire forehead were dark, it would signify personal calamity, but if the sides were dark, it indicated troubles for relatives. Given Chen Rui's situation, it was likely his father would soon face trouble. All right, I'll make an exception and ensure your father stays put for a while. Also, don't call me unnecessarily. If there is something, even less so. Chen Yang found this fellow amusing enough to casually toss him his number before sending him off. Yes, big brother. Whenever you go out in Jinghai City, remember to mention my name. Your expenses will be covered by me. Chen Rui clutched the phone number as if it were a treasure, his excitement palpable. What is going on? Li Xiao has been incapacitated? What about Zhang Tianshi? Why did he aid that little charlatan? At this moment, the Tang family finally emerged from their stupor. Each member racked their brains, trying to decipher the source of the issue. I understand. Zhang Tianshi is fond of money. He must have helped the little charlatan attack Li Xiao because the charlatan offered him more. Zhang Tianshi had always favored those who paid him well. Li Xiao had likely lost due to insufficient funds. Tang Bo slapped his head, speaking with certainty. Second uncle, does this mean that the little charlatan is quite wealthy? A younger relative scratched his head, pondering aloud. If that's the case, it wouldn't be impossible for Sister Feier to marry him. Huh, he has no money. Have you forgotten what I said earlier? Recently, Jinghai City has witnessed several heinous thefts involving vast sums of money. In my opinion, this little charlatan is undoubtedly a thief. His money and invitations are likely stolen. Feier must not associate with such a person. Our Feier, as beautiful as a celestial being, deserves only the sons of prominent families. Big brother, stop hesitating. Select a young master from the Chen, Sun, Zhao, or Li families to unite with our Tang family, lest Feier be deceived by that charlatan. Tang Bo looked eagerly at Tang Shan. Tang Shan frowned slightly. He didn't care about Chen Yang's wealth. He merely wished to ascertain whether Chen Yang was truly the disciple of the old immortal. Unfortunately, Chen Yang's ambiguous responses and lack of a marriage contract left Tang Shan feeling somewhat helpless. I have a clear understanding of Feier's marriage, Tang Shan replied, frowning. Upon hearing this, Tang Bo realized that his brother still harbored thoughts about the old immortal's disciple and immediately retorted, Big brother, you are too stubborn. A union with a prominent family is the best choice for our Tang family to ascend to greater heights. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Chapter 23. Blood for blood. Tang Shan glanced at his brother's demeanor and shook his head, choosing not to say more. Tang Feier made a face at Tang Bo, finding her second uncle to be sycophantic, short-sighted, and infamous for his petty nature. Tang Feier couldn't be bothered to argue with him, as the Tang family was not under his authority. However, she felt a flicker of curiosity about Chen Yang. Initially, she thought her encounter with him on the train would be a fleeting moment, never to be repeated. Yet he had sought her out and even managed to win over Zhang Xian. He seemed to possess some skill. What exactly was this fellow's purpose? Tang Feier felt ripples of intrigue within her. At the first hospital of Jinghai City, Li Ong lay in agony on the hospital bed, flanked by two doctors in white coats. Both doctors wore furrowed brows, their expressions unusually grave, and finally sighed. Suddenly, the door to the ward was kicked open, and Li Zheng, head of the Li family, stormed in, seething with rage. Who dares to harm my son? My Li family has been passed down for 9 generations. Who would dare touch a hair on my son's head? I will make their entire family suffer. Li Zheng had been in a meeting when he received news of his son's injury and rushed over, immediately spotting Li Ong lying on the bed, devoid of color. Igniting his fury, Li Directo, the bodyguards and doctors trembled at the sight of the furious Li Zheng, wishing they could bury their heads in their trousers. How is my son? Li Zhenhufa. After treatment, young Master Li is out of immediate danger. However, the two doctors exchanged glances, hesitating to continue. Hearing that his son was out of danger, Li Zheng exhaled a sigh of relief, but quickly demanded, But what? Dad, I am ruined. At that moment, Li Ong suddenly awoke, tears streaming down his face as he saw his father, Li Zheng. What? Li Zheng felt as if struck by lightning. Immediately turning to the two doctors. The doctors gulped nervously and stammered, Director Li, please calm down. We have done our utmost, but young Master Li's injuries are too severe. It is simply impossible to restore him. Nonsense. Does this not mean my Li family will face extinction? Li Zems fui erupta. And he began to lash out at the bodyguards beside Li Ong. A bunch of useless fools. You couldn't even protect the young master. What good are you to me? I might as well have a dog. Dad, the one who ruined me is Zhang Xian. Li Ong gritted his teeth, seething with hatred at the thought of Zhang Xian's betrayal. What? Zhang Xian? Upon hearing that name, Li Zheng, who had been ready to seek vengeance, suddenly felt a cold wave wash over him, calming his rage considerably. Son, how did you provoke him? That Zhang Xian is no easy opponent. How could I have offended him? It was he who offended me. Liang immediately recounted the entire story, feeling wronged. After listening, Li Zheng's anger intensified. Damn it, this Zhang fellow is utterly unscrupulous. He accepted money yet failed to deliver, and even ruined you. How outrageous. Dad, I want to rest until I have my revenge. I want Zhang Xian dead, and I want that little brat Chen Yang to be torn to pieces. Liang spoke with deep humiliation, feeling he could no longer consider himself a complete man. Li Zheng gritted his teeth, sitting at the bedside as if making a grave decision. Oomph. While Zhang Xian may be formidable, he is not invincible. As long as I can call in some connections, even Zhang Xian will meet his end. As for that Chen Yang, I will have him dismembered. Upon hearing that revenge was within reach, Li Ang's discomfort dissipated, and he promptly inquired, "Father, whom do you intend to seek vengeance against?" Li Zheng scoffed, "A force that even Zhang Xuanjin cannot provoke. Even if it cost me my entire fortune, I must swallow this indignation." With that, he strode to the balcony and made a phone call. Little did they know, Chen Yang hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to the estate. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar, somewhat pungent fragrance, distinctively different from the scent of Yi Hongyu. Upon entering the living room, he noticed a woman with golden, wavy hair seated next to Yi Hongyu. "Chen Yang, how did you return so quickly? Surely, you weren't sent away?" Their laughter echoed, but upon hearing the door, Yi Hongyu turned, her expression questioning. "Quickly, that is the standard for a qualified man." Chen Yang patted his chest with self-satisfaction. Suddenly, he noticed a red pendant hanging around the neck of the golden-haired woman, identical to the one adorning Yi Hongyu. With a warm smile, he approached, brimming with enthusiasm. "Senior sister, who is this beautiful lady? I don't recall having seen her before." Yi Hongyu shot him an exasperated glare, thinking how he acted as if he had never encountered a woman before. "This is my close friend, Zhang Zhiqiu." She then turned to explain to the golden-haired beauty, "Zhiqiu, this is my junior brother, Chen Yang." "Hello, hello, Zhiqiu sister," Chen Yang exclaimed, extending his hand eagerly. Chen Yang younger brother, greetings. I've heard so much about you from Hongyu. You truly are quite the handsome young man," Zhang Zhiqiu replied with a smile, graciously shaking his hand. "Oh, Zhiqiu sister, that pendant around your neck is exquisite. It appears my senior sister possesses one as well." Chen Yang's gaze flickered with intrigue as he focused on the red pendant. "This? I acquired it from a temple as a charm for good fortune. There are two in total, one for me and one for Hongyu, to bring us luck." Zhang Zhiqiu chuckled, then retrieved an elegant box from her bag. "Hongyu, in a couple of days, the Huiwei group will celebrate its 5th anniversary, right? As her best friend, I may not be able to assist you much in your career, but in other matters, I can certainly lend a hand, such as this." Chapter 24. Chen Yang, something seems off? "This is a good luck bracelet I specifically obtained for you from the temple. Wear it daily, and good fortune shall follow. Here, let me put it on you." Zhang Zhiqiu presented a string of red agate beads, grasping Yi Hongyu's hand to adorn her with it. Such a beautiful bracelet. However, before it could reach Yi Hongyu's wrist, Chen Yang abruptly reached out, claiming it for himself. "Goodness, the texture is so delicate, smooth as jade, it's utterly captivating. What are you doing?" Ye Hongyu froned. Sensing something was amiss since Chen Yang's visit to the Tang family. Was it possible the bride had fled again, causing him distress? Or perhaps he had developed an interest in her friend. "Senior sister, this bracelet is stunning. I desire one as well," Chen Yang said with a grin. Before Yi Hongyu could retort, Zhang Zhiqiu quickly interjected. "If you like this bracelet, I can fetch another one for you when I visit the temple again. This one is meant for Hongyu, blessed by a master, and even has her name inscribed on it, so it cannot be given to you. If you wear it, it may lose its power." Chen Yang inspected it closely and indeed found that each of the 18 beads bore Yi Hongyu's name. "I see, senior sister. You can have it back." Reluctantly, he returned the bracelet to her. "Chen Yang younger brother, don't be upset with your sister. I brought you a gift as well. Tajda. Look." Zhang Zhiqiu sighed in relief, producing a small box from her bag, revealing a tiny golden pig. "For me? Is this truly for me?" Chen Yang's eyes sparkled as he produced a black jade pendant for his pocket. "It's only polite to reciprocate." "Zhiqiu's sister, this is a good luck jade pendant I acquired from the temple. Ever since I wore it, I've won lotteries every time and have had no need for dowry in marriage. It's remarkably effective. I don't typically part with such treasures. But since you are so beautiful and a dear friend of my senior sister's, I shall gift it to you now, wishing you abundant fortune and success. Here, allow me to put it on you." After his declaration, he gestured for Zhang Zhiqiu to extend her hand. She hesitated, taken aback by his generous offer. Could this little rascal be harboring ulterior motives? If that were the case, perhaps she could leverage that to her advantage. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes. "Then I thank you, younger brother." Chen Yang fastened the pendant onto her wrist, exclaiming, "What a perfect match." Following this, he settled back, casually watching television, while Yi Hongyu and Zhang Jiqiu engaged in light-hearted discussions about cosmetics and attire. Soon, Zhang Jiqiu declared she had to leave for company matters. Before departing, she bid farewell to Chen Yang, embodying the essence of a charming, neighborly older sister. What on earth is going on with you? Are you smitten with my friend? As soon as Zhang Jiqiu left, Yi Hongyu shot a disapproving glare at Chen Yang. Senior sister, how could you suggest such a thing? I have no interest in older single women. Chen Yang vehemently denied. Then why were you so eager to chat with her and give her gifts? Yi Hongyu raised an eyebrow, sensing something was amiss with Chen Yang. Sigh. I initially wished to avoid mentioning this, fearing it might harm your friendship. But since she is so ungrateful, I shall not hold back. Chen Yang crossed his arms, visibly perturbed. Senior sister, have you been experiencing restless nights lately, plagued by dreams? And yet, last night, you slept soundly? Yi Hongyu paused, recalling that indeed. She had slept peacefully after Chen Yang's visit. Recently, the pressures from the group have weighed heavily on me, but I felt elated when you came over. Hence the good sleep. What's wrong with that? That's a significant matter. Chen Yang shook his head. Senior sister, think carefully. Did your sleeplessness begin the day you started wearing that red pendant around your neck? Yi Hongyu immediately yanked the pendant off, frowning. Are you implying this pendant is problematic? Chen Yang nodded. That pendant is cursed. Anyone who wears it will suffer from insomnia and a poor mental state. However, when we were fooling around in the office yesterday, I managed to lift the curse, which is why you slept so well last night. Although Zhang Jiqiu possesses an identical pendant, hers is free of the curse, and she sleeps soundly every night. He paused, his eyes then drifting to the bracelet on Yi Hongyu's wrist, clicking his tongue thoughtfully. Now, having received this bracelet, it too is cursed. If you wear it, you may find yourself hospitalized within a few days, and no advanced medical equipment will reveal the cause of your ailment. The person who placed this curse possesses considerable skill, nearly eluding even my detection. What? Yi Hongyu stood frozen in place, her face pale with shock. However, she unconditionally trusted Chen Yang's words and immediately removed the bracelet. Yet, Chen Yang promptly placed it back on her wrist. Third senior sister, why take it off? Just now I was continuously handling this bracelet, and the poison within has already been eradicated. By wearing it now, you reap only benefits, ensuring health and longevity. Upon hearing Chen Yang's reassurance, Yi Hongyu finally felt at ease. No wonder Chen Yang had acted so strangely earlier. He must have known that Zhang Jiqiu was up to something. But wait, Jiqiu is my closest friend. We share a bond akin to sisters. She would never harm me. There must be some misunderstanding. Many wish me ill in Jinghai City, and Jiqiu must have been manipulated. Although she recognized the significant issues surrounding the pendant and bracelet, Yi Hongyu could not believe Zhang Jiqiu would betray her. After all, their years of friendship led her to prefer the notion that Jiqiu was unaware of any wrongdoing. Senior sister, how can you be so certain it isn't her? Chen Yang inquired, stroking his chin. I trust her. Yi Hongyu replied without hesitation. Chen Yang's expression turned peculiar. Yi Hongyu was a decisive and formidable businesswoman. Yet when it came to emotions, once she placed her trust in someone, she remained unwavering. This was, in fact, her Achilles heel. Third senior sister, how about a wager? Chen Yang said, a smile breaking across his face. A wager? On what? Yi Hongyu raised an eyebrow, her long, fair legs elegantly crossed. The jade pendant I gifted to Zhang Jiqiu has undergone a minor alteration. If she is indeed being manipulated, that pendant will shield her from calamity and bring her good fortune. However, if she harbors any ill intentions towards you, misfortune will follow her, leading to minor inconveniences or severe consequences, depending on the depth of her malice. I wager that in just a few days, she will come to me on her knees, begging for help. If I win, senior sister, you shall give me a 1-hour shoulder massage. Chen Yang eagerly rubbed his hands, only to have his ear pinched the next moment. Are you asking me to serve you? You arrogant brat? Have you lost your mind? Ye Hongyu Sukofut. Should you lose and dare to slander my friend, just wait and see how I deal with you. Oh dear, third senior sister, how can you repay kindness with malice? Chen Yang exclaimed, leaping up and dashing away as Yi Hongyu chased him barefoot. Brat, weren't you supposed to deliver invitations to the Tang family? Why aren't you on a date with Tang Feier? Did she turn you down? Nonsense. Your junior is handsome and charming, a sight that turns heads throughout Jinghai City. Then why are you back so early? I calculated and sensed that you were in danger, so I forsook romance for family and rushed back. Oh dear, how touching. Junior brother, stop running. Let your senior sister thank you with a kiss for saving me. Once she uttered those words, Chen Yang sprinted even faster. At the intersection, Zhang Jiqiu paused her car at a red light, a faint, cold smile gracing her lips. Yi Hongyu, president of the Huiwei Group, what of it? You're still but a pawn in my game. Once you encounter misfortune, Huiwei Group will change hands, and everything you possess will belong to me. What a foolish junior brother, a mere country bumpkin daring to covet me. Soon, you won't even be worthy of licking my toes. Speaking of which, this jade pen and ISNT half bad. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a car rear-ended hers, deploying the airbag directly into her face, smudging her makeup and causing blood to flow from her nostrils. What are you doing? Can you not drive? Zhang Jiqiu fumed, unbuckling her seatbelt and preparing to confront the driver. However, she overlooked a banana peel beneath her feet, slipping and crashing to the ground, her forehead hitting hard. Zhang Jiqiu cried out, feeling the world spin. Why am I so unfortunate? That was her last coherent thought before her eyelids grew heavy, and she swiftly lost consciousness. Later that evening at the Chen household, after dinner, the patriarch, Chen Guoqing, sat on the sofa reading the newspaper when his son, Chen Rui, approached. Dad, you must stay indoors for a while. It's dangerous. Chen Rui placed a cup of tea before his father, speaking earnestly, recalling Chen Yang's warning from earlier. Is this about pocket money again? Chen Guoqing glanced at his son dismissively. Not at all. Dad, I made a powerful acquaintance who warned me that you should avoid going out. There's a risk of calamity. What nonsense. How many times must I tell you to steer clear of such shady characters? If you learn bad habits, I will deal with you. Chen Guoqing retorted, receiving a phone call. Hello, President Huang. Care to join us for dinner? Li and the others will be there too. Great, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, he instructed the driver to prepare for departure. Seeing his father disregard his warning, Chen Rui became frantic, blocking the door. Dad, you truly cannot go out, my friend said. Shut it. Butler, confine this brat. He has not to leave the house. He has wasting his time, and I don't want him getting swindled. Chen Guoqing barked, convinced his son had fallen prey to a con artist. Dad, why won't you believe me? Young master, please don't disturb the master while he is conducting business. Let us go. The butler attempted to lead Chen Rui away, but he stubbornly resisted, ultimately summoning bodyguards to drag him off. Brat, you truly must be bewitched. I'll deal with you upon my return. Chen Guoqing glared at his son before leaving. Xiao Rui, your father is off to negotiate business. Do not trouble him. And as for this so-called friend of yours, avoid associating with such dubious characters in the future. Dad, you must trust me. My friend is well acquainted with Master Zhang Xuanjin. Even Zhang Tianxia listens to him, seeing that no one believed him. Chen Rui reluctantly mentioned Zhang Xuanjin, yet Chen Guoqing remained unconvinced and departed, leaving Chen Rui to reflect on his mistakes in isolation. This child has clearly lacked discipline lately. Believing every word he hears, Chen Rui's mother, Li Suya, lamented. Not long after, a phone call abruptly interrupted the Chen household. Madam, this is terrible. The master, he has collapsed. What? Li Suya gasped as if struck by lightning. My husband has collapsed? What happened? Crashing through the door, Chen Rui shouted. Where are you? What is wrong with my father? We're at the first municipal hospital. I'm afraid. You should hurry. 20 minutes later, at the first municipal hospital, in the ICU. Doctor, how is my husband? Li Suya and the family rushed in, as the Chen family were major stakeholders in the hospital, ensuring the best specialists were summoned immediately. Director Liao Tao glanced at the family, his expression turning grave. Madam, we have done all we can. Chairman Li. His life has been preserved, but he remains in a coma and may potentially become a vegetable. What? Li Suya's complexion turned pale as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. He seemed perfectly fine when he left. How could this have happened? She nearly gasped for breath and fainted. Madam, please remain calm. We are doing everything we can to investigate Chairman Li's condition. The director, startled, hurried to console her. However, soon after, an expert from the ICU emerged, shaking his head in resignation. Director, we are unable to ascertain the cause of Chairman Li's illness. This left Liao Tao feeling dejected. Li Guoqing had regular health checkups every 6 months, and it had only been less than a month since the last one. His health had always been robust. How could he suddenly fall ill? No matter the cost or the means, I must save my husband. Li Suya suddenly came to her senses, gripping Liao Tao's collar in agitation. If my husband cannot be cured, You won't be able to keep your position as director either. Madam, Liao Tao was at a loss for words. If they couldn't even determine the cause, how could they treat him? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Medical issues that elude resolution can sometimes be addressed through metaphysical means. Chapter 26. Who want to sleep with you? Madam, Chairman Chen's condition is exceptionally peculiar. We have tried every method, yet we cannot uncover the cause. However, I know a master who is well-versed in celestial and earthly matters, as well as the cycles of life and death. Perhaps we can invite him to take a look. He might discern the underlying issue, Liao Tao suggested. Is he truly that insightful? Please, bring him here at once, Li Suya urged, her desperation compelling her to consider anyone capable of curing her husband. Well, madam, that master does charge quite a fee. Liao Tao hesitated, looking troubled. Is the Chen family lacking in funds? I will pay whatever it takes if he can save my husband, Li Suya declared vehemently. Hearing this, Liao Tao's eyes gleamed. He had been waiting for such a response. Madam, please hold on. I will contact the master immediately. Liao Tao rushed back to his office, locked the door, and made a call. Master Wu, it's me. Liao from the first hospital. I have a patient in a coma who requires your assistance. This patient is a prominent figure in Jinghai City and a major shareholder of our hospital. Feel free to set a high price. The usual split remains 70-30. Outside the ICU, Mom, we don't need to invite any master. My older brother is far more capable than any master, Chen Rue declared earnestly, observing his family's anxious expressions. Although Chen Yang had never met their father, Chen Guoqing, he could predict that something was amiss with him. Who could rival such prophetic ability? Xiaohui, you must be out of your mind. That brother of yours is undoubtedly a swindler seeking to deceive our family. Chen Rue's uncle, Chen Gobin, interjected with discontent. You cannot know a person's true intentions just by their appearance. How can you be sure your father hasn't been cursed by him? Chimed in his aunt. I believe he has secretly cast some spell on your father, which is why he has suddenly fallen into a coma. You should keep your distance from that brother of yours, lest he harms your father and then turns on you. At that moment, the entire Chen family turned against Chen Rue, even blaming Chen Yang as the root of their woes. Chen Rue found no opportunity to explain himself, as he was drowned out by their collective outcry. Li Siya, with a grim expression, added, Xiao Rue, if your father's illness is indeed related to that charlatan you mentioned, our Chen family will not let him off easily. Chen Rue was rendered speechless. Without his family's trust, what could he do? Frustrated, he excused himself to the restroom, thankful that he had managed to obtain Chen Yang's phone number earlier that morning. He promptly dialed. At Yi Hongyu's estate in the living room, she was applying a facial mask when she suddenly noticed Chen Yang arranging several turtle shells. You little rascal, why are you playing with turtle shells instead of sleeping? Sister, master instructed you to practice diligently, yet you waste your days away, Chen Yang retorted. I'm not playing. I am divining. Thank you very much. Divining? Yi Hongyu's eyes lit up. Then hurry and tell me when I will become the world's richest person. Yi Hongyu had little interest in men or cultivation. Only wealth and business piqued her curiosity. That cannot be revealed. Peering into fate can shorten one's lifespan, Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, retreating to his room. When he re-emerged, he had changed into casual attire, carrying the well-worn backpack from earlier. What are you doing out so late? Going to find a lady? Yi Hongyu asked in surprise. Sure. Chen Yang placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. 3, 2, 1. The phone rang precisely on cue. As he answered, Chen Rue's anxious voice came through. Big brother, it's me, your newly accepted little brother. Chen Rui, do you remember me? Sheng Hui. Who? Chen Yang feigned ignorance, digging at his ear. Chen Rue grew frantic, quickly clarifying, Big brother, the one from the Tang family earlier today. My father is in trouble. Can you help? Oh, you didn't heed my advice and went out, did you? Yes, big brother, please, I beg you to save my father. 100 million. Chen Rue was momentarily taken aback. Was it appropriate to discuss money between brothers? And to demand such a hefty sum right off the bat seemed overly mercenary. No money? Then I'm hanging up. Wait. If you can save my father, I'll pay 100 million. Chen Rue gritted his teeth. Fine, send me the address. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Chen Yang chuckled. My first earnings from the mountain are here. Although his sister had gifted him a bank card containing 100 million, As the foremost celestial master of Longhu Mountain, he could not possibly rely on a woman's wealth. Sister, I'm off to earn my dowry. Don't wait up for me tonight. Sleep well on your own. He waved goodbye to Yi Hongyu. Get lost. Who wants to sleep with you? Yi Hongyu retaliated by tossing a slipper at him, but Chen Yang slipped out the door like a mudfish. Meanwhile, at the first hospital, where is that master? The Chen family was growing increasingly anxious. Madam, please don't fret. Master Wu is quite busy, and there are many who seek his assistance. It is only due to my prior connections that I managed to persuade him to come, Liao Tao reassured them. Just as he spoke, a man dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, with a square face and a goat beard, exuding an otherworldly aura, strode down the corridor. Master Wu, Liao Tao exclaimed, rushing to greet him. Wu Shanha raised his head, puffing out his chest, and looked down his nose at Liao Tao, seemingly exuding an air of superiority, barely acknowledging him. The Chen family exchanged glances, quickly realizing that this Master Wu appeared to be rather full of himself. Madam, this is Master Wu. His temperament is rather peculiar. Please do not take offense, Liao Tao quickly introduced. Greetings, Master Wu, Li Suya said skeptically, still unsure about the situation. Wu Shanha cast a glance at her, calmly stating, Li Suya, female, 49 years of age, born in the year of the tiger. Your birth chart indicates a promising destiny. Your husband, Chen Guoqing, 50 years old, born in the year of the ox, also possesses a fortunate birth chart, signifying great wealth and prosperity. However, his fate appears somewhat fragile, and I fear he may not endure many days of good fortune, as he is likely to meet an untimely demise soon. Upon hearing these words, the Chen family was taken aback, having never encountered Wu Shanha before. Today marked their first meeting. How could he, with just a glance at Li Suya, discern both her and Chen Guoqing's birth charts? Truly, he was a remarkable figure. Master, please, you must save my husband. Li Suya's eyes reddened at the mention of an untimely death, panic gripping her heart. Do not worry. Let me calculate, Wu Shanha replied, extending his right hand and methodically performing a calculation. Suddenly, his brow furrowed deeply, and his expression grew grave. The gates of life are tightly shut, while the gates of death are wide open. It is a precarious situation indeed. With a solemn tone, he continued, Your husband's condition is dire. It is only by encountering me that he stands a slim chance of survival. Had it been anyone else, he would undoubtedly perish. Upon hearing of this glimmer of hope, Li Suya grasped Wu Shanha's hand, tears streaming down her face. Please, master, save my husband. Wu Shanha's eyes glimmered, though his demeanor remained composed. I can save your husband, but this intervention will involve seizing a life from the king of hell, which comes at the cost of one's own vitality. Liao Tao, experienced in such matters, quickly interjected, Madam, sacrificing life force is a grave matter. Wu Shanha raised his hand dramatically, an expression of righteousness on his face. Very well, I have dedicated my life to healing and saving lives. Rescuing one is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. If sacrificing my own vitality is required, so be it. However, Madam, snatching a life from the king of hell is no simple task. Moreover, the king is easily appeased, but the minor spirits are troublesome. I will need to exchange earthly wealth for otherworldly currency to placate the spirits along the road to the underworld, and this will not be inexpensive. The Chen family was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend how the king of hell was involved. Yet, witnessing Wu Shanha's earnest demeanor, they realized the gravity of the situation. Madam, if I am not mistaken, your husband is currently in a state of unconsciousness, yet all his bodily functions appear normal, correct? His unconsciousness is due to his soul being taken by the black and white impermanence, and it is now en route to the king of hell. Time is of the essence. If we delay, once his soul reaches the underworld, he shall never awaken. Wu Shanha spoke with utmost seriousness. The prospect of her husband never waking sent Li Suya into a panic. Please, master, act immediately to save my husband. I will pay any price. At her words, Wu Shanha felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained his calm facade. Are you certain, madam? My fees are quite substantial. Name your price. I will pay whatever it is. Wu Shanha calculated and smiled. My fee for this intervention is 10 million for my efforts, 10 million for the sacrifice of vitality, and an additional 30 million to appease the spirits of the underworld, totaling 50 million. Upon hearing this, not only did the Chen family gasp, but even Liao Tao was taken aback. To treat a mere ailment and demand 50 million was an astronomical sum. I wanted you to charge more, but this is simply exorbitant. Fine, if you can say my husband, 50 million will be transferred to your account immediately. Li Suya replied without hesitation, driven by desperation and fear from Wu Shanha's ominous words. Surprised by her swift agreement, Wu Shanha momentarily paused, realizing the Chen family was indeed quite affluent. Had he known, he would have asked for even more. Meanwhile, Liao Tao was nearly ecstatic. 50 million meant he would pocket a hefty sum as well. However, just as Wu Shanha was reveling in his excitement, a mocking laughter echoed through the corridor. Chen Yang appeared, hands casually in his pockets, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Who are you? Do you not know this is a place of healing? Security. Someone throw this person out. Liao Tao immediately sensed Chen Yang's hostile intent, and the sarcasm in his words irritated him. The other members of the Chen family looked at Chen Yang, questioning his identity. Brother, you finally arrived. Sheng Hui exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he approached. Mom, this is my elder brother. He can surely save Dad. At the mention of his elder brother, the Chen family's expression soured. Chen Yang appeared younger than Chen Rui and was dressed casually, presenting a stark contrast to the dignified Wu Shanha in his robe. Hello, Master Wu, it's been a while. I've missed you. Chen Yang greeted warmly, ignoring the disapproving glares from the Chen family. Wu Shanha was taken aback, then his expression darkened. You again? I have no recollection of you. Do not attempt to associate with me. Ah, Master Wu seems to have a poor memory. Should I remind you? Chen Yang smiled, revealing his teeth. No need. I said I do not know you, and I mean it. Your words are futile, Wu Shanha retorted coldly, then turned to Li Suya. Madam, do not waste time. Lead me to your husband. Every second delayed increases his peril. Li Suya nodded quickly, warning Chen Rui, Xiao Rui, tell your friend to remain silent. She then led Wu Shanha towards the ICU room, while the rest of the Chen family shot Chen Yang warning glances, clearly indicating that they had no time to deal with him now. Brother, can this Master Wu truly save Dad? Chen Rui asked anxiously. I do not know if he can save your father, but I can assure you he can hasten his journey to the afterlife, Chen Yang remarked, digging in his ears. What? Brother, do not frighten me. Chen Rui's face paled in fear. Why fret? We will find out when we enter the ward, Chen Yang replied, gesturing for Chen Rui to lead the way. Inside the ward, everyone followed suit. Wu Shanha, eager to showcase his abilities, insisted that all present observe his methods. Chapter 28. Who will inquire of whom? Wu Shanha appeared calm and composed, burning talismans and shaking bells, resembling a soul-calling ritual, muttering phrases such as return, O soul. His elaborate performance suggested that Chen Guoqing's soul had indeed been drawn away to the underworld. The atmosphere in the ward was tense. Everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb his ritual. Such theatrics are merely for show, Chen Yang remarked, shrugging as if witnessing madness. Silence. This is not a place for your comments. Liao Tao snapped, his expression now fierce. The actions of this fellow are utterly futile, a sheer waste of time. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders. You don't truly believe that the underworld exists, do you? Have you read too many mythological novels? Upon hearing this, the Chen family members, who initially bore ill will towards Chen Yang, began to waver. Deep down, they too harbored doubts about the existence of the underworld. But with the hospital unable to treat Chen Guoqing, what could they do? They were left with no choice but to grasp at straws. You question me, young man? To disrespect the deities is to court death. Wu Shanha retorted, visibly irate. The previous incident with the Huiwei group had caused him significant losses, and now, Chen Yang was back to create more chaos. As the foremost master of the day, if ghosts truly existed, they would surely flee upon encountering him. Chen Yang chucklet indifferently. Master Wu, since you're so confident in your ability to awaken Chen Guoqing, how about we make a wager? If you succeed, you can command me to do anything. If you fail, you must kneel and sing conquer. What do you say? Wu Shanha scoffed. You dare wager with me, you ignorant child? Are you afraid? Chen Yang flashed a grin. Fear? Your provocation holds no sway over me. The word fear does not exist in my lexicon. If we are to gamble, let us wager money. The loser pays the winner 10 million. Wu Shanha's voice turned icy. He knew Chen Yang was closely tied to Yi Hongyu, and if Chen Yang couldn't pay, he could always seek her out for the funds. Fine, it's a deal. Chen Yang crossed his arms and tilted his chin, urging Wu Shanha to proceed. Fool! Anyone who dares to challenge Master Wu always loses. Liao Tao scoffed, while experts behind him echoed mockery, proclaiming Wu Shanha's profound skills beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Indeed, this fool dares to provoke Master Wu? What a simpleton! They awaited the moment when Chen Yang would kneel, begging for mercy. Wu Shanha relished the flattery from the surrounding experts and continued his charade of calling the soul back. Soul, return to its rightful place. Suddenly, he commanded, pulling out a pill and forcing it into Chen Guoqing's mouth while reciting incantations. Madam, your husband's body is rife with malevolent energy. However, fear not, for I have administered a rare pure yang pill. This pill, crafted from the essence of the sun and moon, takes 49 days to refine, effectively dispelling the sinister energy within your husband. Only then can his soul return to adapt to his body. This soul-returning pill is worth 1 million apiece and is priceless, so please ensure reimbursement later. Li Suya, unable to comprehend his words, nodded vigorously at the mention of money. Arise! Wu Shanha bellowed suddenly. At that moment, Chen Guoqing, lying on the hospital bed, abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. He is awake. He is awake. The master truly is a master. The room erupted in excitement. Chen Rue was stupefied. Could this master genuinely awaken his father? Hadn't his brother claimed it was impossible? Was his brother's skill inferior to that of Master Wu? Kid, you've lost. Kneel and bow to Master Wu and pay up 10 million. Liao Tao exclaimed, animated with glee. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, frowning. You foolish man, you administered a heart-reviving pill, stimulating his heart to force him awake. You've caused a grave situation. He will soon lose his heartbeat, and no one can save him now. How dare you slander Master Wu? Liao Tao retorted angrily. You can't bear to lose, can you? Chen Yang's words incited a wave of derision. Wu Shanha, adopting an air of superiority, coldly remarked, Young man, your impatience and desire for fame, coupled with your lack of skill, bring shame upon our city. 3. 2. Despite the collective condemnation, even Chen Rue began to doubt him. Chen Yang, composed and unfazed, raised 3 fingers to count. What are you counting? Wu Shanha felt an ominous premonition rising within him. 1. Down. Chen Yang snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Chen Guoqing, who had just sat up, clutched his heart and let out a piercing scream before collapsing back onto the bed, his eyes shutting tightly. Beep. The heart rate monitor, once displaying a lively rhythm, now flatlined, a clear indication that Chen Guoqing's heart had ceased to beat. What is happening? Has the family head's condition worsened? The abrupt turn of events shocked everyone. Wu Shanha was equally taken aback. He had intended to exploit the effects of the heart-reviving pill to awaken Chen Guoqing and make a quick exit. Now that Chen Guoqing was indeed awake, but far too quickly, he hadn't even received his payment yet. Master Wu, what is going on? The Chen family, who had been elated moments ago, now stood dumbstruck, fear etched on their faces. Wu Shanha, equally bewildered, thought, you ask me? Who do I ask? Master Wu, please think of something. Li Suya exclaimed, passing anxiously. Think of something? What can I do? Wu Shanha was beginning to panic. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yang. It's all his fault. He delayed the optimal treatment time, causing Chairman Chen to fall into a coma after I awakened him. It's all his doing. Chen Yang's lips twitched. Having lost the bet, you resort to slander? Your audacity knows no bounds. Wu Shanha, inwardly shaken, ground his teeth and insisted, you are to blame. You will not escape culpability. Indeed, it is he who is at fault. Liao Tao chimed in, pointing at Chen Yang. If it weren't for his interference and derisive comments, Chairman Chen would not be in this predicament. The Chen family contemplated Liao Tao's words, finding some merit in them. After all, since Chen Yang's arrival, he had neither provided assistance nor refrained from making snide remarks. What if I claim I can save Chen Guoqing? Chen Yang mused, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Impossible. If even Master Wu cannot cure him, how could you? Liao Tao sneered, dismissing the notion outright. My apologies, but I can indeed help. However, my services come at a premium. Chen Rue, I need not elaborate, do I? Chen Yang winked at Chen Rue, who nodded emphatically, declaring, brother, if you can save my father, 100 million is yours, and I will transfer it immediately. What? 100 million? Xiao Rue, are you mad? You must have been bewitched by this fraud. The Chen family erupted in outrage, glaring at Chen Yang, particularly Li Suya, who nearly lunged at him. Mom, uncle, my brother truly has the ability. Chen Rue insisted, exasperated, but his faith in Chen Yang went unrecognized in that moment. "Excuse me, are you going to treat him or not? I have no time to waste. 3 minutes remain. If you do not proceed, prepare for a funeral. Farewell." Chen Yang, without a moment's hesitation, turned with an air of nonchalance and walked away. Were it not for Chen Rui's persistent insistence on being his little brother and the incessant phone calls, Chen Yang would have had no desire to make this trip. Since the Chen family was so oblivious to their own misfortunes, let them reap the consequences of their actions. "Big brother, you can't leave." Sheng Hui exclaimed, urgency in his voice as he hurried after him. Li Xia, glancing at her husband who was nearly at death's door, unexpectedly joined the chase, grasping Chen Yang's hand. "Sir, is it true that you can save my husband? If you can, I will pay you 100 million. If I can't save him, then I must be a charlatan." Chen Yang retorted, rolling his eyes. "Big brother, please don't hold my family against me. They are short-sighted individuals. Some relatives are even hoping for my father's demise. You must help me." Chen Rui clung to Chen Yang's hand, refusing to let go like an unyielding adhesive. "Big brother, if you don't assist us, I will hang myself at your doorstep." Chen Yang thought to himself, with this fool's intellect, he might actually do something so absurd. If he were to hang himself at Yi Hongyu's estate, she would surely flay him alive. "Given that you're my little brother, fine. However, I always require payment up front. If you wish for me to save someone, you must first provide the funds." Chen Yang raised his chin arrogantly and tossed the bank card that Yi Hongyu had given him to Chen Rui. Chen Rui's heart leapt with joy, yet he weakly handed it to Li Suya. At this moment, she had no other options. Wu Shanhe was unreliable, and her only hope rested with Chen Rui. Gritting her teeth, she took out her phone and immediately transferred 100 million. "Rest assured, for I am the youngest Tianshi of Longhu Mountain." Chen Yang declared confidently, snapping his fingers. To take a person's wealth is to alleviate their calamities. Without needing Chen Rui to plead further, he strode back to the hospital room. "What are you doing back here?" Liao Tao glowered at Chen Yang, his expression stern. "I brought him back. Do you have a problem with that?" Li Suya's voice was icy. Liao Tao was momentarily taken aback, quickly retorting, "Madam, he is a fraud." "What if a fraud? The master you invited nearly killed my husband. Who is truly the fraud here? I warn you, if anything happens to old Chen, you can forget about remaining in your position as the director." Li Suya's words left Liao Tao speechless. Wu Shan has scoffed, displeased. "He couldn't possibly cure someone I couldn't heal. He is utterly clueless." "Ah, little Wu, it seems the last encounter at Huiwei Group did not teach you enough of a lesson." Chen Yang grinned, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Wu Shan's expression shifted, recalling how he had lost to Chen Yang before. However, he would not admit to such humiliations, coldly retorting, "I don't even know you. Is it amusing to keep pestering me? Never mind whether you know me or not. Just prepare that 10 million, Chen Yang said, cutting to the chase. Time was of the essence, and Cheng Guiqing's life was at stake. He rummaged through his bag, producing a sheet of yellow paper. With a brush in hand, he began to scribble incantations upon it, resembling a chaotic artist. In no time, a talisman was completed. "Get a bowl of clear water," he commanded. Chen Rui quickly complied. "I want to see how you can save someone with a mere talisman and a bowl of water." Wu Shan mocked, eager to shift the blame to Chen Yang should Chen Guiqing fail to recover. Unfazed, Chen Yang produced a box of matches, ignited it, and burned the talisman into ashes. Skillfully, he mixed the ashes into the bowl of water, even stirring it with his finger. In an instant, the clear water transformed into a murky, ash-laden concoction. "Here, let your father drink this, and I assure you he will be cured," Chen Yang said confidently, handing the bowl to Chen Rui. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone stood in disbelief, quickly followed by a chorus of laughter. "Ha ha, this kid is truly a quack," they jeered, dismissing him as a charlatan. "Quick, block the entrance. Don't let him escape." The experts from the hospital and even members of the Chen family rushed to prevent Chen Yang from fleeing. "A bunch of fools, as if I would run." Chen Yang found a chair, propped his legs up, and gestured for Chen Rui to hurry and make his father drink the concoction. Chen Rui was bewildered. 100 million for this bowl of water? "Big brother, you must work your magic," he implored, with determination. Chen Rui pried open Chen Guiqing's mouth and forced the murky liquid down his throat. All eyes were fixed on Chen Guiqing, while Li Suya clasped her hands over her heart, her pulse racing. Yet, a minute passed with no sign of response from Chen Guiqing. extinguishing the hope in Li Suya and Chun Rui's hearts. Could it be that even Big Brother was powerless? There's no need to look anymore, Madam Chun, young Master Chun. You have undoubtedly been deceived by this boy, Wu Shanha said with a smirk, reveling in their despair. Just as he finished speaking, Chun Guiqing, who had lain still like a corpse, suddenly turned and began to violently vomit. With each retch, the heart rate monitor emitted a series of beeps, indicating a return to life. Is he awakening? Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Chun Guiqing expelled a torrent of blackened substances, along with numerous writhing black worms. A horrifying sight. Ah, it's good that he has expelled it. His life is saved. Chen Yang observed the wriggling creatures with indifference. How is this possible? Wu Shanha stood frozen, incredulous. The man he could not save had been brought back to life by Chen Yang's simple talisman. Young Wu, your skills are quite insufficient. Chen Yang taunted. Wu Shanha's lips twitched in frustration. I summon souls with bells, and you burn talismans to feed them. We both employ Tianshi methods. Why is yours authentic while mine is nonsense? Old Chun, how are you feeling now? Li Suya inquired, concern etched on her face. As Chun Guiqing regained color after expelling the vile substances, he looked around in confusion. Where am I? What happened? Dad, you insisted on going out today, despite my objections. And now look what has happened. Chun Rui hastily recounted the events following his father's fainting spell. Upon hearing this, Chun Guiqing's expression shifted dramatically. After attending a banquet, he had felt unwell and decided to return home, only to lose consciousness in the car. He had narrowly escaped death. Father, this is my big brother. If it weren't for him today, you would have met your end. Chun Rui introduced Chen Yang with gratitude. Chun Guiqing felt a surge of guilt. He had previously doubted his son's choice in a mentor, yet now realized the truth of Chen Yang's abilities. Big brother, what exactly was wrong with my condition? Chun Rui pressed for answers. It was simple. Someone placed a curse on you, likely through the food you consumed. The eggs hatch rapidly, quickly becoming parasites. These cursed creatures are poisonous, and anyone they bite will experience dizziness followed by unconsciousness. The parasitic worm gnaws at your insides, preventing you from waking, and over time, it can lead to your demise. Chen Yang casually elucidated. Brother, are you implying that someone wishes to harm my father? Chun Rui clenched his fists tightly. We must ascertain whether your Chun family has offended anyone recently. Chen Yang nodded. The one who employs such dark sorcery is truly nefarious. This particular worm is something that only Chen Yang could identify. Had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly perplexed. Even Zhang Xuanjin, a mere amateur in such matters, would likely be scratching his head in confusion at this predicament. We must investigate. We must uncover who cast this curse. Li Jingya seethed with determination. While the executives present at the dinner bore the greatest suspicion, without concrete evidence, it would be premature to leap to conclusions. Daring to harm my father, I will ensure that their entire family is sold to the Wa state, and their kidneys will be harvested. Chen Rui was incensed. As his husband was on the brink of revival, Li Suya released a breath of relief, but cast a malevolent glance at Liao Tao, coldly stating, Director Liao, you may leave at once. There's no longer a place for you in this hospital. Madam, allow me to explain. Liao Tao was flustered. He had invested immeasurable effort, built countless connections, and deceived many to ascend to the position of director, a role that elevated him above the common folk. Now, to be unceremoniously dismissed? He could hardly contain his frustration. Look at the charlatan you recruited. He nearly caused my husband's demise. Get out of here at once. Li Suya's fury was palpable, and though Liao Tao was unwilling, he had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Xiao Wu, where do you think you're sneaking off to? Chen Yang noticed Wu Shanha attempting to slip away unnoticed and called out with a grin. You still owe me money. Wu Shanha halted abruptly, his expression darkening, and he retorted, a mere 10 million. It's not as if I can't afford it. Then let us proceed with the transfer. Chen Yang nonchalantly tossed a bank card in his direction. Wu Shanhe winced at the thought of parting with such a sum. 10 million. How much feng shui had to be consulted, how much effort expended, and how many people deceived to earn that back. Yet, with everyone watching him, he had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, he transferred the funds, exclaiming, Fine kid today, I concede a half move. Just wait. Our affairs are far from settled. Don't think that the Huiwe Group's backing makes you invincible. The Huiwe Group will soon falter, and when it does, you shall know the meaning of suffering. Wu Shanhe spat out this threat before leaving, his expression twisted with rage. "I'll be waiting," Chen Yang mused, regarding Wu Shanhe's venomous words as mere bluster. Exposed and impotent, he had no recourse but to fume. "You so-called experts are nothing but frauds, leading the youth astray. From this moment, pack your bags and leave." After dismissing Liao Tao, Li Xia immediately turned her ire toward the other experts who had fawned over Wu Shanhe. "Sir, we previously misjudged you, and we sincerely apologize," she said, attempting to smooth over the situation. "It's of no consequence. My heart is as vast as the ocean, and I harbor no grievances," Chen Yang waved dismissively. "Mother, I told you my brother is exceptional. Now you finally believe it," Chen Rui declared with a hint of pride. Li Shuya shukulata ukuwarli, as she had once regarded Chen Yang as a mere quack. "Sir, concerning my husband's condition," she inquired with concern. Although the parasitic worm had been expelled, there remained uncertainty about potential lingering issues, prompting her to seek Chen Yang's counsel once more. "There's nothing to worry about. Just ensure he consumes nourishing food," Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, his gaze swept over the remaining members of the Chen family in the hospital room, and he added, "By the way, while investigating who cast this curse, it would be prudent to ascertain whether there is a traitor within the family. I may have earned you a fortune, but it was worth every penny. I'll say no more. Should you require my assistance again, it will be at a different price. Farewell." With that, Chen Yang waved his sleeve and departed without a trace. The suggestion of a traitor sent a chill through Li Suya and Chen Rui. Why would he leave with such ominous words? Was he merely attempting to sow discord? Instantly, dissatisfaction brewed among some members of the Chen family. Li Suya shot a glance at the dissenting individual, but quickly feigned indifference. To uncover a traitor, one must not alert the snake in the grass. Outside the hospital, beneath the shade of trees, Wu Shanhe seethed with rage. "That damn brat, repeatedly thwarting my plans. Just wait. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." He gritted his teeth and dialed a number on his phone. Achoo! Upon returning to the estate, Chen Yang sneezed. What a peculiar sneeze. Is someone cursing me? He suddenly calculated with a snap of his fingers. Tonight, under the cloak of darkness, is an opportune time for mayhem. I sense there will be excitement to witness. Meanwhile, the Tang family convened an internal meeting, their entire clan gathered in the living room. The typically disinterested Tang, Feier, who loathed family meetings as much as a monk detests chanting, found herself compelled to attend. Presently, she could not stray from her family's watchful gaze, akin to a high-profile prisoner under constant surveillance. "Are we to attend the Huiwei Group's anniversary celebration in a few days?" Tang Shan, the head of the Tang family, wore a troubled expression. He had intended to inquire about the enigmatic Chen Yang's connection to the old immortal, but the phone lines were inoperative. Only the old immortal could reach him, while he had no means to contact the old immortal himself, leaving him uncertain about Chen Yang's true identity. Although the invitation has been verified as genuine, what if that brat pilfered it from the Huiwei Group? If we attend and are caught in the act, we will incur the wrath of the Huiwei Group, and our Tang family will be doomed. Tang Faya as Kuzeng lamented. Possessing an invitation, yet fearing its origins, was a source of frustration for anyone. That invitation cost the Chen family a fortune, a staggering 100 million, leveraging countless connections. Tang Bo interjected, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. In essence, the celebration is an opportunity for our Tang family to engage with high society. To forego it would be a grievous error. The entire Tang family found themselves ensnared in a web of indecision, torn between seizing the chance to mingle with the elite and fearing the dubious provenance of their invitation, which could lead them to offend the Huiwei Group. Head, we must decide swiftly. Shall we attend or not? If we choose to go, we must prepare suitable gifts, someone urged. Indeed, our gifts to the Huiwei Group must carry significant weight. All eyes turned to Tang Shan, who furrowed his brow, still uncertain. Brother, stop hesitating. Our entire family should go. Suddenly, Tang Bo slammed his palm on the table, resolutely declaring, "This is a golden opportunity for our Tang family to leap into the Dragoness Gate. We cannot afford to miss it." The individuals permitted to attend the Huiwei Group's anniversary celebration are none other than the scions of affluent families and esteemed dignitaries. It is quite possible that some illustrious figure may take a liking to our dear Feier, or perhaps to another young lady from the Tang family. If that were to occur, our family would surely ascend to great heights. Thus, this opportunity must not be squandered. As for the invitation, should any issues arise. We can easily shift the blame onto that little fortune teller. Tang Bo's wife immediately concurred, asserting that even if the invitation were obtained through dubious means, it was not stolen by our Tang family, but rather by that little charlatan, and surely the Huiwei group would not implicate us. However, Tang Feier could no longer endure their conversation and interjected, "Uncle, Aunt, how can you accept an invitation while claiming it was stolen? Don't you think that's rather excessive?" Tang Bo retorted, "What do you know, little girl? The world is simple, but people are complex. Our family has sheltered you too well, leaving you as innocent as a blank canvas, utterly unaware of the realities around you. In the future, refrain from interjecting in family matters. Simply follow the family's directives, for we would never harm you. Uncle, do not speak to me in such a condescending tone. You merely favor the wealthy." Tang Feier rolled her eyes in exasperation. Nevertheless, Tang Bo ignored her protests and commanded Wang Chun to take Tang Feier upstairs to keep watch over her. After much deliberation, Tang Shan finally nodded gravely and declared, "Let us attend the Huiwei group's celebration, and I must ascertain whether this Chen Yang is indeed a disciple of the old immortal." In the dead of night, within the Huiwei manor, several shadows stealthily infiltrated the estate. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Yi Hongyu's chamber. A sharp dagger was pressed against her neck, its blade so keen it could slice through steel. A mere slight pressure would instantly mar her fair neck with crimson. "If you wish to live, reveal Chen Yang's whereabouts." The assailant, clad entirely in black, his head shrouded in fabric, appeared akin to a figure from ancient times. His voice was low and raspy, and his eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. As the lights flickered on, Yi Hongyu beheld not only the figure brandishing the dagger, but two others similarly attired, indicating that three had breached the manor's defenses. Despite the presence of bodyguards, these individuals had managed to evade detection, suggesting they were no ordinary intruders. "What do you seek from my junior brother?" Yi Hongyu inquired calmly, her initial scream merely a reflex to the shock. "The one who pays 500 million for your junior brother's life has tasked us with this. If you wish to avoid death, disclose his location," the dagger-wielding figure demanded. They had hoped to remain undetected, eliminating Chen Yang and presenting his severed head as proof. However, having scoured every room without success, they were left with no option but to confront Yi Hongyu for answers. Yi Hongyu's expression darkened. Chen Yang had only just descended the mountain. Had he offended a powerful figure? "The one who seeks my junior brother's life has offered you 500 million, but I shall pay 1 billion for you to eliminate them." The three figures laughed derisively. "Ms. Yi, your wealth is indeed impressive, attempting to bribe us. However, regrettably, the one who desires your junior brother's life is deeply connected to us. We are not merely motivated by money. There are intricate relationships at play. If you wish to preserve your beauty, you would do well to reveal your junior brother's whereabouts. Otherwise, your exquisite visage may soon fade into oblivion." The speaker's eyes gleamed with lethal intent, showing no inclination to spare her due to her status. Yi Hongyu's heart sank. It appeared that money could not resolve this dilemma. She was now at their mercy, uncertain of her next steps. Fortunately, as they could not locate Chen Yang, he remained temporarily safe. Suddenly, a voice emerged from beneath Yi Hongyu's bed, yawning and stretching. "What is all this noise? Can't one even get a moment's rest?" The revelation that a man was concealed beneath the bed rendered the room silent. It was widely known that Yi Hongyu was an aloof beauty. No one could have anticipated that she had a man hidden beneath her bed, engaging in clandestine affairs. Despite their masked faces, the three intruders couldn't conceal their amusement at the unexpected twist. Yet Yi Hongyu was equally bewildered when had a man taken refuge beneath her bed. "Wait, that yawn sounds familiar. Could it be my junior brother? Come out, you trickster." One of the masked figures dropped to the ground, reaching for the hidden occupant. However, he grasped only air, for Chen Yang had rolled out from the opposite side of the bed. "I heard you were looking for me," he said lazily, rubbing his sleepy eyes and regarding the three intruders. "I must say, you lot are rather slow. I was about to doze off waiting for you. Do you move like turtles? You are Chen Yang?" The trio's eyes widened, their expressions shifting to murderous intent. Chen Yang, stretching leisurely, replied nonchalantly, "Who else could it be but me?" "Ah, so you are merely the object of Ms. Ye's nocturnal distractions." One of the black-clad figures sneered. "Once we eliminate this waste, we would not mind engaging in some extracurricular activities with you, Ms. Yi." Their eyes glinted lustfully. "Enough. You are not worthy to touch Yi Hongyu. Junior brother, run. Yi Hongyu shouted in alarm, flustered by Chen Yang's reckless emergence. Why did you come out? Stay hidden. Yet the three assassins, skilled in their deadly craft, lunged at Chen Yang with their blades, aimed for his throat, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, Chen Yang remained rooted in place, unperturbed. Junior brother, Yi Hongyu gasped, fearing he had been rendered immobile by fear. Suddenly, Chen Yang produced 3 yellow talismans from his pocket. With astonishing speed, he affixed them to the foreheads of the 3 assassins, who were instantly frozen in their tracks, as if transformed into ice sculptures. An eerie sight. Junior brother, are you unharmed? Yi Hongyu leaped from the bed to inspect him. If anything were to happen to you, I could never face our master. Third sister, do I appear to be in distress? Chen Yang winked cheekily. And by the way, why did you tell me to run? Do you not trust my abilities? These 3 weaklings could hardly lay a finger on me. Yi Hongyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Do you think I am unaware of your capabilities? I feigned weakness intentionally, allowing them to perceive me as incompetent and thus lower their guard. As for my senior sister, I was merely acting, if you must know. Given Yi Hongyu's composure, it is indeed unlikely that she would be terrified or lose her composure. If she were not mentally strong, she could not have developed the Huiwe group to such a scale. The scene just now was, in fact, a deliberate act of feigning weakness. Your senior sister's tactics are profound, Chen Yang remarked with a sigh. By the way, why were you hiding under my bed? Why not sleep in your own room? Suddenly, Yi Hongyu crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yang. This junior brother of mine stealthily crept in during the dead of night. What was his intention? If he wished to engage in something, why not simply sleep on the bed? Why hide beneath it? Is he unwell? I must have been sleepwalking, unknowingly ending up under your bed. Chen Yang stammered, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Yi Hongyu scoffed, her expression clearly indicating disbelief. Do you expect me to believe your nonsense? Cough, cough, senior sister, please do not question my integrity. I calculated that you would face danger tonight, so I stealthily infiltrated your chamber to protect you. Chen Yang explained with a cough. Yi Hongyu scoffed again. Someone is here to kill you. At this, her demeanor shifted to seriousness as she continued. Enough with the trifles. Let us ascertain the origins of these 3 individuals first. How dare they intrude upon my territory to commit murder? They shall not go unpunished. With a cold gaze, she regarded the 3 assassins, immobilized with talismans affixed to their foreheads. These 3 were ensnared by my immobilization talisman. They cannot escape. Chen Yang chuckled, then dragged the 3 down to the living room. After all, it was inconvenient to interrogate them in Yi Hongyu's private quarters. Miss Yi, these 3 are. As the lights in the living room illuminated, the bodyguards responsible for securing the estate rushed in. Upon spotting the 3 masked intruders, their faces shifted dramatically. They had been vigilantly guarding this estate, allowing no intruder. So when had 3 strangers infiltrated? They are here to kill me and my junior brother. Yi Hongyu stated flatly, arms crossed. Miss Yi, this was our oversight. All the bodyguards knelt, visibly shaken. Enough. Your incompetence leaves me no choice but to dismiss you. Tomorrow, collect your wages from the finance department. You need not return. Now be gone. Yi Hongyu declared coldly, terminating all of them. Miss Yi, please grant us another chance. The bodyguards, now pale, understood that being a bodyguard for Huiwe Group was a prestigious position. Losing it would undermine their careers in this field. Leave. However, Yi Hongyu showed no mercy. Her voice icy. The bodyguards, stripped of color, could only depart dejectedly. Had they been vigilant enough to notice any disturbance, Yi Hongyu would not have needed to be so resolute. 3 men, stealthily entering at such an hour, and they had failed to react. Such a lack of vigilance was unacceptable. You 3 little thieves, how audacious of you to sneak into my senior sister's chamber. Even I would not dare enter her private quarters casually. Chen Yang observed with a smile, gazing at the 3 immobilized individuals. At this moment, they could not speak, but their eyes darted, still able to hear Chen Yang's words. Junior brother, I would like some of those immobilization talismans for self-defense, Yi Hongyu remarked, suddenly realizing the danger she had narrowly avoided. Learning from experience, she decided to carry some protective measures moving forward. Of course, Chen Yang rummaged through his backpack, producing a stack of talismans and tossing them to Yi Hongyu. So many? Yi Hongyu was taken aback, questioning when immobilization talismans had become so plentiful. In truth, her skills were insufficient to create such talismans. Although her senior sister could craft them, it would be a taxing endeavor. Unlike Chen Yang, who seemed to produce them in bulk, they are not expensive. They work on minor scoundrels. But more formidable opponents are not so easily restrained, Chen Yang explained. Yi Hongyu nodded in understanding, accepting the talismans without hesitation. Subsequently, Chen Yang retrieved a pair of pliers from the kitchen and removed the talisman from one assassin's forehead. In an instant, the man glared with fierce intent, producing a folding dagger from his pocket and lunging at Chen Yang's throat. The entire sequence was executed seamlessly with remarkable speed, indicating his formidable training and lethality. It appeared he would soon pierce Chen Yang's throat. However, Chen Yang swiftly raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap to the man's forehead. The impact sent the assassin flying, his head colliding with the wall, leaving him momentarily dazed and disoriented, a visible bump forming on his forehead. Such flashy antics, deserving of a reprimand. Chen Yang muttered as he approached. As the assassin's awareness slowly returned, he was struck with fear upon seeing Chen Yang approach. You're also a trained fighter? That slap from Chen Yang had been executed with such force that it sent him flying. Despite Chen Yang's slender appearance, the power behind that strike was beyond that of even a weightlifting champion. Miraculously, it had incapacitated him without delivering a fatal blow. Such balanced force was unattainable by an ordinary person. What trained fighter? I am a celestial master. Do you understand what that means? Chen Yang replied, squatting down with his characteristic harmless smile directed at the assassin. What do you intend to do? The assassin, a seasoned killer, was known for his ruthlessness. Yet he now felt a chill of fear. I've been considering a career change. I've heard dentistry is quite lucrative. Allow me to experiment on you by extracting your teeth one by one and observing the results. Chen Yang grinned. Do not act recklessly. I warn you, I am from the Black Dragon Gang. The assassin gritted his teeth, attempting to assert his identity before any action was taken. The Black Dragon Gang? What is that? I have not heard of it. Chen Yang scratched his head, perplexed. Having just arrived in Jinghai City, he was unfamiliar with this so-called Black Dragon Gang. Arrogant! How dare you disrespect the Black Dragon Gang? You are courting death. The assassin's fury exploded at Chen Yang's dismissive words, perceiving it as a grave insult. Chen Yang responded with a swift strike of the pliers to the assassin's forehead, causing him to see stars. Black Dragon Gang? More like the Black Mud Eel Gang. I've never even heard of it. At that moment, Yi Hongyu's expression turned grave. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Yang quickly inquired, Senior sister, do you know of this Black Mud Eel Gang? I do, Yi Hongyu affirmed, her brow furrowed with concern. The Black Dragon Gang is the most powerful underground organization in all of Jinghai City, controlling the entire gray market here. Over half of the bars, clubs, hotels, and illicit trades in Jinghai City are connected to the Black Dragon Gang. This gang is not to be underestimated. She paused, then continued with a cold snort. Though the Black Dragon Gang wields considerable influence over the gray market in Jinghai City, my Huiwei group is not to be trifled with. Moreover, we operate on the righteous path and do not share the same agenda as the Black Dragon Gang. Historically, there's been a mutual non-aggression between Huiwei group and the Black Dragon Gang. Who, then, has hired you to commit murder? How dare you come to my territory and cause trouble? Yi Hongyu's voice was calm yet low, but those who knew her understood that the calmer she appeared, the greater her fury grew. President Yi, we admit our mistake today. Just let the three of us go, and I believe our leader will provide you with an explanation. As for who hired us to kill, we cannot disclose that. You may inquire with our leader, stated the injured assassin, whose head was swollen from the beating. To come to my territory to hold me hostage, attempt to kill my junior, and still expect me to release you? Yi Hongyu laughed in anger. Are you dreaming? The assassin scoffed. President Yi, you have no choice. I acknowledge the prowess of the Huiwei group, but if you offend the Black Dragon Gang, no matter how formidable your group is, it will merely become a plaything of the Black Dragon Gang. Chapter 34. Quite the intriguer you, with your soft demeanor. Have a hard mouth. Chen Yang suddenly intervened, pinching the assassin's cheeks and forcibly prying his mouth open. Then he inserted a pair of pliers into his mouth, gripping tightly before yanking. With a crack, a tooth was swiftly extracted, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Oh, what are you screaming about? How dare you threaten my sister? I could end you in a heartbeat. Like an ancient torturer, Chen Yang methodically pulled out all the teeth from the upper half of the assassin's mouth, leaving him bloodied and in agony. You think I don't know who hired the hit? I sent it that little eunuch, Li On. Tonight, I shall send his entire family to the afterlife. Upon hearing this, the eyes of several assassins widened in shock. Chen Yang actually knew? Lian, ye hongyus budais furovit, revealing a chilling rage. She had no doubt about Chen Yang's words. If her junior said it was Liang, then it was undoubtedly him. How do you know? The assassin asked, astonished. Despite having lost all his upper teeth, he still managed to speak, albeit unclearly. Today, I rendered him incapacitated, turning him into a eunuch. Who else could harbor such hatred towards me? Chen Yang shrugged, though Yi Hongyu was initially furious. The mention of Chen Yang turning Liang into a eunuch left her momentarily stunned. Junior, what happened? Cough, cough. Chen Yang briefly explained the situation. Sister, I originally intended for Zhang Xuanjin to disable one of his testicles. Who knew he only had one? You can't blame me for that. Yi Hongyu was left speechless. Liang's family had been a single line for 9 generations, and to disable one of his testicles meant that if Liang's father couldn't produce another heir, it would spell the end of their lineage. It's no wonder he would harbor a grudge. However, it was also true that Liang had initially hired Zhang Xuanjin to deal with Chen Yang. The Li family could not be spared. Yi Hongyu made a decisive resolution. Having ventured out since her teenage years and built the Huiwei group from scratch, she knew that without ruthless means, she would never have achieved her current position. Moreover, Chen Yang was her only junior, akin to family. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and you shall perish. Liang had now provoked Yi Hongyu's wrath. I will call for people to deal with the Li family. Ye Hongyu Supokoldi. She was not to be trifled with. If they could resort to such despicable means as hiring assassins, she could repay them in kind. Oh, third sister, how can I trouble you with personal grievances? Dealing with just the Li family is something I can handle myself. Chen Yang grinned, already having a plan in mind for how to resolve the matter. You? Yi Hongyu expressed doubt. Junior, I do not mean to belittle you. You have just arrived in Jinghai City, are unfamiliar with the terrain, lack influence, and have no connections. How do you plan to deal with the Li family? Do you intend to storm in alone? Yi Hongyu set her phone down, curious to see Chen Yang's approach. You are unaware that the eldest sister has taken a named disciple in Jinghai City. During my descent, the eldest sister specifically called to inform me, asking me to ensure this named disciple's competence. Perfect timing. I can assign the dirty work to him. Chen Yang promptly made a phone call. At that moment, Zhang Xuanjin was soundly asleep, dreaming of becoming a true disciple of Longhu Mountain, adorned in a yellow robe and receiving the heavenly master's seal, basking in glory, even drooling in his sleep. Suddenly, a phone call jolted him awake, interrupting his beautiful dream, igniting his fury. However, upon seeing the caller ID, he instantly snapped to attention and hastily answered, greeting with standard, albeit halting, Mandarin, good evening, little master uncle. What good is it? I nearly got assassinated. What? Assassination? Zhang Xuanjin leapt from his bed, brimming with murderous intent. Which scoundrel dares to attempt to assassinate someone from Longhu Mountain? That's outrageous. I will dismember him. Enough nonsense. Come to the Huiwen Manor. I have a task for you. Chen Yang concluded and hung up. Zhang Xuanjin's eyes gleamed with excitement. A task? Completing it would mean passing Little Master Uncle's test. Once he passed, he would be one step closer to becoming a disciple of Longhu Mountain. Truly a stroke of luck. He immediately set off for Huiwen Manor. In less than 15 minutes, he arrived at the gates. Unlike his previous rushed demeanor, he straightened himself and rang the doorbell. Chen Yang led him inside. Good evening, little master uncle. Zhang Xuanjin greeted obediently, like a student in the presence of a stern teacher. So this is the named disciple of the eldest sister? Yi Hongyu looked over, her surprise evident. The eldest sister was known for her discerning taste, having turned down the second generations of top families in Yanqing. Why would she accept such a small fry as a named disciple? P.S. Zhang Xuanjin, somewhat known in Jinghai City. You should be aware of him, Chen Yang explained. Yi Hongyu nodded, indeed familiar with Zhang Xuanjin's reputation. Though this was her first time meeting him, she had not expected him to have connections to Longhu Mountain. What? Little master uncle. The president of Huiwei Group is your sister? Then she is my master aunt? Zhang Xuanjin exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Chen Yang refer to Yi Hongyu as sister. I have such a wealthy master aunt? Strictly speaking, she is a prospective master aunt. You have yet to pass my test, Chen Yang retorted with a roll of his eyes. Zhang Xuanjin, unfazed, suddenly knelt down and bowed 3 times, exclaiming, "Disciple Zhang Xuanjin, pays respects to Master Aunt Yi." Yi Hongyu was taken aback by this sudden display of familiarity. Was this fellow always so forward? You certainly know how to ingratiate yourself. Chen Yang had anticipated Zhang Xuanjin's thick-skinned nature, but he was taken aback by just how thick it was. Such a brazen demeanor was not conducive to achieving great things. It was against the natural order. Little Master Uncle, Master Aunt, which scoundrel dared to attempt to assassinate you? Quickly tell me. I will take care of them. After bowing 3 times, Zhang Xuanjin spoke passionately. The people from the Black Dragon Gang. These 3 are assassins from the Black Dragon Gang. Chen Yang gestured toward the trio of assassins. Chapter 35. Both big and small are defunct. The Black Dragon Gang? Zhang Xuanjin paused for a moment. Is it the one I know? Is there a second Black Dragon Gang in Jinghai City? Chen Yang Zhang Xuanjin furrowed his brow. Clearly, this Black Dragon Gang was not to be trifled with in his eyes. However, he quickly thought to himself, I am a disciple of Longhu Mountain. Compared to Longhu Mountain, the Black Dragon Gang is insignificant. He cursed directly. Damn it, even if they are from the Black Dragon Gang. They cannot touch my Master Uncle and Master Aunt. Little Master Uncle, Master Yi, you wait here. I shall venture into the territory of the Black Dragon Gang to see if there is an opportunity to take the head of their leader and avenge you. However, I cannot guarantee anything. It is said that there are formidable experts within the Black Dragon Gang, their cultivation not inferior to mine. After speaking, he turned and left. Chen Yang immediately smirked. This fellow was indeed serious. He had recently learned that the Black Dragon Gang was not to be trifled with, as they had control over the underground gray industries of Jinghai City. Could one simply act against them? Although Zhang Xuanjin had quite a reputation, even if he went, it would likely be a matter of walking in and being carried out. Thus, Chen Yang shook his head and said, You need not concern yourself with the Black Dragon Gang. Your Master Uncle will handle them in due course. For now, your task is to deal with the Leaf family. Today, he is the one who sought a contract to kill. Furthermore, before you leave, take care of these 3 individuals. Chen Yang pointed to the 3 assassins. Damn it, it's that Liang again. Little Master Uncle, you spared his life today, yet he remains ungrateful. I shall take care of him now. As for these 3 trash, I will take them away. Zhang Xuanjin was a decisive person. He quickly took a rope, rendered the 3 assassins unconscious, and, as if disposing of garbage, carried them away. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and natural, clearly the work of an experienced individual. Is this little old man truly a disciple of the senior sister? Yi Hongyu stroked her chin, a hint of amusement appearing on her face. Now I understand why the lofty senior sister would take him as a named disciple. He is rather interesting. Chen Yang nodded, poured himself a cup of tea, and smiled. Let us observe him for a while. If he proves himself, we will officially accept him. Though this little old man is a rogue cultivator, he possesses some knowledge. This is a task assigned by the senior sister. You must ensure it is executed properly. Yi Hongyu nodded slightly, but soon she suddenly dashed in front of Chen Yang and, in a swift motion, seized his ear. Ouch! Ouch! Third sister, what are you doing? Are you attempting fratricide? Chen Yang did not expect Yi Hongyu to be so unprincipled, catching him off guard. What are you doing, you little rascal? You've grown so bold, daring to sneak into my room in the dead of night and hide under my bed. If I had not been in my pajamas, would you not have seen everything? Let me show you how to deal with this. Yi Hongyu tightened her grip, causing Chen Yang to yelp in pain as his ear turned red. Instinctively, he pushed her away, only to find his hand encounter something soft, akin to cotton, yielding and springy. Where did this bun come from? Wow, there's another one. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Yang's pupils widened in shock. He had inadvertently grabbed Yi Hongyu's voluptuous bosom. You little brat, becoming increasingly outrageous. I shall take care of you. Yi Hongyu's face flushed crimson. Although they had seen each other naked as children, this was the first time a man had touched her in such a sensitive manner. Blushing furiously, she seized a fruit knife from the table and shouted as she lunged at Chen Yang. Third sister, let me explain. Ouch! Are you attempting to murder your husband? No, I mean your brother. Chen Yang quickly wriggled away from Yi Hongyu, his legs moving as if powered by an engine, fleeing faster than a rabbit. You little scoundrel, don't run. Yi Hongyu pursued him with all her might. Senior sister, let us talk this over. There was no way Chen Yang would stop. He knew that though Yi Hongyu would never truly stab him, if caught, his ears would surely be lost. You've really gained some audacity, daring to take advantage of me. Let us see if I don't get you. Under the moonlight, within the manor, she chased while he fled, their cries echoing throughout the estate. By the river, Zhang Xuanjin stuffed the 3 assassins into burlap sacks. He added a large stone to each sack, tied them up, and promptly sank them into the river. Damn it, is the Black Dragon Gang really that formidable? Just wait until I officially join. I shall see how I can deal with you. He clapped his hands and strode fiercely toward the Li family villa. Meanwhile, at the Li family residence, Dad, can the Black Dragon Gang really help me take revenge tonight? Liang sat on the sofa, his face ashen. At this hour, he would typically order 2 peripheral beauties to attend to him, as the night was his most pleasurable time. But not now. His functions were compromised, and his vigor was no longer present. He could not even stand upright by himself, let alone seek the company of beauties. For a man who could not lead his subordinates or conquer the battlefield of the bedroom, what was the point of having wealth? Money, women, and desire have always been intertwined. Currently, Li Ang's hatred for Chen Yang and Zhang Xuanjin surged like a relentless tide. That old bastard Zhang Xuanjin deserves to die. According to the Black Dragon Gang's intelligence, their offerings were in seclusion and to eliminate Zhang Xuanjin. They would have to wait for that offering to emerge. As for the one named Chen Yang, he would undoubtedly meet his end tonight. The assassins of the Black Dragon Gang are the finest in Jinghai City. Anyone daring to obstruct their affairs meets death. Liang's father let out a heavy snort, his face contorted with hatred. Upon learning that Liang had lost a testicle, he realized his son would never be able to father children. To ensure the Li family line did not end, he had called upon the Black Dragon Gang for assistance. He also made a trip to the hospital for an examination, hoping to determine if another child could be born. The conclusion was grim. He had been diagnosed with azoospermia and could no longer reproduce, rendering both his primary and secondary functions non-existent. Chapter 36. 3 years of devotion yielding nothing. Liang was indeed a child born to his father in old age, conceived through technology and test tubes, and thus was cherished immensely. Now, with his fertility gone and Liang rendered useless, it could be said that the Li family line was essentially extinguished. But, Dad, that Chen fellow is living in Huyu Manor, together with that wretched Yi Hongyu. Can we truly succeed? Liang still harbored concerns. The mere thought of Chen Yang living with Yi Hongyu ignited his fury and jealousy. As the distinguished son of the Li family, he had enjoyed being adored since childhood, yet after 3 years of unrequited love, he had not even touched Yi Hongyu's hand. How could this upstart from the mountains share a residence with her? Rest assured, that little harlot Yi Hongyu has long been eyed by a powerful figure in Jinghai City. Her residence has been thoroughly assessed. The manor's defenses are virtually non-existent. Coincidentally, the Black Dragon Gang has deep ties with that powerful figure. Eliminating Yi Hongyu is as easy as pie. They simply await the right moment. However, dealing with her junior brother is as simple as slaughtering a chicken. Liang's father sneered, exuding an air of confidence. Dad, just deal with Chen Yang. As for that Yi Hongyu, I want to torment her in bed until she wishes for death. Liang gritted his teeth, his mind swirling with countless perverse and insane methods of torturing women. After 3 years of unrequited devotion, I shall make Yi Hongyu repay every bit of it in bed. Suddenly, the door to the Li residence was kicked open with a resounding crash. Meanwhile, several guards, akin to lifeless dogs, were unceremoniously kicked aside, crashing forward. You little rascals! How dare you conspire against my esteemed uncle and aunt? Zhang Xuanjin sneered coldly. Wielding a butcher's knife, he had pilfered from a roadside stall. Zhang Xuanjin, you! The expressions of Liang and his son swiftly darkened. How could this fellow have come to their doorstep with such hostility? What are you planning? Our Li family has ties with the Black Dragon Gang. The name of the Black Dragon Gang struck fear throughout the entire Jinghai City, a force to be reckoned with. And the father-son duo hoped to instill a sense of trepidation in Zhang Xuanjin. Black Dragon Gang? I curse your entire lineage. How dare you attempt to assassinate my uncle? The entire Black Dragon Gang shall perish. Zhang Xuanjin scoffed. Today, I shall send you on your way. Tread carefully on the path to the underworld. The Black Dragon Gang will soon catch up with you to accompany you in your reincarnation. Wait, who is your uncle? That country bumpkin Chen Yang? How do you know I sent the Black Dragon Gang after him? Liang's face was ashen. Could it be that the assassins had failed? Wasn't it said that the Black Dragon Gang's killers never missed their mark? What a joke. Those miscreants could never harm my uncle. He is the foremost master of Longhu Mountain, and conversing with you two dullards is a detriment to my intellect and character. I shall send you both on your way." As Liang and his son watched in terror, Zhang Xuanjun, resembling a butcher, swung his knife directly at them. In the stillness of the night, atop a towering skyscraper in the heart of Jinghai City, a middle-aged man with a beard sat expressionlessly at the desk of the top-floor chairman's office, perusing documents. An elderly man clad in a green robe, his hair elegantly pinned up with a chopstick, exuded an air of inscrutable mastery. With hands clasped behind him, he stood before the glass, his sharp, eagle-like eyes surveying the scenes unfolding below. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. "Gumin." Sun Dongwu did not lift his gaze, remaining seated as he continued his perusal. The elderly man in the green robe similarly did not turn, suggesting that the visitor did not warrant his attention. The door creaked open, revealing Zhang Jiqiu, bandaged and leaning on a cane, entering with a pronounced limp. "Chairman's son, I have completed the task you assigned to me." Zhang Jiqiu's voice was weak. Noticing something amiss, Sun Dongwu finally glanced up. Upon seeing Zhang Jiqiu's injuries and her struggle to walk, he displayed a look of surprise. "What happened to you?" "I ran into a blind fool who collided with me." Zhang Jiqiu's frustration surfaced. She had been joyfully celebrating her success in the car when misfortune struck. Not only did she get rear-ended, but she also slipped on a banana peel upon exiting the vehicle, leading to her current state. Originally intending to report her success in the afternoon, she had ended up at the hospital for quite some time. Was it a car accident? Sun Dongwu frowned, his first thought being whether it was orchestrated by Yi Hongyu. His expression darkened as he coldly asked, "Have you been exposed?" "Impossible. Yi Hongyu has no suspicions about me. I am her closest confidant." Zhang Jiqiu quickly shook her head. "Are you certain?" Sun Dongwu's skepticism was evident. "Absolutely. The pennant you gave me, she has yet to remove it. Moreover, when I visited the Huiwen Manor, she was already wearing the bracelet you provided me. I specifically instructed her that it was potent and must never be taken off, and she believed me." Zhang Jiqiu asserted with conviction. Sun Dongwu responded nonchalantly, merely uttering a soft acknowledgement. "Chairman's son, I have gone to great lengths to earn Yi Hongyu's trust, enduring many hardships. You won't go back on your word, will you?" Zhang Jiqiu hesitated, with determination evident. "Rest assured, what I promised you shall remain unchanged. Once Yi Hongyu is dead, my Dongwu Group will absorb Huiwei Group, and you will receive your fair share of the stocks." Sun Dongwu declared, his tone authoritative. "In my life, I have never deceived a woman." Upon hearing the reaffirmation, Zhang Jiqiu felt her pains dissipate, her misfortunes fading from her mind. Excitedly, she inquired, "Very well. Chairman's son, just ensure you uphold your promise. Is there anything else you need me to do?" "You need do nothing. Just attend the anniversary celebration of Huiwei Group." Sun Dongwu replied indifferently. Zhang Jiqiu nodded. "I'll look forward to that day, hoping Chairman's son brings me good news. Here's to a fruitful collaboration." "Indeed, a fruitful collaboration," Sun Dongwu replied, a smirk playing on his lips that seemed more sinister than joyous. Zhang Jiqiu felt increasingly uncomfortable under Sun Dongwu's formidable presence, and she limped out of the office, taking the elevator down. As she entered, she noticed a spill on the floor. Someone had carelessly knocked over a cup of water. Her cane slipped on the wet tiles, and she fell, crying out in distress. "Why am I so cursed today?" On the top floor, in the chairman's office, Sun Dongwu smirked with disdain. What a foolish woman. Greed has led her to conspire against those around her who fare better. We shall exploit this weakness to orchestrate her betrayal of Yi Hongyu. Once Yi Hongyu is eliminated, Huiwei Group will be within our grasp. Without turning, the Chen Yang Taoist, observing the bustling streets below, finally revealed a triumphant smirk. The talismans and curses embedded in the bracelet and pendant gifted to Yi Hongyu by Zhang Jiqiu were of his own design. Sun Dongwu chuckled. This foolish woman truly believes we would grant her half of Huiwei Group as shares. She ought to take a good look at herself. Does she even deserve it? Ultimately, I may need to eliminate her. The Chen Yang Taoist's gaze was dismissive. Do not worry. Once Yi Hongyu is gone, Zhang Jiqiu will have outlived her usefulness. I will take her to my secluded retreat for rejuvenation. After all, she does possess a modicum of beauty, and once I have extracted what I need, she will be erased from existence. Then let us toast to our impending acquisition of Huiwei Group and wish you a successful rejuvenation. Taoist. Sun Dongwu moved to the wine cabinet, pouring a fine red into two elegant glasses, handing one to the Chen Yang Taoist. The Taoist accepted the glass, but did not drink immediately, his expression turning grave. "What troubles you, Taoist?" Sun Dongwu asked, surprised. "The feng shui of Huiwei group has been disturbed, nearly causing me harm." The Taoist replied coldly. This signified the presence of a formidable opponent. However, he reassured himself that this adversary lacked the insight to perceive that he had already mastered the feng shui of Huiwei group. They merely sensed an imperfection. "When the Huiwei group convenes its anniversary celebration, I desire their demise. Not a single one shall survive." Upon hearing this, Sun Dongwu's expression instantly grew solemn. "Chen Yang Taoist, you are aware that I have expended a considerable sum to enlist your assistance. I require absolute assurance." Although Chen Yang Taoist felt a flicker of discontent within, he responded in a low, grave voice, "Rest assured, since I have taken action, I shall guarantee a flawless execution. However, if Chairman Sun wishes to add an extra layer of security for peace of mind, I can recommend someone." Sun Dongwu immediately inquired, "Who is this person?" Chen Yang Taoist articulated each word deliberately. "Zhang Xuanjun." "Zhang Xuanjun?" "Indeed, his prowess is on par with mine, perhaps even superior. However, he possesses a singular trait, avarice. With sufficient remuneration, he is amenable to any task. Chairman Sun could invest heavily to procure his services, forming a formidable alliance. Huiwei Group and Yi Hongyu would face certain annihilation." "Excellent. Then summon this Zhang Xuanjun for me." Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Dongwu acquiesced. As for the financial aspect, it was inconsequential. Sun Dongwu was not short on funds. Moreover, once he devoured Huiwei Group, the expenditure would yield returns manifold. He, Sun Dongwu, lacked not in wealth, but sought only assurance. Soon 2 days passed. The Huiwei Group's celebratory event commenced, festooned in splendid decorations, radiating joy. The entrance was lined with luxury vehicles, and the venue brimmed with distinguished guests. Rolls-Royce Phantoms, extended Lincoln limousines, and limited-edition McLaren supercars, each valued at over 30 million. The Tang family members drove their cars into the Huiwei Group parking lot. As they emerged from the parking area, the younger generation of the Tang family gazed enviously at the opulent vehicles. What does this signify? True affluence disdained such trivial transport, opting instead for helicopters. Observing the naivety of his juniors, Tang Bo stood tall with pride. "I specifically consulted friends these past few days. The top floor of Huiwei Group has multiple helipads. The social elite of Jinghai City arrive via private jets, utilizing exclusive access. Although the Tang family could be considered a prominent clan in Jinghai City, they paled in comparison to these genuine magnates." Tang Shan couldn't help but lament. The Tang family possesses assets worth billions, yet in the presence of true wealth, this amount is trivial. Can you all behave normally? What is there to envy? No matter how wealthy they are, they won't spend a dime on you. As long as you have enough for yourself, that is sufficient, Tang Feier retorted, unable to tolerate her family's materialistic demeanor. "Feier, you do not comprehend the joy of the wealthy." Tang Bo shot her a glance. "Once we enter the Huiwei Group building, refrain from speaking out of turn. Do not let your spoiled temperament offend the influential. No one will come to your aid. As if entry is a certainty. Tang Feier's gulp. Our invitations are legitimate. Why would we be denied entry? If any issues arise, we can easily shift the blame onto that little charlatan. Tank Bosnavdith. If they refuse us entry, we shall force our way in. This is an opportunity to connect with the powerful, one that must not be missed." Despite his bravado, when they reached the entrance of Huiwei Group, all members of the Tang family felt a surge of trepidation. Although every member carried an invitation, none dared to approach the security checkpoint first. Tang Bo, who had just been boasting, now faltered, unable to muster the courage to present his invitation. "Either we enter or we leave." Tang Feier et gleam, evita. What is this indecision? Feier, why don't you go ahead and scout the way? As a young lady, and quite lovely too. Even if they deny entry, the security personnel will not give you a hard time, Tang Bo encouraged. All of the Tang family, except for Tang Shan, stood behind him, their intentions clear. They had no intention of leading the charge. Tang Feier rolled her eyes at their cowardice. "You all boast so confidently at home, yet now you cower? Fine, I shall go," she declared, taking her invitation and striding forward, contemplating whether there might be a chance to escape once inside Huiwei Group. Surely, her family would not dare to seize her openly within the premises. As she approached the security checkpoint, Tang Feier felt a pang of anxiety, but the thought of using Huiwei Group as an escape route emboldened her, and she quickened her pace. "Miss, please present your invitation. Entry is prohibited without one." Upon reaching the checkpoint, the security personnel immediately extended a hand to block her path. "Here." Tang Feier produced her invitation and offered it. As the security officer accepted the invitation, her heart raced. When he meticulously verified the numbers and examined the seal and signature, Tang Feier felt as though her heartbeat had ceased, her breath stilled. She felt guilty. "Hello, miss. Here is your invitation. Please keep it safe. After the celebration concludes, you may present it to receive a commemorative gift at the plaza." The security officer respectfully returned the invitation with both hands. "Are you implying that I have passed security?" Tang Feier was taken aback. The officer nodded with a smile. "Indeed." "Oh." Tang Feier accepted her invitation, her expression bemused. The invitation from that obnoxious man who never closed the bathroom door had somehow passed without issue. She had successfully cleared security. The other members of the Tang family, behind her, suddenly brightened with hope. "No problem. Let us go." They surged forward, each brandishing their invitations. After all had passed through security, Tang Bo exclaimed, "It seems the incident of stolen invitations at Huiwei Group has yet to surface. That fellow is lucky." "Second uncle, can you be reasonable? You have no evidence. How can you claim their invitations were stolen?" Tang Feier interjected, exasperated. "Feier, you do not understand. The more of a fraud, the better they disguise themselves. This is my experience from years of navigating these circles. Trust my judgment. My eyes are the measure." Tang Bo declared, self-satisfied. "You are the smartest in the world," Tang Feier quipped sarcastically. "How dare you speak to your elders like that? You lack respect." Tang Bo was displeased, preparing to impart a lesson on filial piety when, suddenly, a young man in a suit approached, handsome and poised, with a smile gracing his face. He politely addressed her. "Miss Tang Feier, greetings. You know me?" Tang Feier was taken aback, having no recollection of this man. Before the handsome stranger could respond, Tang Bo suddenly became animated. "Manager Jiang, you are the esteemed Manager Jiang of Huiwei Group." "Who is Manager Jiang?" Tang Feier could not help but inquire. Tang Bo shot her an irritated glance, hissing, "Do not speak out of turn. Manager Jiang is among the most powerful figures at Huiwei Group, second only to General Manager Yi and General Manager Zhang, wielding immense influence." "Oh, that sounds quite impressive," Tang Feier remarked, unimpressed. Tang Bo's eyes widened in exasperation. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from speaking out of turn? Are you incapable of absorbing a single word?" "Manager Jiang, I sincerely apologize. My niece lacks decorum. Please do not take offense." Tang Bo hurriedly attempted to clarify, fearing to offend Manager Jiang. "It is quite all right." Jiang Fan smiled gently, showing no sign of annoyance. "Miss Tang Feier is our honored guest at Huiwei Group. I have come specifically to welcome you. You must all be members of the Tang family, correct? Please accompany me. Your seats are in the VIP area." Upon hearing this, the members of the Tang family were struck with disbelief. They had become VIPs? Jiang Fan led the way, and the Tang family promptly followed. Tang Feier, utterly bewildered, wondered how they had been assigned to the VIP area. Could it possibly be related to that obnoxious rogue who neglected to zip up? For some reason, Chen Yang's mischievous grin flashed in her mind. "We have actually become VIPs? My goodness, this privilege is typically reserved for conglomerates with assets in the billions." As they entered the banquet hall, the Tang family, now seated in the VIP section, felt as if they were living a dream. Isn't that the Tang family? How did the entire clan manage to enter? Many prominent families present at the anniversary celebration recognized Tang Shan, having either dined together or engaged in business discussions. However, during those meals, Tang Shan had always been relegated to the far end of the table. The Zhao family, with assets exceeding $1 billion, had barely managed to secure 2 invitations from the Huiwei Group, allowing only 2 members to attend. How then did the entire Tang family gain entry? Not only had they all entered, but they were also seated in the VIP section. The Tang family was merely a small clan with assets in the hundreds of millions. What merit did they possess? The astonishment in the banquet hall was palpable, as everyone wondered how the Tang family had acquired such privilege. Chen Rei also attended, initially possessing only 1 invitation, but Chen Yang had generously bestowed another upon him. He accepted without hesitation, so he now had 2 invitations. However, his father, Chen Guqing, had not come, likely still recuperating in the hospital. Present were only Chen Rui and Li Suya. Upon seeing the entire Tang family seated in the VIP section, Chen Rui's excitement knew no bounds. Incredible. My brother is truly remarkable. What is there to be excited about? They are in the VIP section. Li Suya shot him a disapproving glance, urging him to maintain some decorum. Every individual here is of considerable stature. Must you always boast so loudly? Mother, you don't understand. All the invitations from the Tang family were given by my brother, including this extra invitation in my hand. It too was bestowed by him. The Tang family's presence in the VIP section is entirely attributable to my brother's influence. Chen Rui exclaimed, his exuberance palpable, as if his brother's achievements somehow elevated his own status. Your brother possesses such clout? Li Suya was taken aback, her mind racing with doubt. We had to spend a fortune and leverage connections to acquire a single invitation, yet he casually distributes them like confetti? Though Chen Yang had indeed saved her husband with a talisman, this was still the Huiwe group, which had high entry requirements. Of course, Chen Rui reassured her. This is my brother after all. I'm recognizing him as my elder brother for the first time in my life. Can I possibly misjudge him? Those who wondered why the Tang family occupied the VIP seats were filled with envy. The VIP section was a domain reserved for billion-dollar conglomerates. What extraordinary luck had the Tang family stumbled upon? They were bound to prosper from this moment onward. Many began to discreetly strategize, contemplating how to cultivate relationships with the Tang family to maximize their own benefits. The Tang family members, acutely aware of the envious gazes surrounding them, felt as though they were floating on clouds. The sensation of being the center of attention and envy was exhilarating. It must be that Manager Jiang has taken a liking to our Feier, which is why we have VIP seats. He is deliberately flattering her. Indeed, look at the tenderness in Manager Jiang's gaze towards our Feier. He is undoubtedly interested. Manager Jiang was a significant figure within Huiwe Group, deeply valued by President Yi. With a promising future ahead, if Feier were to forge a connection with him, it could propel the entire Tang family to new heights. In that moment, Tang Bo and others began scheming, whispering to Tang Feier, Feier, this is your chance to elevate our family. Your second uncle is entrusting you with a mission. You must win over Manager Jiang. Yes, Feier, charm him. I've heard men are fond of gentle and virtuous women. You must do your utmost to please Manager Jiang. We cannot let this benefactor slip away. Tang Feier could hardly believe her ears. Can you all behave normally? She retorted, exasperated. We are perfectly normal. It is you who are not. Tang Bo chastised her. Indeed, marrying a wealthy and influential individual is the way forward. You rebellious girl. Their incessant chatter was like a mantra, and Tang Feier covered her ears, blocking out their voices. She scanned the crowd, searching for Chen Yang, yet found no trace of him. What gives? Where's that scoundrel? Feier, are you looking for someone? Perhaps that little charlatan? Dank bemocht. Don't hold your breath. He is likely too embarrassed to show his face, knowing the invitation was pilfered. Not necessarily. We've all been allowed in. If he has an invitation, he should also be able to enter. Tang Shan interjected, his brow furrowing. He too wished to see Chen Yang, eager to ascertain whether he was truly the disciple of the old immortal. Until he cleared this up, he felt uneasy, unable to enjoy the festivities. Brother, you still hold out hope for him? Dank scoffed confidently. Mark my words, the banquet is about to commence, and that little charlatan would never dare show up. Tang Shan regarded him, understanding his brother's nature. Given that they were at the Huiwe Group's banquet, a momentous occasion, he refrained from arguing, knowing it would offend their hosts. Instead, he resumed his search for Chen Yang among the crowd, but to his dismay, he still found no sign of him. Soon, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed, and the spotlight illuminated the stage. Esteemed guests, friends, and family, welcome to the Huiwe Group's 5th anniversary celebration. The host appeared on stage, initiating the evening's festivities. Yi Hongyu, as the chairperson of Huiwe Group, personally took the stage to deliver a series of speeches. See, I told you the celebration had already begun, and that little charlatan hasn't arrived. He is clearly too frightened to show his face, Tang Bo declared triumphantly, resembling a victorious rooster, almost crowing in delight. Tang Feier felt a pang of disappointment, having hoped to see Chen Yang. It appeared he truly lacked the courage to attend. If he doesn't come, how can I escape this marriage? What an unreliable scoundrel. After Yi Hongyu concluded her speech, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Following that was the toast segment, during which President Yi acknowledged the Tang family, seated at one of the tables. Typically, the first toast is reserved for the most significant guests. As Yi Hongyu stepped down and picked up a small wine glass, Jiang Fan approached, pointing towards the Tang family in the VIP section. Yi Hongyu glanced over and immediately recognized the glum Tang Feier. With a slight smile, she walked directly toward her amidst the attentive crowd. Wait, is President Yi seriously not toasting President Wang of the Shinshan Consortium first? There was no sign of President Qin from the Jingtian Heart Foundation. Am I seeing this correctly? President Yi is actually approaching the Tang family? When Yi Hongyu arrived in front of the Tang family, everyone at the scene was momentarily taken aback. The heads of the Shinshan Foundation and the Jingtian Foundation exchanged bewildered glances. Their two families were renowned throughout Jinghai City and were the primary partners of the Huiyue Group. Yet, now Yi Hongyu chose to approach a relatively obscure family instead of acknowledging them first. What could be the reason behind this? The Tang family members were equally flabbergasted. Tang Shan grew increasingly tense, unsure of how to respond, as Yi Hongyu approached him with a glass in hand. You must be Feier, Yi Hongyu said, smiling warmly at her. Ah. President Yi, hello, Tang Feier stammered, still in shock. Yi Hongyu was a well-known powerhouse in Jinghai City, an idol to countless young women. The fact that this formidable woman was toasting her felt surreal. Don't be nervous. I'm only a few years older than you. You can just call me Sister Hongyu from now on. I find you quite charming, so I'll call you Sister Feier, Yi Hongyu replied with a grin. As soon as she spoke, silence enveloped the room. Is President Yi acknowledging his sister? The Tang family was taken aback. How could this happen? What on earth was going on? Everyone was racking their brains, trying to comprehend why Yi Hongyu would act in such a manner. It seemed that Manager Jiang from Huiyue Group had taken a liking to Tang Feier. Yes, I saw it too. President Yi was called over to the Tang family table by Manager Jiang. The Tang family was invited to the VIP section thanks to Manager Jiang, someone noted. The Tang family had struck gold. If Manager Jiang became their son-in-law, they would surely prosper. Instantly, many attendees were filled with envy. Sister Feier, let us share a drink, Yi Hongyu said, raising her glass with a smile, clearly favoring her junior's potential future spouse. Sister Hongyu, I also toast to you, Tang Feier boldly responded, calling her Sister Hongyu after recovering from her initial surprise. They clinked glasses and drank from their cups. Everyone, I must apologize. I need to attend to other guests, Yi Hongyu said, excusing herself. Please, do what you must, President Yi. Tang Bo chuckled, his eyes crinkling with delight, radiating joy like a blooming chrysanthemum. As Yi Hongyu departed, the Tang family members felt as if they were floating. Feier, from this moment on, sever all ties with those young masters from outside. Tang Bo declared sternly to Tang Feier. When have I ever been in contact with them? Tang Feier tautet, Weidheit. Best not to have any connection at all. From now on, you must focus solely on pleasing Manager Jiang. Do you hear me? Be obedient. You must go and talk to Manager Jiang more. Flirt a little to deepen your relationship. Manager Jiang is a benefactor of our Tang family, and you must seize this opportunity. I won't go. If you want to, you can go yourselves. Tang Feier turned away, putting on her headphones, ignoring him. You are being quite unreasonable, Tang Bo exclaimed, feeling helpless in front of the crowd. He would have to discipline her later at home. Rubbing his hands together, Tang Bo approached Jiang Fan, who had been attentive to them and remained close by. Jiang Fan was always accommodating with any request from the Tang family. Manager Jiang, a small token of appreciation, please accept it. Tang Bo produced a bank card and slipped it into Jiang Fan's pocket. Tang sir, what is this? Jiang Fan asked, bewildered. I am here to serve your family. Why are you giving me a gift? He was about to return it when Tang Bo firmly insisted he keep it. Manager Jiang, if you refuse this gift, it will be seen as a slight against me. Jiang Fan was at a loss, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Who gives gifts while coercing the recipient to accept? He thought. Seeing Tang Bo's anxious expression, he reluctantly accepted the card, planning to return it after the celebration. The meal is served. Why didn't anyone call for me? At that moment, Chen Yang, who had not appeared until now, burst into the banquet hall, his voice boisterous. Dressed in flip-flops and beach shorts, with a white tank top and a straw hat, he looked as if he had just returned from vacation. The sun was so pleasant today, I accidentally dozed off while sunbathing. How could no one call me for dinner? Do they not know I'm a foodie? He strutted through the crowd, grumbling. Who is this guy? The attendees were left in shock, having no idea who Chen Yang was. His casual attire was particularly jarring at Huiwe Group's 5th anniversary celebration, where everyone else was dressed to the nines. How did someone in beach shorts manage to get in? Did he have an invitation? Many frowned, feeling that his presence lowered the event's tone. That rascal, Yi Hongyu groaned, astonished at Chen Yang's inappropriate attire. However, she was aware that her junior was free-spirited and could not be controlled. Hey, sweetheart, you all have arrived. Why didn't you call to let me know? I would have come to pick you up, Chen Yang exclaimed upon spotting Tang Feier at the VIP table, approaching her with a grin. Little fool, you actually came. Tang Feier's eyes lit up upon seeing him. My darling, a day apart feels like 3 seasons. Come here, give me a kiss. Chen Yang opened his arms wide, exuding warmth and eagerness to embrace Tang Feier. In an instant, all eyes were fixated on Chen Yang, who seemed utterly reckless. How dare he approach Tang Feier, who was favored by manager Jiang from Huiwe Group? Didn't he hear Tang Feier call him a fool? This guy must be out of his mind. He's finished. He has no idea the trouble he is in for daring to compete with manager Jiang for a woman. Tomorrow, there will likely be a body floating in the Jinghai River. Tomorrow? You underestimate manager Jiang. Today, he will surely have him disposed of. Many guests watched in anticipation, their faces alight with mockery. Nonsense. Tang Feier is definitely his sweetheart. Otherwise, would she call him that? Suddenly, amidst the laughter, an unexpected voice emerged. Oh, Chun Xiao. It is cool you pursuing Tong Feier. Why are you defending that guy in the straw hat? Around Chen Rue, expressions of intrigue surfaced. This Chen Rue seemed unhinged. How could he defend someone who was calling the woman he pursued his sweetheart? You all don't understand. This is my elder brother. I may not be able to win Tang Feier, but my brother can. Chen Rue declared proudly, patting his chest. This is your brother? My goodness, Chen Xiao. Your taste is questionable. How could you have such a brother? Laughter erupted as many mocked Chen Rue. Chen Yang's appearance certainly did not convey wealth. And in Jinghai's elite society, everyone knew one another. No one recognized him. What could this man possibly be? If this is Chen Rue's brother, then Chen Rue resembled the foolish son of a landlord. You, a group of frogs at the bottom of the well, understand nothing. Chen Rue scoffed, directly resorting to sarcasm. Chapter 41. Undermining Haha. Chun Xiao. It seems your esteemed elder brother is destined for misfortune. Tang Feier is the woman favored by manager Jiang of the Huiwe Group. Does your brother dare to flirt with her? Chen Xiao, if you possess any sense of conscience, prepare a cooling mat to collect your brother's remains. Ha ha ha. A group of young masters regarded Chen Rue as if he were a fool, unable to restrain their mocking laughter. You know nothing. Just wait and see how my brother will slap your faces. Sheng Hui Ufit, visible, displayazed. All right, Chen Xiao, let's make a wager. Suddenly, a wealthy young man beamed with delight. What wager? Chen Rue was not one to back down, responding with confidence. I bet that your brother will either be thrown out or kneel before manager Jiang to apologize. And if he doesn't, Chen Rue retorted, irritated. Not possible. If what I just said comes to pass, Chun Xiao, I propose that you forfeit your limited edition Aston Martin to me. If not, I will give you a limited edition sports car of equal value. Chen Xiao, the moment of truth for your brother has arrived. You wouldn't be afraid, would you? He looked at Chen Rue with an air of derision, convinced that Chen Rue would not dare to accept. Fine, Zhao Xiao, you've made your assertion. I happen to have my eyes set on your limited edition Porsche 918. You need to compensate the difference. Just transfer it to me directly. Unexpectedly, Sheng Hui boldly quoted it. Zhao Hao was momentarily taken aback. You can't be serious, Chun Xiao. Of course, I trust my brother's capabilities. Here are my car keys. Now show me yours. Chen Rue produced his keys and slammed them on the table. With the atmosphere charged, Zhao Hao had no choice but to respond. Ah, Chun Xiao, you are indeed generous. Insisting on gifting me a car, I can only graciously accept. Zhao Hao placed his own car keys on the table as well. Chen Xiao's mind seems to be clouded. Nearby, several onlookers shook their heads, puzzled by Chen Rue's sudden recklessness. You little rascal, what do you intend to do? As Chen Yang swaggered over to embrace Tang Feier, Tang Bo stepped in front, glaring at him. Why are you blocking me from hugging my wife? Don't you have someone to embrace yourself? Chen Yang retorted, pointing to a middle-aged woman nearby. Isn't your second aunt here? Go embrace her and don't disrupt our romance. You, Tang Bo's face turned livid. You brat, stop speaking nonsense. Feier is already taken. Do not entertain any ideas about her. Beside them, the second aunt chimed in. Indeed, take a look in the mirror. Do you really think you're worthy? You keep pursuing Feyre, like a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. Everyone present at the banquet, whose status surpassed yours, wore bespoke suits, luxurious shoes, and custom ties. Look at you, your entire outfit isn't worth a single tissue. I warn you, keep your distance from Feyre. She is currently in a relationship with Manager Jiang of the Huiyue Group. I suggest you abandon any unrealistic aspirations. The Tang family rallied together, verbally assaulting Chen Yang. What? Have I been undermined? Chen Yang rubbed his ears, then turned to the bewildered Jiang fan. I asked you to take special care of my wife. Yet you seem to have undermined me instead. Jiang Fan's forehead broke into a cold sweat. When did I ever undermine you? These Tang family members are insane, spreading absurd rumors. This could ruin me. He knew all too well Chen Yang's identity. Offending him could mean losing everything. Mr. Chen, I assure you, I have not. How could I possibly undermine you? This is purely baseless. Jiang Fan desperately tried to explain, feeling unjustly accused. Oh, they claim you have, yet you deny it. Should I believe my wife's family or you? Chen Yang smiled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Mr. Chen, I truly have not. I swear by the heavens. Jiang Fan raised a hand in a solemn vow. Your word means little. It's my wife's word that holds weight. I shall ask her. Chen Yang turned to Tang Feyre, grinning. Darling, has he ever harassed you? If so, I shall assist you in dealing with him. You're insane. Tang Feyre rolled her eyes. However, upon seeing Jiang Fan's visibly trembling state, she realized that this high-ranking official from the Huiyue Group seemed genuinely afraid of Chen Yang. To avoid frightening him further, she scolded lightly. Manager Jiang has been quite considerate of us. Do not bully him. All right, Chen Yang grinned. What's happening here? Manager Jiang, you're a key figure in the Huiyue Group, yet you appear intimidated by this fellow. Tang Bo felt his brain cells frying, unable to comprehend how Manager Jiang would fear Chen Yang, who seemed so unassuming. Chen Yang must be the illegitimate child of a major shareholder in the Huiyue Group. Yes, that must be it. He certainly has a remarkable background. Mr. Tang, should you continue to disrespect Mr. Chen, do not blame me for expelling you. Jiang Fan glared at Tang Bo, furious that this fool nearly cost him his position. Tang Bo immediately fell silent, casting furtive glances at Chen Yang, his mind racing with speculation. Meanwhile, all those who had come to witness Chen Yang's humiliation were left dumbfounded. Who is this man in beach shorts? So formidable that even Manager Jiang fears him? Heaven knows. Thank goodness I refrained from insulting him when he passed by. Otherwise, I would have been thrown out. Many breathed sighs of relief, grateful they hadn't compounded their misfortune by offending Chen Yang. Oh my, Chen Xiao, I can't believe I lost. Zhao Hao was equally astounded. The esteemed Manager Jiang, a key figure in the Huiyue Group, was intimidated by Chun Rui, his elder brother. Enough talk. A bet is a bet. Hand over the car keys. Chun Rui exclaimed with delight, realizing he had not misjudged his brother's prowess, and resolved to cling tightly to this newfound ally. Here you go. I'm not one to shy away from a loss. Zhao Hao promptly tossed the keys to Chun Rui, leaning closer with a sycophantic expression. Chun Xiao, when the opportunity arises, might you introduce us to your esteemed elder brother? Chapter 42. Recently unlucky very well. Sheng Hui responded graciosely. His relationship with Zhao Hao was decent, and since Zhao Hao accepted his loss gracefully, he had no qualms about introducing him to his elder brother. Zhao Hao chuckled. Though he had lost a sport car worth millions, he felt no regret. On the contrary, he was rather pleased, for Chun Rui had promised to introduce him to Chen Yang. Zhao Hao was already scheming in his mind, planning to acknowledge Chen Yang as his elder brother. After all, it was merely a matter of recognition. He had nothing to lose. If his elder brother turned out to be impressive, he, as a younger brother, could expect special privileges. At this moment, everyone at the Huiyue Group's anniversary celebration, observing the Tang family, was left utterly speechless. The cacophony of ridicule directed at Chen Yang had abruptly ceased. Tang Feyre's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly smiled at Chen Yang and asked, "Hey, when are you taking me away?" She longed to be free from her family's incessant chatter about the merits of various wealthy suitors. "My dear wife, are you so eager to consummate our marriage?" Chen Yang casually grabbed a pear from the table, munching on it while laughing. A faint blush crept onto Tang Feyre's cheeks as she glared at him, saying, "Enough nonsense. Take me away now, immediately." The Tang family was well aware of Tang Fei's intentions. She was clearly plotting an escape. They exchanged glances, each hoping the others would speak up to prevent her from leaving. Yet no one dared to be the first to act. After all, even the third in command of the Huiwei group feared Chen Yang. Should they offend him, a mere word from him could result in their expulsion. "My dear wife, let us temporarily set aside the matter of our marriage. I have other engagements today," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "Who is your dear wife? Wait, are you implying that you have a concubine?" Tang Fei, infuriated by Chen Yang's refusal to take her away, stamped her foot in frustration. "Of course I have 7 wives," he replied with a grin. "I don't care how many wives you have. Just take me away today. Even if you had 100 wives, I wouldn't mind." 100 wives? That won't do. One could hardly sustain such a lifestyle. Chen Yang said, "Be good. Stay at home for a few more days. Once I finish my business, I promise to come for you." "Fine, Chen. I'll remember this. Just you wait." Knowing she was stuck for the day, Tang Fei crossed her arms and sulked on her chair, refusing to look at Chen Yang, her anger palpable. "Hey, future father-in-law, please take good care of my wife. I'll send you a grand gift later." Chen Yang chuckled, winking at Tang Shan. Tang Shan was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. He wanted to ask if there was a legitimate marriage contract involved, but the atmosphere was too delicate to risk offending anyone. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Chen Yang noticed someone limping through the side door. A striking woman in a black gown, with cascading waves of hair, appeared, her fair skin contrasting with her disheveled state. She leaned heavily on a cane, her head and hands bandaged, limping in high heels. "Sister Zhiqiu." Without hesitation, Chen Yang approached and greeted Zhang Zhiqiu warmly. He noticed she was still wearing the unlucky talisman he had given her, explaining her current predicament. "Chen Yang, you're here too," Zhang Zhiqiu said, her gaze falling on him with an inexplicable sense of displeasure, especially his smile, which struck her as somewhat unsavory, making her feel uneasy. However, as he was a disciple of Yi Hongyu, she restrained her irritation and managed a smile. "Zhiqiu, what happened to you?" Yi Hongyu approached with a wine glass. Her expression won a surprise at Zhang Zhiqiu's condition. "Nothing much, just been having a streak of bad luck. I was in an accident and encountered some unfortunate events," Zhang Zhiqiu explained, glancing at Yi Hongyu's neck and wrist, relieved to see the pendant and bracelet she had gifted her still adorned. Recently, Zhang Zhiqiu had indeed been overwhelmed with misfortune. She had planned on attending today, but felt compelled to check on her friend. Seeing Yi Hongyu unguarded eased her worries. Even in misfortune, it was worth it. "Feeling unlucky lately?" Yi Hongyu recalled Chen Yang's words. The talisman he had given Zhang Zhiqiu meant that as long as she harbored ill intentions towards Yi Hongyu, she would continue to suffer misfortunes. A sinking feeling washed over her as she glanced at Chen Yang, who responded with a mischievous expression. "Zhiqiu, despite your injuries, you still came to the anniversary celebration. It truly touches my heart, especially considering you wore heels despite your limp. Your dedication to etiquette is commendable. Your bond with my senior sister must be unbreakable." Chen Yang exclaimed, "Feigning sincerity." Yi Hongyu nearly rolled her eyes, recognizing his sarcasm. Yet Zhang Zhiqiu took his words at face value and smiled. "Hongyu, please make sure to wear the bracelet I gave you. Never take it off, otherwise you'll end up as unfortunate as I am," Zhang Zhiqiu advised earnestly. Yi Hongyu felt a chill. How could her longtime friend attempt to ensnare her like this? "You should find a spot to rest. I need to attend to other guests," she replied curtly, turning to walk away. Ms. Yi, the 5-year anniversary of Huiwei Group is such a grand event. How could you not invite me?" Just as Yi Hongyu turned away, a loud laugh erupted. With a bang, the banquet hall doors swung open, revealing Sun Dongwu in a black tang suit, his slick back hair accentuating his imposing presence, followed by the stoic Chen Yang Taoist. Sun Dongwu waved his hand, and instantly, over 100 henchmen emerged from behind him, surrounding the entire venue, causing an uproar. No one anticipated such an intrusion during Huiwei Group's anniversary celebration, and the atmosphere turned tense. "Everyone silence," Sun Dongwu declared. "I am here not to target anyone else, but specifically for Ms. Yi. As long as you all remain seated and behave, I shall not harm any of you." His brazen laughter echoed as he surveyed the crowd, which quieted considerably, though whispers of confusion persisted. "What is happening? Is Chairman Sun really here to confront Ms. Yi?" Rumors circulated that Sun Dongwu had long sought collaboration with Yi Hongyu, but she had consistently rebuffed him, leading to his resentment and intentions to consume Huiyue Group. Is this for real? Huiyue Group ISN, an easy target to take down. Many exchanged glances, realizing the depth of the confrontation brewing. Mr. Sun, what are your intentions? Yi Hongyu asked, her expression steely. Ah, Ms. Yi, you truly have a commanding presence, a testament to your reputation as a formidable woman in Jinghai City. Sun Dongwu laughed heartily, striding confidently to the head table. What I mean is clear. I've had my eyes on this land for quite some time. I now present you with two options. Either vacate this place willingly, or I shall annihilate Huiyue Group. The last words were spoken with a heavy tone, and her expression instantly turned cold and ruthless. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted into a wave of astonishment. No one expected Sun Dongwu to be so assertive. He dares to extinguish my Huiyue Group? Is he not afraid of the backlash? Do you possess such capability? Yi Hongyu narrowed her eyes, her stance unwavering. To relinquish the territory of Huiyue Group? This is a kingdom she painstakingly built. How could she possibly surrender it? General República del Yemen. Since you choose to spurn my goodwill and invite punishment instead, then I shall not be held accountable. Sun Dongwu declared, I shall demonstrate whether I possess the means. With a sharp clap of his hands, the sinister-faced Chen Yang Taoist stepped forward, revealing a chilling smile. In that moment, the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. Yi Hongyu's gaze remained fixed on the Chen Yang Taoist. Although she hailed from Long Hushan, and her skills were lacking, her perception was keen. This Chen Yang Taoist exuded an aura of danger. Observing her serious expression, Sun Dongwu chuckled. General Yi, this esteemed individual beside me is a master of the Tao. The feng shui of your Huiyue Group has long been under his control. With but a thought, he can overturn your group's fortune. Furthermore, every employee within Huiyue Group has already been tainted by the negative energies of this place. In essence, the fate of you and all your employees hinges upon my words. After speaking, Sun Dongwu laughed again, a laugh filled with arrogance, signaling to the Chen Yang Taoist. The Taoist understood and nodded expressionlessly. He advanced a step, revealing a sinister smile. Suddenly, he stamped his foot. In an instant, while others remained unharmed, all employees of Huiyue Group began to cough up blood. This scene shocked everyone into silence. How? How could this be? Just moments ago, I felt as though my insides were twisted together, unable to suppress the blood that surged forth. It was unbearable. Employees of Huiyue Group crouched on the ground, clutching their chests, their faces pale as if gravely injured. Sun Dongwu. Yi Hongyu sprang up, her anger palpable. Is General Yi upset? Do be cautious with your volume. If you inadvertently frighten me, the consequences for your employees will be far graver than merely coughing up blood. Sun Dongwu teased, raising a hand and clenching it tightly, exuding an air of control. Though furious, Yi Hongyu dared not act recklessly for the sake of her employees' lives. Instead, fixing her gaze firmly on Sun Dongwu. General Yi, I must be the first to incite such ire in you. I must say, your anger has a unique charm. Sun Dongwu laughed heartily. I shall no longer waste words. I offer you a choice. Roll away or perish. He had long plotted to claim the territory of Huiyue Group, convinced it was his destiny. Ye Hongyu's kuntenan stark in it. You ignorant youth, do you still hesitate? The Chen Yang Taoist coldly snorted and stamped his foot again. This time, many employees of Huiyue Group found themselves not merely coughing blood, but collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony, their expressions reflecting profound suffering. I grant you 10 seconds. Should you not depart, all employees of Huiyue Group shall accompany you in death. The Chen Yang Taoist's demeanor was overwhelmingly forceful, his eyes glinting like ice, commanding obedience. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. No one dared to breathe, their eyes fixed on Yi Hongyu, uncertain of her choice. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause echoed through the room. Chen Yang approached, clapping as he walked. I've seen many impressive individuals, but none quite like you. He smiled at the Chen Yang Taoist. Where did this foolish youth come from? Does he not know his limits? The Chen Yang Taoist cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yang, dismissing him entirely. Then, turning coldly to Yi Hongyu, he declared, the 10 seconds have passed. Next year on this day will mark the anniversary of the demise of you and all your Huiyue Group. Boom! With that, he stamped his foot once more. The employees of Huiyue Group, lying on the ground, gasped in horror at the prospect of another stomp. One stomp had them coughing blood, two had them writhing in pain. What would three do? This was the price of opposing Sun Dongwu. The Chen Yang Taoist sneered, and the entire venue fell silent. Would Huiwei Group truly fall into Sun Dongwu's hands? Of course. Did you not see how many people he brought? Huiwei Group was doomed today. Who would have thought that General Yi, with her illustrious reputation, would falter on such a significant day, losing everything she had worked for? Many esteemed guests attending the anniversary were now shaking their heads, foreseeing the demise of Huiwei Group. Several executives from companies partnering with Huiwei Group side internally, already weighing their options, withdraw investment or align with Sun Dongwu. Yi Hongyu, I have given you time to ponder, yet your hesitation is excessive. I lack the patience to wait. The deaths of your employees will rest upon your shoulders, for your indecision has condemned them. The Chen Yang Taoist mocked, his face filled with amusement. Is that so? Old fool, your skills seem lacking. Our Huiwei Group employees are all quite well. Chen Yang crossed his arms, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Impossible. They are all dead. The Chen Yang Taoist's expression turned scornful, but it quickly froze as he witnessed Huiwei Group's employees standing up one by one. Those who had coughed blood appeared rejuvenated, their pallid faces regaining a healthy hue. What is happening? This cannot be. The Chen Yang Taoist's face darkened. He had long controlled the feng shui and underground energies of Huiwei Group, dictating the fate of its employees. Yet now, they remained unharmed? Old fool, if you lack the skill, do not attempt what you cannot handle. If your abilities are insufficient, why engage in such feats? Chen Yang shook his head disapprovingly. Suddenly, he lightly stamped his foot on the ground. To the onlookers, it seemed a careless gesture, but to the Chen Yang Taoist, it felt like a celestial force descending upon him. In an instant, he felt as if his insides were being twisted, an inexplicable chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. With a sudden rush, he felt something rise within him, and before he knew it, he had coughed up a mouthful of blood. What? What is happening? The Chen Yang Taoist felt utterly drained, collapsing to his knees. A mysterious chill enveloped him, as if he were trapped in an ice cellar, shivering uncontrollably. I have been afflicted by the dark energies, the malevolent energy beneath the Huiwei Group. How could this be? I was certain I had mastered all the feng shui of the Huiwei Group. How could this happen? Hu Ying Taoist's face turned ashen, as he never imagined that. Believing he had control over the situation, the outcome would be so utterly unexpected. This scene left everyone present in a state of shock. How did the tables turn? Wasn't it merely a trivial formation? I could do that too, Chen Yang declared, stomping his foot once more. In an instant, Hu Ying Taoist trembled violently, as if struck by lightning, his body uncontrollably shaking. Blood poured from his 7 orifices, dark and viscous, resembling that of a poisoned man. Please, don't kill me. I beg you stop. The malevolent energy has invaded my body, destroying my life force. I will perish. I beseech you, spare me. Hu Ying Taoist collapsed on the ground, unable to rise, desperately pleading, as his skin transformed from its normal hue to a ghastly gray and black. I thought you were formidable, yet this is all you can muster? Chen Yang shook his head in disbelief, clearly having no intention of letting him off the hook. Yi Hongyu, with her exquisite yet icy features, crossed her arms and coldly regarded Sun Dongwu. Mr. Sun, it appears the feng shui master you invited lacks the necessary skill. If he has no other tricks up his sleeve, you may very well lose. Sun Dongwu's expression darkened. He had believed victory was assured, only to discover Hu Ying Taoist was so easily defeated. Fortunately, he had other plans. Yi Hongyu, I did not anticipate you possess such capability. However, do you believe this will allow Huiwei Group to escape its fate? A fool's dream. With a resounding clap, Sun Dongwu summoned, Master Zhang, please make your entrance. Instantly, a steady footfall resonated from the entrance of the banquet hall, and an elderly man with silver hair and beard appeared, holding his head high and walking with poise. It is he. My heavens, is that not Master Zhang Xian? Master Zhang is a renowned top-tier mage in Jinghai City, sought after by countless affluent families for his expertise in rituals and feng shui. His esteemed reputation is well-deserved, and with his involvement, it seems Huiwei Group is doomed. As Master Zhang made his entrance, exclamations of astonishment filled the air. Zhang Xian's fame had been meticulously cultivated over the years in Jinghai City. Observing the crowd's admiration, Sun Dongwu's cruel smile widened. Meanwhile, the once pleading Hu Ying Taoist now seized the opportunity, abandoning his pleas and instead wearing a cold smirk. Master Zhang held a Buddhist dust whisk, entering amidst a chorus of admiration. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. After years of dominance in Jinghai City, his current reputation was well-earned. It is over. Huiwei Group is finished. At this juncture, all employees of Huiwei Group appeared ashen-faced. The wealthy elites attending the anniversary celebration exchanged glances, silently lamenting their earlier hopes of comeback. Yet with Zhang Xian's emergence, all was settled. Huiwei Group was fated to be consumed by Sun Dongwu. Junior brother, is that not the esteemed disciple? Chapter 45. The icy chill, Yi Hongyu's expression turned peculiar as she glanced at Chen Yang beside her. The corpses of the assassins from a few days prior had been dealt with by Zhang Xian. This old fool has betrayed us? Truly reckless, accepting any job without discretion. I shall have to rein him in. Chen Yang smiled faintly, suspecting Zhang Xian had merely followed the money, failing to inquire about the task at hand. Master Zhang. Sun Dongwu strode forward, extending a warm welcome. Zhang Xian raised his chin, casting a fleeting glance at him before nodding subtly, exuding an air of superiority. Sun Dongwu forced a smile, stating, Master Zhang, the deposit of 10 million has been transferred to your account. As long as you assist me in controlling the feng shui of Huiwei Group and eliminate it, the remaining 10 million will follow shortly. Eliminate Huiwei Group? Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback. The CEO of Huiwei Group, isn't she my master? Mr. Sun, did you not instruct me to remove your rival? What does Huiwei Group have to do with it? Zhang Xian frowned. Sun Dongwu smiled wryly. Master Zhang, Huiwei Group is my rival. I want Yi Hongyu dead. What did you say? Zhang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. You want me to kill my master? TSK. Master Zhang, have you been neglecting your fortune-telling lately? Always rushing headlong into danger? At this moment, Chen Yang's voice, tinged with mockery, echoed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shivered, hastily scanning the crowd. His gaze landed on the expressionless Yi Hongyu and the smirking Chen Yang. In that instant, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Surely, my master is not angry with me? And the look on my junior uncle's face. He seems more like a smiling tiger. It is over. My probationary period is ending. The thought left Zhang Xian's heart heavy. Suddenly, he was jolted from his reverie by Sun Dongwu's boisterous laughter. To Sun Dongwu, although Qing Taoist had faltered, Zhang Xian would undoubtedly enable him to seize control of Huiwei Group. Seeing the triumphant grin on Sun Dongwu's face ignited a furious blaze within Zhang Xian. How dare you laugh while I am in distress? Who gave you the audacity? In an instant, Zhang Xian's rage erupted. It is done. Master Zhang is furious. Previously, a minor leader of an underground faction had insulted Zhang Xian, resulting in a swift and fatal retribution. Huiwei Group is undeniably doomed. As Zhang Xian's fury intensified, all present sensed the inescapable demise of Huiwei Group. The employees of Huiwei Group lamented in despair. Master Zhang, let loose. First, eliminate Yi Hongyu and that young man by her side. Sun Dongwu sneered, first pointing at Yi Hongyu, then at Chen Yang. Eliminate? Zhang Xian's face was a canvas of fury. I shall do what? With a resounding slap, Zhang Xian struck Sun Dongwu across the face. The force sent Sun Dongwu flying, crashing into a nearby table, which collapsed under the impact, chaos ensuing. Master Zhang, what are you doing? Sun Dongwu staggered his feet. Dazed, the imprint of Zhang Xian's hand glaringly visible on his face, disbelief etched across his features. Did he strike the wrong person? What am I doing? How dare you? Zhang Xian roared, lunging at Sun Dongwu and pinning him down, delivering a series of punches as if they were mere street thugs brawling, completely devoid of any masterly demeanor. This scene left all witnesses astounded. Am I dreaming? The man Sun Dongwu summoned is now attacking him? What was once deemed an inevitable demise for Huiwei Group had suddenly taken an unexpected turn, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. This Zhang Xian is quite intriguing. A rare smile graced Yi Hongyu's usually cold visage, a sight seldom seen in such public company. Chen Yang chuckled, remarking on the discerning eye of his senior sister, acknowledging the old rascal's cunning. Help! Someone help! Shouted Sun Dongwu, his face bruised and battered as Zhang Xuanjin pinned him to the ground. You fools! I have spent so much money hiring you, only for you to sit idly by? Fortunately, he had summoned 100 men to surround the banquet hall. now desperately calling for assistance. To take one's money and avert calamity, he thought as the thugs rushed to his aid, eager to rescue him. Shall we dispose of this impertinent fool? Zhang Xuanjin turned to Chen Yang, nearly uttering little master uncle, but quickly corrected himself to handsome young man. With a mere nod from Chen Yang, Zhang Xuanjin would not hesitate to unleash chaos in public. Today was the anniversary celebration. He would not allow their filthy blood to tarnish the floor of the Huiyue group. Merely expelling them would suffice. Chen Yang remained silent, but Yi Hongyu spoke softly, very well. Zhang Xuanjin nodded, then spat into his palm, rubbing his hands together until warm. With a few swift slaps, he struck Sun Dongwu's face, dragging him like a dead dog to the side of Chen Yang Taoist. You two fools dare to covet the Huiyue group? I could eliminate you in an instant. He then delivered 2 more resounding slaps to Chen Yang Taoist, dragging both men towards the exit. The thugs summoned by Sun Dongwu hesitated, nervous and wary as they followed Zhang Xuanjin outside, none daring to act rashly. Ye Hongyu, do you think you have one? You are doomed. I still have one last card to play. Sun Dongwu shouted, feeling a surge of adrenaline as he saw the impassive Yi Hongyu. How could he have fallen to such a fate after boldly challenging them? Yi Hongyu raised her hand in a halting gesture, prompting Zhang Xuanjin to obediently release Sun Dongwu's leg. Sun Dongwu's eyes fixated on the pendant around Yi Hongyu's neck and the bracelet on her wrist, a sinister smile forming. Yi Hongyu, you could never have imagined that I have long since bribed those around you. Your closest confidant has betrayed you. Today, your demise is inevitable. Master Chen Yang, you may proceed with that trick now. Sun Dongwu turned to Chen Yang Taoist, prepared to go all in. With Yi Hongyu's death, the Huiyue group would be leaderless and ultimately his once more. However, Chen Yang Taoist trembled, feeling the dark energy within him, a torment he could hardly endure. He had believed Zhang Xuanjin to be reliable, only to find him turning traitor. Now he had no choice but to resort to his final tactic. Ye Hongyu, you have forced our hand. Chanting an ancient incantation, Chen Yang Taoist's lips curled into a mocking smile. You have long been cursed. I have completed the incantation that awakens the poison within you. Yi Hongyu, you have but 1 minute left to live. Now is the time to utter your final words. He laughed, relishing the impending doom. Is this the poison you speak of? Chen Yang interjected, grinning as he extended a hand towards Yi Hongyu. She promptly removed the bracelet and pendant, handing them to him. Oh, you discovered it? But it's too late. The poison is already activated. Even a deity could not save you. Chen Yang Taoist coughed derisively. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanjin delivered a powerful slap to his face, cursing, you, born of the back alleys, dare to dabble in poison? Your meager skills couldn't harm ye. After another round of spitting and rubbing his hands, he slapped Chen Yang Taoist again, leaving him dazed. Yet the Taoist gritted his teeth, insisting, this technique was taught to me by my master. It has never failed. Yi Hongyu is doomed. Zhang Zhiqiu, Yi Hongyu is on the brink of death. You shall soon have what you desire. Speak to her now while she still breathes. Chen Yang Taoist schemed, hoping to inflict emotional anguish upon Yi Hongyu through her closest friend, Zhang Zhiqiu, who had betrayed her. It was said that Yi Hongyu treated her well, even granting her shares in the Huiyue group. Yet, here she was corrupted by Sun Dongwu. In an instant, all eyes turned to Zhang Zhiqiu. Zhiqiu, Yi Hongyu's expression darkened. Although Chen Yang had warned her, and she trusted him, the reality of betrayal was crushing. This is your fault. You refused to let me ascend to a higher position within the Huiyue group, offering me only a paltry share, as if to dismiss me. As a friend, you were the one who acted dishonorably. With her treachery now exposed, Zhang Zhiqiu cast aside her pretense, leaning on her cane as she approached Sun Dongwu. I built the Huiyue group from the ground up. You contributed nothing. Your skills are insufficient for leadership. The shares I gave you were more than enough for your lifetime. Why betray me? Yi Hongyu's fury erupted. Years of friendship shattered in an instant. I am your friend. You should share half of everything with me. Zhang Zhiqiu suddenly screamed in a frenzy. You possess so much yet give me so little. A mere 1% of Huiyue Group shares? Is that meant to appease me? Red fish, it has come to this. I can no longer argue. Sun Dongwu has promised that once you are dead, he will grant me half of the Huiyue Group. After your demise, I will honor your wishes and manage the company well. Zhang Zhiqiu declared with a tone that dripped with derision, chilling Yi Hongyu to the core. From this day forward, our sisterhood is over. You think to claim my Huiwei group? Such foolishness. Foolishness is not for you to declare. Chen Yang Taoist cackled. Did you not realize that a minute has already passed? Chen Yang interjected with a smile, igniting a wave of realization in Chen Yang Taoist as he grasped the gravity of his failure. How can this be? He wondered, dread creeping in. Your abilities are as useless as a eunuch in a brothel. What merit do you possess? Chen Yang shook his head, addressing Zhang Xuanjin. Clear the area. Understood. Zhang Xuanjin eagerly rubbed his hands together. As soon as Chen Yang instructed Zhang Xian to carry out his tasks, Zhang Xian felt that he was one step closer to securing his official position. Life was increasingly filled with promise. But what about that malicious woman? What should be done with her? Zhang Xian pointed at Zhang Ziqiu. Just toss her out. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Sun, Master Chen Yang, what is happening? Did you not say that this poison would surely lead to death? At that moment, Zhang Ziqiu sensed something was awry. Time had long surpassed, and Yi Hongyu remained unscathed. Not a single mark upon her. Was she not being harmed? If Yi Hongyu did not perish, what would become of her? However, at this moment, Sun Dongwu and Master Chen Yang were equally eager to uncover the truth. They could not answer Zhang Ziqiu's inquiry, as they themselves were in dire straits. Where was the time to respond to questions? Seeing their silence, Zhang Ziqiu's face turned ashen, realizing she was in deep trouble. Men were indeed unreliable. Cursing under her breath, she knelt before Yi Hongyu, unleashing a torrent of tears, her performance reaching its peak in desperation. Redfish, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. I was bewitched and fell for Sun Dongwu's deception. I have now seen the error of my ways. Please grant me another chance. I promise to treat you with utmost sincerity. She pleaded, tears streaming down her face, smudging her makeup. Her woeful demeanor might lead the uninformed to believe Yi Hongyu was the villain here. Once betrayed, trust is irrevocably lost. Yi Hongyu, ever decisive and unyielding, coldly stated, I have already declared that our sisterly bond ends here. Moreover, I will reclaim everything I have given you. Guards, throw her out. With a sweeping gesture, several employees of the group promptly seize Zhang Ziqiu by the arms and drag her away. No, please. Zhang Ziqiu screamed heart-wrenchingly. Everything she possessed was granted by Yi Hongyu. Once taken back, she would be left with nothing. Yet, her cries fell on deaf ears, and she was swiftly ejected. Had she known this would be the outcome, she might have acted differently. Foolish woman. Zhang Xian muttered a curse, dragging the bruised Sun Dongwu and the trembling Master Chen Yang along as if they were refuse. Soon, the area occupied by Sun Dongwu's entourage was cleared, restoring order to the banquet. Ladies and gentlemen, what transpired moments ago was merely a minor interlude. I hope you will not dwell on it. I hereby declare that the Huiwei Group's anniversary celebration shall continue. Yi Hongyu calmly took charge, resuming the festivities. No one anticipated that the situation would turn on its head once more. Yi, the esteemed leader of Jinghai City, had decisively outmaneuvered Sun Dongwu. Indeed, the title of a strong woman is not easily earned. A wave of emotions swept through the crowd as they realized that what could have been a tempestuous affair had been effortlessly diffused, revealing Yi Hongyu's formidable nature beyond their expectations. As for Chen Yang, he seemed almost invisible, merely a figure that had emerged to flaunt his bravado, seemingly doing little of substance. Get lost. On the joyous occasion of Huiwei Group, how dare you stir trouble? Were it not for the inauspiciousness of bloodshed today, I would have dealt with you all. In a refuse dump associated with Huiwei Group, Sun Dongwu and Master Chen Yang were discarded like trash. As Zhang Xian's voice echoed with curses, both men dared not breathe, waiting for a moment until they confirmed that Zhang Xian had departed before they crawled out of the dumpster, utterly disheveled. Damn Zhang Xian, that scoundrel. Takes money without delivering results. Sun Dongwu's face twisted with rage, his fury palpable. Master Chen Yang, infused with malevolent energy, trembled uncontrollably. He rummaged through his belongings, producing a small vial from which he poured a dark, glutinous pill into his hand. After swallowing it, he felt slightly better. No wonder Yi Hongyu remained unharmed. Zhang Xian had evidently been bribed by her. The formation I set up at Huiwei Group has also been dismantled by Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, the scoundrel, was double-dealing, taking money from both sides, ultimately turning against them. He deserved nothing less than punishment. Master Chen Yang harbored an intense hatred for Zhang Xian, even mistaking the one who dismantled his formation for him. As for Chen Yang, he was wholly disregarded, for his youth made him appear inexperienced in their line of work, where age often equated to depth of knowledge. Master Chen Yang, do you possess any means for vengeance? I will pay any price. Sun Dongwu clenched his fists, his muscles taut, presenting a fearsome visage. How dare that wretched Yi Hongyu and Zhang Xian humiliate me before so many? I will not rest until I exact my revenge. Master Chen Yang's countenance was as cold as ice. Of course there is a way. What is it? Sun Dongwu's gaze intensified. Master Chen Yang scoffed. Summon my master. Your master? Yes. Originally, I did not wish to trouble my master for dealing with a mere Huiyue group, but they have left me no choice. Once my master intervenes, even 10 Zhangxians would not suffice to withstand his might. Upon speaking, a strong aura of murderous intent emanated from Master Chen Yang. However, enlisting my master's assistance comes at a steep price. Master Chen Yang immediately turned his gaze to Sun Dongwu. As business-minded individuals, Sun Dongwu understood the unspoken rules. No matter the cost, as long as you can help me eliminate this trouble, I will pay. Very well. Mr. Sun, prepare at least 10 billion. Master Chen Yang asserted. 10 billion? Sun Dongwu's lips twitched in disbelief. That is indeed a lofty sum. Nonetheless, he could afford it. It was akin to tearing out a piece of his own flesh. But if he could achieve vengeance, eliminate Yi Hongyu and Zhang Xian, and take over Huiyue Group, then what he stood to gain would far outweigh the 10 billion. Fine, 10 billion it is. Sun Dongwu gritted his teeth and agreed. Upon his acquiescence, Master Chen Yang wasted no time dialing a number. After a few rings, a voice answered on the other end. Master, I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive my impertinence. Master Chen Yang spoke respectfully, his tone subdued, careful not to provoke the other party. What is it? The voice emanating from the phone was chillingly sinister. Although Sun Dongwu had never met the speaker, just hearing that voice sent a shiver down his spine, as though it had emerged from a graveyard, laden with an unearthly chill. Master Chen Yang quickly explained the situation. After a brief silence, the voice responded with a ghastly chuckle. If you wish for my assistance, prepare 20 billion. Sun Dongwu's heart sank. Moments ago, it had been 10 billion, and now it had doubled to 20. Furthermore, the voice continued ominously. Within 3 days, provide me with 99 12-year-old boys and girls, and their birth times must fall between midnight and 1 o'clock. Upon hearing this, the Qingyang Taoist was momentarily taken aback. Asking for money was one thing, but demanding young boys and girls as well. However, he quickly recalled something and, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Master, are you asking for young boys and girls to attain mastery in your divine skills? Do not utter what should remain unspoken. Qingyang Taoist abruptly slapped himself across the face, the sound resonating sharply. Master, your admonishment is well-deserved. Your disciple acknowledges his folly. He then hastily gestured to Sun Dongwu, indicating he should agree without delay. Sun Dongwu hesitated, pondering the absurdity of the request. 20 billion was already a staggering sum. But what was the purpose of 99 young boys and girls? For cultivation? What kind of cultivation? Dark arts? Where could he possibly find 99 12-year-olds born at midnight? Noticing Sun Dongwu's indecision, Qingyang Taoist leaned closer, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Mr. Sun, once my master achieves his divine prowess, you shall have a share in the credit. If you can earn his favor and bring him joy, he will be inclined to assist you. At that time, not just the mere Huiyue Group, but even the grand financial conglomerates of Jinghai City will bow before you. Upon hearing this, Sun Dongwu's heart raced. With the Qingyang Taoist at his side, he could nearly grasp the Huiyue Group, if he were to gain the master of the Qingyang Taoist as well. The prospect of controlling half of Jinghai City's business landscape seemed entirely within reach. Resolutely, Sun Dongwu clenched his jaw and declared, all right. After the Huiyue Group's celebration concluded, the Tang family was escorted home in luxury vehicles. Having spent the day hunting, they did not expect to be blindsided by an eagle. Indeed, they had misjudged the situation. Who could have imagined that this little charlatan was the son of a major shareholder in the Huiyue Group? How deceptive. This young man, seemingly unassuming, was undoubtedly wealthy, yet chose to appear humble with a tricycle to mislead us. In the Tang family living room, Tang Bo paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. Ever since he witnessed manager Jiang being overly courteous to Chen Yang, he was convinced that Chen Yang was indeed the son of a significant shareholder in Huiyue Group. This was a second-generation heir. He must not be offended. Damn it. I felt he was exceptionally talented upon our first meeting, yet you all dismissed him as a fraud, leaving me hesitant to speak well of him. Now, it seems my instincts were correct. He exudes an aura of righteousness. A young man from the Tang family remarked seriously. Enough of your hindsight. You were among the loudest critics. What do you know? I was merely employing reverse psychology to ensure he remembers me. At this moment, the reactions of the Tang family had shifted dramatically. Feier, this is our family's golden son-in-law. You must seize this opportunity and not let him slip away. Tang Bo turned to his daughter, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Indeed, young Master Chen is exceptionally talented, and he seems to have taken a liking to our Feier. They are a match made in heaven. Feier, you can't let this opportunity pass you by, chimed in her second aunt. To capture a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. From now on, Feier, you shall learn to cook. Moreover, I will enroll you in a ladies' etiquette class to master the principles of decorum. Once married to young Master Chen, you must serve him well and refrain from displaying your temper. The Tang family buzzed with excitement, even discussing dowries and plans for future children. Can you all behave normally for once? Tang Feier was utterly speechless. You insolent girl, we are being perfectly reasonable. We are merely advocating for your lifelong happiness. You must ensure not only daughters but also sons for young Master Chen. Only then can your position as the primary wife be secured. Moreover, you must learn how to influence him to surrender all his earnings to you. A woman must wield control over finances to hold a man's heart. I will also enroll you in an elite course for wealthy wives, one that teaches how to make a man spend extravagantly with just a few words. You must excel in such a costly program. Tang Feier was left utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Tang Shan observed his family's machinations with an impassive expression. Suddenly, he spoke with authority. I oppose this marriage. Huh? The Tang family, engrossed in their discussion, looked up in astonishment at Tang Shan. Tang Shan continued coldly. Feier's engagement has long been arranged. If Chen Yang is not the disciple of the old immortal, then she must not marry him. Brother, you can't be so stubborn. Dank interjected earnestly. In my opinion, Chen Yang is indeed the disciple of the old immortal. Feier must marry him. Tang Shan shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing. How do you know he is the disciple of the old immortal? Weren't you the one calling him a fraud? Tang Bo shook his head. I was momentarily blinded by ignorance. I've come to realize that Chen Yang is undoubtedly the apprentice of the old immortal. Tang Shan frowned. But he cannot produce the marriage contract. Tang Bo insisted earnestly. He mentioned he forgot the contract at home and will retrieve it later. Surely, he can produce it. If he cannot, a forgery will suffice. This unspoken thought lingered in Tang Bo's mind. As long as he could deceive Tang Shan, everything would fall into place. Once the marriage was consummated, even if the true charlatan resurfaced, it would be too late. Tang Feier would already be married, rendering any contract null and void. This family is unbearable. Tang Feier stormed upstairs, seething with frustration. Chen Yang, just you wait. Later that evening, at Huiwen Manor, why don't you bring your little wife home? Junior brother? In celebration of the successful anniversary of Huiwe Group, Yi Hongyu poured 2 glasses of red wine, handing one to Chen Yang with a playful smile. Women only hinder my speed, Chen Yang replied, taking a sip of the wine, his expression serious. At 20, and still competing over speed? How lacking in ambition. Ye Hongyu rolet heiress. Sister, you don't understand. Speed is a man's romance. The faster the speed, the more attractive the man. Chen Yang smiled briefly. What nonsense. Yi Hongyu rolled her eyes again, but then she added, on a serious note, Junior brother, I owe you a debt of gratitude. If you hadn't come, I would have truly fallen into Sun Dongwu's trap. Third sister, we are family. No need for formalities. If that scoundrel dares to bully you, I will deal with him swiftly, Chen Yang declared, mimicking a gesture of crushing something beneath his fingers. Could you refrain from being so crude? Ye Hongyu chuckled, finding the juxtaposition of his bravado and his childish gesture amusing. Sister, this represents a hero's spirit. Chen Yang Biamet. By the way, I've just remembered something. It seems Li Ang's family has been silent for several days. Ye Hongyu suddenly remarked. Ever since the assassination incident that night, Chen Yang had sent Zhang Xuanjin to handle the Li family. They had expected news of the Li family's downfall to dominate the headlines, given their prominence in Jinghai City. Surprisingly, several days had passed, and even after the Huiwe Group celebration, there was still no word from the Li family. This indicated that Zhang Xuanjin had executed the task with remarkable efficiency. Chen Yang also noticed this and immediately chuckled. Yi Hongyu nodded in agreement. No wonder even the young masters from Yinjing looked down on her, dismissing her as a disciple. She actually finds this old man interesting. When do you plan to give him a formal position? Chen Yang grinned. No rush, we're just getting started. I will give him a month of probation, and after that, I will make a final decision. The next day, in a CAF, Tang Feier sat at her table, venting her frustrations to her close friend Su Qingsnow. You have no idea, my uncle and the others are simply. Tang Feier recounted the recent events that had transpired. At the adjacent table sat Wang Chun and several bodyguards, undoubtedly there to keep an eye on Tang Feier, preventing her from fleeing her impending marriage. This is outrageous. What era is this? Why are they still clinging to the old customs of arranged marriages? It's so futile. Su Qingsnow listened to Tang Feier's grievances, feeling a surge of indignation. But if they really force you to marry that country bumpkin, what will you do? I would rather die than submit. Tang Feier declared fiercely, her small fist clenched. It's all his fault. If he hadn't betrayed me on the train, I would have already run away abroad to avoid all this. Sighing, Su Qingsnow suddenly expressed her own frustrations. Qingsnow, you are known for your optimism. Why are you sighing now? Are your family members pressuring you to marry as well? Seeing her friend's dismay, Tang Feier was incredulous. She rarely witnessed Su Qingsnow looking so troubled. There's been a very serious case in the city recently. Su Qingsnow furrowed her brows. What kind of case? A murder case? Tang Feier could not help but ask. No, Su Qingsnow shook her head. Since yesterday, there have been reports of missing children. Just before I met you, I received news from my colleagues that 3 more children have gone missing. All of them are 12 years old, and since yesterday, nearly 30 children have disappeared. The police station is now filled with desperate parents demanding we find their children quickly. But there has been no progress on the case, and the higher-ups are putting pressure on us. I feel like my head is going to explode. Even this coffee outing is squeezed in during my meal break. I have to return soon. What? So many children are missing? Tang Feier gasped. Did a group of traffickers come to our city? Very likely. Su Qingsnow nodded, her frustration boiling over as she slammed her hand on the table. These despicable traffickers are too cunning, targeting children. I, Su Qingsnow, swear to catch them and bring them to justice. No evildoer shall escape. Su Qingsnow spoke with righteous indignation, her expression grave. Tang Feier knew her friend had always been filled with a sense of justice, punishing evil and aiding the weak. She clenched her fist in encouragement. Go for it, Qingsnow. You can do it. By the way, Qingsnow, when you have time, I need you to help me deal with someone. Tang Feier suddenly thought of Chen Yang's smiling face. Each time she saw him so cheerful, it only infuriated her more. Who made our Miss Tang angry? Su Qingsnow asked curiously. A filthy rogue, Tang Feier huffed. Who dares to harass my friend? Scum. Once I'm free, I'll take care of him. Su Qingsnow declared, indignant. Just then, her phone rang, and after answering, Su Qingsnow sighed. Feier, the captain is calling for me. Let us catch up next time. I'll deal with that scum as soon as I can. He won't dare come near you. All right, you go handle your business. Tang Feier hadn't expected their meeting to be cut short after only a few words. But with Su Qingsnow having urgent matters to attend to, there was no other choice. Miss, are we heading home now? Wang Chun, who had been vigilantly monitoring Tang Feier to prevent her from escaping, inquired, thinking of how her pretentious uncle would pressure her to marry this one and befriend that one. Tang Feier felt a headache coming on. She retorted, Home? I just got out. I haven't had enough fun yet. I'm going to buy new clothes. With that, she stormed out of the CAF, and Wang Chun hurriedly followed, fearing she might run away. However, just as Tang Feier stepped outside, she spotted a tricycle slowly approaching. Why does that old tricycle look a bit familiar? Could it be him? Upon recognizing the rider, Tang Feier instantly covered half her face in fright and hurriedly ducked into a nearby alley. Miss, where are you going? Wang Chun was bewildered, not understanding why Tang Feier was suddenly hiding. He quickly followed her. Tang Feier hurried away, her high heels clicking on the pavement. How unfortunate. I should have known better than to wear high heels. This jerk, is he my destined nemesis? It's infuriating. She regretted wanting to look beautiful while out shopping, only to run into the last person she wished to see. I'm just out for a stroll, and yet I run into my wife? This must be fate. Wife, where are you going? Did you see me and quicken your pace to meet me? Suddenly, laughter filled Tang Feier's ears, accompanied by a teasing tone. She turned to see Chen Yang, jovially riding his old tricycle, catching up to her. With each mention of wife and my dear, her head spun in annoyance. Are you out of your mind? Who is your wife? Stop calling me that. With no way to avoid him, Tang Fei'er halted, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Yang. Uncle, son-in-law. At that moment, Wang Chen caught up. Upon seeing Chen Yang, he finally understood why Tang Fei'er had been hiding. She was avoiding him. What did you just call me? Chen Yang winked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen scratched his head, forced a chuckle under Tang Fei'er's glare. Son-in-law, the second uncle instructed me to call you that next time. The second uncle referred to Tang Fei'er as Uncle Tang Bo. Your uncle is quite a character. I'm very pleased, son-in-law. Chen Yang laughed heartily, then cheerfully reached for Tang Fei'er's hand. My dear, look, your family calls me that. Why haven't you admitted it yet? Are you shy? Tang Fei'er quickly recoiled, exclaiming, What do you think you're doing? Hands off. What is wrong with holding my wife's hand? It's not illegal. Chen Yang feigned innocence. Fine you. You shouldn't be here. I need to go home. You handle your own affairs. Tang Fei'er wished for Chen Yang to leave quickly. It was broad daylight, and he was blocking her path on that old tricycle in front of so many people. Where could she hide her face? My dear, you're heading home? Then I must escort you. Chen Yang declared earnestly, puffing out his chest. No need. I can take a taxi back. Tang Fei'er replied helplessly. That won't do. With so many bad people around, and you being so beautiful, what if something happens? And if you run away from marriage, wouldn't I be left as a widower? I must escort you. Chen Yang insisted, his demeanor serious. Tang Fei'er rolled her eyes in exasperation. I told you not to escort me, yet you insist. What do you plan to use for transportation? Don't tell me it's that tricycle. What else? The three-wheeled vehicle is quite delightful, open air and environmentally friendly, consuming as little fuel as a bowl of rice per 100 kilometers. Tang Fei'er exclaimed, Who gave you the audacity to be so brazen? A normal man would feel embarrassed riding a tricycle to escort a woman home. Forget it. This fellow is simply not a normal person. Tang Fei'er was fuming, especially at Chen Yang's smug smile, which only fueled her irritation. However, she knew that no matter how upset she became, she had no leverage over this man. If she continued to argue, it would only attract the onlookers who thrived on gossip, potentially ruining her reputation. She resolved to return home and swiftly dismiss this man. Ultimately, Tang Fei'er climbed onto the tricycle, sitting down defiantly. Xiao Jiang, you may leave now. Chen Yang cast a cheerful glance at Wang Chun, who was preparing to board the tricycle as well. Wang Chun froze for a moment and then lowered his head, saying, I must watch over the young lady. Chen Yang shot him a look. My wife is under my watch. Why are you following us? To interrupt our sweet moments as a couple? Wang Chun was taken aback. Upon further reflection, he realized there was some merit to Chen Yang's words. After all, within the Tang family, aside from the patriarch Tang Shan's disapproval, everyone else had already acknowledged Chen Yang as the family's prize son-in-law. Very well, miss and son-in-law. I wish you a pleasant time. I shall not intrude. Once he came to this conclusion, Wang Chun obediently retreated. This lad is quite sensible to my liking. Chen Yang said, Impressed. Could you refrain from rambling and just hurry up? Tang Fei'er urgit, beating hier Lippen annoyance. As she sat on the tricycle, they attracted the attention of passers-by. A striking beauty like her ought to be riding in a luxury car, indulging in champagne and roses, not on a shabby tricycle. Who is this man, so remarkable that he can manage such a beauty while pedaling tricycle? Is this truly a woman who prefers to smile on a tricycle rather than weep in a BMW? Why am I not this fortunate? In this day and age, encountering a woman who is not materialistic is akin to winning the lottery. The odds are exceedingly low. Countless onlookers cast envious glances. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Tang Fei'er urged, mortified as Chen Yang pedaled slowly. It was not the tricycle itself that embarrassed her, but rather the act of riding in Chen Yang's tricycle that filled her with both irritation and shame. She reached out and pinched his waist. Ouch. Wife, what are you doing? Attempting to murder your husband? Pedal faster. If you slow down, I swear I will twist you into a pretzel. Tang Fei'er leaned close to his ear, her teeth clenched. With their heads so near, a delightful fragrance wafted into Chen Yang's nostrils, causing him to inhale deeply. His expression one of blissful folly. Wife, a sense of foreboding washed over Tang Fei'er. What now? You smell divine, truly deserving of being my first wife's first wife. Oh dear, domestic violence. Be gentle, that area is off limits. It could break. Well, if you're my wife. It wouldn't matter if everything came in. Half an hour later, the rickety tricycle finally reached the Tang family villa. Throughout the journey, Tang Feier had been blushing furiously. There was no denying that riding in a tricycle with a beauty like her garnered more stares than a supercar with a model. Wife, why are you covering your face? We're genuinely enjoying our time together. It's not like we're illicit lovers, Chen Yang said with a beaming smile as he parked the tricycle. Tang Feier dropped her hands, opened her eyes, and was relieved to see they had finally arrived home. She immediately leaped off the tricycle, glaring at him. Chun, how could you embarrass me so? I absolutely despise you. If you ever misbehave again and I catch you, I will handcuff you to show you my power. She stomped her foot in anger. Her mentor had once said that women, especially beautiful ones, often speak in contradictions. When a beauty claims to hate, it often means love. Wife, I sense your affection. Come, let us embrace. Chen Yang's eyes widened in delight as he narcissistically opened his arms. Chapter 51. I don't believe you. Get lost. I'm home now. You can't linger at my doorstep acting lewd. Tang Feier shoved Chen Yang back onto the tricycle seat, urging him to leave. At that moment, Wang Chun, who had returned early, stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Yang return Tang Feier, he hurried inside to report. Master, second master. The son-in-law has returned the young lady. What? He returned her? Didn't they go to a hotel? Tang Bo suddenly stood up from the sofa. Second brother, what do you mean by that? Tang Shan shot him a sidelong glance. Feier is still a young girl. How could she casually go to a hotel with someone? Ahem. Brother, Chen Yang is not just anyone. He is from the Huiwei group, our family's prized son-in-law. Until I ascertain whether Chen Yang is indeed the disciple of the old immortal, I shall never consent to this marriage. Feier can only marry the disciple of the old immortal. Brother, Yu Tang Bo pointed at Tang Shan, speechless, before finally exclaiming, You are truly antiquated. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Let us invite Chen Yang in for tea. As soon as Tang Bo spoke, all members of the Tang family promptly followed him, clearly hoping for Tang Feier and Chen Yang to take their relationship to the next level. Wife, my cat can perform tricks. Would you like to come see? Despite Tang Feier wanting to send him away, Chen Yang was in no hurry to leave, teasing her with a grin. I don't believe you, scoundrel. Tang Feier old heiress. Will you please leave? ISNT this our family's esteemed son-in-law Chen Yang. You've arrived at your own home. Why not come in for a moment? It would be impolite otherwise. Kulme, let us discuss your marriage with Feier. This is a matter of great significance. Suddenly, the entire Tang family emerged, warmly greeting Chen Yang, all eager for him to enter and sit down, hoping that today would be the day he and Tang Feier took their relationship to the next level. Why, second uncle? Why are you so warm towards me today? Chen Yang smiled, noting the dramatic shift in Tang Bo's attitude. Dear son-in-law, I have always treated you warmly. Tang Bo chuckled, pulling Chen Yang's hand. We are family. Let us go in and have some tea. Chen Yang waved his hand, a smirk playing at his lips. Tea can wait for another time. My mentor has assigned me a task, and I must be on guard. If I skip work, it's 100 for a day. If I get fined, you'll have to compensate me. Tang Bo was momentarily taken aback. 100 in fines? I would gladly pay any amount for you. However, he soon realized something was amiss. A significant shareholder of Huiwei Group wouldn't be worried about a mere 100. He was likely referring to 1,000,000. Indeed, it must be so. No wonder he is the son of a major shareholder. Tang Bo thought, increasingly convinced of his assumption. All right, I must be off to work now. Farewell. Wife, remember to think of me. Chen Yang waved goodbye, pedaling the tricycle away, blowing Tang Feier a kiss. What a splendid opportunity for an engagement, if only. As Chen Yang departed, Tang Bo sighed, lamenting the missed chance. How could you be so lacking in manners? They even accompanied you to the door, and you didn't even think to invite them inside. If you had extended the invitation, they surely would not have declined. Instantly, everyone resumed their verbal onslaught against Tang Feier. What does it have to do with me? Tang Feier rolled her eyes, exclaiming, You can't blame me if they don't want to come in for tea. You are utterly inconsiderate. To prevent you from running away again, starting today, your monthly allowance will be reduced from 30,000 to 3,000. Tang Bo declared promptly. Uncle, you're going too far. Tang Feier protested angrily. This is precisely my intention. At this moment, Tang Shan interjected. It is time to discipline your temperament. You cannot act recklessly. Seeing Tang Shan take a stand, Tang Feier merely scoffed, "Fine, reduce it if you must. What does it matter? I can always find a job and support myself. After all, I am a graduate of the finance department, and there are plenty who would want me." With a huff, she turned away, stomping back into her room. This girl is truly spoiled, Tang Shan thought, shaking his head helplessly. "Brother, in my opinion, Chen Yang is genuinely impressive. He is undoubtedly the disciple of the master you mentioned. Let us marry our Feier to him," Tang Bo suggested with a wink. "That won't do. He has yet to present a marriage contract, so we cannot be certain." Tang Shan shook his head, still torn about whether Chen Yang truly is what he claims. Observing his indecision, Tang Bo felt a sense of urgency. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. To test if he is indeed the master's disciple is quite simple. Since the master is knowledgeable in feng shui, his disciple must be as well. We can assess his understanding if he knows about feng shui. Then he is the one you're looking for. If not, then he isn't. Upon hearing this, Tang Shan's eyes brightened. "Second brother, you are absolutely right. The next time we meet Chen Yang, we shall proceed accordingly." At the Huyu group, in the office of the head of security, Minister Chen, "There is someone named Chen Rue asking for you." A security guard knocked and politely informed Chen Yang. Early that morning, Yi Hongyu noticed Chen Yang fishing idly in the pond of the estate and thought his idleness was unacceptable. So she arranged for him to take on the position of head of security at Huyu Group with a monthly salary of 3,000. Though titled head of security, it was actually a nominal position with no responsibilities. Currently, Chen Yang was in his independent office, playing a casual game to pass the time. Sheng Hui. Hearing the name, Chen Yang paused momentarily, wondering who it was. Then it struck him. Wasn't he this the fellow who sought to pursue Tang Feier back at the Tang family? That brat had been so eager to identify himself as Chen Yang's little brother, which had annoyed him greatly. Then, when Chen Rui's father, Chen Guqing, got into trouble due to that old scoundrel Wu Shanhe, it was Chen Yang who came to the rescue. It seemed that this boy had also been present at the celebration of Huyu Group yesterday. What did he want now? Let him in. Moments later, Chen Rue entered, carrying a large assortment of fruits and milk, bouncing in with enthusiasm. "Big brother, I came to see you," he announced loudly, as if afraid Chen Yang wouldn't hear him. "I am not a patient in a hospital. Why are you bringing in such random items?" Chen Yang glanced at the bananas, apples, and milk. Wasn't that the standard trio for visiting the sick? "Cough, cough. Big brother, I wasn't sure what you like, so I just bought a little of everything," Chen Rue said with a forced smile. "How very casual of you," Chen Yang replied, raising an eyebrow. "You didn't come all this way just to see me, did you?" Chen Yang regarded Chen Rue with a knowing smile. "Big brother is indeed observant. It's true," Chen Rue admitted. "I have some friends in Jinghai City who call themselves the 12 Young Masters of Jinghai. Tonight, we're having dinner together, and I would be honored if you could join us. Here, the invitation." Chen Rue produced an invitation from his pocket and presented it with both hands. Chapter 52. Not of the same kind. "You've gone through quite a bit of trouble," Chen Yang remarked, surprised that Chen Rue had even prepared an invitation. He glanced at it. "Jun Tian Grand Hotel. Big brother, once you accept the invitation, you must come at 7:30 tonight." Chen Rue rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Coincidentally, Chen Yang had no plans for the evening, so he agreed. "All right." He nodded in acceptance. "Oi, big brother, I'll come pick you up tonight." That evening, at Jun Tian Hotel, in the private dining room of the Chinese restaurant, Chen Yang and Chen Rue had yet to arrive, but Zhao Hao and others were already waiting. "Zhao Xiao, is that Chen Rue's big brother really that impressive? Can he truly make a master by his son Dongwu spit blood just by stomping his foot? Is that for real?" A group of young socialites were discussing Chen Yang. "Absolutely true. I witnessed it myself. You all missed the anniversary celebration of Huyu Group. So you and T know, he is incredibly formidable." Zhao Hao boasted expansively. "If he has captivated Zhao Xiao, I must see what he looks like," one of the young men remarked, clearly intrigued. "Huh, it's merely a ruse, a trick. Do you genuinely believe it?" Suddenly, a disdainful voice interjected. Everyone turned to see a young man in a suit, wearing rectangular glasses, with slicked back hair, looking very formal compared to the casually dressed attendees. "Wang Xiao, how do you know it's a trick?" Zhao Hao frowned. While everyone is discussing how impressive Chen Yang is, you chime in with claims of trickery. As if that makes you clever? Do you think we're all fools? "It's simple," Wang Tian said, brushing off the dust from his clothing. "Such low-level scams have long been exhausted abroad. Just find a few accomplices, stage a show, and you can easily swindle large amounts of money from you. If you don't believe me, when that fraud arrives, I can easily expose him." At this, Zhao Hao felt a surge of annoyance. Wang Tian, having studied abroad, always carried an air of superiority upon his return. However, given the Wang family's stronger influence compared to the Zhao family, Zhao Hao refrained from saying much. "Oh, everyone is here." Suddenly, Chen Rui's voice broke through. Everyone looked up to see Chen Yang, and Chen Rui had arrived at the entrance. "Big brother, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Hao, this is Liao Fei, this is Liu Bian, and, Wang Xiao. I didn't expect you to be here as well." Chen Rui introduced everyone, momentarily faltering when he reached Wang Tian, seemingly surprised by his presence. "Everyone, this is my big brother. You may all refer to him as Big Brother." Chen Rui concluded, introducing Chen Yang. "Big brother." Zhao Hao was the first to comply, calling out without hesitation. "Puffed. Zhao Xiao, you truly have no dignity, calling everyone big brother. You're bringing shame to the Zhao family." Wang Tan, leisurely sipping his tea, burst into laughter at the sight of Zhao Hao's exclamation, spilling tea all over the table. "I call him big brother, and that is my affair. What concern is it of yours?" Zhao Hao felt somewhat displeased. "It may not concern me, but you are also one of the 12 young masters of Jinghai, as am I. Hearing you address a charlatan as big brother tarnishes not only your reputation, but also ours. Here's the deal. You should withdraw from the 12 young masters of Jinghai, and Chen Rui, you should do the same. You can call anyone big brother as you wish, just do not drag us into your disgrace." Wang Tian's expression was one of scorn, dismissive of the situation. "Are you looking for trouble, Wang?" Chen Rui snapped back, irritated. "Looking for trouble?" Wang Tian laughed. "Chen, you have never been abroad or received higher education. You simply do not understand that individuals like us, educated elites, would never stoop to such petty provocations. If you are not seeking trouble, then why are you spouting nonsense here?" Chen Rui shot him a sidelong glance, thinking that if it weren't for the Wang family's influence, he would have already kicked him out. "Nonsense? Chen Rui, you are truly pitifully naive," Wang Tian replied mockingly. "People like you are the kind who, after being deceived, still count the money for the swindler. But then again, it is expected. You've never been abroad, never seen the world, so falling for scams is quite normal." The words "you've never been abroad" ignited a furious response from Chen Rui and the others. "Just because you've traveled abroad, does that make you superior?" Chen Yang remarked, stroking his chin, intrigued by this self-important Wang Tian. He had anticipated a quiet meal, only to encounter someone so keen to flaunt their status. "I've seen many pretentious individuals, but you, my friend, are first. However, your act is lacking in details. For instance, while pretending to be sophisticated, you should not limit yourself to speaking only Chinese. You ought to sprinkle in some foreign phrases for an authentic overseas flavor," Chen Yang said, crossing his arms with a smile. Wang Tian could hardly miss the sarcasm, and he scoffed. "Incorporate foreign phrases? I fear you simpletons, who have never been abroad, would not comprehend." He continued, "While abroad, I held nothing but contempt for charlatans like you. In foreign lands, I would expose and confront every fake monk and phony priest I encountered." He sneered, "But then again, foreign countries are advanced, while our country lags behind. I recall a saying, 'In poor mountains and bad waters, treacherous people arise.' Our nation is far too backward. Nothing compares to the foreign world. Foreigners earn their fortunes through intellect and technology, while you lot rely on deceit and trickery." This statement left everyone present feeling uneasy. "Wang, that is a bit excessive, don't you think? You are also a citizen of our country, and disparaging it like that doesn't reflect well on you." Zhao Hao frowned. Wang Tian glanced at him disdainfully and retorted, "Zhao Hao, you may be a citizen, but I will no longer be. My family has obtained green cards for America, and soon we will immigrate. From now on, you are citizens of our country, while I shall be an American. We are no longer of the same class." As he spoke, Wang Tian lifted his chin, exuding a haughty demeanor. The other attendees felt as though they had stepped in something foul, repulsed. It was no wonder that Wang Tian, who usually kept to himself, had come to show off his impending immigration. "Your immigration is your affair. It bears no relevance to us," Chen Rui scoffed. The others shared his sentiment, but refrained from vocalizing their discontent, knowing that offending the Wang family could bring unnecessary trouble to their own families. "It may not concern you, but I must remind you, our statuses will differ from now on. It would be wise to speak respectfully." Wang Tian's lips curled in a smug smile. as if his foreign status granted him some privilege to look down upon others. Ah, I have heard of a creature known as the cynophilus since childhood. I never expected to encounter one today. What a rare sight indeed. Chen Yang suddenly grinned, amusement dancing in his eyes. What did you say? Wang Tian, caught up in his self-importance, expected admiration from those around him, but upon hearing Chen Yang's unreserved mockery, his expression turned icy. I said I've seen a cynophilus today, one that doesn't need its master to provide dog food, as it brings its own to bite with. Quite a rare breed. Chen Yang continued to smile widely. This individual, so enamored with foreignness, would not be indulged. Around them, Zhao Hao and the others were giving Chen Yang approving nods. Wow, this guy is bold. He dared to say such things to Wang. The Wang family's influence in Jinghai City was significant, and anyone who crossed them could expect dire consequences. Hence, despite their irritation with Wang Tian, none dared to confront him. But Chen Yang was unyielding, directly labeling him a cynophilist, essentially stripping away Wang Tian's facade. You dare to challenge me? Wang Tian's face darkened. My family is among the most distinguished in Jinghai City. Even if we moved abroad, we remain superior. You, a mere lowly charlatan, living at the fringes of society, dare to speak back to me? With a clap of his hands, two imposing figures in suits and sunglasses entered the room. One was dark-skinned, the other fair, both with crew cuts and muscular builds, clearly men of strength. They crossed their arms before them and spoke in broken Mandarin. Young Master Wang, how may we assist you? With a cold smile, Wang Tian declared, these are bodyguards I have hired at great expense from abroad. One is a retired Special Forces operative, and the other is a champion of underground boxing. Either of them could easily crush your skull like a grape. I offer you a chance for your life. Kneel and confess your status as lowly trash, and I may merely break one of your legs. Should you choose to defy me? His expression darkened, a glint of menace flashing across his features. Should you choose to defy me, I shall ensure you lie at the bottom of Jinghai. The room fell into stunned silence. No one had anticipated Wang Tian's violent threat. With the Wang family's resources, eliminating someone was trivial, and the two bodyguards exuded an intimidating aura. Chen, perhaps it would be wise for your brother to apologize. Wang is not to be trifled with. Zhao Hao leaned closer to Chen Rui, speaking softly. Apologize? What nonsense! My brother is no ordinary individual. Sun Dongwu himself is beneath his command. Wang Tian is but a mere footnote in his eyes. Sheng Hui scoffed defiantly. Zhao Hao's expression tightened. Are you delusional? Did you drink fake liquor today? Your brother commands, Sun Dongwu? That was clearly managed by Yi Hongyu and Master Zhang Xian. Zhao Hao's desire to become acquainted with Chen Yang stemmed from an encounter at the Huiwei Group celebration, where Manager Jiang, the third in command of the group, treated Chen Yang with utmost courtesy. This led Zhao Hao to speculate that Chen Yang might be the son of a significant shareholder of Huiwei Group. However, the status of Huiwei Group's major shareholder's son pales in comparison to that of Wang Tianyi. Offending Wang Tianyi is certainly not a wise choice. To threaten him with dire consequences? Such audacity from a foreign sycophant, believing that summoning a couple of foreigners could intimidate him? Chen Yang scoffed. It was clear that Chen Rui's elder brother was recklessly brave. Although he too found Wang Xiao somewhat disagreeable, the bodyguards he hired were formidable experts. Judging by their muscular physiques, they could likely take down a tiger. Yet this man still dared to be defiant? Perhaps it was time to call an ambulance. Once Wang Xiao had vented his anger, they could plead for mercy on behalf of Chen Rui's brother. This was outrageous. Wang Xiao had actually called upon foreigners to assault their compatriots. What foreigners? Wang Xiao had already immigrated. To him, they were the foreigners. A group of young aristocrats exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief, convinced that Chen Yang had landed himself in serious trouble. To persist in defiance was tantamount to courting death. Wang Tianyi's fury reached its zenith as he commanded, Jack, Anderson, you two, deal with this fool immediately. Understood, Wang Xiao. The two muscular bodyguards eagerly cracked their knuckles, producing ominous sounds. Jack, will you go first or shall I? Anderson, the African-American, inquired with a tilt of his head. Oh my God. Anderson, you know that if I go first, I would snap his neck, and Wang Xiao wouldn't get to enjoy torturing him. You, my friend, are the underground boxing champion. Living in the dark underbelly of America, you know far better how to make someone wish for death. Clearly, you should take the lead. Jack's face broke into a mischievous grin. Chapter 54. Come over here. No problem, I'll go. Anderson nodded, then disdainfully regarded Chen Yang, speaking in broken Chinese. Hey, buddy, listen up. A skinny monkey like you from Yin Nation could be taken down with a single punch. So, you'd best kneel and apologize to Wang Xiao, or I swear I'll kick your ass with my boot. As he spoke, he advanced a couple of steps, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his robust muscles making him resemble a primal beast. Hearing the garbled language, Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. You two foreigners, where did you learn such poor Chinese? Your tone suggests a lack of cerebral development. A skinny monkey from Yin Nation. Are you mocking me? Anderson's anger erupted. So what? Come here. Chen Yang grinned it, beckoning with a finger. Anderson, now furious, shouted, I'll kill you. Boom! He clenched his fist and swung it towards Chen Yang's head. The force of the punch was tremendous. If it landed, it would surely crack half of Chen Yang's skull. This was madness. Chen Rui's brother was clearly courting death by provoking such a giant. He was doomed. There was no need to call for an ambulance. This foreigner was certain to finish him off. Zhao Hao and the others were momentarily speechless, struck by the realization that Chen Yang was indeed seeking his own demise. Brother. Chen Rui was also taken aback. Anderson was the reigning underground boxing champion in America, capable of bending steel with a single punch. A blow to the head would surely be fatal. Bang! Just as Anderson's fist was about to collide with Chen Yang's head, suddenly, he was sent flying through the air, crashing against the wall with a heart-wrenching scream. Following this, the crowd watched in astonishment as the wall cracked. Anderson slid down it, collapsing onto the floor. A clear handprint was visible on his face, which was rapidly swelling. Yu Anderson appeared as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Terror etched across his features. What just happened? How did that giant just fly out? The entire scene fell into stunned silence. Did I just see Chen Rui's brother strike him with a backhand? Is that for real? How did I miss that? He didn't even move. You four-eye guy. Without your glasses, of course, you wouldn't see. I saw his hand swipe. It was so fast, and then that guy just flew away. Wow, brother, you're amazing. Chen Rui gave a thumbs up, pride radiating from him as he glanced at Zhao Hao. I should V kicked him. Now my hand is dirty. Chen Yang shook his head, wiping his hand on a tissue. Meanwhile, Wang Tianyi, who had been smirking, suddenly found his expression frozen in disbelief. He stared incredulously at the fallen Anderson, whose face was swelling like a pig's head before his eyes. Useless. Wang Tianyi cursed in frustration, then turned to Jack, commanding sternly, Jack, finish him. Jack, a veteran from a special forces training camp, had taken lives in battle, accumulating at least 10 kills. I understand. This skinny monkey from Yin Nation has surprised me. The situation had become intriguing. Next, I will sever his tendons and slowly torture him, draining his blood until he dies. Jack grinned wickedly, drawing 2 daggers from his pocket, one in each hand. He crouched slightly, resembling a predator stalking its prey, inching closer with deliberate steps. You little white-haired boy, why all the fancy movements? Today, I'll teach you a lesson in real combat. Despite his adversary wielding 2 weapons, Chen Yang remained unfazed, even taking a step forward. Jack's eyes gleamed with excitement as he sneered, Skinny monkey, your body is riddled with flaws. Whoosh! He swung a knife towards Chen Yang's wrist. Just as he had proclaimed, he aimed to sever Chen Yang's tendons and then slowly bleed him out. Bang! However, as soon as he raised his knife, he suddenly felt as if a truck had collided with his abdomen, sending him flying backward. His fate mirrored that of Anderson, crashing against the wall and curling up in agony, his insides seemingly twisted together, vomiting bile. The 2 daggers clattered to the ground. Little white-haired boy, have you not eaten? With just a light kick from me, you can't handle it? Chen Yang's voice rang cheerfully in Jack's ears. Yet at that moment, Jack was engulfed in excruciating pain. Unable to hear Chen Yang's words, still retching violently. Hey, that so-called Wang something foreigner, the bodyguards you hire at such a high price seem rather inadequate. Chen Yang turned, smiling at Wang Tianyi. At this moment, Wang Tianyi's expression had turned to stone. He could hardly believe that these 2 bodyguards, one a retired soldier from a special forces unit and the other an underground boxing champion from America, whom he had hired with a lavish salary, could be so easily dispatched. Are you 2 faking it? Wang Tianyi glared at the 2 bodyguards, now contorted in agony, suspicion clouding his judgment. What kind of fake boxing is this? It is simply because I'm exceptionally formidable. You, a mere pretender, exhibit an abundance of servility. willing to doubt the prowess of these two foreigners rather than acknowledge my superiority. Perhaps after spending years abroad, your intellect has deteriorated. Chen Yang shook his head and suddenly stepped forward. What? What do you intend to do? Wang Tiany's heart tightened, and he quickly retreated. What do you think? I should do exactly what you just instructed me to. Chen Yang replied with a smile, kneeling down as if to apologize. I have been vegetarian lately, and am not inclined to take lives. You shall not. I am an American citizen, holding a U.S. green card. If you dare to harm me, it would be an affront to an international friend, a grave offense. Wang Tiany gritted his teeth. Is it that serious? Chen Yang scratched his head. Upon seeing this, Wang Tiany assumed Chen Yang was intimidated, his arrogance surging. Are you scared now? Too late. Chen Yang sighed. I never anticipated the situation would escalate to such severity. Chapter 55. The Great Misfortune Technique. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Zhao Hao and the others were left in utter shock. Young Master Chen, why has your elder brother suddenly shown cowardice? Damn it, does this Wang truly believe that possessing a U.S. green card makes him impressive? A green card means nothing here in Yin country. Chen Rui was also bewildered, not expecting Chen Yang to utter such words. Could it be that his elder brother is afraid of Americans? This is utterly disgraceful. In an instant, his perception of his elder brother plummeted. Yet, he quickly hardened his resolve, insisting, impossible. My elder brother is far too formidable to be intimidated. He must be toying with Wang Tiany. Enough of this. If the U.S. green card is so impressive, I shall procure one myself. Several young masters shook their heads. Mocking him, Chen Rui felt a touch of embarrassment. Elder brother, how could you suddenly concede? How will I hold my head high among my friends? Wang Tiany's face revealed unrestrained joy. Initially, he had used the U.S. green card to threaten Chen Yang as a last-ditch effort. After all, Chen Yang had defeated 2 American bodyguards. How could he fear a mere green card? Unexpectedly, he had genuinely startled him. A delightful surprise. Indeed, the fear of Americans seems ingrained in the very genes of Yin country. You have caused a grave consequence today, one that could implicate your entire clan. Wang Tiany continued, coldly threatening. Ah, implicate my entire clan? Such severity? Chen Yang scratched his head again, sighing. He had intended to adopt a vegetarian lifestyle, avoiding harm to living beings. Yet the situation had escalated to such a perilous level. To prevent any exposure, perhaps I should simply destroy the evidence. Chen Rui, prepare a few burlap sacks. Your elder brother has use for them. He turned to Chen Rui. Ah, Chen Rui was left speechless, as were the others present. Elder brother, are you truly contemplating murder? Chen Rui questioned, his voice trembling. He had never engaged in such thrilling endeavors before. Quickly, prepare 3 burlap sacks and a van. Ensure the sacks are of good quality. Chen Yang urged, grinning. In an instant, Zhao Hao and the others were filled with trepidation. Moments ago, they thought Chen Rui's elder brother had cowered, yet they never anticipated he was actually contemplating such drastic actions. You mustn't act recklessly. Ipaze sao. Green card. I will be an American citizen. Wang Tiany, initially brimming with arrogance and ready to hurl insults at Chen Yang, found himself stifled by fear. You, a mere pretender, repeat the same few phrases in a stuttering manner. I merely uttered a couple of words, and you are reduced to this state of cowardice. Chen Yang chuckled, crossing his arms dismissively. Beside him, Chen Rui and Zhao Hao wiped their foreheads, drenched in cold sweat. You were preparing to eliminate him. How could he not be afraid? Not being utterly terrified is already quite remarkable. Elder brother, are you truly going to prepare those burlap sacks? Chen Rui asked timidly. If you genuinely intend to destroy the evidence, I shall brace myself and go all out. What do you think? Chen Yang replied with a smile, looking at him. Chen Rui felt a chill run down his spine. Elder brother, please do not look at me like that. I am frightened. If you command it, I shall fetch them immediately. You, my loyal companion, Chen Yang remarked, his gaze warming towards him. I was merely jesting. I have always adhered to reason. I could never resort to such violent and crude actions. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. Adhering to reason? You persuade others with logic, while you compel them through physical force. They exchanged glances at the 2 bodyguards, Jack and Anderson, writhing on the ground in agony. Then, how do you intend to deal with young Master Wang? As Chen Yang showed no inclination to commit murder, Chen Rui felt a sense of relief and inquired further. Deal with him? ISNT this fellow, one who idolizes foreigners and believes all practitioners of the arcane arts are charlatans. I shall provide him with a lesson today. As he spoke, Chen Yang rummaged through his pocket and produced a piece of yellow paper. Bring me a brush and some ink, he commanded. Being in a hotel, these items were readily available, and soon a waiter brought them in. Chen Yang dipped the brush in ink and began to write on the yellow talisman, creating a series of crooked traditional characters. Misfortune? Chen Rui and the others stared at the yellow talisman, taken aback by Chen Yang's choice of character. Huff! Chen Yang took the talisman inscribed with the character for misfortune, blew on it to dry the ink, and then affixed it to Wang Tiany's forehead. Elder brother, what are you doing? Chen Rui was completely baffled. The path that can be spoken is not the eternal path. This is my self-created great misfortune technique. For the next 6 months, this fellow shall experience daily misfortunes, while Zhang Jiqiu may slip on a banana peel or be struck by a car. He might even choke to death on a sip of water. Chen Yang withdrew his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. Chen Rui and Zhao Hao were left bewildered. The great misfortune technique? What is this? Can it truly bring misfortune upon someone? Very well, you may now leave. Chen Yang waved dismissively at Wang Tiany. Feeling the immense humiliation of the talisman on his forehead, Wang Tiany did not dare to tear it off in front of Chen Yang. Upon hearing Chen Yang's permission to leave, he gritted his teeth and strode toward the exit. Wait. Just as he reached the door, Chen Yang called out to him. What? What do you want? Wang Tiany's expression darkened, fearing that Chen Yang had changed his mind. Take these 2 foreigners you brought with you and leave. We shall be dining shortly, and I do not wish for my appetite to be disturbed. Chen Yang pointed at Jack and Anderson. Mentioning them ignited a fire within Wang Tiany. He had spent a fortune hiring bodyguards whose combat abilities were akin to those of kindergarten children. You two, if you're not dead, get up. Jack and Anderson hurriedly struggled to their feet, one clutching his abdomen, the other holding his face, limping toward the exit. Your elder brother, right? Wang Tiany, will remember this debt. Seemingly unwilling to leave in such a pathetic manner, Wang Tiany spat out a harsh remark. Chapter 56. The cost. Once the 3 departed, the long-restrained private room erupted in astonishment. My goodness, young Master Chen, your elder brother is truly remarkable. That was Wang Tiany, the eldest son of the Wang family. In his presence, we often find ourselves feeling diminutive. Just moments ago, when he was flaunting his superiority before us, my irritation towards him had been brewing for quite some time. If it weren't for his family's wealth surpassing mine, I would have long since dealt him a blow. Yet, my older brother showcased his prowess, effortlessly dispatching the 2 American bodyguards Wang Tiany had brought along, rendering them as feeble as mere chickens. Brother, you are my hero. In an instant, praises and gestures of admiration were directed toward Chen Yang. Not only did Chen Yang command respect from Manager Jiang, the 3rd in command of the Huiyue group, but his casual display of strength in subduing those American bodyguards revealed him to be an exceptional master of martial arts. Brother, how did you acquire such skills? Please take me as your disciple. This group of young masters were astute individuals, desperately wishing to attach themselves to Chen Yang, hoping to secure their positions by clinging to his coattails. Master, allow me to pay my respects. Zhao Hao, bolder than the rest, knelt on the ground, prostrating himself and calling out for his master. Damn it, Zhao Xiao, how could you be even more shameless than me? Master, please do not accept Zhao Xiao as your first disciple. He lacks the demeanor of a true elder brother. I'm the one suited for that role. Immediately, a young master named He Yunfei mimicked Zhao Hao, kneeling and calling out for a master as well. Brother, why not simply accept me as your disciple too? From now on, I shall call you brother, and you shall call me disciple, each of us pursuing our own paths. Chen Rui, in earnest, stepped forward. Hearing the flattery from this group, Chen Yang shot them a stern glare. You bunch of fools, go play elsewhere. I, the first celestial master of Longhu Mountain, have strict standards for accepting disciples. Zhao Hao chimed in, declaring, if our master says we are fools, then we are indeed fools. I am the grand fool, Chen Rui. You're the second fool, He Yunfei. You're the third fool, and Guo Xiao. You're the 4th fool. Wait, have you lost your mind? Why am I the second fool? I was the first to know, brother. You were the second fool. I'm a grand fool. Sheng Hui protested vehemently. Enough with the bickering. We are all fools, so what if we are numbered? As long as our master acknowledges us, that is sufficient. Chen Yang had encountered shamelessness before, but never such brazen audacity. Master, We fools are all talents, each with charming words. Playing with us is akin to finding family. Let us feast, and later we shall toast to our master. Regardless of whether Chen Yang agreed or not, they had already begun to address him as master. In the hotel lobby, Wang Tianyi stormed out, brimming with anger. Wang Xiao, the talisman on your forehead, Jack whispered cautiously. Only then did Wang Tianyi recall the talisman affixed to his brow, having refrained from removing it in the private room out of fear of Chen Yang's retribution. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he ripped it off, glaring at the character for mold inscribed upon it. How dare a mere con artist, relying on such a flimsy talisman, attempt to intimidate me? Do they think I was raised in fear? I am a well-educated individual, having studied abroad in America, a staunch materialist. I will remember this debt, and before I immigrate to America, he shall pay dearly. Wang Tianyi gritted his teeth, tearing the talisman to shreds and viciously tossing it into the trash can. Wang Xiao, where do we go now? Jack quietly inquired. Where to? Of course. We return home to inform my father, seek his financial assistance, and have someone deal with him. Wang Tianyi snorted coldly, eagerly striding toward the exit. Suddenly, his foot slipped on a wet tile, and losing his balance, he stumbled and struck his forehead against a nearby pillar. Bang! The entire hotel seemed to tremble. Wang Xiao, Jack, and Anderson gasped, rushing to assist him. Help! Help your sister. Quickly, call an ambulance. Wang Tianyi's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. 1 hour later, in the private room, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, Chen Yang, Chen Rui, and his companions had nearly finished their meal. Brother, let me take you home. Chen Rui, visibly intoxicated, belched while retrieving his car keys. I say, young Chen, drinking and driving is a no-go. One must abide by the law and be a good citizen. Upon seeing Chen Rui in such a state, Chen Yang knew he was in no condition to drive and might as well be a limp noodle, unable to stand. Upon hearing this, Chen Rui immediately snapped to attention as if he had heard the scriptures, standing upright and saluting. Brother, rest assured, I shall strive to become an outstanding youth in Jinghai City. Ugh, not even 3 seconds of dignity, and as soon as he spoke, he vomited all over. Chen Yang swiftly dodged, causing Chen Rui's vomit to splatter on his Zhao Hao. Chen Xiao, you little lightweight. How could you drink so much and end up covering me in this mess? Zhao Hao fumed, wide-eyed. Zhao Xiao, I apologize. It was unintentional. Ugh. Damn it, Chen Rui, I swear I will kill you. 15 minutes later, Chen Yang departed the hotel alone, while Chen Rui and his companions were taken to their rooms by hotel staff for rest. For these young masters, every upscale hotel in Jinghai City had their membership. The drinks down the hill were terrible, all science and no substance. Nothing compared to the fruit wine brewed by the old man. Chen Yang, with a toothpick in his mouth, picked at his teeth while expressing his disdain. He was in no hurry to return to the manor, opting instead to stroll leisurely under the moonlight, familiarizing himself with the routes and ambience of Jinghai City. At a red light intersection, pedestrians were crossing. Chen Yang strolled at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a van sped toward him, moving with alarming swiftness. Just as it was about to collide with Chen Yang, the van blared its horn and slammed on the brakes. Chen Yang furrowed his brows and stepped back, allowing the van to whiz past him, coming to a halt a few meters away. Had Chen Yang not retreated, the van would have surely sent him flying. The van's driver immediately rolled down the window, revealing a bald head that glared menacingly at Chen Yang. Do you not have eyes? Do you believe I would not run you down with my foot on the gas? Chapter 57. I stick. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. You big fool, I was clearly crossing with the traffic lights. You ran a red light and nearly hit me. And instead of apologizing, you dare to scold me? Upon hearing this, the bald driver's anger intensified. Foolish creature, you truly seek death. Virum. He pressed the gas, seemingly preparing to reverse and confront Chen Yang. Forget it, do not waste the boss's time. Suddenly, a cold huff came from the passenger seat. Upon hearing this, the furious bald man immediately cooled down, his demeanor shifting entirely. He leaned out of the window once more, casting a venomous glare at Chen Yang, and spat on the ground. Kid, I remember your face now. Today, I have business to attend to, so I'll spare your life. But should I encounter you again in Jinghai City, I will end you. After this, he accelerated away. Murder? How audacious. Chen Yang lost all desire for a leisurely stroll. Not only had he nearly been hit, but he had also been insulted. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Bald man, you have brought trouble upon yourself. Chen Yang reached into his pocket, retrieving a talisman, and casually tossed it toward the direction the van had departed. It swiftly adhered to the rear window of the van. How dare you insult me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Late at night, with taxis scarce, Chen Yang fortuitously spotted a row of shared bicycles along the roadside. Fortunately, over the past few days, he had mastered the use of a smartphone and decisively replaced his antiquated Nokia, which he had used for over a decade. After scanning a shared bicycle, he promptly mounted it, pedaling vigorously to pursue a van. The van was speeding at an impressive pace, compelling Chen Yang to match its velocity. His legs propelled the bicycle as if they were wheels of fire, almost igniting sparks from the chain with each powerful stroke. Thankfully, equipped with a talisman, he was able to locate the van's direction, sensing its position within a 10-kilometer radius. Meanwhile, in a red sedan, Su Qingxue, weary from her day at work, was preparing to return home when a phone call disrupted her thoughts. "Qingxue, where are you now?" She slowed her speed and replied, "Captain, I'm on Chunchi Road. Heading home." "You're on Chunchi Road? That's perfect. We VE identified suspicious individuals involved in child trafficking. A van with the license plate Jing 6152. The suspects are currently driving a black van, speeding recklessly, and have run 6 red lights. They are also on Chunchi Road. You must find a way to intercept this van immediately. We will provide backup shortly." "What? Their SA lead?" Su Qingxue, previously exhausted, felt a surge of energy. "Yes. Captain, I understand. I will ensure the task is completed." Hanging up, her eyes sparkled with determination. "You despicable traffickers. I've finally got you in my sights. You shall pay for your deeds." At that moment, her phone received a location update, indicating the target was just a few kilometers ahead. Su Qingxue pressed the accelerator, following the coordinates intently. "Damn it, driving so fast. Are you rushing to the afterlife? This is exhausting." The black van sped along at over 100 kilometers per hour. Behind it, Chen Yang pedaled furiously, his legs moving faster than the van's 4 wheels. With a swift motion, he spat out a toothpick, which soared through the air like a bullet, piercing the rear tire of the van with a sharp pop, causing it to explode. "Damn it!" The bald driver cursed as he slammed on the brakes. The van skidded, leaving deep tire marks on the road before finally coming to a halt. The driver's door swung open, followed by the front passenger's, while 2 more men exited from the back, all of them shirtless and smoking. "How the hell did you blow a tire on the road?" One shouted. "How am I supposed to know? The tire quality is terrible." Another retorted. "Enough with the excuses. There's a spare tire in the trunk. Hurry up and change it so we don't keep the boss waiting." As they approached the trunk to retrieve the jack and spare tire, one of them noticed a yellow talisman affixed to the back window. "Who the hell put a talisman on our vehicle? What bad luck." The bald man angrily ripped it off. Just then, Chen Yang approached casually on his bicycle. "Is it you?" The bald man's eyes narrowed with fury upon recognizing Chen Yang. The other 3, adorned with various tattoos, glared at him with disdain. "You little brat. I'm in a foul mood right now. You dare show your face?" The bald man lunged at Chen Yang with a slap, while his companions watched, anticipating a spectacle. "I bind you." Chen Yang swiftly produced a binding talisman and pressed it to the bald man's forehead. He froze mid-swing, unable to move. "What are you doing? Don't waste time. We need to report back to the boss." The 3 accomplices, seeing their leader immobilized, exchanged worried glances. "He*s trapped by that brat's talisman. He can't move." Chen Yang smirked slightly. A binding talisman, indeed. The trio burst into laughter, mocking him. "What a fool. What kind of idiot believes in that? Hurry up and take care of him. Don't let this waste of time hinder our plans." Unfazed by their laughter, Chen Yang smiled. "Don't believe me? Why not give it a try?" "Try? I'll try your face." One of them snarled. "Take this idiot and put him in the trunk. We'll sell his organs on the black market." They retrieved steel pipes and knives from the trunk, their faces transforming into masks of menace. "I'll stick! I'll stick! I'll stick!" Just as they brandished their weapons, Chen Yang flicked his wrist, releasing 3 talismans that floated through the air. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and the talismans adhered to the backs of the 3 men. To their astonishment, they found themselves completely immobilized. "You ruffians, how dare you gang up on me and bring weapons?" Chen Yang approached them, observing their helplessness. "Why provoke me? You're only inviting trouble upon yourselves." As he casually inspected the van's trunk, he discovered several burlap sacks. Noting their shape, he surmised they contained something significant. Pointing to the sacks, Chen Yang's eyes narrowed as he realized the gravity of the situation. "What is inside these bags?" The men could not respond, but their eyes widened in fear. Could it be children? Are you traffickers? Chen Yang's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he opened one of the sacks, revealing a child dressed in a school uniform, unconscious and bound. So, you're the despicable traffickers racing against time, he seethed, glancing around the van. He opened each burlap sack, discovering 4 more children, 3 girls and 2 boys, each appearing to be elementary school students. What kind of monsters are you? Kidnapping so many children? Just as Chen Yang prepared to interrogate the tattooed thug, a sharp voice pierced the air. Turning, he saw a red sedan halt behind him. A woman in uniform emerged, gun drawn, her face set in a serious expression aimed directly at him. Ah, a striking beauty has arrived. Chen Yang's eyes lit up with intrigue. Silence, scoundrel. Put down the knife in your hand, or I will be forced to shoot you on the spot. Su Qingshue's gaze was sharp, fixated intently on Chen Yang. You social miscreants dare to harm children. You are lower than pigs and dogs. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang realized he had been mistakenly identified as a human trafficker. He chuckled lightly. Beauty, you've misunderstood. I'm not a trafficker. I'm a good. Bang! Su Qingxue suddenly fired a shot into the air. The sound deafening. What the? This is serious. Chen Yang's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Immediately drop the knife, or I will shoot you right here. Su Qingshue's voice was icy, her demeanor taut with tension. No way. Beauty, are you really serious? Dare talk back? Su Qingxue raised her gun directly at Chen Yang. No, y surrende. He promptly tossed the knife to the ground and raised his hands in surrender. How could he bear to harm such a stunning beauty? With the weapon out of his hands, Su Qingxue finally relaxed slightly, though she remained vigilant. After all, there were 5 of them, holding the guns steadily. She maintained a safe distance from Chen Yang. To think 5 grown men would resort to kidnapping 5 innocent children. How despicable. Su Qingxue ground her teeth, especially enraged to see the children tightly bound with ropes, their mouths gagged, igniting her fury. Hey, beauty, don't misunderstand. I'm a good person. It's those 4 tattooed men who are the villains. Chen Yang waved his hand, exasperated. Silence. Raise your hands. If you make any sudden moves, I will shoot you dead. I loathe human traffickers more than anything. Because of you, how many families have been torn apart? Su Qingxue continued. Those 4 may be tattooed, but they seem relatively honest. You, however, appear young yet speak slickly. You are the very essence of scum. Chen Yang could only laugh in disbelief. Come on, I'm quite the handsome fellow. Do I truly resemble a scoundrel? Those 4 remain motionless because they're under my immobilization spell. You know, a spell? Do you think you're a Taoist priest? Have you watched too many movies? Or do you think we're fools? Su King says, Gop diet's me sin. You can't reason with a foolish woman like you. Big-chested and empty-headed. Chen Yang retorted, his irritation growing. How could she be so obstinate? Scoundrel! Who are you calling a foolish woman? Su Qingxue shot back, her anger flaring. Whoever has a big chest is the one. Chen Yang deliberately glanced at her chest. Su Qingxue's figure was remarkable. Even in uniform, her curves were evident, clearly the result of years of dedicated fitness. You shameless scoundrel! I will personally execute you. Su Qingse Fumet? Captain Song Peng approached, his expression serious. All right, Qingxue, it's getting late. You should head back to rest. We'll take these individuals back to the station for questioning, and we'll inform the parents to come pick up the children. No, I want to rest. I must interrogate this scoundrel personally and bring him to justice. Su Qingxue shot a piercing glance at Chen Yang before getting into the vehicle, heading straight for the Law Enforcement Bureau. Knowing her temperament, Song Peng let her have her way. He signaled, take everyone back to the station, including the 2 vans. In the interrogation room, Chen Yang sat on a stool, his hands and feet shackled with silver handcuffs, a harsh light illuminating his face. Before him sat a table with 4 individuals, Su Qingxue, Song Peng, a dialogue recorder, and a videographer. We just gathered your information. Your name is Chen Yang, correct? You recently arrived in Jinghai City, and shortly after your arrival, over a dozen children went missing. Tonight, we caught you red-handed. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Song Peng held a dossier containing Chen Yang's details, though it was suspiciously sparse. Only mentions of his arrival in Jinghai City, with prior information conspicuously absent. This indicated that someone had deliberately concealed Chen Yang's past. Hey, I've told you countless times, I'm innocent. How can you wrongfully accuse a good person? Chen Yang expressed his frustration. Every villain denies their wrongdoing until the end. Excuse me, may I ask your name, beautiful? Chen Yang glanced at Su Kingsue. Suddenly, she erupted in anger, slamming her hand on the table. Chen Yang, this is an interrogation room. Stop joking around. She warned firmly. I warn you, if you continue with this nonsense, I won't hold back. Now, answer my questions. Why did you kidnap the children? And where are the rest of the children hidden? Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle at her furious demeanor. He suddenly pinched his fingers, calculated in his heart, and then laughed. Miss Su, I have made myself quite clear. I am truly a good person, yet you refuse to believe me. What can I do? How do you know my surname is Su? Su Qingxue furrowed her brows and immediately glanced around at the others. I certainly did not tell him. Nor did I. Song Peng added, shaking his head, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar. As I mentioned, I am the esteemed celestial master. Whatever your name, I can discern it with but a flick of my fingers. Even the color of your undergarments today, I know it all. Chen Yang winked boldly. You scoundrel, have you been stalking me? Su Qingxue dismissed any notion of celestial mastery. Her first instinct was to suspect that Chen Yang had secretly followed her and investigated her background. Do not slander me. I am a married man. You, a scoundrel, worthy of a wife? I wonder which innocent maiden has fallen under your spell. Hey, Miss Su, that's discrimination. Be careful, or I shall lodge a complaint. Silence. Su Qingxue suddenly produced a stack of documents and thrust them before Chen Yang. In a cold tone, she declared, these are the testimonies from your 4 accomplices. They have all confessed, stating that they were under your orders to kidnap the child. You are the mastermind behind it all. The evidence is irrefutable. What more do you have to say? Chen Yang glanced down and indeed found the testimonies of the bald man. According to the statements, all 4 uniformly claimed that he was the mastermind, asserting they were merely hired hands. Slander. A blatant frame-up. Miss Su, I am wronged. They are retaliating against me. Chen Yang repeatedly referred to her as Miss Su, which made her want to strike him. She huffed. The evidence is right here. It matters not how loudly you protest. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Human trafficker, your end is nigh. Just as Su Qingxue finished speaking, a knock resounded from the interrogation room. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man of around 50, standing straight and exuding vitality as he entered with a smile. Director Deng. Both Song Peng and Su Qingxue immediately stood at attention. Ah, Xiao Song, Xiao Su, still in the midst of interrogation? Director Deng smiled slightly, emanating a warm demeanor that nonetheless carried an unspoken authority. Director, this man has remained tight-lipped and refuses to confess. No matter. The heavens are vast and justice will prevail. We shall extract the truth from him. Su Qingxue clenched her fists, righteous indignation blazing within her. Chapter 60. Have you taken advantage of her? Xiao Su, you're doing well. We will not let any villain escape, but we must also ensure that no innocent is wronged. Director Deng nodded at Su Qingxue, then turned to Song Peng, instructing, Xiao Song, release this young man named Chen Yang. His family has come to retrieve him. What? At this pronouncement, shock washed over everyone except Chen Yang. Director, why? He is a trafficker. Su Qingxue's face was a mask of disbelief. She had anticipated bringing Chen Yang to justice, only to be met with this unexpected outcome. As I just stated, we will not wrong any innocent person, nor will we allow any villain to escape. This young man, Chen Yang, has a clean background. Let him go, Director Deng stated with a smile. This is impossible. Director, he is certainly not a good person. When I first saw him, he was brandishing a knife, ready to harm a child. Su Qingxue shook her head vehemently, adamantly insisting that Chen Yang was one of the traffickers. Hey, Miss Su, one may eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. I was merely acting as a hero, saving lives. Chen Yang grinned broadly, aware that his senior sister had likely come to his aid. Enough. Xiao Song, you handle this matter. I have other affairs to attend to. Director Deng understood Su Qingxue's temperament. She was a good person, but stubborn in her beliefs. Fortunately, Song Peng was her direct superior and could rein her in. Understood, Director. You're busy. Song Peng escorted Director Deng to the door. This infuriates me. I just received word that this trafficker has had someone post bail for him. It is said that the bail was a staggering 10 million. How can he be released like this? It is aiding and abetting. When Song Peng returned to the interrogation room, Su Qingxue was fuming, her teeth clenched in frustration. Who posted the bail? Song Peng inquired, perplexed. If Chen Yang were indeed a trafficker, who would dare come forward to post bail? Wouldn't that invite trouble upon themselves? Moreover, 10 million was no small sum. How many children must have been trafficked to amass such an amount? The bail was posted by Yi Hongyu, the chairman of Huiwei Group, an enforcement officer reported. Ye Hongyu. Song Peng was taken aback. Huiwei Group was a reputable corporation in Jinghai City, and Ms. Yi was known as a formidable businesswoman. How could she possibly be involved with this trafficker? This suspect? Need I say more? Clearly, this trafficker has used some flowery words to deceive Yi Hongyu. She has fallen for his tricks. Su King's Asa Family. Hey, Miss Su, do not go too far. I have been patient with you for long enough. If you dare to slander me again, I will ensure you become a hideous creature. Also, your superior has stated that I am to be released. Do you not think it inappropriate to continue holding me? Chen Yang raised his hands, showcasing the handcuffs. In truth, with a slight twist of his wrist. He could easily break free, but he deemed it unnecessary. You wish to leave? Not a chance. Su King's scalp. Yet, no sooner had she spoken than Song Peng approached with the keys to unlock Chen Yang's cuffs. Captain, what are you doing? Don't let him go. He is a suspect. Song Peng sighed. This is Director Deng's order. Besides, he is merely a suspect, not a criminal. We can always apprehend him again once we gather new evidence. After the handcuffs were removed, Chen Yang stretched his limbs and flashed a smile at the scowling Su Qingxue. Her face was ashen, resembling a wronged wife. Miss Su, farewell. We shall meet again. As he reached the door, Chen Yang waved to Su Qingxue and blew her a kiss, leaving behind a dashing figure. This infuriates me. Scoundrel, I will certainly apprehend you again. Su Qingxue fumed, her nostrils flaring as she clenched her fists. In the car, Yi Hongyu drove, with Chen Yang in the passenger seat. I say, junior brother, what on earth is going on? Out this late and entangled with a trafficker? Yi Hongyu frowned slightly. She knew Chen Yang could not possibly be a trafficker, but this incident was surely more complicated than it appeared. Third sister, I do not know. Today, it seems I left home without consulting the stars. Misfortune has befallen me. Chen Yang lamented, not having anticipated that the bald man driving the van was a trafficker. Could it be that Sun Dongwu is deliberately trying to frame you? He cannot touch Huiwei Group, so he is resorting to underhanded tactics? Yi Hongyu's expression grew serious at the thought. It was highly plausible that Sun Dongwu was attempting to ensnare Chen Yang, for if he could imprison him, he would be free to target Huiwei Group once more. Third sister, my encounter with those traffickers was purely coincidental. As for the human traffickers, I cannot ascertain their connection to Sun Dongwu. However, now that they have crossed paths with me, they are certainly in for a misfortune. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes with a smirk. Yi Hongyu recognized that Chen Yang was about to take action and, naturally, she would not intervene. After all, although Chen Yang had been released on bail, he remained a suspect. Only a thorough resolution of the case could vindicate him completely. Junior brother, how did you handle that girl named Su Qingxue? Yi Hongyu suddenly inquired. That woman seems rather dim-witted. I haven't done anything to her. Why do you ask, third sister? Chen Yang replied, Buzlet. You haven't done anything to her? Are you sure? Ye Hongyu similit mysteriously. I happen to be watching the surveillance footage from Deng Chang's office, and it seems that girl harbors quite a grudge against you. Junior brother, you rogue, did you perhaps take advantage of her? Defamation. Absolutely unfounded. Third sister, I assure you, I am a respectable individual. I wouldn't stoop to taking advantage of that bimbo. Chen Yang retorted immediately. Is that so? Ye Hongyu chucklet. Do you not believe me? Senior sister? I do believe you, of course. You are my esteemed junior brother. Go for it. Yi Hongyu suddenly grasped the steering wheel with one hand and patted Chen Yang's shoulder with the other. That girl is not an ordinary person. Strive to win her over. Third sister, I am indeed a respectable individual. Chen Yang asserted earnestly. Nevertheless, the old man has prepared 7 wives for you. What's one more? If needed, I can always arrange for a couple of traditional Chinese medicine doctors to help you recuperate. Chapter 61. Your life is worth only 100. In the heart of Jinghai City, a skyscraper soared into the clouds. At the top floor in the chairman's office, Sun Dongwu sat in his chair, gritting his teeth as he glared at the computer screen. Displayed on the screen were images of the Huiwei Group. He had coveted the Huiwei Group for years. Yet it remained elusive, especially during the group's 5th anniversary celebration. He had suffered a humiliating setback. This incident ignited a fiery rage within Sun Dongwu. an unquenchable wrath burning in his heart. Seated on the sofa was Taoist Chen Yang, who appeared to have regained much of his vitality. It seemed that the malevolent energy within him had been largely dispelled. Taoist Chen Yang's gaze was filled with a sinister intensity, imbued with deep-seated resentment. At the Huiwei Group's 5th anniversary celebration, he had faced a near-fatal setback, ultimately being toyed with by Zhang Xuanjun. He had long vowed that he would not rest until vengeance was exacted. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Kumin, Sun Dongwu's voice was cold. A burly man entered the room. Boss, trouble has arisen. A van full of our men has been apprehended by the Enforcement Bureau, and there were 5 items on board that you desired. The man's expression was grave. What? Sun Dongwu's fury erupted as he slammed his palm onto the desk, standing up forcefully. What kind of useless fools are they? They can't even handle such a trivial matter? Boss, I made some inquiries. The recent spate of missing children has drawn the attention of the Enforcement Bureau. Sang Biao and his crew had already been under scrutiny. They were supposed to escape safely. But misfortune struck when their van had a flat tire, leading to their capture, the burly man explained in a low voice. A bunch of imbeciles. Sun Dongwu, as the boss, was unconcerned about the process. He only cared about the outcome. And the current outcome was that his subordinates had been captured, potentially implicating him. Rest assured, Chairman Sun, I anticipated this possibility. Therefore, I planted a special heart-devouring worm within their bodies. As long as they dare to utter the name of the mastermind behind this, they can only say one word. Before they can utter a second, they will instantly succumb to the poison. Taoist Chen Yang spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Sun Dongwu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had Master Chen Yang by his side. Those incompetent subordinates were utterly foolish. As long as the captured individuals did not divulge Sun Dongwu's name, he would remain unscathed. Of course, even if they wished to reveal it now, they had no opportunity, as the heart-devouring worm had already been planted within them. Their only chance of survival was to remain tight-lipped. As night fell, a taxi came to a halt at the base of the skyscraper. From the back seat emerged a hunchbacked elder clad in a black robe, shrouded in an aura of shadow. Under the streetlight, one could faintly discern the elder's face, lined with deep wrinkles, imparting an eerie sensation as if he were half buried in the earth. After alighting, he gazed up at the towering skyscraper, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he strode forward. Excuse me, old man, you haven't paid yet. The taxi driver reminded him with a frown as he rolled down the window. Money? The elder halted, suddenly turning to glance at him, revealing a sinister smile. Are you asking me for money? The taxi driver was startled, a shiver racing down his spine. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and replied earnestly, Old man, one must pay for a ride. You can't skip out just because of your age. Oh, you want money? Very well. The elder reached into his sleeve and produced a 100 yuan note. Is this sufficient? That's enough. The fare is 70, so I'll give you 30 and change. The driver extended his hand for the money. However, as he did so, the elder flicked the note with his finger. In an instant, the bill became rigid, resembling a shard of iron, and with a swift motion, it pierced the driver's throat, severing his windpipe. Yu the driver clutched his neck as blood oozed from the wound. Disbelief etched across his face. Bubbles of blood formed in his mouth as his pupils dilated. Life slipping away, demanding money from me? Huh, I am a living embodiment of death walking upon this earth. My money only buys the lifespan of the living. Your life is worth but 100. The elder chuckled ominously, exuding an aura of malevolence. With that, he turned and strode into the skyscraper. At the top floor, the door to the chairman's office burst open with a resounding crash, the lock splintering under the force. How dare you enter without knocking? Sun Dongwu bellowed in fury. In his company, how could anyone dare to disregard protocol? If you have the courage, say that again. From beneath the black robe, the elder looked up, casting a chilling glance at Sun Dongwu. In that moment, Sun Dongwu's pupils constricted in fear, a cold sweat breaking out uncontrollably. An instinctual dread gripped him, warning that this sudden intruder was exceedingly dangerous. Master, what brings you here in person? Taoist Chen Yang approached respectfully, bowing to the elder. Master? Sun Dongwu was momentarily taken aback, quickly piecing together the connection. This was the individual who demanded 100 young boys and girls from Taoist Chen Yang, explaining his terrifying appearance. Fear can indeed be exhilarating. The more terrifying it is, the greater the strength it signifies. Upon realizing this, the look of fright on Sun Dongwu's face transformed into one of elation. The elder glanced at Chen Yang Taoist and discerned the injuries he bore. Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck towards Chen Yang Taoist's body. The Taoist, paralyzed by fear, stood rooted to the spot, immobile. With a resounding thud, the elder's palm struck Chen Yang Taoist's chest, causing his back to balloon as if inflated, releasing a wave of dark, frigid energy. "Thank you, master," exclaimed Chen Yang Taoist, overwhelmed with joy as the lingering malevolence within him was expelled, resulting in his immediate recovery. "Useless waste," the elder scoffed coldly. Chen Yang Taoist bowed his head, daring not to retort. "Have you prepared the 100 young males and females I requested?" The elder's voice was icy. Chen Yang Taoist quickly turned to Sun Dongwu, who, in a tone of trepidation, replied, "We are in the process of gathering them, but we have yet to amass that many children." "Useless." The elder's insult cut through the air. Sun Dongwu bristled with anger, thinking, "I spent 2 billion to invite you here, and this is your attitude? Who is the boss here, you or I?" "Mr. Sun, if you wish to avoid dire consequences, you must tread carefully," Chen Yang Taoist interjected, fully aware of his master's temperament. Despite feeling irritated, Sun Dongwu recognized that the elder in the black robe was not someone to provoke. It was easier to invite a deity than to send one away. Acknowledging the elder's prowess, he solemnly declared, "I will instruct my subordinates to redouble their efforts to gather the young males and females you require within your stipulated time frame." In the brothel district, renowned for its vibrant nightlife in Jinghai City, the streets remained lively, even in the dead of night, adorned with dazzling lights and bustling traffic. Within an upscale club, a middle-aged man, tattooed with a black dragon on his back, reclined on a bed, luxuriating in a skilled oil massage from a technician. Her technique was adept yet cautious, her face occasionally betraying a flicker of fear, acutely aware of the formidable identity of her client. A knock echoed through the room. "Come in," the tattooed man commanded nonchalantly. A sharply dressed man entered, his expression grave. "Boss, we have a situation." "What is it?" "The 2 assassins we dispatched to Huiwei Group have gone missing. Moreover, we have learned that the target, Chen Yang, whom Liang contracted us to eliminate, is still alive. Additionally, Liang's entire family has vanished without a trace." "Oh, is that so?" The man adorned with the black dragon raised an eyebrow, surprise etched upon his features. He was none other than the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, known in the underworld as Black Dragon. The Black Dragon Gang held dominion over Jinghai City, controlling a significant portion of its illicit enterprises. Black Dragon himself was a formidable character, adept in both the criminal and legitimate realms. It appears that this Yi Hongyu is surrounded by capable individuals. I initially intended for Sun Dongwu and Yi Hongyu to clash, allowing me to reap the benefits. However, Sun Dongwu turned out to be utterly inept, fleeing in disgrace at the Huiwei Group's celebration. Now, we are unable to eliminate someone close to Yi Hongyu. It seems that Huiwei Group is more formidable than I had anticipated, despite its relatively recent establishment. Huiwei Group had swiftly risen to become one of the leading enterprises in Jinghai City. The group's CEO was a woman in her 20s, in the eyes of seasoned veterans, was merely a Na'vi girl. Thus, anyone with ambition and capability sought to seize Huiwei Group for themselves. Sun Dongwu was one. Black Dragon was another. "Boss, it seems Sun Dongwu is not up to the task. If we, the Black Dragon Gang, wish to legitimize our operations, we must acquire Huiwei Group as a stepping stone. Given that our 2 assassins have gone missing and Liang's family has vanished, it is likely connected to Yi Hongyu. Should we seize this opportunity to absorb Huiwei Group?" the subordinate suggested, making a gesture across his throat. Black Dragon's expression darkened as he shot him a glance and coldly remarked, "Huiwei Group will eventually be mine. However, that woman, Yi Hongyu, must remain untouched. She is the one favored by our young master." Upon hearing the term young master, the subordinate straightened, his demeanor turning serious. "Boss, the young master has taken a liking to Yi Hongyu?" Black Dragon replied coolly, "Indeed. When a young master returns, with his charm, winning over Yi Hongyu will be but a matter of a few meals. No woman can escape the young master's grasp. As for Chen Yang, he shall remain untouched for now. Once the young master has secured Yi Hongyu, Huiwei Group will belong to the Black Dragon Gang. At that point, whether Chen Yang lives or dies will depend solely on our whim. For now, focus on investigating the whereabouts of Liang's family. I want a definitive answer." "Understood." The subordinate nodded and promptly exited. In the dead of night at Huiyue Manor, Chen Yang had finished washing up and sat cross-legged on his bed. Holding 6 turtle shells, he tossed them into the air, watching as they fell to the ground. Fire element, wind tremors. Southwest direction? After divining, Chen Yang scrutinized the patterns on the shells and the direction they faced, stroking his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, he rose from the bed, changed his clothes, and prepared to venture out. It appeared he had business to attend to that night. Outside the manor, a black sedan quietly parked on the road not far from the estate, concealing 2 individuals within. Shuejia. If you proceed without higher authorization to follow someone, it could lead to disciplinary action. In the passenger seat sat a young man in his 20s, fair-skinned and fresh out of university, named Huang Yuan. Be quiet. We are tailing a suspect. Do you understand? Following a suspect does not require higher approval. Su Qingxue shot him an exasperated glare. Fearful of her, Huang Yuan shrank back, forcing a smile as he replied, Shuejia, perhaps we should inform the team leader? I have a bad feeling about this. Inform the team leader? He will undoubtedly relay this to the antiquated director Deng, and if he finds out, he will not permit me to engage in such activities. If you are scared, you can leave now. I told you not to follow me, yet you insisted. Why all the fuss now? Hey, Shuejia, I was just joking. I followed you out of concern for your safety. Huang Yuan chuckled nervously. Actually, we've investigated this Chen Yang. He has only recently arrived in Jinghai City and is associated with Huiyue Group's CEO, Yi Hongyu. Currently, he seems to be the head of security at Huiyue Group, and he lacks any motive for wrongdoing. Lacking un motive, the moment he arrived in Jinghai City, children began to go missing. Is he not worthy of suspicion? Furthermore, I witnessed him wielding a knife, poised to strike at the child. Such scum joining the Huiyue Group merely grants him a facade of respectability. I am determined to apprehend him myself. Su Qingshue's demeanor was icy. Sister Shui, this is just silence. I shall say this one last time. If you do not wish to follow, return at once. Huang Yuan was rendered speechless by Su Qingshue's retort, hastily laughing it off, too intimidated to speak further. The scum has emerged. Suddenly, Su Qingxue fixed her gaze on the entrance of the Huiyue Manor. Chen Yang appeared alone, pedaling a tricycle, his eyes darting about as if searching for something. Eventually, he pedaled westward and departed. The Huiyue Group is affluent, boasting countless luxury vehicles. How is it that this fellow, residing in the manor, chooses to ride a tricycle? Huang Yuan was bewildered. When wealthy individuals venture out, do they not typically drive multi-million-dollar luxury cars? Yet here was Chen Yang, departing in the dead of night on a tricycle, a sight most astonishing. In the dead of night, sneaking around, surely something nefarious is afoot. Follow him. Yi Hongyu immediately started the car, maintaining what she deemed a discreet distance, neither too close nor too far from Chen Yang. Half an hour later, while pedaling the tricycle, Chen Yang balanced one hand on the handlebars and held a round disc in the other, adorned with feng shui symbols. This was a feng shui compass, used by practitioners to locate auspicious sites, dragon veins, and rare springs. It could also serve to find individuals, a rather extravagant application in this instance. Soon, Chen Yang arrived at a corner where a tree-lined path diverged. Although the area was well lit, this particular path lay shrouded in darkness. At last, I have found it. This cursed place is well hidden, he mused, then leisurely pedaled his tricycle into the shadows. Sister Shui, he's entered. What shall we do now? Should we inform the captain? Huang Yuan inquired urgently. Not yet. Let us disembark and investigate. Su King's Viplit, Godavili. Of course, if you are afraid, you may remain in the vehicle. The narrow tree-lined path would surely reveal their presence if they continued by car. So disembarking and following stealthily was the wisest course of action. Though Huang Yuan felt trepidation, he gritted his teeth and chose to follow Su Qingxue. The path was neither too long nor too short, measuring approximately 2 miles. Upon reaching the end, Chen Yang was astonished to see lights flickering and the sounds of drinking and card playing echoing nearby. Not far ahead loomed a modestly sized abandoned factory. Finally, I have located it, Chen Yang remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as he stowed the feng shui compass and whistled, boldly pedaling into the scene. Hey, brothers, enjoying drinks and cards? Why wasn't I invited? I'm quite the card player. Upon his entrance, he found 4 or 5 tables occupied by over 20 burly men, each bare-chested, smoking, chewing betel nut, and adorned with various tattoos. Momentarily stunned by his unexpected arrival, they exchanged bewildered glances. Who is this guy? Whose underling is he? Does he not understand the rules? I don't know. I don't recognize him either. All activity ceased, and every pair of eyes turned toward Chen Yang. Expressions filled with confusion. Striding confidently into their midst, Chen Yang showed no fear, suggesting he might be one of their own. However, if he were indeed one of them, why did no one recognize him? Are you sent by the boss? A scar-faced man furrowed his brow, questioning him. Ignoring the inquiry, Chen Yang circled the dilapidated factory until he discovered the kidnapped children. Each child was confined within a large metal box, bound hand and foot, with rags stuffed in their mouths. Some were unconscious, others weeping, and the rest exhibited expressions of sheer terror. Counting hastily, he realized there were 27 in total. Such a number of children. They must fetch a handsome price, he mused. Fetch a price. The kidnappers were momentarily taken aback. Is the boss still in need of money? These children are meant for organ trafficking. Organ trafficking. How cruel. You truly are a pack of scoundrels. Upon learning the children were intended for such vile purposes, Chen Yang's previously carefree expression turned grave. You are one of the boss's associates, and yet you are unaware of what is being sold? The scar-faced man began to suspect Chen Yang's true identity. Damn it, I remember now. A few days ago, the boss took us to stir trouble at the Huiyue group, and there was a particularly arrogant fellow. This tricycle rider. He belongs to the Huiyue group. How dare a member of the Huiyue group find their way here? Brothers, let us take him down. During the previous incident at the Huiyue group, Sun Dongwu had brought along over 100 subordinates, aiming to seize control of the group. Several of the kidnappers present were among those who had accompanied him. Damn it, the Huiyue group has grown too bold. Arm yourselves, take him down, and skin him alive. Hang his skin at Yi Hongyu's door to frighten that little wench. Chapter 64. Despicable. In an instant, the kidnappers surged forward, brandishing knives and steel pipes, the quintessential tools of street brawlers. Ah, yet another brawl. As a refined gentleman, must I always engage in fisticuffs with you brutes? Is this not a disgrace to civility? Chen Yang sigit dramaticali. Stand still. You are now surrounded. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, poised to engage. This kid intends to fight us barehanded? Is he out of his mind? Who cares? Just take him out. If the boss learns we eliminated one of Yi Hongyu's subordinates, he will surely reward us handsomely. Instantly, 20 burly men encircled Chen Yang. Everyone, immediately squat down and cover your heads. Just as a knife was about to strike Chen Yang, a gunshot rang out, echoing through the air. Su Qingxue appeared, holding a firearm aloft. The shot had been fired by her. Do not move. We are law enforcement. Beside her, Huang Yuan hastily drew his weapon, aiming it at the kidnappers, though his trembling hand betrayed his inexperience and anxiety. Where did this girl come from? Damn it, I recognize her. She was the one who arrested me after I flirted with a woman at the bar. She caused me to spend half a month in jail. How is it that law enforcement has found their way here? The kidnappers' expressions turned grim. It appeared only 2 officers had arrived. Soon, they realized that Su Qingxue had no backup, which eased their initially tense demeanor. Take down this Huiyue group member and those 2 law enforcement officers. The scar-faced man sneered. I commanded you to stand still and cover your heads. Did you not hear me? Su Qingxue shouted angrily, yet no one heeded her command. For these ruthless kidnappers, how could 2 individuals armed with mere handguns intimidate a group of over 20? If they were afraid, they wouldn't have resorted to such criminal acts in the first place. Hey, Su Daybody, why have you emerged so early? Aren't you just complicating matters for me? At least wait until I have dealt with this crowd before making your entrance. Chen Yang cast a bemused glance at Su Qingxue, realizing that this woman was indeed stunning, yet utterly devoid of intellect. A rational person would understand that engaging head-on at this moment was unwise. The first step should be to call for backup from headquarters, then apprehend them all at once. Yet, she boldly stepped forward instead. Silence. Scum, this time, the evidence is irrefutable, and I shall see what excuse you can muster. Su Qingxue glared at Chen Yang, directing her gun towards his chest as a warning. Immediately drop to the ground and cover your head. This foolish woman, mistaking kindness for naivety, shall soon learn the consequences of her actions. Chen Yang leaned leisurely against a nearby pillar, hands behind his head, adopting a spectator's demeanor. The kidnappers exchanged surprised glances. Diago, what is going on? One of the underlings inquired. What's going on? This woman is stunning and has practically delivered herself to us. Let us take turns with her. Damn it. I've been in a foul mood lately. No one better interfere. I want my turn first. Diaogo, I know your tastes. You go with that pretty boy in the adjacent room later. Keep our eyes from being offended. Haha, will do. Although Su Qingxue and Huang Yuan were armed, the kidnappers appeared entirely unperturbed, exchanging lewd remarks and leering at Su Qingxue, appraising her figure and beauty with lascivious grins. A few even shifted their gaze to Huang Yuan, nearly drooling and making lewd gestures. Disgusting. Su Qingxue bit her lip in frustration. Huang Yuan's expression soured as he realized he had caught the attention of several lascivious individuals. If he fell into their hands, the outcome would be dire. Ah, disgusting. Once you're pleasured, you want to find it repulsive, one of them sneered. Women like you may appear virtuous, but your cravings are insatiable. Don't worry, with so many brothers here tonight to indulge you, you'll be well satisfied. The kidnappers burst into raucous laughter. Bang! Su Qingxue, infuriated, fired a shot at the leader among them, Diaogo. Her aim was precise. The bullet struck him squarely in the shoulder blade. This shot wouldn't kill him, but it would certainly silence him. Damn it, filthy bitch, how dare you shoot me? Diaogo roared in agony, clutching his wound and cursing. Get her. Disable this woman, but don't kill her. I want her to suffer. The henchman quickly uncovered a hidden stash of firearms and crossbows beneath a nearby blanket. Shoot this bitch twice. And that man too. Within moments, over 20 assailants armed themselves, aiming at Su Qingxue and Huang Yuan, while completely disregarding Chen Yang, who is unarmed and thus perceived as no threat. Damn! Su Qingxue's face paled as she realized these kidnappers were equipped with prohibited weapons. How could two of them possibly contend with such overwhelming numbers? Bang! Bang! The ruthless assailants wasted no time opening fire. In an instant, Su Qingxue was hit in the upper chest, and a crossbow bolt pierced her thigh, while her left arm suffered a gunshot wound. Huang Yuan fared little better, sustaining injuries to both shoulders and his thigh. They collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from their wounds, agony seizing them. Enough! Stop! Don't kill her! I don't want a corpse! Diaogo shouted, his voice laced with fury. Who shot an arrow at this bitch's thigh? How am I supposed to have fun now? His underlings laughed lewdly as Diaogo swaggered towards Su Qingxue, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He pressed the lit end against his wound, wincing in pain but grinning through it. You little harlot dared to shoot me. Let us see how I make you pay. He stood before Su Qingxue, unbuckling his belt with a malicious grin. In her wounded state, Su Qingxue felt weak and her consciousness blurred, yet she understood his sinister intentions. If you dare to do anything reckless, the Law Enforcement Bureau won't spare you. Ha ha ha, the Law Enforcement Bureau? If I feared you, I wouldn't be in this line of work. The kidnappers erupted in laughter. Get lost. Huang Yuan weakly crawled towards Su Qingxue, attempting to push Diaogo away. Diaogo kicked him aside effortlessly. Where did this sycophant come from? Get lost. Discarding his belt, he prepared to remove his pants while his underlings eagerly anticipated the spectacle. A beauty like her should be savored by the boss first. The boss feasts, and the subordinates drink broth. Alas, it seems I must make my entrance. Just as Su Qingxue was about to be violated, Chen Yang interjected, you pathetic fools. A bunch of grown men harassing a girl. How shameless can you be? Damn it, Diaogo. How do we forget about this idiot? Just kill him and bury him in the back mountain. Diaogo snorted dismissively, and in an instant, the henchmen aimed their weapons at Chen Yang. So many of you against one. Isn't that a bit unfair? Chen Yang remained unfazed, a smile ever present on his face. What a load of nonsense. Bang! One of the underlings fired a shot at Chen Yang's head. Rebound. Chen Yang swiftly produced a talisman, affixing it to his forehead. Is this guy truly an idiot? Laughter erupted among the henchmen. However, their amusement quickly turned to shock as they noticed no bullet holes appeared on Chen Yang's body. He stood before them, grinning. Thud! The underling who had just shot at Chen Yang suddenly swayed and fell to the ground, lifeless. What just happened? Panic spread among the group. The fallen underling had a bullet hole in his forehead, his eyes wide with disbelief as blood streamed down his face. Oh dear, how careless of you. I did mention I would use a rebound talisman, didn't I? Why didn't you listen? Chen Yang clicked his tongue. What have you done? The others glared at Chen Yang with fury. I didn't do anything. I merely placed a talisman on my forehead. Chen Yang pointed at the yellow talisman on his forehead. I don't care what tricks you're playing. Dare to deceive us, and you'll meet your end. Another underling aimed a crossbow at Chen Yang, But to their astonishment, the arrow reversed direction, striking the shooter in the neck. With a gurgling sound, he collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, twitching briefly before falling still. Damn, this guy's a bit sinister. Don't use guns or crossbows. Take him down with knives. The kidnappers were filled with both fear and anger. However, their wits were sharp, and they swiftly reacted, reaching for the steel pipes and machetes set aside. Are you brothers here to attack me? Chen Yang smirked. Unfortunately, you ruffians are unworthy to be my brothers. As he spoke, Chen Yang once again reached into his pocket, retrieving a stack of yellow talismans. This time, the edges of the talismans shimmered with a hint of purple. Here comes the electric eel. Watch as I stun each of you. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the talismans into the air, sending them cascading towards the kidnappers. Crackling sounds erupted as the talismans made contact, unleashing a powerful surge of electricity. In an instant, the kidnappers were jolted, flailing about with their hair standing on end. After a brief moment, they lay scattered on the ground, limbs akimbo, wisps of smoke curling from their mouths. Their bodies charred from the electric shock. The talisman's power had been exhausted, yet their bodies continued to twitch uncontrollably. TSK, you can't even withstand the most basic thunder talismans. If I had used a higher grade version, I could have fried you to a crisp. Chen Yang surveyed the fallen figures of the traffickers, disappointment evident on his face as he shook his head. Suddenly, a clatter echoed as a steel pipe fell to the ground. Chen Yang turned to see one of the henchmen standing frozen in fear, trembling at the sight of him. Oh, how interesting, there's still one that slipped through the net. Chen Yang grinned at him, who was on the verge of losing control of his bladder at the sight of his incapacitated companions. A ghost. A ghost. With wide eyes, the thug turned and fled, regretting not having been given an extra pair of legs. Surprisingly, Chen Yang did not pursue him, merely chuckling at his retreating figure. Your combat skills are rather lacking. He clapped his hands, surveying the moaning and groaning kidnappers sprawled on the ground. At this moment, they were so incapacitated that they could barely muster a coherent response, their minds clouded. Chen Yang strolled leisurely over to Su Qingxue, squatting down to regard her. Who exactly are you? Su Qingxue's face was pale, her lips devoid of color. She felt weak, but was also somewhat bewildered. If Chen Yang was one of the kidnappers, why would he attack them? If he were not, how did he find this place? Perhaps the kidnappers had staged this act to cover their tracks? It was utterly implausible that a mere handful of talismans could incapacitate them. Was this not a performance? Who am I? I am simply a good Samaritan here to save you. Chen Yang reached out, unexpectedly unbuttoning Su Qingxue's shirt. In an instant, an expanse of fair skin was revealed before him. Chapter 66. A decent person. Are you undressing me? You scoundrel, what are you planning? Su Qingxue was taken aback. She had never been seen by another man, much less violated. Today, she had been stripped by Chen Yang. Though her undergarments provided some modesty, she realized that having previously antagonized him, this lecher would not simply let it go. An overwhelming rage and shame surged within her at the thought of what might ensue. Such smooth skin, oh no, such a fair figure. Chen Yang felt a flush of heat rise within him, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard. You are fortunate to encounter a decent person like me. Had you met a true scoundrel, you would be in peril. He rummaged through his pocket, producing a pair of tweezers, an item whose presence was inexplicable. Bear with me. Do not blame me for a lack of compassion. Chen Yang then retrieved a box of matches, striking one and allowing the flame to ignite. After sterilizing the tweezers, he plunged them into the wound where Su Qingxue had been shot. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, causing her to gasp. However, the bullet casing was swiftly extracted, blood gushing from the wound. Chen Yang pressed down firmly. Remove your hand, you scoundrel. Su Qingxue glared at him. This is essential. Without pressure, you risk bleeding out. I abhor the sight of beautiful women fading before my eyes, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. He then produced another talisman. Drawing it through the air, it ignited and quickly turned to ash, which he applied to Su Qingxue's wound, securing it with another talisman to prevent the ash from falling off. Such flawless skin. It would be a shame to leave a scar. Fortunate for you, you encountered me. I guarantee your recovery will leave you as fair and delicate as ever. Chen Yang grinned. Yet Su Qingxue's eyes blazed with fury. You think a mere talisman can heal my wounds? Do you take me for a fool? Ah, there's another wound that needs attention, but it poses a bit of a challenge. Chen Yang's gaze shifted to the area near Su Qingshue's thigh where a short arrow was lodged. To treat it, he would need to remove her trousers. You rogue, what are you planning? Su Qingshue's expression shifted. To heal you, of course. This is the location, Chen Yang replied, scratching his head. I can't possibly remove your trousers, can I? If you dare, I will die right here. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth. Although her upper body had been exposed, it was somewhat acceptable with her undergarments still in place. The arrow had struck the upper thigh, a distance away from her private areas, yet remained a forbidden zone for women, not to be violated. Very well, I shall not overstep. Instead, take this. Chen Yang flipped his hand, revealing a small white pill. Su Qingshue's lips were tightly sealed, her eyes icy. Rest assured, it is not a lewd drug meant to inflame desires. I am a decent person. A decent person? A decent person undressing me? Su Qingshuo shot him a cold gaze, her mouth firmly shut. If you do not take it, I will have no choice but to remove your trousers. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. Oh, you think I have no means to treat you? If you dare act out, I will not let you off easily. Su Qingshuo clenched her teeth, but soon relented, opening her mouth. You little girl are soft all over, yet your mouth remains stubborn. Chen Yang pressed the white pill to her lips. After swallowing, Su Qingshuo felt a refreshing sensation spreading within her body. What did you give me? She furrowed her brows. Suddenly, Chen Yang yanked out the short arrow lodged in her thigh. You. Su Qingshuo's expression changed dramatically. Was he a fool? Such a method to treat a wound? Yet, she soon sensed something was amiss. The arrow was removed without a hint of pain, as though she had been anesthetized. What did you give me? Only the finest. My dear, this is quite valuable and not available on the market. Had I not found you so lovely, I would not have shared it. As he spoke, Chen Yang again took a talisman, burning it to ash before applying it to her wound in one fluid motion. Having completed the task, he glanced over at the unconscious Huang Yuan. Oh dear, he's almost out of breath. Never mind, a good deed deserves completion. Let us save him too. Chen Yang produced the talisman, doing nothing more than placing it in Huang Yuan's mouth, leaving it there for him to hold. What are you doing? Su Qingshuo glared at him. Saving him, of course. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. Is this what you call saving? It's more akin to murder. What does a little woman understand? She is not even a beauty. I can keep her hanging by a thread. She won't die. Chen Yang Su Dinli Su Qingshuo. At that moment, Su Qingshuo felt as if she had received an electric shock. Don't be nervous. Just take out your phone. He fished Su Qingshuo's phone out of her pocket, unlocked it, and sent a location to the Enforcement Bureau along with a photograph of the scene, of course. Without including himself. After ensuring everything was in order, Chen Yang tossed the phone back to Su Qingshuo, clapped his hands, and smiled. Su, the beautiful lady, this grand achievement is all yours. Goodbye. Try not to miss me too much. With that, he stood up, dusted off his pants, and walked away. You, stop. Su Qingshuo glared at Chen Yang's retreating figure. His identity was indeed suspicious, and she was unwilling to leave it uninvestigated. However, Chen Yang seemed oblivious, whistling as he rode off on a tricycle, leisurely departing. Chun, I will uncover the truth about you. Enfant mon bureau. Song Peng was working overtime reviewing all surveillance footage from the city of Jinghai. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, his expression changed drastically. Xiao Wei, immediately notify all members of Teams 1, 2, and 3 of the Enforcement Bureau to follow me. Half an hour later, several Enforcement Bureau vehicles arrived at the abandoned factory. They were met with the shocking sight of Su Qingshuo and Huang Yuan, both seriously injured on the ground, along with the subdued kidnappers and the abducted children. Everyone was taken aback. Chapter 67. Targeted at me? Morning. Hospital. In the ward, Su Qingshuo slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Deng Chong, Song Peng, and other high-ranking official from the Enforcement Bureau gathered anxiously around her bed. You're finally awake. Deng Chang's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally relaxed upon seeing Su Qingshuo conscious. Director Deng, what about Huang Yuan? Su Qingshuo quickly inquired. Yes, fine. Recuperating in the next room, Deng Chong replied sternly. Su Qingshuo breathed a sigh of relief. Last night, that unscrupulous Chen Yang had employed some rather unscientific methods to treat her wounds. As for Huang Yuan, he merely inserted a yellow talisman into his mouth, claiming it would keep him alive. Surprisingly, it indeed preserved Huang Yuan's life. Had Huang Yuan died, Su Qingshuo would have felt guilty for a lifetime. Director Deng, I have made a significant discovery. For some reason, Su Qingxue felt no pain in her body and was in high spirits, eager to report her findings. Enough, Su Qingxue, don't report anything to me. The kidnapping case has already been solved, and all the kidnappers have been apprehended. You have made a major contribution, and your bonus and certificate will be issued soon. For now, you're on a month's leave to recover. Deng Chong interrupted her. A leave? Su Qingxue exclaimed, immediately standing up from her bed. Director Deng, I'm fine. I don't need a leave. She even jumped on the spot a couple of times without breaking a sweat. Deng Chong and the others exchanged bewildered glances. According to the doctor from last night, Su Qingxue had been shot, but she had extracted the bullet herself. How could she be so lively after just one night? Director Deng, I can immediately return to work. However, Deng Chong felt overwhelmed at the sight of her. Due to her injuries, he had already faced severe reprimands from his superiors. If Su Qingxue encountered any further issues, he would surely lose his position. Deng Chong shot a glance at Song Peng, giving him a knowing look. Song Peng understood, rubbed his nose, and said, Su Qingxue, your behavior is undisciplined. You took part in such a dangerous matter without authorization. To test your character, you will be temporarily reassigned from the Major Crimes Unit to a regular unit, where you can help maintain order and handle minor issues. Once you have proven your compliance, we will consider reinstating you to the Major Crimes Unit. Why? Are you targeting me? Su Qingxue became agitated upon hearing of her reassignment. No one is targeting you. Song Peng shook his head. That's impossible. Su Qingxue shot an angry glance at Deng Chong. Director Deng, did my father call you? Don't listen to him. He's just an old fossil. Deng Chong turned away, coldly stating, don't question why. Simply comply with orders. If you disobey, I can have you dismissed on the spot. With that, he left without looking back. Qingxue, just accept it. Don't argue with Director Deng. Song Peng said with a wry smile. Fine, I won't argue with him. In the future, I will make him request my return to the Major Crimes Unit. Su Qingxue clenched her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, in the Sun family villa, Sun Dongwu slowly rose from his bed, where two naked women lay on either side. Their skin pale and expression satisfied. Ever since the Taoist Chen Yang became Sun Dongwu's personal master, he had been providing him with potent herbal remedies daily. Now, Sun Dongwu had become addicted to the pleasures of multiple partners. Although he appeared vigorous in bed, he was unaware that his body was gradually depleting, and a collapse was inevitable with time. Sun Dongwu glanced at the two women beside him, a sense of conquest washing over him. After freshening up, he headed to the living room. Master Chen Yang, why didn't you announce your arrival? Upon entering, Sun Dongwu's face darkened at the sight of the Taoist's back. Taoist Chen Yang observed Sun Dongwu's pallor, noting the dark circles under his eyes, a sign of severe depletion, indicating that his demise was only a matter of time. Upon his death, all of Sun Dongwu's assets would conveniently fall into the hands of the Taoist. Logically, this would be a cause for celebration. However, at this moment, the Taoist appeared serious, stating, trouble has arisen. Trouble? Sun Dongwu furrowed his brow. What kind of trouble? But he quickly recalled that the only matter of importance to the Taoist was the 100 young boys and girls his master demanded. Look for yourself. The Taoist stepped aside to reveal an elderly man in a black robe seated on a stool behind him. The old man was covered in age spots, his skin wrinkled and sagging, exuding an eerie aura early in the morning. Master Kumu, you are here too. Sun Dongwu immediately forced a smile upon seeing him. Every encounter with this master of the Taoist Chen Yang left Sun Dongwu feeling uncomfortable, indeed fearful. He wants you to see him, not me. The old man spoke slowly, pointing to a figure kneeling before him. His voice was hoarse and withered, reminiscent of a corpse. Who are you? Sun Dongwu's brow furrowed deeply, as he had no recollection of the kneeling man. Mr. Sun, I'm a subordinate of Brother Diao. The man quivered as he revealed his identity, the very person Chen Yang had deliberately spared the previous night. Mr. Sun, trouble has arisen. Brother Jiao and his men have been captured all at once. He hurriedly recounted the events of last night, emphasizing Chen Yang's involvement. What? Useless. A bunch of useless fools. A group of people cannot handle a single individual? After spending so much money on you all these years in Jinghai, what have you accomplished? A bunch of freeloaders. Upon learning the full story, Sun Dongwu erupted in fury, shattering an expensive tea set worth thousands on the table. Mr. Sun, we truly do not wish for this. But that individual is exceedingly sinister. The peculiar symbols in his possession resemble biochemical weapons, and none of our brothers stand a chance against him. The young subordinate lamented helplessly. Chapter 68. The dragon group pathetic dare to argue? Sun Dongwu, in a fit of rage, delivered 2 resounding slaps. Enough, Mr. Sun. Even if you were to beat him to death, it would be futile. That fellow named Chen Yang possesses some skills, and your subordinates are nothing more than a motley crew, a rabble. Of course, they are not his match, the Taoist Chen Yang intoned solemnly. What shall we do now? The young boys and girls we painstakingly captured have been taken away by the Enforcement Bureau. If my subordinates confess that I am behind this, there will be no refuge for me in Jinghai City. Sun Dongwu's expression darkened to an extreme. Rest assured, all those involved in this matter will be unable to utter your name. I have implanted a curse within their bodies. Should they dare speak your name, they will perish instantly, the Taoist Chen Yang replied coolly. And the young boys and girls? Sun Dongwu's voice dropped. After speaking, he furtively glanced at the elder, fearing that the master of withered wood would become enraged. Oof. Suddenly, a deep, cold snort emanated from a master of withered wood. He abruptly rose and stepped before the kneeling subordinate. Extending his hand from his robe, he revealed a withered, aged hand, akin to decayed wood, with skin marred by deep cracks. His fingernails were long and pitch black. With a swift motion, he plunged his fingers into the subordinate's chest, seizing the still beating heart. In an instant, the heart was extracted, bloody and pulsating. The subordinate's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that after escaping death and returning to the Sun family, he would meet such a fate. Master of withered wood, Sun Dongwu's heart seized painfully. The sight of the heart still beating in the elder's grasp caused his own heart to race. What a succulent delicacy. The elder suddenly extended his tongue and licked the bloody heart, his tongue not the usual red but a dark purple, blood spilling from his mouth. Mr. Sun, would you care for a taste? He sinisterly offered the heart to Sun Dongwu. Instantly, Sun Dongwu felt his stomach churn violently, a wave of nausea overwhelming him. And no, he stammered, yet dared not display his revulsion before the elder, fearing he might suffer the same gruesome fate. Mr. Sun's courage is rather lacking, the elder remarked, suddenly squeezing tightly. With a pop, the heart exploded, sending blood splattering across the hall. Sun Dongwu's pupils dilated, blood splashed onto his face, and he found himself breathless, his heart momentarily ceasing. Let us examine his back, the elder commanded, producing a towel to wipe his hands casually. Taoist Chen Yang immediately lifted the subordinate's shirt, revealing a faint mark resembling a tracking symbol, akin to a tattoo, but so faint it would likely fade within days. A tracking symbol? Taoist Chen Yang furrowed his brow, recognizing it immediately. This fool had been deliberately sent back. The one who returned him could track us via this mark. Dispose of the body, the elder ordered coldly. Understood, Chen Yang nodded, dragging the corpse away and performing a ritual before incinerating it completely. Mr. Sun, it's merely a small matter. Nothing to fear, the elder observed as he looked at the sweating Sun Dongwu, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Nothing to fear. You just extracted a living heart in front of me. Who wouldn't he be afraid? Just a few lives, worthless, certainly not deserving of my fear. Sun Dongwu forced a smile, knowing he could not show weakness. Master, it has been taken care of. At this moment, Taoist Chen Yang returned. The subordinate's body had been reduced to ash and buried in the backyard of Sun Dongwu's villa for convenience. In recent days, the uproar regarding the missing children had grown intense. The Enforcement Bureau consisted of ordinary people, insignificant in the grand scheme. However, if the dragon group took notice, trouble would surely follow. For now, I shall temporarily halt the collection of young boys and girls and first deal with the Huiwei group and that fellow Zhang Xuanjun. The elder's lips curled into a wicked grin, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Sun Dongwu was elated. This old fellow intended to first deal with the Huiwei group and Zhang Xuanjun, which aligned perfectly with his desires. Go investigate Zhang Xuanjun's whereabouts, set a trap, and we shall catch him unawares, the elder instructed, casting a glance at Taoist Chen Yang. Yes, Chen Yang nodded obediently. Master of withered wood, what that scoundrel Chen Yang? Sun Dongwu inquired hastily, his animosity towards Chen Yang rivaling that towards Zhang Xuanjun. An insignificant rogue, I could crush him with a mere finger, the elder scoffed disdainfully. In his view, as one aged, their mastery deepened, while the young, no matter how talented, were merely novices unworthy of concern. Sun Dongwu, encouraged by the elder's confidence, clenched his fists in delight. That wretched Yi Hongyu dared to humiliate me at the Huiwe Group's celebration. I shall make her pay tenfold, 100-fold. In the evening, Chen Yang was dozing in the duty room when Chen Rui once again arrived, stating that he wished to take Chen Yang home for dinner. The reason being that the Chen family wanted to express their gratitude towards Chen Yang. It was discovered that the curse affecting Chen Guoqing was not due to the dinner that night, but rather an insider within the family. After Chen Guoqing received Chen Yang's warning, he investigated secretly and discovered that his younger brother, Chen Guodong, had colluded with the Black Dragon Gang sorcerer to cast a curse in his bid for family power. Chen Guoqing could not afford to offend the Black Dragon Gang, who nearly killed him, leaving him powerless for retaliation. However, his brother Chen Guodong could be dealt with, labeled a traitor to the family. Brother, you have no idea how greedy my second uncle is. He is a good-for-nothing, and my father has treated him well enough. He lives in comfort for life. That fool even dared to have the Black Dragon Gang sorcerer target my father. He is simply a beast. Had it not been for you, our Chen family would have perished. Chapter 69. I am a serious person in the car. Chen Rui vented his frustrations vehemently. Chen Yang, however, remained silent. He had long anticipated an insider within the Chen family. Notably, Chen Guoqing's efficiency in identifying the traitor was commendable. What surprised Chen Yang further was the traitor's connection to the Black Dragon Gang. What do you know about the Black Dragon Gang? Enlighten me, he asked with a smile. The Black Dragon Gang had previously sent several assassins to infiltrate the Huiwen Manor, aiming to eliminate him. The animosity was already established, and further conflict could arise in the future. Thus, Chen Yang sought to gather more information about the Black Dragon Gang. The Black Dragon Gang was composed of unscrupulous individuals engaged in underhanded enterprises. The lucrative profits from these gray industries allowed the Black Dragon Gang to support many subordinates. And they also hosted numerous guest practitioners, comprising various vagabond sorcerers. Some were adept in feng shui, while others specialized in curses and poisons, with quite a few rumored to be legendary martial artists. The Black Dragon Gang was a veritable melting pot of characters, and their leader, Black Dragon, was a formidable figure, with countless lives claimed at his hands each year. Furthermore, it was said that he had powerful backers, allowing him to navigate both the legitimate and illicit realms, making waves in Jinghai City, where none dared to offend him lightly. At this point, Chen Rui clenched his teeth in frustration, clearly agitated. Thus, when my father nearly fell victim to a curse orchestrated by the Black Dragon Gang, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and refrain from retaliation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang chuckled lightly. It seems this Black Dragon Gang bears resemblance to a more potent version of Sun Dongwu. Sun Dongwu commanded 100 minions and had a feng shui master, Master Chen Yang, by his side, manipulating the fortunes of others while indulging in unsavory deeds. The Black Dragon Gang was essentially the Sun Dongwu Plus version. However, it was not entirely comparable. While Sun Dongwu was formidable, he paled in comparison to the Black Dragon Gang. Chen Rui shook his head vigorously. Only those who had been rooted in Jinghai City for many years could truly comprehend the terror of the Black Dragon Gang. Brother, even General Yi of your Huiwe group harbors a modicum of trepidation towards the Black Dragon Gang. If you ever encounter their members, do not engage in conflict. If you can endure, then endure, Chen Rui advised. Do I need to endure? Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively, declaring that even 10 Black Dragon Gang members would not stand a chance against him. Cough, cough. Chen Rui cleared his throat, refraining from further comment, fearing that provoking Chen Yang might lead him to seek trouble with the Black Dragon Gang, which would undoubtedly spell disaster, most likely a one-way trip. As they approached the Chen residence, they saw Chen Rui's family waiting eagerly to greet them. They were immensely grateful to Chen Yang. During dinner, Chen Guoqing even proposed to arrange for Chen Yang to take a vice president position in his company, with an annual salary exceeding 100 million. Chen Guoqing was a shrewd individual, well aware that securing Chen Yang within their group would yield immeasurable returns. Currently, Chen Yang held the position of head of security at Huiwe Group, earning a modest salary of 4,500 a month. He had yet to spend the 150 he earned yesterday, and today another 150 had come his way. It was a windfall he could hardly exhaust. When Chen Guoqing extended this olive branch, Chen Yang playfully declined. Chen Guoqing felt a tinge of regret at this rejection. After a sumptuous meal, Chen Rui suddenly le Chen Yang aside, srodet in mystery. What are you up to, sneaking around? Are you plotting something illicit? Chen Yang, noticing Chen Rui's guilty demeanor. Sensed something was amiss. Brother, you're impressive. Chen Rui gave a thumbs up, his expression one of admiration. He glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. Brother, have you heard of heaven on earth? What is heaven on earth? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, momentarily confused by Chen Rui's words. It's a splendid venue for men to unwind. Zhao Hao just called me, urging us to join him for some relaxation. Leaning closer, Chen Rui whispered conspiratorially, shielding half his mouth with his hand to prevent their conversation from being overheard. Brother, two exquisite foreign ladies have recently graced heaven on earth, blonde, blue-eyed, and stunningly curvaceous. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang began to understand. So, heaven on earth is that kind of place. No wonder its name is so provocative. Are you planning to go? Chen Yang's eyes twinkled with amusement. Brother, Zhao Hao has already made arrangements. We're going together. Chen Rui immediately winked. Aren't you worried about getting caught in a raid? Chen Yang chucklet. Not at all. Heaven on earth is operated by the Black Dragon Gang. It has never been raided. You can rest assured, it's absolutely safe. Chen Rui patted his chest in assurance. Hearing this, Chen Yang scrutinized him for a moment. This kid had just been cursing the Black Dragon Gang, and now he was eager to revel in their establishment. Seemingly reading Chen Yang's expression, Chen Rui cleared his throat and clarified. Brother, cursing them and enjoying their services are two separate matters. Besides, my intention is to rescue wayward maidens, not to patronize the Black Dragon Gang. Just think, by visiting heaven on earth, we can have fun while ensuring the ladies receive their due recognition. It's a win-win situation. Upon this revelation, Chen Yang looked at Chen Rui with some surprise. You, my friend, possess quite a lofty sense of morality. Brother, let us go have some fun together. Chen Rui raised an eyebrow. Since Chen Yang had no pressing matters at the moment, he smiled and said, All right, let us go take a look. It should be a legitimate establishment. After all, I am a respectable individual. Chen Rui paused for a moment. Given the context, does it even need to be stated whether it's legitimate? Rest assured, brother, it's completely legitimate. Chen Rui chuckled, calling out to Chen Guqing and the others. Dad, Mom, Zhao Hao has invited me and my brother to attend to some matters. We want to be back tonight. Without delay, he eagerly pulled Chen Yang outside, as if he wished to teleport directly to heaven on earth. Observing his son's eagerness to leave and stay out overnight was typically unacceptable. However, this time, as he was accompanying Chen Yang, Chen Guqing welcomed the idea. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the most vibrant street in Jinghai City, home to heaven on earth. Brother, we arrived. In the VIP room of heaven on earth, Zhao Hao and a group of others awaited their arrival. Chen Yang greeted them with a smile. Brother, you finally made it. I was worried sick. The technician has already been arranged for you in the adjacent room 1. I'm in room 2, right next door. Zhao Hao winked at Chen Yang. What about mine? Sheng Hui inquired éagerly. Don't worry, yours has been arranged as well. It's the pure type you adore. Zhao Hao winked. What are you all babbling about? I don't understand. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively, pacing around the room. He then stepped outside, wandering the hallway and lobby, his gaze darting around, before returning with a peculiar expression on his face. Brother, what are you looking for? Chen Rui asked curiously. I recall you mentioning that heaven on earth is operated by the Black Dragon Gang, right? Chen Yang inquired. Chen Rui nodded. Yes. The Black Dragon Gang dominates over half of the gray industry chain in Jinghai City. Heaven on earth is one of the most upscale venues in our city. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Chen Yang's face. This place boasts excellent feng shui and has clearly undergone renovations, indicating that skilled hands have been at work. It seems the Black Dragon Gang is not to be underestimated. Zhao Hao interjected. The Black Dragon Gang is indeed formidable. Their leader operates in both legitimate and illegitimate spheres. Shoo, brother, this is the Black Dragon Gang's territory. It's best we avoid discussing them. Zhao Hao gestured for silence, cautiously scanning their surroundings as if fearing walls had ears. The Black Dragon Gang is so powerful that we can't even speak of them? Observing Zhao Hao's demeanor, Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Cough, cough. Brother, we're here to enjoy ourselves. Let us not dwell on that. Just have fun. Zhao Hao hastily shifted the topic. Brother, let me introduce you to the technician we arranged for you. She is absolutely enticing. Zhao Hao took Chen Yang's hand, leading him toward the adjacent room while handing him a keycard. Enticing? I'm afraid this place isn't meant for a proper gentleman like me. Is it? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Zhao Hao was momentarily taken aback. Given that you are already here, how can you question the legitimacy of this place? He swiftly turned to Chen Rue, asking, did you not clarify this to our elder brother? Chen Rue immediately wore a knowing smile, one that only men could understand, and assured, rest assured, elder brother, this place is entirely legitimate. We are all reputable individuals here. That has settled then. Chen Yang nodded. A man of my stature typically does not frequent such establishments. Yet since you have extended an invitation, a visit should pose no harm. Ha ha ha. Indeed, elder brother speaks wisely. Soon, Chen Yang found himself ushered into a small private room. Have fun, elder brother. If the technician does not meet your satisfaction, do not hesitate to call for me, and I shall arrange for a replacement. If one is insufficient for you, I can procure several. We have an abundance of resources here with a variety of options available. Feel free to indulge, as all expenses tonight will be covered by young Master Zhao. After Chen Rue and Zhao Hao escorted Chen Yang into the room, they eagerly retreated to their own quarters. Upon entering, Chen Yang noticed the unique lighting of the room, dimly illuminated in shades of purple. Purple, the hue of seduction, was complemented by some red light, enhancing the atmosphere's suggestiveness. In the center of the room lay a large bed. Isn't this supposed to be a foot massage? He pondered, confused by the presence of a bed. Welcome home, master. Suddenly, a sweet, melodious voice emerged from the bed. Chen Yang's gaze fell upon a charming young woman in a maid outfit, kneeling on the bed with a delightful smile directed at him. What did you just call me? He exclaimed, startled by the unexpected address. Master, I am your obedient maid, Chi-Chi, she replied sweetly, leaping off the bed to wrap her arms around his. Allow me to assist you with your clothing. With that, she began to unbutton his shirt. Wait, is this part of the foot massage? Chen Yang questioned, bemused. However, he also recognized that undressing for a massage could be deemed customary. Why do you call me master? He inquired. You ordered the maid package, so it is only fitting to address you as master. The technician giggled. Is there such variety in foot massages nowadays? Packages, even? You city folks certainly know how to have fun. Chen Yang had never encountered such a scenario before. It was no wonder Chen Rue was so eager when Zhao Hao suggested foot massages. Master, your physique is quite impressive. After unbuttoning his shirt, the technician's eyes sparkled as she instinctively reached out to touch his skin. Chen Yang quickly grasped her wrist, clearing his throat. Ahem, young lady, please stick to the massage and refrain from wandering hands. Oh dear, master, is this your first time? Why the shyness? She teased, covering her mouth with a gentle laugh. Chen Yang, feeling slightly insulted, retorted. First time? Nonsense. I am well acquainted with women like you. Oh my, master is so wonderful. I admire you. The technician clapped her hands in awe. Could you refrain from calling me master? Chen Yang felt a twinge of discomfort with the title. Certainly, all you need to do is change the package. If you prefer the goddess mode, I can switch to a form-fitting dress and call you boss. If you opt for the family mode, I shall address you as father. Alternatively, in school mode, I would refer to you as principal. We offer a myriad of modes here, but changing packages does incur additional charges. At this, Chen Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. I came for a foot soak and a massage. Why all this complexity? Would you like to change your package, master? The technician's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Never mind. Just give me a massage, Chen Yang declared as he reclined on the bed. A man of his integrity had no interest in such convoluted packages. Very well, master, she responded cheerfully, then suddenly began to tug at his trousers. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Yang quickly clutched his pants, resisting her attempts. I'm preparing to give you a full-body massage, of course. It requires you to be undressed, she assured him, her expression innocent. Full-body massage? Must it be completely undressed? Of course. How else could I proceed? As realization dawned on him, Chen Yang understood that his interpretation of half-service might differ from hers. Isn't this place supposed to be legitimate? He scrutinized the technician, who now gazed at him with affectionate eyes. Her maid outfit was rather revealing, accentuating her curves enticingly. The deep neckline drew the eye, captivating him. As a young man in his 20s, he found it hard to resist such temptation. Suddenly, he felt a dryness in his throat and a warmth enveloping him. Noticing his reaction, the technician chuckled. Oh, trying to appear innocent in front of me? Men are all the same. Let me show you how to enjoy this. Master, if you like, you're welcome to touch. Touch. Of course. Within the hour, I am entirely at your service. You may do as you wish. However, after an hour, should you wish to continue, additional time must be purchased. Chen Yang felt his composure slipping. A normal man would struggle to resist such a lure. His thoughts began to wander. Seeing his hesitance, the technician seized his wrist and guided his hand toward her soft chest. Master, if you feel shy, I can assist you. At that moment, Chen Yang's eyes widened in shock. Just as his hand was about to touch her, thoughts of his senior sister, Tang Feier, and his 7 wives flooded his mind. No, I am a proper gentleman. I cannot engage in such conduct. Ahem. Young lady, what are you doing? Chen Yang calmly withdrew his hand, casting her a knowing glance. The technician was taken aback. Just moments before, he had nearly succumbed to temptation. Master, have you ended before we even began? She glanced down, her expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. Upon contemplating this, the technician glanced at Chen Yang, feeling a surge of sympathy. It was rather tragic for someone so young to be in such a predicament. All right, my lord, you may lie down. I shan't remove your trousers. I will fetch some essential oil to provide you with a back massage. To preserve Chen Yang's dignity, the technician feigned ignorance, letting out a gentle sigh as she rose to retrieve the oil from the drawer. Noticing her look of dejection, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of quiet pride. Indeed, his charm was unparalleled. This beautiful woman seemed forlorn simply because she could not have him. Alas, he was already taken, and other women could only watch him with longing. Little did he know, the technician had already branded him as a man of diminished capacity. After the technician returned with the oil, Chen Yang lay on the bed, ready to indulge in the massage. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open with a loud bang. Everyone inside, get down and cover your heads. Do not move, a sharp voice commanded. The technician, upon seeing the uniform of the intruders, was instantly terrified, rolling off the bed and hiding in the corner, her hands shielding her head. Who dares to disturb a massage? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, instinctively turning to see who had entered. In an instant, his gaze locked with Su Qingshue's. Scoundrel, it's you again. Su Qingshue's eyes widened in surprise. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Su girl, do we have a vendetta? Su Qingxue scoffed. We bear no grudge, but you have broken the law. I am here to arrest you. Broken the law? Which law have I violated? Chen Yang replied, perplexed. Su Qingxue smirked coldly, engaging in illegal bodily transactions. Someone, take him away. Chen Yang could hardly believe it. He had merely come for a legitimate massage. Yet here he was, being swept up in a crackdown. Originally, Su Qingxue had been reassigned to a less demanding role, away from the serious crimes unit, prohibited from engaging in hazardous duties. Nevertheless, she could not remain idle and frequently interrupted Deng Chong, who ultimately assigned her to anti-vice operations. Thus, the illustrious Heaven on Earth became her primary target in the crusade against vice. Consequently, that evening, anyone who entered Heaven on Earth was apprehended en masse. In the reception hall of Heaven on Earth, 3 rows of individuals stood. 1 row comprised staff, the second row consisted of scantily clad technicians, and the last row contained customers. Brother, you been caught too? When Chen Yang was handcuffed by Su Qingxue and brought to the reception hall, he discovered Zhao Hao and the others were already there. Damn it, this is the territory of the Black Dragon Gang, and they've been raided. What a nightmare. Zhao Hao and his companions looked utterly miserable, having not even begun their activities before being rounded up. Say, brother, why are you still in handcuffs? Sheng Hui inquired, his expression peculiar. Everyone else had their hands on their heads, crouched down, save for Chen Yang, who had received special treatment with a pair of silver handcuffs. Chen Yang then realized he was the only one in cuffs and protested. I say, Su, why am I the only one wearing these? Silence. You are a dangerous individual and warrant special treatment. Su Qingxue shot him a sidelong glance, her voice icy. Hey, I'm being wronged here. I merely came for a massage. Is that a crime? Chen Yang retorted indignantly. Just a massage? I just saw your bill. A mere massage costs $18.88. Furthermore, does a massage require undressing? Do you expect me to believe your ridiculous claims? Su King's sculpt. Come on, Su. A gentleman like me would only seek a proper massage here. How dare you question my integrity? Chen Yang exclaimed vehemently. Enough with the excuses. Any discussions will take place at the station. Su King's snaphead. Chen Yang was about to continue when Zhao Hao leaned in and whispered urgently, "Brother, best keep your mouth shut. You have no idea how formidable this woman is. She has a fearsome reputation in the Enforcement Bureau. Everyone avoids her. You certainly do not want to offend her. If you do, it could mean months in custody." "Oh, is she really that formidable?" Chen Yang queried nonchalantly. "Absolutely. She has even imprisoned the third in command of the Black Dragon Gang for 10 years. She has powerful connections," Zhao Hao cautioned. "A woman capable of incarcerating the third in command of the Black Dragon Gang is indeed formidable," Chen Yang mused, a grin spreading across his face. He then whistled at Su Qingxue. "Are you out of your mind? You dare whistle at her?" Chen Rui and the others quickly sidestepped, fearful of being implicated by Chen Yang's recklessness. "Look at your cowardice. Watch how I get her to comply with my wishes," Chen Yang scoffed. "Scoundrel, what are you whistling about?" Su Qingxue glared at him. "Su, my dear, could you kindly remove these handcuffs?" Chen Yang extended his hands, the gleaming silver cuffs strikingly apparent. Su Qingxue, disinterested, turned away. "Hey, Su, don't forget who rescued you last night. If it weren't for me, how dare you bring up last night?" Su Qingxue shot back, her eyes wide. Last night, she had nearly been exposed by Chen Yang. The audacity of this rogue to mention it. "Why shouldn't I? I am your savior. Remove my handcuffs at once, or I shall disclose the details of last night." Chen Yang grinned, "Rising an eabrotea singly. Sukings, infu zaitet." Realized that if Chen Yang revealed the specifics of her treatment from the previous night, her reputation would be tarnished. With a frustrated stomp, she huffed, "Do not try any tricks." With that, she retrieved the key and unlocked the cuffs. "Impressive, brother. This woman, despite her beauty, has a reputation for being unapproachable. Yet you managed to persuade her to unlock your cuffs. Truly remarkable." Chen Rui and Zhao Hao, along with their companions, expressed their admiration. "Qingxue, the number of arrests in this anti-vice operation is quite substantial. We need to consult our superiors for reinforcements," one of the enforcement officers stated. This operation had netted over 100 individuals, necessitating the deployment of numerous personnel from the Enforcement Bureau. "Then let us seek approval from higher-ups to dispatch additional officers." Su King's deeply understood. The officer nodded and promptly prepared to leave. "What do you think you're doing? This is the territory of the Black Dragon Gang. How dare you come here to make arrests? Are you defying the law? Is there no justice left?" At that moment, a large group of men in black, wearing sunglasses, surged into the entrance of the establishment. Upon entering, they swiftly encircled all individuals present, including the enforcement officers, and locked the doors, blocking all exits. "Halt! What are your intentions? The enforcement team is conducting an operation. Are you attempting to incite rebellion?" Su Qingxue, having dealt with the Black Dragon Gang before, recognized these were merely the gang's lackeys guarding the premises. The enforcement team? They were nothing here. This was the domain of the Black Dragon Gang. One of the men, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and clad in a suit, exuded an air of malevolence, appearing to be the manager of the Tianshang Renjian Club. With a cigar clamped between his lips, he squinted at Su Qingxue and sneered, "I recognize you, the flower of the law enforcement team. It seems you take great pleasure in targeting our Black Dragon Gang." We merely combat unlawful activities. We do not single out certain groups. If your Black Dragon Gang were innocent, I wouldn't even spare a glance." Su Qingxue scoffed in response. "Su Police Flower, your words offend me." The manager retorted with a devilish smirk. "Our Black Dragon Gang engages in legitimate business. It seems rather unjust for you to tarnish our reputation. You know full well whether your actions are legal or not. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. We are merely executing our duties and have no time to bicker with you. Take the individuals away." Su Qingxue commanded, gesturing for her team to prepare for action. "I dare anyone to take my guests." The manager bellowed suddenly. In an instant, all the lackeys from Tianshang Renjian blocked the entrance, brandishing clubs from their pockets, ready to confront the law enforcement personnel with an intimidating stance. "You dare!" A law enforcement officer shouted. "This is illegal. I've already stated. Today no one shall take my guests or staff away." The manager dismissed the officer's concerns with a scoff, displaying his confidence that even the law enforcement team was beneath him. Suddenly, Su Qingxue drew her firearm, aimed it at the manager's head, and coldly declared, "Open the door immediately, or I will exercise my right to eliminate you." However, at that moment, the lackeys of the Black Dragon Gang swiftly produced firearms, aiming them at all the law enforcement officers. "Su Police Flower, you are not the only one with such weapons," the manager remarked with a cunning smile. On the territory of the Black Dragon Gang, no one could act recklessly. Chapter 73. Has a master arrived? You are illegally in possession of lethal firearms. The sight of the Black Dragon Gang members openly brandishing weapons in broad daylight stunned everyone present, including the law enforcement officers, who were taken aback. Although the Black Dragon Gang had always been unruly, they had previously shown restraint in public, but now their audacity was evident, as they no longer regarded the law enforcement team with any respect. How bold the Black Dragon Gang is to defy the law enforcement, murmured some of the onlookers, whispering among themselves. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, astonished by the audacity of the Black Dragon Gang, which exceeded his expectations. The situation was starting to become intriguingly complex. Illegally possessing lethal weapons? The manager of Tianshang Renjian took a puff of his cigar, exhaling smoke with a mocking grin as he regarded Su Qingxue. Su Police Flower, the items in my men's possession are not real firearms. They're merely toy guns. Of course, toy guns can also be lethal. If you doubt it, your law enforcement personnel are welcome to try. He refused to acknowledge the authenticity of his men's firearms, knowing that doing so would provide them with leverage against him. Instead, he dismissed them as mere toys. I am granting you 1 minute to vacate Tianshang Renjian. If not, tomorrow the news will report on law enforcement officers heroically sacrificing themselves while battling fire. The manager's chilling laughter echoed as he brazenly threatened the officers. You dare? Su Qingxue glared at him. You have 40 seconds left. The manager glanced at his watch, starting the countdown. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. Are they truly willing to kill law enforcement officers? Chen Rui shrank back in fear, recalling how his father, Chen Guoqing, had fallen victim to the Black Dragon Gang's schemes. The Chen family dared not retaliate against the Black Dragon Gang, knowing that doing so could lead to their own demise. How troublesome. It seems I must intervene, Chen Yang thought to himself, shaking his head. He recognized that the slick-haired manager was not an ordinary foe, and Su Qingxue was no match for him. As he reached into his pocket and withdrew a silver needle, he discreetly flicked it. Whoosh! The needle silently shot forth. My patience is worn thin. You little law enforcers are inviting punishment, and there is no need for you to continue living. Attack! The manager suddenly commanded. In an instant, all the lackeys of the Black Dragon Gang loaded their weapons, preparing to pull the triggers. Su Qingxue and her fellow officers' expressions shifted, realizing that the Black Dragon Gang outnumbered them 2-1. If a fight ensued, they were bound to lose. Yet if they were forced to retreat, the authority of the law enforcement team would be utterly diminished, rendering them a laughingstock in Jinhai City. For Su Qingxue, her dignity and beliefs outweighed her life. Just as Su Qingxue was growing anxious, one of the lackeys suddenly stiffened, his body convulsing uncontrollably as he collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. Bang! Before anyone could react, another lackey fell, followed by a third and a fourth. In less than a breath, nearly half of the Black Dragon Gang's men lay incapacitated. What is happening? What is going on? The unexpected turn of events astonished everyone. How could the Black Dragon Gang members suddenly falter? This situation was escalating rapidly. Could it be that they had been poisoned? Su girl, truly a foolhardy one. Without my assistance, you would have long been finished, Chen Yang mused, glancing at Su Qingxue, whose expression shifted from anxiety to surprise. Manager Wang Liang, your men are collapsing. Why do you not surrender? Su Qingxue immediately aimed her gun at the manager, her teeth clenched in anger. The manager's face darkened. What had once seemed a guaranteed victory was now disrupted by unforeseen circumstances, indicating that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Instead of confronting Su Qingxue, he crouched down to examine the fallen lackey, discovering small silver needles embedded in the back of their heads. The silver needles pierced the young man's brain, wreaking havoc on his nerves, leading to uncontrollable spasms and a state of near-immediate recovery being nearly impossible. Has an expert arrived? Wang Liang squinted his eyes into slits, suddenly lifting his head to cast a sweeping glance over the entire law enforcement team. He had comprehensive dossiers on each member. This time, no officer from the law enforcement team posed any threat to him. Thus, the assailant could not be one of them. It was highly likely that the perpetrator was among the guests. After a brief scrutiny, his gaze quickly scanned the multitude of patrons, ultimately landing sharply on Chen Yang. This individual appeared familiar, seemingly listed on the Black Dragon Gang's kill order. Moreover, This person was associated with Yi Hongyu of the Huiyue group, who was under the watchful eye of the Black Dragon Gang. Are you the one scheming in the shadows? Wang Liang fixed a cold stare on Chen Yang, his eyes mere slits, radiating an icy disdain. Chapter 74. I am truly a good person at that moment. Others crouched on the ground, hands clasped around their heads. Only Chen Yang lounged against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, adopting the demeanor of a mere onlooker enjoying the spectacle. Chen Yang was somewhat taken aback. He did not expect that his covert actions would be unraveled by this manager. It seemed this manager was not as simple as he appeared. He waved his hand dismissively, embodying an attitude of nonchalance. Regardless, he neither confirmed nor denied anything. Wang Liang, you men are already down. I now present you with two choices. Either I take them away, or you continue to obstruct me, hindering law enforcement from executing their duties. I reserve the right to eliminate you on the spot. Su Qingshue's voice sliced through the air with sharpness. Although this batch of Black Dragon Gang members lay incapacitated for reasons unknown, the gang itself had innumerable lackeys. If time were to drag on, Wang Liang could easily summon reinforcements. At that point, escaping would not be so simple. Brother Liang, what should we do? Several of Wang Liang's subordinates who had not been affected turned to him, their expressions grim and expectant. Wang Liang fixed his gaze on Chen Yang, knowing full well that it was Chen Yang who had thwarted his plans. However, given the current circumstances, it was clear that the law enforcement personnel could not be detained. Let them go. Wang Liang huffed heavily. Consider yourself fortunate. One day, you will be captured by me. Su Qingxue smirked, waving her hand. Fall back. Soon, all guests and technicians at the establishment were escorted to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Wang Liang watched helplessly as Su Qingxue personally led Chen Yang away, his teeth clenched and veins bulging on his forehead. I will spare you this time. With a flick of his hand, he exited the establishment and climbed into a waiting vehicle, departing the scene. Half an hour later, in a luxurious villa situated atop a hill in the suburbs of Jinghai City, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, Heilong, reclined on a sofa beside the swimming pool. Flanking him were two voluptuous beauties in bikinis, administering an oil massage. Before him stood a bowing figure, none other than Wang Liang, the manager of the Tianshang Run Jian establishment. This establishment is my cash cow, and it has been raided? That wretched woman named Su Qingxue again? Oh, so you're saying it was that Chen Yang, the one beside Yi Hongyu, who acted in the shadows. Heilong's countenance turned as cold as frost upon hearing Wang Liang's report. Even his nostrils faintly exhaled steam, clearly indicating his rage. However, being the leader, he quickly regained his composure. Boss, should we hire someone to take care of this Chen Yang? Wang Liang inquired in a low voice. Heilong lifted his eyelids to glance at him, his tone indifferent. This Chen Yang is nothing to worry about. He is merely a dog at Yi Hongyu's side and poses no significant threat. The young master will return from Yanjing shortly, and he will undoubtedly capture Yi Hongyu. At that point, dealing with this Chen Yang will be a trivial matter. Acting against him now would only alert Yi Hongyu. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang nodded slightly, understanding that Chen Yang should not be touched for the time being. Everything would wait until the mysterious young master returned. However, that Su Qingxue, that troublesome little vixen, had repeatedly sought trouble with the Black Dragon Gang. This woman could not be indulged. She needed to be taught a lesson. A fierce glint flashed across Heilong's face. Wang Liang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Boss, Su Qingxue reportedly has considerable backing. Backing? Heilong scoffed, disdain evident on his face. What does her background matter? She has repeatedly caused us trouble, disrupting our operations. I refrained from confronting the Law Enforcement Bureau directly, conceding to her 3 times. This wretched woman has grown increasingly audacious, daring to raid my cash cow. She must be given a profound lesson. You mentioned she is backing? The more the merrier. Let's make an example of her. Show the Law Enforcement Bureau that the Black Dragon Gang is a dominant force in Jinghai City. This time, we must instill fear in the Bureau. They cannot think we are cowards. Go find someone to handle Su Qingxue. It is unnecessary to kill her. Just find someone to violate her, film it, and drive her to insanity. With that, Heilong waved his hand, signaling Wang Liang to withdraw. Understood. The boss is wise. Wang Liang bowed respectfully and exited. In the interrogation room, a familiar setting, a familiar location, familiar handcuffs, familiar faces. Su, my beautiful lady, I have explained myself clearly. I am a legitimate person who merely sought a proper massage. all right? Chen Yang spoke languidly. Su Qingxue, seeing his demeanor, felt an urge to strike him. However, inflicting physical punishment on a suspect in the interrogation room would lead to disciplinary action. She restrained her impulse and coldly retorted, "Twice arrested in 2 days. And you still dare to claim you are legitimate? Furthermore, everyone in Jinghai City knows what kind of establishment Tianshang Renjian is. Do you still dare to claim innocence? Dream on. Hey, Su, my dear lady, I am truly innocent. How can you unjustly accuse a good person? I'm just a simple, upright, sunny boy," Chen Yang reiterated, adding, "Moreover, Su, I was the one who treated your injury last night. Don't repay kindness with malice." Whether you're legitimate or not is not for you to decide. Evidence speaks volumes. Su Qingxue slapped the table, asserting the seriousness of the interrogation room, demanding, "No more jesting." At that moment, the door swung open, and Team Leader Song Peng of the Major Crimes Unit entered, holding a file. Upon seeing Chen Yang, he froze for a moment. How is this guy here again? Yesterday, he was involved in human trafficking, and today, he is suspected of illegal physical transactions? Is Su Qingxue at odds with him? Song, what is the situation? Su Qingxue immediately rose to inquire upon Song Peng's entrance. He tossed the file at her and shook his head, saying, "All technicians have been tested. The report shows that the technician who attended to Chen Yang has no DNA remnants of his. In other words, they indeed had no physical transaction. As for massage, it is legal in our country." Saying this, Song Peng shot Chen Yang a peculiar glance. Chapter 75, Sister-in-law, Spare Me. This lad frequents illicit venues, but claims to seek legitimate massages? Is he out his mind? How could this lecherous worm possibly have done nothing? Su Qingxue found it utterly unbelievable and immediately picked up the file to review it. Within the bodies of numerous technicians, remnants of customers' DNA can be found. The technician who attended to Chen Yang was indeed immaculate, signifying that nothing untoward occurred between them. Hey, I must say, you from Enforcement Bureau are rather excessive. Even taking technicians for medical examinations? Chen Yang couldn't help but voice his discontent. We are gathering evidence. Sukings Stanley. Now that you have irrefutable proof. I am an upstanding citizen. Can I be released now? Chen Yang shook the handcuffs on his wrists. You are innocent. Naturally, we shall not trouble you. You may leave, came a reply. Song Peng approached, reluctantly unlocking Chen Yang's handcuffs. In truth, he was initially engaged in a missing persons case, and the Vice Squad's task bore no relevance to him. However, upon Chen Yang's apprehension, Yi Hongyu swiftly learned of the situation. Consequently, she called Deng Chong with a straightforward message. If Chen Yang had committed a crime, detain him. If not, release him immediately. Deng Chong promptly assigned Song Peng to deal with the matter. As it turned out, the outcome was that there was no evidence to suggest Chen Yang had engaged with the female technician. Thus, he was exonerated. Fear not the crushing of bones. One must retain their innocence in this world. Chen Yang sighed dramatically once the handcuffs were removed. Hurry and get lost. Su Qingxue unwillingly opened the door, signaling for Chen Yang to leave and cease his vexation. Exiting with a boisterous laugh, he declared, "Are we not above the common folk?" With hands behind his back, Chen Yang strutted away with an air of indifference. You damned lecher, consider yourself fortunate this time, should I gather evidence of your crimes. I shall not let you off so easily. Observing his smug demeanor, Su Qingxue clenched her teeth in frustration. Su, my dear beauty, feel free to unleash any tricks upon me. I shall gladly endure them, Chen Yang brazenly remarked as he swaggered out. Why do you always clash with him? Song Peng asked helplessly. It is not I who seeks conflict, but he is a suspect. Am I to treat a suspect with kindness? Sukings Vito. Song Peng was left speechless. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Hao and Chen Rui were escorted into the interrogation room. Sister-in-law, greetings. Upon seeing Su Qingxue, the group immediately exchanged mischievous glances. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Qingxue appeared momentarily stunned, thinking she must have misheard. Su Police Flower, you are our elder brother's woman. It is only natural we call you sister-in-law. Chen Rui laughed. Do not speak such nonsense. Who is your elder brother? Su Qingxue slammed the table. Just then, Song Peng opened the interrogation room door, revealing none other than Chen Yang. Ah, Su, my esteemed beauty, still at work? Chen Yang exclaimed, "Somohat surpriset. What brings you back?" Su Qingxue shot him a disapproving glance. He has come to bail out his brothers. The bail has already been paid, Song Peng explained. Elder brother, Zhao Hao and Chen Rui chimed in unison. You lot did not trouble Sue, my dear beauty, did you? Chen Yang asked with a smirk. Rest assured, elder brother. We would never dare to trouble sister-in-law. They replied in unison. Sister-in-law, at your command, we would surely not stray from the path. Sister-in-law? Chen Yang was taken aback, pondering the absurdity of these unrefined fellows. Ha! Elder brother is incredible, effortlessly securing Sue Police Flower's favor. He is truly our role model. Zhao chuckled. In his eyes, Su Qingxue was as cold as ice, merciless towards suspects, and would never cater to their whims. Yet, in the club, she had facilitated Chen Yang's release from handcuffs. Was this not genuine love? Moreover, to protect Su Qingxue, Chen Yang had acted discreetly. At that moment, Chen Rui, Zhao Hao, and the others were right beside him, witnessing everything clearly. You release my handcuffs, I resolve your troubles. This is undoubtedly true love. Silence. What nonsense are you uttering? Su King's et galim, her patience wearing thin with these lecherous scoundrels daring to jest about her. Oh, sister-in-law, why be shy? Fear not. We, as younger brothers, will keep your matters with elder brother confidential. Sheng Hui, grine mishia vozli. Control your people. Su King suiglared et Chen Yang. What responsibility is that of mine? Their mouths are their own. I cannot sew them shut if they wish to speak. Chen Yang shrugged. Su Qingxue was incensed. The apple does not fall far from the tree. Sister-in-law, do not say that. Elder brother is an upstanding man. Zhao Hao interjected. Silence. Zhao Hao, is it? Your DNA was found within the technician who attended to you, solidifying the evidence of your illicit activities. According to regulations, you are fined 5,000 and will be detained for a month of legal education. Su King says Zito Gon Li. No, sister-in-law, spare me. Zhao Hao immediately wore a woeful expression. A 5,000 fine was trivial, merely the cost of a meal. However, a month in detention would be utterly unbearable, akin to a fate worse than death. You scoundrels promised to behave, yet you indulged in mischief. This is corrupting my morals. Deservedly so. Chen Yang chasti said. Ultimately, Chen Yang did bail them out, for their actions, while regrettable, did not equate to heinous crimes. A bunch of lecherous rascals. Do not let me catch you again. Su Qingxue fumed, helpless to do anything but watch them leave, laughing and joking. Late at night, at Huiyuan Manor, as Chen Yang approached the entrance, the lights were dim, suggesting that his senior sister had likely retired for the night. However, as soon as he stepped into the living room, the lights suddenly illuminated. Oh, is that our esteemed Chen Yang? A sarcastic voice reached his ears. Turning, he found Yi Hongyu lounging on the sofa, face mask on, casting a sidelong glance in his direction. Cough, cough. Third senior sister, still awake at this hour? Chen Yang jogit awkwardly. Junior brother, you two are awake so late. Would you like me to arrange for 2 technicians to give you a massage? Yi Hongyu offered with a smile. Cough, cough. Third senior sister, I am a respectable man. Indeed, my dear junior brother, respectable enough to be caught in a vice raid. Sister, I was wrongfully accused. My heart belongs solely to my 7 wives. Chen Yang asserted with utmost seriousness. What, lecher, have you forgotten your sister with your wives? Yi Hongyu shot him a disapproving look. Chen Yang quickly added, of course not. Sister, your position in my heart surpasses that of my 7 wives. Yi Hongyu scoffed. A man's words are deceitful. She was fully aware that Chen Yang had engaged in no wrongdoing. Upon the Enforcement Bureau's technician report's release, she received a copy immediately. Should Chen Yang have dared to act indiscriminately, she would have been the first to confront him at the Bureau. Have you run out of women? Resorting to such places for such activities? Do you not fear disease? Do you not care for the reputation of Longhu Mountain? You might as well be the first debauched master. Thankfully, at the critical moment, Chen Yang had restrained himself. It seemed such establishments were best avoided. Junior brother, come sit here. I have some questions for you. Yi Hongyu patted the sofa beside her. Chen Yang promptly took a seat, inhaling a delightful fragrance. Sister, what is it? Today, the enforcement officers targeted the territory of the Black Dragon Gang, and I have heard about the incident. The underlings of the Black Dragon Gang suddenly collapsed, frothing at the mouth. You must have acted covertly, right? Yi Hongyu's tone shifted from playful to serious. Hee, I can't hide anything from my senior sister, Chen Yang chuckled. If he had not intervened today, the Enforcement Bureau would have suffered significant losses. The members of the Black Dragon Gang were indeed intent on bloodshed. They must know that you intervened, Yi Hongyu asserted with sudden certainty. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. There is a manager named Wang Liang among them, who was perceptive enough to notice my covert actions. Wang Liang? Yi Hongyu's brows furrowed. She had heard of him as the right-hand man of the Black Dragon. A formidable figure. If he has set his sights on you, it signifies that you have caught the attention of the Black Dragon Gang. Junior brother, you must exercise caution during this period. The Black Dragon Gang is not a mere triviality like Sun Dongwu, and we cannot afford to be complacent. In response, Chen Yang casually smiled. Senior sister, do not doubt my abilities. The Black Dragon Gang may have their sights set on me, but I am equally fixated on them. It is they who should be cautious. If I do not seek trouble with them, they will surely regret it. Having said that, Chen Yang's gaze suddenly drifted toward Yi Hongyu's chest, prompting him to gasp. What are you looking at? Yi Hongyu inweited. Third senior sister, why aren't you wearing a bra? Yi Hongyu was clad in a sheer nightgown, through which the contours of her figure could be faintly discerned. Her cheeks flushed crimson. But fortunately, the facial mask she wore concealed any visible change in her complexion. Yi Hongyu was about to scold Chen Yang for his wandering eyes, but quickly reconsidered. As her senior sister, showing anger would only put her at a disadvantage. This junior brother must be kept in check. Thus, she boldly declared, what is wrong with not wearing a bra? Who says girls must wear one to sleep? Go back to your own rest, and if your eyes wander again, I shall pluck them out. With that, Yi Hongyu raised a long leg and kicked toward Chen Yang. Sister, why are you kicking me? We've been honest with each other since childhood. You even flicked my little elephant nose. Chen Yang swiftly dodged like a mudfish, disappearing in an instant. How dare you tease your senior sister? You deserve a beating. Yi Hongyu grabbed her slipper and chased after him. Chen Yang hurriedly retreated to his room, locking the door behind him, leaving Yi Hongyu to pound on the door for quite some time. Thus, the playful skirmish between the two siblings came to an end. The Black Dragon Gang. In bed, Chen Yang recalled the face of Wang Liang from the Black Dragon Gang and smiled nonchalantly. He then took a shower. When he returned to bed, he did not immediately lie down to sleep, but sat cross-legged, gently closing his eyes, his eyelids drooping. Let us see where you've run off to. Chen Yang focused on his dantian, attempting to sense the whereabouts of the human trafficker's underling he had deliberately released at the abandoned factory. At that moment, his intention was to trace back to the mastermind behind the scenes. After the underling left, he would undoubtedly seek out his boss. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had secretly planted a tracking talisman on him. Within a radius of several dozen miles, he could sense and locate him anywhere. Gone? Has he fled from Jinghai City? After sensing for a while, Chen Yang suddenly realized with astonishment that he could no longer detect the underling's whereabouts. No, he hasn't escaped Jinghai City. Rather, the talisman's imprint has been erased. It seems someone has discovered and obliterated my tracking talisman. TSK. There aren't many people capable of detecting and removing my tracking talismans in this world, indicating that a formidable expert has arrived in Jinghai City. Chen Yang stroked his chin, unable to suppress his contemplative thoughts. However, he soon burst into a carefree laugh. After all, having a skilled opponent makes things more interesting. Otherwise, being invincible would be rather lonely. Late at night, at the Tang family villa. Dad, uncle, why are you waking me up in the middle of the night? In the hall, Tang Feier sat on a stool, surrounded by all her relatives from the Tang family, forming a tight circle around her. Feier, after Chen Yang brought you back today, have you contacted him again? Tang Bo, hands clasped behind his back, leaned forward, his old face fixed on Tang Feier, asking earnestly. Uncle, your face is too ugly. Don't come so close. I'm scared. Tang Feier quickly pushed Tang Bo's face away. I'm asking you a serious question. Don't try to change the subject. Have you been in touch with Chen Yang or not? Tang Bo's expression hardened. No, why would I contact him? I'm not familiar with him. Tang Feier pouted. This simply will not do. Feier, you're being too naive. Why don't you take the initiative? A woman must take the lead to win a man's heart. Critique, major critique. Chapter 77, A Date with Tang Feier. Chen Yang is such an excellent young man. Feier, I tell you, life only offers this one opportunity. If you miss this chance, there will be no second. Upon learning that Tang Feier had not been in contact with Chen Yang, a tidal wave of criticism from her aunts and uncles surged forth, drowning her in a deluge of advice. Feier, how many times have I told you that when a man pursues a woman, there are mountains to cross, but when a woman pursues a man, it's merely a thin veil. You are so beautiful, and it's clear that Chen Xiao is genuinely interested in you. You must seize the moment. Tomorrow, You must contact Chen Xiao and personally invite him for a date to strengthen your relationship. Come, Fair. Let me teach you how to win a man's heart. When you go on a date tomorrow, do this first, then that. Tang Fair was surrounded by her family, enduring nearly half an hour of their philosophical discourse. Ultimately, under duress, she reluctantly agreed to reach out to Chen Yang for a meal the next day. She figured that if she didn't comply, this psychological counseling session might last until dawn. Second aunt. Third uncle. Is it enough if I simply invite him to dinner tomorrow? Tangbo, that's more like it. Third aunt. Oh dear, it's getting late. Hurry and get some sleep. Rest well, and remember to put on some exquisite makeup tomorrow. A girl must look beautiful to attract a boy's affection. The following day, at noon, Chen Yang was in the security department of the Huiyue group, in the office of the department head, engaging with a dating app on the computer. This application was specifically taught to him by the deputy head of the security department in an effort to curry favor with him, even generously providing Chen Yang with a membership. The operation of this app was straightforward. It featured a plethora of photos of beautiful women. If he liked someone, he would swipe right. If not, he would swipe left. Chen Yang discovered an abundance of striking women online, swiping right on every attractive visit he encountered. 1. Hello, handsome. Chen Yang. Are you GG or MM? 1. Handsome. Are you surfing the net too? Chen Yang. Beautiful. You have a great figure. 1. Hee, thanks. Would you like to go out for a drink? She sent a location, indicating she was at a bar. 1. I can't handle my liquor. Chen Yang was immediately thrilled, thinking, isn't this enticing me to commit a crime? He promptly deleted this one's contact. 2. Boss, you're a valued member. Chen Yang. Hello. Beautiful. 2. Boss, fast food is 800. Overnight is 2,000. Chen Yang. 2. Don't understand? What kind of novice plays with dating apps? How ridiculous. Deleted. 3. Late at night, feeling lonely, my husband is not home, looking for someone to chat with. She sent several revealing selfies. Chen Yang. Beautiful lady. If you are single, please be more revealing for the benefit of society. If you are married, please dress modestly and keep your purity. Beautiful lady no. 3. Are you out of your mind? Delete. Beautiful lady number 4. Member, I'm a university student. Can you support me? Wow. Is it really that straightforward? Didn't that guy from the Shengshi group say this is a serious dating platform? Why are the people here so open? Have I been isolated in the mountains for 10 years, causing me to fall behind in thought? Or has modern society become this liberated? While Chen Yang was musing over these thoughts, suddenly his phone rang. Hello, who is this? Chen Yang answered Jaswali. Hey, pervert, it's me. Tang Feier's voice came through. Oh, pervert, hello. Chen Yang suppressed a laugh. There was a brief pause on Tang Feier's end before she reacted and retorted. I didn't say I'm the pervert. I meant you were the pervert. Chen Yang. All right, you are the pervert. Hey, you Chen, don't go too far. Tang Feier's next hit temporizing. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's my wife. I didn't recognize you at first. Wife, did you call your husband for something good? Chen Yang smiled broadly. Tang Feier was aware of his smooth-talking nature and, not wanting to beat around the bush, said directly, Do you have time for lunch today? Of course. Great. Let us meet for lunch at noon. Are you coming? If my wife invites me, I must go. Hearing his eager tone, Tang Feier gritted her teeth secretly, thinking, what a lecher, revealing his true nature. Around her, Tang Bo and Tang Shan were all watching her clearly. They had coerced Tang Feier into making this call. With her relatives all staring at her, Tang Feier sighed helplessly. All right, noon at 12 at the Happy Restaurant in the city center. Make sure you arrive on time. Don't be late. Okay, I promise to be there. Chen Yang chuklet. At that moment, Tang Feier suddenly remembered something and hurriedly continued. By the way, take a taxi. Don't ride your tricycle over. Hello, are you listening? Beep, beep, beep. However, the call had already ended, leaving her uncertain whether Chen Yang had heard her. That guy is definitely going to ride his tricycle over. Just recalling the last time she rode home with him on it, she felt the embarrassment wash over her. If he were to come over on that tricycle again, she would want to find a hole to hide in. Feier, what is your attitude? What is wrong with riding a tricycle? Tricycles are wonderful. They are true love. Exactly. Tricycles are man's romance. If a man is willing to pick you up on a tricycle, it means you are his true love. All right, uncle, stop it. I know I was wrong. As her relatives began their usual lecture, Tang Feier quickly covered her ears. Uncle, this time, I'm going on a date with him alone. Please don't bring Wang Chun along. No way. What if you run away again? Tang Bo shot back with a glare. Uncle, I assure you I won't run away this time, Tang Feier said, looking pitiful. No, Tang Bo shook his head firmly. Uncle, think about it. What's the point of me going on a date with Chen Yang if there's a third wheel? It won't be convenient for anything. Tang Feier aside. Hearing this, Tang Bo rubbed his chin, conceding that she had a point. All right, I'll freeze your bank card. As long as you have no money, you can't escape. I happen to know the owner of the Happy Restaurant. I'll call him, and we can get a free meal settled at noon at 11:50 at the Happy Restaurant. Feier, what is wrong? You look gloomy. Su Qingxue, dressed in sportswear with a neat ponytail, cheerfully sat down opposite Tang Feier. Originally, Su Qingxue was on duty at the Law Enforcement Bureau, but upon receiving a frantic call from Tang Feier saying she was in trouble, she took a rare leave to come here. Seeing Tang Feier resting her chin on her hands, looking dejected, Su Qingxue was taken aback. Tang Feier was always the cheerful type. To see her like this indicated something significant had happened. Qingxue, remember I told you about my fiancé? Tang Feier absent-mindedly sipped her drink through a straw. Yes, you told me a few days ago that your family was forcing you to marry a stranger. That's outrageous. Is that fiancé of yours harassing you again? Su Qingxue's expression turned serious. If he is bothering you, you can call the police immediately. We can detain him for harassment. Ah, can we do that? Tang Feier was astonisit. Of course, we must use the law to deal with such shameless scoundrels. Su King's not that solemnly. Tang Feier sighed. He hasn't harassed me. It's my family that keeps pushing me to go on dates with him. Today was supposed to be my lunch date with him, but he seems a bit odd and somewhat perverted, so I got a bit scared and invited you along. Perverted? Su Qingxue's ears perked up at that word. So, Feier, your perverted fiancé is coming here later? Yes, we're supposed to have lunch together at 12. Qingxue, don't sit opposite me. Sit beside me. Otherwise, when he arrives, he'll definitely shamelessly squeeze in next to me. Tang Feier quickly shifted in her seat, leaving a space beside her. Su Qingxue nodded and quickly moved to sit next to Tang Feier. Qingxue, if he tries to act inappropriately, use your authority as a law enforcement officer to scare him off, Tang Feier whispered. She had specifically asked Su Qingxue to come for this purpose. With her identity as an officer, she was confident that the scoundrel would think twice before speaking out of turn. Don't worry, I'll handle him. Su Qingxue nodded resolutely, ready to stand up for her friend. With about 7 or 8 minutes remaining until their agreed time, the two began chatting idly. By the way, Qingxue, I saw in the news this morning that the Tianshang Renjian Club was shut down by your bureau. Yes, it was quite dangerous last night. We nearly had a shootout. Luckily, someone helped us from the shadows. Otherwise, I might be lying in the hospital right now. Su Qingxue suddenly recalled how the members of the Black Dragon Gang had inexplicably collapsed and convulsed last night. She knew it wasn't an accident, but rather someone intervening behind the scenes. As for who it was, she had no idea. It certainly couldn't be Chen Yang. The suspect, a person like him would be glad to see law enforcement in trouble, as it would divert attention from him. As for manager Wang Liang claiming that Chen Yang was behind it, he must have been mistaken. She wondered if she would ever have the chance to meet the person who had acted behind the scenes. Surely, he must be a significant figure, mature, low-key, composed, not greedy for fame or fortune, and leaving no trace of his deeds. The thought ignited Su Qingxue's admiration. If only she could meet this extraordinary person, she would express her gratitude. Qingxue, you're quite daring. The Tianshang Renjian Club is the territory of the Black Dragon Gang, and you dare to lead a raid there? Although Tang Feier had little interaction with the Black Dragon Gang, she had heard enough to know their notorious reputation. Who in Jinghai City wouldn't be afraid of them? Tang Feier's father, Tang Shan, and her uncle, Tang Bo, displayed expressions of fear whenever the Black Dragon Gang was mentioned. They repeatedly warned the family never to provoke members of this gang. The Black Dragon Gang is nothing but a malignant tumor, and I will uproot them eventually. Su Qing's skull. Suddenly, a sneering voice echoed from behind them. Oh, isn't that the righteous police flower, the stunning Su? What a coincidence to meet again. Su Qingxue and Tang Feier turned in unison to see Chen Yang, dressed in a casual checkered shirt and trousers, appearing behind them. It's you. Su Qingxue's expression hardened as she glared. How did you end up here? Su Beauty. That should be my question. What brings you to sit with my fiancé? Chen Yang gestured towards the two of them before casually taking a seat across from them. Your fiancé? Su Qingxue furrowed her brow. Bah, who's your fiancé? Tang faya vitotit, anoit. Fianke? Why shy away in public? Chen Yang chuklet. Can you have some decency? Tang faya old heiress. A family doesn't need to worry about such trivialities, Chen Yang countered. Tang Feier was utterly at a loss for words. Dealing with someone like him left her with no recourse. Feier, is this guy really your fiancé? Su Qingshue's brows knitted together. Tang Feier nodded helplessly. I oppose this marriage. Su Qingxue declared suddenly. Hey, Su girl, you can't repay kindness with ingratitude. If it weren't for me intervening last night, you would have been in serious trouble. Chen Yang retorted, visibly disgruntlet. Is that so? Su Qing's sculpt, shooting him a skeptical glance. You, a scoundrel who seeks out dubious places, really think you're something. Just because a manager mentioned you, you assume you're impressive? That's stealing credit. A scoundrel, not only hypocritical, but also shameless. Feier, you absolutely must not marry him. Su Qingxue chastised, unleashing a tirade against Chen Yang. Hey, Su Ge, don't slander me, just because my charm hasn't been revealed to you yet. You're jealous that your best friend has found the most outstanding man in the world, and you want to break us apart. Your intentions are malicious. Chen Yang shot back, unperturbed and playful. Chapter 79, not a drop to spare. Bah, you're turning the tables on me? Scoundrel, let me tell you, it's just luck that you escaped twice from the police. If I catch you again, don't expect to get away. Su King says zito kun li, tang faya adit angrili. Pervert gallivanting in those kinds of places is truly disgusting. Cough, cough, my dear wife, I am a respectable man. I merely went to a proper massage place. Nothing untoward occurred. You can ask Su girl. She can vouch for me that nothing happened. Chen Yang explained with a cough. Tang Feier immediately looked at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, her face stern, wanted to say that he was a scoundrel, but she couldn't lie outright. She coldly replied, the technician indeed had no DNA from him. But that does not mean he did nothing. Hey, Su girl, the evidence is right in front of you, and you still want to smear my name. Chen Yang exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. Su Qingxue scoffed, justice resides in the hearts of the people. Chen Yang rolled his eyes in disbelief, realizing that Su Qingxue was somewhat naive and rather straightforward. Tang Feier, for some reason, felt inexplicably pleased to hear Chen Yang claim he had done nothing wrong. Bah, how could I be happy about this scoundrel? I'm just relieved to see through his deceitful nature and be wary of him. Scoundrel, I warn you to stay away from my best friend, or I won't let you off. Su King's wun. We are mutually infatuated, Su girl. You cannot act as a third wheel. Chen Yang said, picking a toothpick and casually cleaning his teeth. Bah, who's infatuated with you? Tang Feier shot back immediately. Don't worry, my dear wife. You simply haven't discovered my charm yet. Soon, I will reveal my captivating side, and I guarantee it will mesmerize you. Chen Yang winked at Tang Feier with a confident smirk. Tang Feier shivat, you. So greasy. Su Qingxue chimed in. Scoundrels are always like this. You girls don't understand a man's charm. Just make sure you don't sneak off to the restroom while I'm not around. Chen Yang stole it up, blew a kiss, and swaggered off to the restroom. This guy is too oily. Tang Feier clinchel hair fist, shaking it at Chen Yang's retreating figure as if she wanted to punch him. Is there any way to prank him? Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue glanced at the table. They were having hot pot, with the dishes already ordered and drinks in front of them, but Chen Yang had no drink. Got it. Su Qingxue snapped her fingers, suddenly pouring Chen Yang a cup of drink. Then she asked the waiter for a packet of MSG, poured a little into the drink, and stirred it until it was thoroughly mixed. When he comes back, he'll choke on this drink. Su Qingxue thought triumphantly. Hee, Qingxue, I knew calling you for help would be spot on. Tang Feier giggled behind her hand. Before long, Chen Yang returned, his hair slightly damp. The breeze on the way here messed up my hairstyle. I just tidied it up in the restroom. How do I look? He said, tossing his hair dramatically. Tang Feier, realizing he must have ridden a tricycle, teased him. That middle part makes you look like a traitor. My dear wife, you're just wearing tinted glasses, Chen Yang replied. He then inadvertently noticed an extra cup of drink on the table. Hey, who poured this drink for me? Su King se gasu ziblit, oh hot? We thought we were a bit harsh earlier, so we poured you a drink. We hope you won't hold it against us. Hey, my wife is so caring. My best friend is kind too, both beautiful and good-hearted. Chen Yang chuklet. Tang Feier couldn't help but twitch her mouth at his words. Oh dear, it's the middle of the day, and you rushed over without even sipping water. You must be thirsty, so drink this up. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. This drink was poured for you by Feier herself. You must finish it. Seeing the odd expressions on their faces, Chen Yang sensed something was amiss. He grinned. Don't worry, this is my wife's love for me. I will definitely drink every drop. What is that? Suddenly, Chen Yang pointed out the window. Su Qingxue and Tang Feier instinctively turned to look in the direction he pointed. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yang quickly switched his drink with Su Qingxue's. What were you pointing at? Su Qingxue and Tang Feier turned back, having seen nothing. Oh, just a little cat that ran by. Chen Yang shrugged dismissively. Oh, really? Su Qingxue leaned down to check, and noticed Chen Yang's drink remained untouched. Aren't you thirsty? Why haven't you drunk it yet? Don't rush. I'll drink it now. Chen Yang leisurely picked up his drink and sipped it slowly with exaggerated slurping sounds. Delicious, he exclaimed, his expression one of pure enjoyment. Is it really that good? Tang Feier asked, resting her chin on her hands. Her eyes squinted into crescent shapes, revealing her evident delight. Of course it's delicious, especially since it was poured by my beloved wife, Chen Yang replied, smacking his lips in satisfaction. You should drink more, not a drop should be left. Tang Feier playfully pouted, her smile radiant and charming. Beside them, Su Qingxue could hardly contain her laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. You added half a packet of MSG to it, and still call it good? Truly, you're a scoundrel, spinning lies with such ease. Chen Yang, unputdownable, guzzled the drink down in one go. Refreshing, he remarked, wiping his mouth with a napkin. To Tang Feier and Su Qingxue, his action seemed like a facade, an attempt to appear composed. Is it truly that good? Tang Feier inquired. Absolutely, it's filled with my wife's affection for me. Hearing such cheesy words, Su Qingxue burst into laughter. You're quite amusing, she said, instinctively taking a sip from her own drink. Suddenly, she sputtered, spraying her drink everywhere. Chen Yang quickly shielded his face with the menu, narrowly avoiding a splash. What has you so amused, Su Domain? He asked with a grin, while Tang Feier raised an eyebrow, wondering if Su had overreacted in her merriment. Did you switch my drink? Su Qingxue glared, realization dawning on her. No, I'm drinking what my wife poured for me. Chen Yang fignet innocente. You. Su Qingxue almost choked in anger, recalling how Chen Yang had subtly directed their attention outside just moments before. That sly rascal had surely switched their drinks then. Tang Feier paused, recalling Chen Yang's earlier expression of enjoyment while drinking. Had he been genuine in his delight? She quickly took a sip from Su Qingxue's drink and nearly gagged at the overwhelming taste of MSG. What is wrong, wife? Chen Yang asked, Buzlet. Do you not know? This drink is awful, she retorted, rolling her eyes at his apparent naivety. No, we're allergic to it. Just don't waste it. You drink it. She handed the drink to Chen Yang, urging him to finish it. Chen Yang shook his head. What? You don't want me to drink something you've had? Tang Feier became irate, insisting he should drink it. But this drink has been sipped by Su Domain. After sharing a straw, it's like kissing. If I drink it, it's as if I've kissed her and you too. I can't betray my principles, he declared with mock seriousness. Tang Feier was bewildert. How do we get from drinking to betrayal? She thought, while Su Qingxue snorted in disbelief. Why do you always seek my attention? Chen Yang teased Su, adopting a mock serious expression. Oh please, spare me the narcissism. Su Qingxue retorted, exasperated by his antics. Enough of this banter, let us eat, Tang Feier interjected, wanting to steer the conversation away from their playful squabbles. After their meal, Chen Yang gallantly offered to pay, only to be told by the owner that the bill had already been taken care of. Wife, you invited me out and treated me to this feast. Em truly touched. It's rare to find a girl who takes the initiative to pay these days. Clearly, my charm has captivated you, he said with a satisfied grin. Tang Feier old heiress, exasperated. That was my uncle who paid. She snapped. She had no money on her. All her cards were frozen. If it weren't for you exposing me on the train, I'd be enjoying a vacation on some island right now. Your uncle is quite generous. He must truly care for his nephew-in-law, Chen Yang mused. You don't mean to suggest I'm being sarcastic, do you? She replied, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. What are we doing next? Su Qingxue inquired. Aren't you working today, Su Domain? Chen Yang asked, surprised. I took the day off to keep an eye on you, you scoundrel, she replied bluntly, her disdain evident. Is this your clever ruse to get closer to me? Chen Yang joked, eliciting an irritated reaction from Su Qingxue. Enough joking, where to next? Tang Feier asked. It's only 12:30, we can't go home now. If I return now, my family will surely scold me, she lamented. With such beautiful weather, Let us go for a drive, Chen Yang announced, pulling out his car keys. You drove here? Su Qingshu asked, intrigued. Of course. I belong to the car-owning elite, Chen Yang replied proudly. Then let us go. Where to? Wait, Tang Fei's expression shifted to despair upon seeing the familiar keys. Don't, she urged. Why not? Is there something illegal in your car? Are you a junkie? Su Qingshu's demeanor turned cautious. Come on, don't always paint me as a villain. My car is a convertible, spotless, and clean daily. Chen Yang protested. Oh, a convertible? Just remember to put the sunshade up, Su Qingshu suggested, misinterpreting Tang Fei's hesitation as concern over being seen with Chen Yang. That's not what she meant. It has no cover. Tang Fei wanted to clarify, but felt defeated as Su Qingshu remained oblivious to the true situation. Who said my luxury car doesn't have a cover? I added that feature just for you. Chen Yang immediately spoke earnestly, gesturing in the air to form an arc. Upon hearing this, Tang Fei was momentarily taken aback. How could a tricycle provide cover? Had he perhaps changed vehicles? That seemed plausible. This detestable fellow must have come to his senses and acquired a new car. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to continue riding that same tricycle. Chapter 81. The most handsome in Jinghai? Then let us take your car, she thought, feeling more agreeable at the prospect of not having to ride the tricycle. Where's your car? Suking's Inquit. Of course, it's in the underground parking garage, Chen Yang replied, waving his hand as a gesture for them to follow. Upon hearing that it was parked in the underground garage, Tang Fei became even more convinced that Chen Yang had indeed changed cars. 5 minutes later. Your car is quite impressive. Isn't it? No wonder you're involved in such dubious business. You must have the funds, Su Qingshu remarked, as they approached a Rolls-Royce Phantom in the underground parking lot. But it's not a convertible, she added, oblivious to the fact that Tang Fei had already begun to cover her face in embarrassment. It is a convertible, Chen Yang asserted, walking to the rear wheel of a Rolls-Royce, unlocking the chain, and then pushing out the tricycle. Su Qingshu was speechless. This is your luxury vehicle? Indeed, an open-air tricycle that epitomizes opulence, consuming merely a bowl of rice for every 100 kilometers, energy-efficient and environmentally friendly. Chen Yang nodded earnestly. You. Su Qingshu was utterly at a loss for words. What about the cover feature? How does this tricycle provide any cover? Tang Fei asked helplessly. Here, Chen Yang said, producing an umbrella from the tricycle. Darling, I specifically purchased this umbrella for you, costing a whopping 10 yuan. Well, it does indeed serve the purpose of providing cover. Tang Fei thought, feeling too exasperated to continue her critique. She climbed onto the tricycle, moving with a familiarity that tugged at one's heartstrings. Miss Su, would you like to join us? Chen Yang offered gallantly. You're something else. Su Qingshu shot him an irritated glance, seriously doubting whether he was doing this on purpose. Wasn't he this guy from the Huiwei group? Surely he could afford a better vehicle than this. Even a second-hand van would be superior. Little did she know, Chen Yang didn't possess a license, and riding the tricycle was, in fact, compliant with the law. Soon, Chen Yang pedaled the tricycle out of the underground parking lot. The old street was bustling with people, and upon seeing the tricycle carrying two beautiful women, many gazes filled with astonishment were cast their way. Oh my! Isn't that the fellow who rode a tricycle with a beauty last time? Wow, he had one beauty before and now two? Damn, where exactly does my Santana fall short compared to his tricycle? I refuse to accept it. Hey, doesn't that look like Officer Sue from the Law Enforcement Bureau? Officer Sue? No way. You must be mistaken. Could she really ride a tricycle? Hearing the voices and feeling the astonished stares from the crowd, Su Qingshu quickly buried her head between her legs. This was too embarrassing. Was this the first time in her life that she felt like she was being paraded in public? It was all thanks to this wretched scoundrel. He must be deliberately seeking revenge on her. After a leisurely half-hour, Chen Yang's tricycle arrived at a park. In a pavilion, Su Qingshu and Tang Fei were enjoying the shade. Qingshu, this guy is unbearable. We must prank him again. Tang Fei vispiret. Speaking of which, Su Qingshu recalled the MSG drink she had originally prepared for Chen Yang, which he had swapped. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. This time, they needed to do something serious to show him their strength. What method should we use to prank him? Tang Fei pondered before her eyes suddenly lit up. I've got it. We could pretend to drop our phone in the water, making him go fetch it. Once he has soaked, we can laugh at him. Darling Sue, what are you two whispering about behind my back? Chen Yang approached leisurely, a piece of grass dangling from his mouth. We were discussing the most handsome guy in Jinghai City, Tang Fei replied. Oh, then I must be the most handsome guy in Jinghai. Indeed. Both Qing Shue and I believe you are the type who becomes increasingly handsome the more you look at him. Tang Fei nodded. Is that true? Chen Yang thought they were about to mock him again, but surprisingly, they did not. Indeed, one cannot deny that you possess a certain charm, Su Qingxue stated flatly. Do not be enamored with me. I am merely a legend. Chen Yang exclaimed dramatically, turning to one side, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of lonely grandeur. Noticing that his gaze was no longer on them, Su Qingxue immediately signaled to Tang Fei. Tang Fei took out her phone, pretended to take a picture of Chen Yang. Suddenly, her hand slipped, and the phone fell into the water. Oh no, my phone! Tang Fei cried out. Huh? Darling, what happened? Chen Yang quickly turned around. It's all your fault. Your profile is so handsome that I want to take a picture of it, but my phone slipped and fell into the water. Tang Fei chided. Oh, that is simple. I'll just buy you another one. Chen Yang chuckled. I truly am the most handsome in Jinghai. I'm so charming that it makes my wife's heart race, causing her to fumble her phone. Goodness, give you an inch, and you take a mile? Tang Fei was somewhat resigned to his antics, yet she still pretended to be coy. No, I don't want a new phone. My old phone has so much important information. Su Qingxue quickly chimed in. Chen Yang, you should hurry and help Fei retrieve her phone. What are you still standing there for? Surely you're not afraid? Forget it. I was going to compliment you. But it seems you're just a coward who is afraid to get wet. I can't rely on you. Su Qingxue shook her head disdainfully. What kind of talk is this? This handsome guy fears no water. I'm not afraid of even the Dragon King, Chen Yang declared, before leaping into the water with a splash. What? He just jumped in like that, without even taking off his clothes? Su Qingxue and Tang Fei were both bewildered. They had only intended to provoke Chen Yang a little, yet he had acted so impulsively. It seemed this fellow wasn't as despicable as they had thought. Su Qingxue's expression turned strange. Initially, she had prepared to ridicule Chen Yang if he didn't dare to jump in, but to her surprise, he had done so without hesitation. Bubbles rose to the surface before the water became still, devoid of any movement. Qingxue, why is there no commotion in the water? He wouldn't have gotten into trouble, would he? Tang Fei felt a sudden sense of foreboding. It shouldn't be that bad. I remember the water here, isn't deep, Su Qingxue replied, her anxiety rising. Normally, if someone jumps in, even if they were drowned, they would at least struggle. But Chen Yang's situation seems rather peculiar. There's not a single ripple in the water. Could he have drowned? Tang Fei's concern escalated. That is unlikely. He is quite the rascal and very likely just trying to scare us. Su Qingxue frowned. Moments passed, and 30 seconds went by. Qingxue, Tang Fei's complexion began to pale, and her anxiety deepened. Chapter 82. I'll support you. Oh no, this fool wouldn't have really gotten into trouble. Would he? Su Qingxue began to panic as well. What do we do, Qingxue? I can't swim. Neither can I. Su Qingxue's mind went blank. If something happened to Chen Yang, it would be tantamount to them indirectly causing his demise. We're in big trouble. Tang Fei began to pace anxiously in the pavilion. Su Qingxue leaned over the railing, continuously peering into the water. The surface was as calm as a still pond. Oh no, he might really be in trouble. Su Qingxue was now completely frantic. A life was at stake, and they had played with it. Oh no, Qingxue, we only want to play a joke on him. If he dies, we'll be tormented by our conscience for the rest of our lives. What do we do? What do we do? Help! Help! Is anyone there? Someone is drowning here. Help! Tang Fei anxiously paced back and forth in the pavilion, calling for help. However, at this hour, it was noon, and everyone had finished their meals and was resting at home. Who would come to the park to sit around after a full meal? No one responded to Tang Fei's cries for help. Help! Help! Tears streamed down her face in desperation. I'll go in and take a look. Su Qingxue felt an immense regret. Who could have known that Chen Yang couldn't swim? He was trying to be a hero, and now it was disastrous. She didn't want to live with the guilt for the rest of her life. Su Qingxue quickly removed her shoes, preparing to enter the water. Qingxue, aren't you afraid of drowning too? What will I do if you get into trouble? Tang Fei's eyes were red. I will take a look. I should be fine. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth. Regardless of the outcome, she had to rescue Chen Yang. He hadn't been drowning for long, and there was still hope. With that, Su Qingxue climbed over the railing, ready to jump in. Suddenly, bubbles erupted from the water. Chen Yang burst forth, holding Tang Feier's phone aloft in his right hand. "Wife, I found your phone," he exclaimed. "Hey, Su Ge, what are you doing with your slippers? Planning to jump in and swim? Your feet are quite fair. You would look stunning in black stockings." As he spoke, Chen Yang climbed back onto the pavilion. Had he not uttered that last remark, Su Qingxue would have sighed in relief. However, his comment about black stockings infuriated her, and she felt an overwhelming urge to throw his shoes at him and push him back into the water. "Why didn't you drown? Who do you think I am? I'm a genius. Even the Dragon King would give me some respect. A small pond like this could never drown me." Chen Yang swaggered up, handing the phone back to Tang Feier. Noticing her red, tear-streaked eyes, he said, "Oh no, wife. Why are you crying? You must be moved by me. Here, let me reward you with a kiss." Chen Yang leaned in for a kiss. "Get lost." Tang Feier, having barely been touched by his charm, was immediately irked by his cocky demeanor. She picked up Su Qingxue's discarded shoe and threw it at him. "Oh dear, how can you hit me? Su Beauty, your shoe has athlete's foot. You're asking for it." What began as Tang Feier hitting Chen Yang quickly turned into a chaotic scene as Su Qingxue joined in. Both women chasing him around the pavilion. "Help! Murder my husband! Shut up! Pervert! Help! The law enforcement is abusing their power. Scumbag, shut your mouth." The park echoed with Chen Yang's exaggerated cries and the furious voices of Tang Feier and Su Qingxue. After a long chase, both women were exhausted. The initial panic and fear had dissipated amidst the commotion. Unbeknownst to them, they began to feel that despite Chen Yang's arrogance, he wasn't truly despicable. "Scumbag, aren't you tired?" Tang Feier panted, glaring at the unfazed Chen Yang. He had been chased for ages, yet he showed no signs of fatigue, which was infuriating. "As your husband, I practice diligently in winter and summer, maintaining my health to the point where I can sprint up 88 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. This is nothing, of course. I'm not tired," Chen Yang replied, calm and smiling. After being pursued for so long, his clothes had dried, aided by his ability to evaporate the moisture through his cultivation. "Cut the boasting," Tang Feier rolled her eyes. "Hey, are you really not a human trafficker?" Suddenly, Su Qingxue, initially unfamiliar with Chen Yang and having witnessed certain scenes, she had assumed he was a villain. However, after a few encounters, she began to perceive that he lacked the sinister aura typical of human traffickers and seemed not so bad, albeit a bit narcissistic. "Of course not. I'm a decent person," Chen Yang replied earnestly. "So, were our previous assumptions all misunderstandings? Then who is the human trafficker?" Su Qingxue's brow furrowed deeply. Although she was no longer part of the major cases unit, it didn't mean she would turn a blind eye to this issue. "I haven't identified the trafficker yet, but Su Girl, I advise you to be cautious. They possess considerable strength. Furthermore, based on my astrological observations, it is clear that those behind the child abductions will continue to harm others. The situation in Jinghai City is unlikely to be peaceful for a while," Chen Yang continued. Hearing this, Su Qingxue remained skeptical and chose not to comment further. Tang Feier glanced at her phone's banking app and sighed. Her phone was waterproof. It had been submerged for half an hour without issue. "Why are you sighing, Feier?" Su Qingxue asked. "Isn't it because of him?" Tang Feier pointed at Chen Yang. "What does this have to do with me?" Chen Yang felt wronged. "Because of you, my family froze my bank card to prevent me from running away. Now I'm broke. It's infuriating." Tang Feier fumed as she sat down, increasingly upset. Suddenly, Chen Yang pulled out a bank card from his pocket, holding it between his fingers with a smile. "I'll support you." "Absolutely not." Tang Feier pushed the car back. "Through this experience, I've learned a profound lesson. Men are unreliable. Girls must be self-sufficient. I've already secured a job at Tianwan Group, which is ranked among the top 20 in Jinghai City. They offered me 8,000 for the internship month. It will be even better once I'm confirmed. I don't need you to support me." Chapter 83. You're quite nice, aren't you? Is it true? 8,000 a month? That's more than I make as a department head. I only earn 4,005. Chen Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Department head? Which department? Su Qingxue looked at him incredulously, wondering when he had entered politics. Chen Yang proudly patted his chest, declaring, head of the security department at Huiwei Group. Su Qingxue was taken aback. "No wonder you ride a tricycle. You're genuinely poor, earning only 4,005. He couldn't even support himself. He might as well spend his money on himself." Upon realizing that Chen Yang had generously offered his bank card, Tang Feier felt a twinge of emotion. This fool, earning only 4,500 a month, was willing to let her spend it. He really wasn't too afraid of starving. She now understood why Chen Yang had managed to obtain so many invitation cards for Huiwei Group's anniversary celebration. He was not the son of a shareholder, but a member of the security team. If her uncle found out, he would undoubtedly look down on him. This was something she had to keep secret, at least in Tang Feier's view. Although Chen Yang was quite poor and drove a tricycle, he was far superior to those wealthy second-generation heirs who flaunted their luxury cars. In the evening, Chen Yang again rode his tricycle with the two ladies for dinner. This time, Tang Feier and Su Qingxue were no longer shy and didn't complain about the tricycle's clattering sound. After all, they knew he only earned 4,500 a month and didn't want to say anything that might hurt his pride. They enjoyed a hot pot dinner, and afterwards, Su Qingxue discreetly covered the bill. What did she do? Tang Feier had no money, and Chen Yang could barely support himself with his meager salary. How would he treat them? Su Beauty, you're quite generous. You said you'd treat us, yet you paid for it alone. Chen Yang remarqued, feeling grateful for Su Qingxue's kindness. Enough chatter. Wait until your salary arrives before you contact me. Su Qing's sculpt. No problem. I'll treat you to a lavish meal. No need. A street vendor will suffice. With a monthly income of 500, I must save wisely and spend judiciously. Afterward, Chen Yang first escorted Su Qingxue back to the law enforcement bureau, as this workaholic had a night shift ahead. Next, he took Tang Feier back to her family home. Wife, when will we meet again? Chen Yang inquired with a cheerful smile. Go away, I have to work. We'll talk when I have time. Regardless, she was now self-sufficient, and her family could no longer pressure her. Her fate was in her own hands. If the mountain won't come to me, I shall go to the mountain. If you don't seek me out, I will certainly be the one to find you. Chen Yang winked. Suit yourself, but during my work hours and overtime. Don't bother me. If you disrupt my work, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Tang Feier retorted irritably. Hee, no problem. Chen Yang responded with an okay gesture. Suddenly, he gazed closely at Tang Feier's brow, frowning. What's wrong? Is there something on my eyebrow? Not at all, but your brow looks dark, and there seems to be some ominous energy gathering above your head. It's an ill omen. It's best if you go out as little as possible. Chen Yang explained. Tang Feier dismissed his concerns as mere excuses to keep her from working and rolled her eyes. You're just pretending to be mysterious again. Focus on your work and stop daydreaming. I'm leaving. With that, she waved goodbye and returned to her villa. Oh, son-in-law, since you're here, why not come in for a cup of tea? Suddenly, Tang Bo's voice rang out, followed by the entire Tang family emerging. Son-in-law, you've become even more handsome over the last few rounds. Indeed, many luxury cars can't compare. Son-in-law, you have such taste. I might switch to a three-wheeler too. They all greeted him warmly. Tang Feier looked at their insincere smiles and felt speechless. If they knew that Chen Yang was merely a security guard at Huiwei Group, they would likely change their tune immediately. Family, I have to get back to my shift. Next time, we'll have tea, Chen Yang replied, somewhat more polite than before. As his mood was lighter, he waved goodbye and rode off on his three-wheeler. Feier, how are things progressing? As soon as Chen Yang left, Tong Buing dot Tong Feier. Not great, she replied, rolling her eyes as she extended her hand. What do you want? Tang Bo asked. Give me some money. A few hundred will do. I need to take a taxi to work tomorrow. Work? What work? With someone like Chen Xiao supporting you. Why do you need to work? Wait, is Chen Xiao planning to arrange a position for you at Huiwei Group? Suddenly, Tang Bo and the others looked eager. With Chen Xiao as a major shareholder, surely he has arranged for you to be a department manager, right? A department manager at Huiwei Group is a lucrative position. Our Tang family will be thriving. Uncle, don't get your hopes up. I'm going to work at Tianwang Group. Tang Feier replied, exasperated. Tianwang Group? The relatives were momentarily stunned. What are you going to do there? Tianwang Group can't even compare to Huiwei Group. I get it. Is it that Huiwei Group plans to acquire Tianwang Group, and they want you to get familiar with the business first, so you can become the general manager later? Huiwei Group truly is a large corporation, Mr. Yi is quite strategic. If Yi Hongyu were here to hear this, she would surely be impressed. You relatives are the ones with foresight and grand vision. Things I hadn't even considered, yet you've guessed correctly. Late at night, as the lights in countless homes extinguished, the city of Jinghai fell into slumber. In a skyscraper in the city center, in the chairman's office, Dad When will our family's green card for immigration to the United States be processed? I can't stand this wretched place for another moment. Wang Tianyi entered, looking at his father, the chairman, who was in a flurry of chaos. Green card, green card. All you think about is that. What do you want with your green card? Bang! Wang Zhen angrily slammed a stack of documents right in Wang Tianyi's face. Take a good look at our group's recent financial statements. They're in ruins. Our stock price has plummeted. The group is on the brink of bankruptcy. And you're still dreaming about your useless green card. Do you plan to go to the U.S. to wash dishes? Fool! Chapter 84. Brother, please stop messing with me. A barrage of scathing insults left Wang Tianyi, who had been in high spirits, utterly bewildered. He had just been boasting to several wealthy peers about his impending immigration to the U.S., seeing their envious expressions had filled him with pride. Yet now, his father Wang Zhen's tirade had left him trembling. Dad, what is going on? ISNTR group doing well? Wang Tianyi slowly picked up the scattered documents and cautiously returned them to the desk, shrinking his neck as he asked. Don't even mention it. Every time you do, it ignites my fury. Wang Zhen slammed his palm on the desk and scolded. You worthless son. All you do is indulge in feasting and flirting. And you're not even remotely concerned about the group's affairs. Just the other day, you insisted that we invest in some soon-to-be-listed company in the U.S. That was supposedly massive, and now we find it was a shell company that took our money and vanished. Because of your foolishness, our group has suffered tremendously. Now we have multiple plots of land in Jinghai that we can't sell. We can't collect payments, and the bank has stopped our loans and started demanding repayment. Just today, I received 10 calls from creditors. This period has been a nightmare. Our group is headed for bankruptcy, and our Wang family is doomed. And in such dire times, instead of thinking of ways to alleviate our family's struggles, you're only fixated on that broken immigration issue. After raising you, I might as well have raised a dog. The more Wang Zhen spoke, the angrier he became. If Wang Tianyi were not his only son, he would have happily tossed him off the building. Dad, are we really going bankrupt? Then we need to hurry and get the green card processed. Let us flee with the money. If we leave, we won't have to repay the bank's loans. Wang Tianyi suddenly had a bright idea. As long as we escape, the debts to the Yin Country Bank will vanish. The money we take will suffice for our family for generations. Wang Zhen slapped him on the forehead, cursing, you fool. All day long, you only think of these ridiculous schemes. But soon he sank back into his chair, lit a cigar, and sighed. Do you think I haven't considered this? In fact, when our group first encountered difficulties half a month ago, I tried to flee with the money and emigrate. However, our immigration paperwork is now stalled, and I suspect someone is behind this. Our entire family's immigration process has been halted. What? The immigration paperwork is stalled? Wang Tianyi was taken aback. He had been boasting to his wealthy peers about becoming a U.S. citizen starting next month. Now, with the group facing bankruptcy and the immigration paperwork stalled, what was going on? Why had their family been plagued with such bad luck recently? So many unfortunate events seemed to be colliding at once. Wang Tianyi was suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to curse. A few days ago, at a gathering of affluent heirs, he had a confrontation with someone from the Huiwei group, who not only offended him but also assaulted his bodyguard, hired at a high salary from the United States. At that time, Wang Tianyi had threatened to deal severely with Chen Yang, who had merely smiled and predicted misfortune for the Wang family. Wang Tianyi dismissed Chen Yang's words as mere intimidation, paying them no heed. However, with a string of unfortunate events plaguing his family and the group, he could not help but feel a sense of dread. Could it be that what the man said was true? Noticing his son's troubled expression, Wang Zhen furrowed his brow. Son, a few days ago I offended someone. Wang Tianyi recounted the incident in the private room. Wang Zhen listened with a stern expression throughout. Though I wasn't present at the Huiwei group's anniversary celebration, I have heard about the events that transpired. It seems that the young man you offended possesses a formidable strength and is not someone to be trifled with. I have spoiled you. You cannot afford to offend just anyone. Immediately seek out this individual and apologize, no matter what it takes. If he does not forgive you, I will break your legs. Why are you still standing here? Go. Wang Tianyi was unceremoniously expelled from his father's office. Standing in the corridor, he was suddenly consumed by regret. Why had he felt the need to show off at the gathering? Now, he found himself in a perilous situation. Contemplating how to locate the man and offer an apology, he suddenly recalled that the person had been brought by Chen Rui. He immediately called Chen Rui, only to find that he had been blocked. A call to Zhao Hao yielded no response either. Frustrated and feeling abandoned, he lamented, "Where can I find this person now?" As he entered the elevator, he felt like a headless fly. Just as he pressed the button for his floor, the elevator malfunctioned, the doors closed with a shrill alarm, and he found himself trapped. What the hell? Wang Tianyi was so infuriated that he felt like he might vomit blood. Was it truly possible to be this unfortunate? As he thought more about Chen Yang, fear began to creep in. "Brother, I'm scared. I truly am. Please don't torment me any longer. Once I find you, I will personally kneel and apologize. Please spare me." In a moment of desperation, Wang Tianyi knelt, palms clasped together in prayer, on the verge of tears. Suddenly, the elevator emitted a sound, and the doors opened. The usually skeptical young Master Wang felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had seen a ghost. He bolted from the elevator, screaming, "This is bad. This is really bad. There is no time to waste." At the Sun family villa, Sun Dongwu paced anxiously in the living room. Master Kumu, the law enforcement bureau, is on high alert and tightly controlled. Capturing virgin boys and girls again will be exceedingly difficult. Should we act now to eliminate Yi Hongyu and her associates? Sun Dongwu rushed to Kumu Taoist, squatting in a pleading manner. Before Kumu Taoist could respond, Chen Yang Taoist interjected, "No, the Huiwei group is far too intricate. Besides Chen Yang and Zhang Xuanjun, Yi Hongyu likely has other backing. To eliminate Yi Hongyu once and for all, we must gather 100 virgin boys and girls, allowing my master to achieve his full power, thus ensuring success." Upon hearing this, Sun Dongwu's face fell, and he lamented, "It's impossible in such a short time. The atmosphere is too tense. We must wait for it to pass before gathering that many virgin boys and girls. I can no longer contain myself, Master Kumu. If you act now, I will add an additional 1 billion to the previously promised benefits." Sun Dongwu gritted his teeth, crossing his fingers in a gesture of resolve. Kumu Taoist, who had been indifferent with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, a faint smile playing on his lips. "If you wish for my assistance, a price must be paid." "Any price." Sun Dongwu agreed without hesitation. "Very well." Kumu Taoist produced a small black vial from his sleeve and tossed it to Sun Dongwu. Upon opening it, Sun Dongwu discovered 2 red pills. "You must consume this, then find Yi Hongyu and obtain a significant amount of her blood, at least half a bowl. Afterward, you must drink her blood and force her to consume the remaining pill. In doing so, within 15 minutes, the effects will take hold, and Yi Hongyu will be entirely under your control," Kumu Taoist explained. Sun Dongwu was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." However, he hesitated and asked, "Master, are these truly effective? Do you think they're mere pills?" "They are heart-controlling worms, cultivated with great care by my master. If you follow my master's instructions, Yi Hongyu will become your complete slave," Chen Yang Taoist interjected. "Such a divine worm is rarely given to others. Today is an exception. Now, please transfer the agreed payment." With Chen Yang Taoist's affirmation, Sun Dongwu sighed in relief. "As long as it works, I will transfer the money immediately." Although reluctant to part with his wealth, Sun Dongwu was desperate and could not afford to hesitate. "Tomorrow, I will arrange to meet that wretched Yi Hongyu. Yi Hongyu, you are mine." After transferring the funds, Sun Dongwu hurriedly contacted Yi Hongyu. Once he left, Kumu Taoist, with an indifferent demeanor, let out a cold chuckle. "Disciple, you found a very gullible financier." Chen Yang Taoist replied with a smile, "Master, this fellow has been consuming the concoctions I prepared for him daily. His health is deteriorating. It won't be long before everything he possesses belongs to us. As for the virgin boys and girls you desire, there is no rush. Once Sun Dongwu is gone, we can easily acquire them." Kumu Taoist nodded in satisfaction. In truth, if Sun Dongwu weren't so impatient, he might live a little longer. "I am curious why he is so fixated on the Huiwei group." Suddenly, Kumu Taoist inquired. Chen Yang Taoist stroked his chin deep in thought. "I once inadvertently overheard Sun Dongwu on a call. He appeared anxious and submissive, repeatedly assuring someone that he would acquire what was required within the stipulated time. At the time, I didn't grasp its significance, but now I suspect he may have backing." "Backing? If we see Sun Dongwu's assets, won't we encounter complications?" "Haha, rest assured, Master. Sun Dongwu is merely a dog. Once he is dead, he will hold no value. His backers are unlikely to seek revenge, and at this juncture, we can easily replace him." After escorting Tang Feier home, Chen Yang hummed a tune as he made his way back. Upon entering, he was surprised to find Yi Hongyu sitting on the sofa with a furrowed brow, clearly troubled. Senior sister, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy. Chen Yang inquired with curiosity. The moment Yi Hongyu saw Chen Yang return, her mood instantly brightened. Why aren't you at work? Where have you been wandering about? Of course, I went on a date with a beautiful woman, Chen Yang replied with a cheeky grin. By the way, senior sister, why the long face? Is master forcing you to study Taoism again? Not at all. The old man has given up and won't bother with me anymore. Yi Hongyu shook her head. It's Sun Dongwu. He suddenly called to invite me to dinner, claiming he wants to clarify matters with me. If I don't go, he plans to sever all ties. But if I do attend, perhaps we can negotiate a mutually beneficial collaboration. However, someone like Sun Dongwu is full of tricks, and I suspect he has something sinister planned. Yi Hongyu's exquisite features were once again clouded with melancholy as she spoke. Sun Dongwu invited you to dinner? Chen Yang's expression shifted into one of profound meaning. Of course you should go. Senior sister, I will accompany you tomorrow. Last time I spared him. This time, I shall settle the score. The following day, in the outskirts of Jinghai City, at a quaint farmhouse, the estate was already filled with luxury cars, and numerous individuals affiliated with Sun Dongwu lurked both inside and out. A red sedan slowly pulled into the driveway, and Chen Yang and Yi Hongyu stepped out of the vehicle. Senior sister, the feng shui here is quite good. If one were to bury someone here, they would surely rise in smoke after several decades, Chen Yang remarked casually while surveying the surroundings with a smirk. Yi Hongyu, however, was not as relaxed. Glancing at the vehicles, her expression turned serious. These cars belonged to Sun Dongwu's group. I knew this was a trap. Never mind, senior sister. Let us enjoy ourselves. Chen Yang shrugged, reclining with his hands behind his head, his gaze wandering. Hello, Mr. Yi. At that moment, a butler clad in a tailcoat approached them. Mr. Sun has been waiting for you in the private room. Please follow me. He gestured for them to proceed. Yi Hongyu responded with a soft trailing behind him, while Chen Yang leisurely followed her. As they walked, Chen Yang noticed several people in the farmhouse scrutinizing them, some openly displaying malice, sneering at him. That guy won't live long. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a private room. For bodyguards dressed in black suits and sunglasses stood at the door, blocking Chen Yang's path. Today's banquet only invites Mr. Yi. No outsiders are allowed, the guard stated coldly. He is my junior, not an outsider. Ye Hongyu replied indifferently. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, but that's against the rules. He cannot enter. The bodyguards remained resolute, surrounding Chen Yang with ill intentions. TSK, do you wish to lay hands on me? Chen Yang asked with a half smile, recognizing the bodyguards from the anniversary celebration of the Huiyue group. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards felt humiliated. They had indeed accompanied Sun Dongwu to the anniversary event, only to be expelled like stray dogs. Chen Yang's mention of the incident undoubtedly struck a nerve, darkening their expressions. Come on, all of you, let us see what you've got. I'll only use one hand, Chen Yang declared, placing one hand behind his back while gesturing with the other in a martial arts stance. Wing Chun, Old Chun. The four bodyguards, eager to retaliate, found themselves hesitant. However, without Sun Dongwu's command from inside, they dared not act. Is this your hospitality, Mr. Sun? Yi Hongyu's icy voice resonated as she looked inside. I came here to resolve issues. If this is your attitude, then I see no reason to stay for this meal. Ha, Mr. Yi, you can't say that. I extend this invitation with the utmost sincerity. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open, and Sun Dongwu stepped out, his laughter echoing. He cast a glance at Yi Hongyu, a manic smile spreading across his face as he envisioned controlling her. Then, his gaze shifted to Chen Yang, and upon seeing his beaming face, Sun Dongwu's mood soured instantly. Looking behind Chen Yang, he was astonished to find no one else had arrived. Zhang Xuanjin, that good-for-nothing who took the money and ran. Didn't he come? Sun Dongwu had planned to deal with Zhang Xuanjin if he dared show up, having set a trap with his accomplices hidden in the shadows. Mr. Yi, is it just the two of you? Sun Dongwu asked with a forced smile, suspicious that Zhang Xuanjin might be lurking nearby. Just the two of us. Ye Hongyu replied calmly. With Chen Yang by her side, she felt sufficiently protected. Haha, Mr. Yi, you truly are a formidable woman who carved a bloody path in Jinghai City. Upon realizing Zhang Xuanjin was indeed absent, Sun Dongwu laughed heartily. This was better for him. It would be much easier to control Yi Hongyu without that nuisance around. Mr. Yi, please come in and take a seat. As for this man, Sun Dongwu glanced at Chen Yang and suddenly made a slashing motion across his throat. Kill him. In an instant, The four bodyguards surrounding Chen Yang drew concealed, folding knives from their pockets and lunged toward his carotid artery from all sides with lethal intent. Freeze! Yet, rather than panic at their sudden assault, Chen Yang remained unfazed, calmly uttering the word freeze 4 times. To everyone's astonishment, 4 talismans flew from his pocket, affixing themselves to the foreheads of the bodyguards. In that moment, all their movements halted, their knives poised just inches from Chen Yang's skin, yet unable to pierce any further. Crab soldiers and crab generals. Little son, your bodyguards lack skill. Chen Yang chuklet. What do you intend to do, Sun Dongwu? Ye Hong Yu Suddenly shouted. She sensed the banquet would not unfold as anticipated. She had expected Sun Dongwu to at least feign civility before revealing his true colors. Yet he had come out swinging without pretense. What are you doing? You wretched woman, you've defied me repeatedly. Did you truly believe I would cooperate with you? Today, I will make you my slave. Everyone, seize Yi Hong Yu and bleed her dry. As for that man, no matter what it takes, tear him apart. Sun Dongwu's expression twisted into a sinister mask, his voice rising to a frenzied pitch, teeth gritted. At that moment, he seemed to descend into a state of madness. This guy is off, Chen Yang observed, noting the signs of decay in Sun Dongwu's demeanor. He has not long for this world. Has he lost his mind? Yi Hong Yu asked, retreating to Chen Yang's side, her surprise evident. He shows signs of madness. Perhaps he has suffered a great shock or been set up. In any case, won't he last long? Chen Yang nodded. At that moment, from all directions, a horde of over 100 individuals surged forth, encircling Chen Yang and Yi Hong Yu, wielding machetes and steel pipes, resembling a band of street thugs. However, none were armed with firearms, indicating they fell short of the Black Dragon Gang's capabilities. However, it must be said that the Black Dragon Gang dares to confront the law enforcement officers head-on. Sun Dongwu, on the other hand, lacks both the capability and the courage for such a feat. Junior brother, with so many people here, can you manage? Yi Hong Yu asked with some concern. Senior sister, are you doubting my abilities? I am the foremost celestial master of Longhu Mountain. Chen Yang replied, casually patting his chest, exuding confidence. The subordinates of Sun Dongwu are mere small fry. However, a master has indeed come to his aid. At that moment, Chen Yang suddenly looked up at the ceiling, where a mirror was astonishingly placed. The Yin Yang mirror? Although Yi Hong Yu had never seen one in action, her years at Longhu Mountain had given her ample knowledge of Taoist artifacts. She quickly recognized that the mirror hanging from the ceiling was indeed a Yin Yang mirror. Suddenly, countless red ropes emerged from the ground, each glowing ominously, ensnaring both Chen Yang and Yi Hong Yu. The Yin Yang mirror cast 2 beams of light, one black and one white, directly upon them. A Yin Yang mirror suspended above, red ropes ensnaring the courtyard. This is clearly a formation set up specifically to deal with us, senior brother and sister, Chen Yang mused, stroking his chin in intrigue. This resembles a formation my master laid out before, Yi Hong Yu remarked with a frown. The red ropes coiled around them like razor-sharp steel wires, threatening to inflict grievous wounds upon contact. The white beam of light enveloping Chen Yang radiated a terrifying heat as if it sought to incinerate him, while the black beam cast upon Yi Hong Yu emanated a chilling cold, reminiscent of the depths of the underworld, threatening to freeze her solid. The old man has indeed set a formidable formation capable of exterminating all malevolent spirits. What we are witnessing is but a trivial array, far inferior to his mastery. Let me show you how to break it, Chen Yang said with a dismissive smile. With a swift motion, he revealed a silver short sword in his right hand. A weapon, he declared. Gripping the hilt with his right hand, he formed a sword finger with his left, reciting the Taoist 9-character true word of the weapon. He lightly traced his sword finger across the blade, drawing blood. The sword trembled and quickly elongated, transforming from a mere 10 centimeters into a magnificent 3-foot-long sword. Formation. He invoked once more, releasing the sword which flew from his hand, controlled by his gestures. The sword whirled through the air, severing each red rope with ease, scattering them to the ground. Break! Chen Yang pointed digitally, Yin Yang mirror suspended offered. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced the mirror, shattering it into countless fragments, causing the beams of light to vanish instantaneously. A low-grade magical artifact. Its quality is utterly lacking, he remarked, summoning the silver sword back to his hand with a flick of his finger. You You actually broke Master Komoku's killing formation? How is that possible? Master Komoku said Zhang Xuanjin could not achieve such a feat. Sun Dongwu's face paled as he witnessed Chen Yang dismantle the formation with such apparent ease. This was his ultimate tactic to capture Yi Hongyu, now rendered ineffective, suggesting that Chen Yang was even stronger than Zhang Xuanjin. How could this be? Wasn't it Zhang Xuanjin who disrupted the Feng Shui formation during the annual celebration of the Huiyue group? Master Komoku? Just some obscure rogue cultivator. I have never heard of him. Chen Yang dismissed with a wave of his hand. Little brat, I let you off last time. But you have not learned your lesson and still seek trouble with us. This time, I will send you to the west to seek enlightenment. Chen Yang's smile turned icy. You wish to kill me? Not a chance. Everyone, stop him. In that moment, Sun Dongwu was paralyzed by fear, retreating while frantically waving his hands to command his subordinates to surround Chen Yang. Instantly, over 100 lackeys encircled him. A bunch of rabble. Is this all you have? Chen Yang sheathed the silver sword and produced 2 green leaves, offering one to Yi Hongyu. The listening seal leaf? Junior brother, we didn't bring the old man's alarm clock. Did you? Yi Hongyu recognized the leaves immediately. They were magical leaves that sealed one's hearing. No matter how chaotic the world became, one would hear nothing. She realized Chen Yang's intent. Ha! My senior sister is astute. Chen Yang chuckled, taking another pair of leaves for himself. He affixed them to his ears and gently brushed his wrist, revealing a bracelet shaped like a green dragon, a spatial artifact. A golden light flashed, and an object resembling a bell appeared in his hand. Weapon's true word. Chen Yang recited a series of incantations, and suddenly, the bell enlarged, transforming into a massive gong. This was the great bell of Longhu Mountain, hung atop its peak, ringing each morning at the old man's command, its sound echoing throughout the mountain and awakening all disciples. Hence, they affectionately dubbed it the alarm clock. With a resounding slap, Chen Yang struck the bell. Boom! The bell emitted a sound so powerful it threatened to obliterate everything, resonating through the heavens. Sun Dongwu's 100 subordinates clutched their ears, collapsing to the ground, shrieking in agony. Their eardrums ruptured, blood flowed from their ears, and they writhed in pain, their eyes bloodshot. Sun Dongwu himself was no exception, clutching his head and screaming in despair. The old man's inventions are truly effective. The collective damage of the bell leaves everyone deafened, Chen Yang remarked, removing the listening seal leaf and clicking his tongue. If I hadn't worn this, even I would have been left reeling from such close proximity to the bell's toll. Senior sister, leaving Sun Dongwu alive will only invite future calamities, Chen Yang mused. Stroking his chin, you decide how to proceed. Yi Hongyu's expression hardened. Sun Dongwu had repeatedly attempted to endanger her life. If she spared him now, he would undoubtedly strike again. Therefore, he could not be allowed to live. Meanwhile, at the Sun family villa in the living room, a round mirror shattered with a loud crash, and a substantial number of red ropes lay severed on the ground. This mirror was identical to the yin-yang mirror suspended from the farmhouse eaves. The broken red ropes on the ground were also identical to those found at the farmhouse, indicating that the formation there was being manipulated from this location. Master, the mirror has shattered. Xingyang Daoist's expression changed as he turned to the side, where Master Komoku stood. At that moment, Master Komoku's face darkened. It seemed he had underestimated Zhang Xuanjin, believing he could not dismantle his yin-yang red rope killing formation, only to find it easily destroyed. Master Komoku's voice, hoarse and raspy, revealed his dismay. He was unaware that it was actually Chen Yang who had disrupted his formation. Is Sun Dongwu doomed this time? His subordinates are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Xingyang Daoist frowned. Although the two of them had long since abandoned any thoughts of sparing Sun Dongwu, he still held some residual value for them at this moment. If I were to perish like this, it would be quite a waste. Chapter 88. Speak your last words now. No hurry. I have made ample preparations. Bring forth the blood needles. The withered wood master spoke coldly. Soon, the Xingyang master promptly presented a box, which he opened to reveal an array of needles identical to silver needles, except these were blood red. The withered wood master then opened another box, pouring out a small red object resembling a pill, identical to the 2 pills he had given Sun Dongwu the previous day. Controlling the heartworm? Master, do you intend to manipulate Sun Dongwu? The Xingyang master appeared astonished, having grasped the withered wood master's intention. Yesterday, Sun Dongwu had already ingested one of these controlling heartworms. He merely needed to acquire the fresh blood of Yi Hongyu, consume it. and then force Yi Hongyu to ingest this controlling heartworm. From that moment on, Yi Hongyu would obey his commands. Now, the withered would master himself consumed a controlling heartworm, yet he had no need for Sun Dongwu's blood. He directly found a strand of Sun Dongwu's hair on his bed, took out a red talisman, and affixed Sun Dongwu's hair to his forehead. Subsequently, he retrieved the box of blood-red silver needles, inserting a total of 18 into various acupoints on his body. The heavens darken, the spirit rushes, the 100 meetings converge. Urgently, as commanded, the god of death possesses me. Buzz. In an instant, the withered would master trembled, establishing an ineffable connection with Sun Dongwu, swiftly seizing control of his body. After possession, Sun Dongwu's body would possess half of my power. I cannot believe that with half of my strength, I cannot subdue this Zhangxian. However, this condition can only be maintained for a quarter of an hour. After that, Sun Dongwu's flesh will collapse, and he can survive at most another half a day. The withered would master's eyes radiated a chilling aura as he spoke coldly. Meanwhile, in the farmhouse, Sun Dongwu, writhing on the ground in agony, suddenly stood up. His entire demeanor had transformed completely from his former self. The old ghost behind him has possessed him? Chen Yang exhibited a hint of surprise. Evidently having discerned the clues, the current Sun Dongwu was no longer Sun Dongwu, but another person entirely. Who are you? Where is Zhang Xian? A hoarse voice emerged from Sun Dongwu's lips, utterly unrecognizable as his own, but rather that of the withered wood master. After the withered wood master took control of Sun Dongwu, he used Sun Dongwu's eyes to observe everything at the scene, discovering that Zhang Xian was conspicuously absent, leaving only Chen Yang, which greatly surprised him. In his eyes, Chen Yang was hardly worth his attention. Only Zhang Xian was worthy of his second glance. Zhang Xian? Are you referring to my little apprentice? That old fellow did not come today. Chen Yang spoke with a half-smile. Whether he comes or not is inconsequential. If he does, he would merely become another corpse. The withered wood master's cold laughter exuded a thick, eerie essence. Whoosh! He suddenly struck, and Sun Dongwu, now possessed by the withered wood master, found his 10 fingernails rapidly elongating. Each nail sharpened into a lethal blade, capable of slicing through anything. These razor-sharp nails lunged fiercely at Chen Yang's heart, aiming to rip it from his chest. You think you can duel with me from afar? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Let me see if I can return you to your true form. Chen Yang swiftly produced a purple talisman. 5 thunder strike, and the fiends scatter. Boom! The 5 thunder talismans were hurled into the air, erupting with a violent roar. In an instant, 5 bolts of lightning appeared, colored blue, purple, white, red, and green. The 5 bolts converged into a single point, striking solidly atop Sun Dongwu's head, delivering a resounding 5 thunder strike. The 5 thunder talisman. How could you possess such a thing? The withered wood master's raspy voice transformed into a scream. In that moment, Sun Dongwu's body was char-black. His hair standing on end, smoke billowing from his entire form. Kid, it seems I truly underestimated you. However, do you think that with just a 5 thunder talisman, you can harm me? I have memorized your appearance. When we meet again, I shall turn your flesh into my medicinal materials, and I will bind your soul forever, ensuring you can never reincarnate. The withered wood master's voice grew increasingly hoarse and faint until it vanished entirely. Threatening me? Do you think I was raised in fear? A treacherous old thief who only dares to engage in underhanded tactics. Next time, if I catch your true form, I'll flush your head down the toilet. Chen Yang srugit nonchalantly. Junior brother, who was that just now? Yi Hongyu approached, frowning as she inquired. Although the voice came from Sun Dongwu, it was not his. Moreover, it was not the voice of the Qingyang master beside him. Thus, Yi Hongyu was quite surprised, wondering what formidable expert Sun Dongwu had summoned. Just a coward who hides behind and doesn't dare to show his face. Rest assured, senior sister, your tall, powerful, and handsome little junior brother will eventually drag him out and pull down his pants for you to spank him. Chen Yang said brazenly. Godi, I have no such perverted thoughts. Yi Hongyu rolled her eyes in response. That hoarse voice was unmistakably that of an old man who was half buried in the earth. Who would be so idle as to spank an old man? Cough, 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 cough. At that moment, Sun Dongwu suddenly began to cough violently. Little son, the help you summoned is rather unreliable. He just possessed you and drained your life force. You won't live much longer. So if you have any final words, now is the time to speak. Chen Yang squatted beside Sun Dongwu, shaking his head. No, no, I cannot die. Save me, save me. After being possessed by the withered woodmaster, Sun Dongwu's deafness was temporarily cured. He reached out a hand towards Chen Yang, as if grasping for the last straw of hope, pleading for his salvation. Are you out of your mind? We are enemies. You actually expect me to save you? Chen Yang looked at him with a bewildered expression. Seeing Chen Yang refuse to aid him, Sun Dongwu's pleading face instantly contorted into one of hysteria. Yihong you wretched woman. If it weren't for you repeatedly opposing me and preventing me from absorbing the Huiyue group, how could I have ended up in such a predicament? Chapter 89. I present you a grand gift. It is all your fault, you despicable woman. Sun Dongwu roared with a twisted face. Junior brother, what should we do if someone insults our senior sister? Yihong Yu crossed her arms and coldly replied. Naturally, one would slap them across the face. But this guy is charred all over. It's too disgusting. Let it go. Chen Yang shook his head vigorously, as this brother-sister duo dismissed him so easily. Sun Dongwu's rage surged. Do you think that if I die, you will fare any better? Yihong Yu, let me tell you why I've been fixated on the Huiyue group. It is not that I covet the Huiyue group. The true party interested in the Huiyue group is the Sun family of Magic City. I, Sun Dongwu, am merely a dog of the Sun family in Magic City. A pawn, nothing more. Yihong Yu, you cannot escape. Neither can you, Chen Yang. Your Huiyue group will eventually become the property of the Sun family in Magic City. The Sun family will avenge me. You all shall perish. Sun Dongwu's voice grew increasingly deranged, and he fell into a state of complete insanity. The Sun family of Magic City? Upon hearing those three words, Yihong Yu's expression suddenly grew gravely serious, as if those four characters were an insurmountable mountain standing in her path. Senior sister, what kind of family is the Sun family in Magic City? Are they powerful? Chen Yang inquired with curiosity. Yihong Yu nodded solemnly. The Sun family in Magic City is a terrifying clan that controls countless underground enterprises. Anyone who dares to oppose them meets a dire fate. Oh, they sound quite formidable, but so what? Chen Yang scoffed, curling his lip disdainfully. No matter how powerful a family may be, I only need to alter their feng shui and disrupt their financial fortunes to see them swiftly descend into ruin. I will remember the Sun family. Just wait and see how I handle them. Chen Yang chuklet nonchalantly. Arrogant. You will all perish. The Sun family will avenge me. Sun Dongwu uttered with a hoarse growl, his voice tinged with bitterness. He convulsed twice before falling silent. Chen Yang promptly made a call for Zhang Xuanjin to clean up the scene, leaving no trace of Sun Dongwu and his subordinates. Zhang Xuanjin, adept at handling such matters, managed to complete the task efficiently and without fuss. After instructing Zhang Xuanjin to escort Yihong Yu back to Huiyue Group, Chen Yang meandered outside. Master Kumu, the yin-yang mirror, blood-red ropes, heart controlling you, they wish to refine my flesh and blood into elixirs. It appears that this Kumu, connected to Sun Dongwu, has significant ties to the dark forces behind the missing children. After a moment of contemplation, a playful smirk appeared on Chen Yang's face as he took out his phone and made a call. Hello, beautiful Su. In the Enforcement Bureau, Su Qingxue was sifting through suspect files when she heard that familiar, irritating voice, causing her brows to furrow. Who are you? Chen Yang? How did you acquire my phone number? She distinctly remembered not giving him her contact information. What was this scoundrel up to, calling her? Did he intend to secretly arrange a date with her best friend? Such audacity. Su, my dear, I have a significant gift for you. Interested? Chen Yang, unfazed by how he obtained Su Qingxue's number, grinned widely. A significant gift? What do you mean? Su Qingxue, surprised, frowned again, uncertain of Chen Yang's motives. Don't ask me what I want. Just remember to meet me tonight if you're interested. Chen Yang replied, still smiling. Tonight? You don't mean? You rogue scoundrel? Fine. I'll see what tricks you have up your sleeve. If you dare to play me, I won't let you off easily. Su Qingxue chastised, though feeling perplexed. She ultimately acquiesced. Then I shall see you tonight. Chen Yang laughed heartily and ended the call. The grand gift for Su Qingxue was for the evening, and with time still on his side, he felt no urge to return to Huiyue Group. Isn't my wife working today? Where does she work again? Tianwan Group, I believe. Chen Yang mused, suddenly recalling the resolute Tang Feier. For some reason, thinking of Tianwan Group reminded him of the pretentious Wang Tianyi, who had dined with Chen Rue. Surely, they were not connected? Probably not, as it was merely a coincidence in names. He decided to check on how his wife's interview was progressing. Hailing a cab by the roadside, Chen Yang set off for Tianwang Group. At that moment, within a towering skyscraper in the heart of Jinghai City, the sales department manager's office was bustling. Tang Feier, you shall be my secretary from now on. You must become well acquainted with all the operations. The company employs you and provides a generous salary. It's not merely for idleness. A middle-aged man, rotund and sporting a receding hairline, scrutinized Tang Feier's shapely figure with a gluttonous gaze. On her first day, Tang Feier donned a professional outfit. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, her alluring figure exuding elegance. Coupled with her exquisitely sculpted face, she appeared as a work of art, captivating the attention of numerous high-ranking officials at Tianwang Group. Ultimately, she was selected by Wang Defeng, the sales department manager related to the chairman, to serve as a secretary. I understand, Manager Tang. I will work diligently. Tang Feier, unaware of Wang Defeng's lecherous expression as she organized her paperwork, nodded earnestly, cherishing her first job. Wang Defeng's eyes fixated on Tang Feier, particularly drawn to her well-defined curves, igniting an insatiable desire within him, making his throat dry with anticipation. Tang Feier, come here, he called out suddenly. Manager Wang, what is it? Tang Feier apoachet, kulios. Have a seat. Wang Defeng patted the space beside him on the sofa. Manager, that seems inappropriate. If you need something, just instruct me directly. Tang Feier frowned, uncomfortable under Wang Defeng's gaze. Do as your superior commands. As a subordinate, you must not question why. You are obliged to comply. Should I really have to teach you this? Wang Defeng's demeanor shifted abruptly, his voice cold. When I say sit, you sit. As a secretary, your role is to serve your superior. Manager Wang, I believe there should be a proper distance between superiors and subordinates. Tang Feier protested, her brow furrowing in discontent. In this age of advanced technology, nothing is new under the sun. Office scandals often make headlines. Tang Feier is no fool. She surely understands Wang Defeng's intentions. It seems he wishes to exploit her. Seeing Tang Feier standing her ground, Wang Defeng's expression morphed into one of amusement. Ah, a spirited horse, I see. I enjoy taming fierce women. It heightens the thrill. You, a fresh face with no power or knowledge, should realize how rare it is to have a benefactor in this world. Let me put it plainly. At Tianwang Group, you will do as I say. If you obediently serve me, I assure you will need to do nothing but sit in the office, enjoy the air conditioning, sip tea, and collect your salary. Should you defy me, I can ensure your career here will be untenable. As he spoke, he noticed the disgust on Tang Feier's face, and couldn't help but smirk, continuing, do not entertain thoughts of changing jobs. You are aware of Tianwang Group's influence. I presume, if we issue a statement in Jinghai City forbidding any company from hiring you, I can guarantee no one will risk offending Tianwang Group for a mere employee like you. He took another puff of his cigar, exhaling smoke with an air of absolute control. Feier abruptly slammed a stack of documents onto her seat. This is my bank card, which holds 30,000 yuan. Serve me well today, and I shall deposit the same amount into this card every month henceforth. Wang Defeng, thinking himself quite dashing, extracted a bank card from his chest pocket and casually tossed it onto the table. Under my name, I possess a BMW worth 400,000 and an apartment near the company. If you choose to be with me, all of this shall be yours. Ugh, you disgusting. Easy, man. Go to hell. Tang Feier spat defiantly, wishing to leave immediately. As the esteemed daughter of the Tang family, would she ever be swayed by such trifles? Damn it, you little wretch, refusing my hospitality? With all his tricks exhausted and Tang Feier still unyielding, Wang Defeng's patience waned, his expression turning menacing. Bang! The moment Tang Feier opened the door, two burly bodyguards blocked her path, forcing her back into the office and shutting the door behind her. What do you want? Tang Feier's face paled. She had not anticipated that Wang Defeng would have guards stationed outside. What do I want? You wretched girl, having entered my office, do you think you can leave without pleasing me? You think you can escape? Wang Defeng advanced slowly from the sofa, a lewd grin plastered across his face. I've seen many beautiful women, but none as stunning as you. To have you, even once, would be worth my lifetime. Why you better not do anything reckless. With the door blocked by two bodyguards, Wang Defeng cornered Tang Feier, leaving her with no retreat. This is illegal. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you'll find yourself imprisoned. Haha, comparing connections with me? You amuse me. Today, I can not only take you to bed, but even end your life if I wished. A few coins, and I would never see a cell. Vang di feng sneelt, zudenli lunging tovarts tang fire. This is Tianwang Group, my territory. I can do as I please. Be my woman, and I shall ensure your life is filled with splendor. If you resist, I shall sell you into the brothel, where you will entertain clients daily. Beast. Regardless of her situation, Tang Fei'er was the daughter of a prominent family and had trained in taekwondo and self-defense. As Wang deafing lunged at her, she clenched her fist and struck him squarely in the eye, leaving him with a blackened bruise. Ah, you wretched girl, how dare you? As Wang Defeng cursed while clutching his injured eye, Tang Fei'er seized the opportunity and delivered a fierce kick to his groin. He let out a pained scream, doubling over, his face turning a sickly shade of purple. Manager Wang, the two bodyguards by the door, expecting to witness an enticing scene, were taken aback by Tang Fei'er's fierce resistance. Not only was she unyielding, but that kick might just leave him impotent. You fools, what are you waiting for? Restrain her immediately. Wang Defeng growled, furious at being kicked. Strip her of her clothes and record this on your phones. I want her to know my power. Tang Fei'er's complexion paled further. While she could handle the likes of Wang Defeng, facing two young, strong bodyguards was an entirely different matter. What did she do? Chapter 91. How dare you touch my wife? Why you two better not do anything reckless. Reckless? Little girl, you truly do not understand. Manager Wang has taken an interest in you, and that is your fortune. If you comply, you will have everything you desire. Yet you are so disobedient and have harmed Manager Wang. In Jinghai City, no one can save you. Speak now. Will you undress yourself, or shall we assist you? The two bodyguards leered at Tang Fei'er's exquisite figure, their expressions growing increasingly lecherous as they struggled to contain their salivation. Unseemly. I warn you, do not dare. I have a husband. In a moment of desperation, Tang Fei'er's mind conjured the image of Chen Yang. On the train, he had effortlessly dealt with Wang Chun and his numerous subordinates. If only he were here now, she would not suffer a moment of harm. A husband? The bodyguards paused momentarily. Damn it, having a husband is even better. Manager Wang particularly enjoys married women. Haha, one of his favorite pastimes is to put a ring on someone else's finger. They licked their lips, leering as they moved to seize Tang Fei'er. How could a weak woman hope to escape the overwhelming strength of two men? Chen Yang, where are you? Tang Fei'er struggled in vain as the bodyguards seized her by the arms, rendering her powerless. Desperation enveloped her. She had no idea what to do. The only thought in her mind was to call for Chen Yang. Chen Yang, you always claimed to be capable of divination. I am in danger. Please come and save me. Her voice trembled with desperation, tears streaming down her cheeks as she contemplated the horrors that awaited her. Chen Yang? What a pitiful name. So, this Chen Yang is your husband? Rest assured, after we film this, I will send it to every Chen Yang in Jinghai City, letting them behold your humiliation. This is the prize for defying me. Wang Defeng spat on the floor, his expression twisted with rage. You dare to kick me there. Now watch how I make you suffer. He unbuckled his belt, advancing step by step towards Tang Fei'er. Chen Yang, save me. I will never insult you again. Please, appear. Tang Fei'er closed her eyes in fright, unable to bear the sight. Shout all you want. The louder you scream, the more excited I become. Wang Defeng cackled malevolently. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Don't be afraid, my dear. Your husband is here. A booming voice echoed throughout the office. Tang Fei'er, who had been on the brink of despair, opened her eyes in disbelief at the sound, her expression transforming into one of joy. Chen Yang, no, it's husband. Chen Yang correctet. Stop being cheeky. Hurry, save me. Tang Fei'er cried out. Just then, a group of security guards burst into the office, each one battered and bruised. Manager Wang, we apologize. This guy is too fierce. We couldn't stop him. One guard, blood streaming from his nose, stammered. Wang Defeng cast a cold glance at them, erupting in a tirade. You useless fools. A whole pack of you cannot restrain one person. Better to have a dog than to keep you lot. With that, he turned his mocking gaze towards Chen Yang, sneering. So, you're Tang Fei'er's husband? I have taken a liking to your wife. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Let me enjoy her for 3 days. Wang Defeng cast a cold glance at them and erupted in a fit of rage, cursing, a bunch of useless fools. You cannot even keep watch over a single person. It will be better to keep a dog than you lot. Having said that, he turned his derisive gaze towards Chen Yang and taunted. So, you are Tang Feier's husband. Huh? I have taken a liking to your woman. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Let her entertain me for 3 days. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed dangerously, his neck tilting slightly to the right, and a chilling smile crept across his lips. You dare to lay a hand on my woman? Who gave you the audacity? Chen Yang stepped forward, as if the space between them had shrunk. In a mere stride, he stood before Wang Defeng, closing the distance with astonishing speed. You! Wang Defeng was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Chen Yang had reached him so swiftly. With a sharp crack, Chen Yang raised his hand and struck Wang Defeng's face, sending him hurtling against the wall with a loud crash before sliding down to the floor. Without delay, Chen Yang approached Tang Feier. You dare to touch my wife's hand? Keep your filthy paws to yourself. He swiftly seized the arms of 2 bodyguards, squeezing with ferocity. The sound of bones shattering echoed in the air, eliciting anguished cries from guards. Get away from here, lest you disturb my wife. With 2 swift slaps, he sent the bodyguards flying, crashing into the wall just as Wang Defeng had. Their hands had touched Tang Feier, their bones now crushed beyond repair, condemning them to a life of disability. Are you all right, my love? Chen Yang winked at Tang Feier. Chen Yang, I can't believe you actually came. I was terrified just now, Tang Feier exclaimed, suddenly embracing him, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had genuinely feared she was caught in a terrible predicament, never expecting Chen Yang to be her savior. Of course, my wife. If you are in danger, I shall be the first to appear, Chen Yang replied with a grin. You smell delightful. What perfume are you wearing? He chuckled, lost in the moment. As Tang Feier slowly regained her composure, she suddenly realized her lapse in propriety. How did she end up embracing him? Quickly, she released him. Her cheeks flushed and playfully scolded, Stop being so cheeky. By the way, how did you suddenly show up? By calculating the stars, I knew you were in trouble. And I rushed over, Chen Yang said, still smiling. Enough boasting. We need to leave quickly. You just struck the sales department manager of Tianwan Group. This person's connections are formidable. If we don't leave now, it will be too late, Tang Feier whispered. The Tianwan Group was a powerhouse in the entire Jinghai city. Not only could Tang Feier not provoke them, but even the entire Tang family could not afford to cross the Tianwan Group. Chen Yang had just assaulted one of their managers. This incident would surely not be overlooked by the Tianwan Group. Thus, they needed to leave immediately, preferably returning to Huiwei Group to see if they would assist Chen Yang in fending off the retribution from Tianwan Group. Chapter 92. Skinning you alive. If Huiwei Group were willing to help, Chen Yang might emerge unscathed. If not, he would have no choice but to leave Jinghai and lay low, unable to return for a considerable time. However, Chen Yang was merely the head of the security department at Huiwei Group. Would they really confront Tianwan Group on his behalf? The odds seemed slim. In Tang Feier's eyes, it appeared that Chen Yang had risked his future to save her. Leave? Where do you think you can go? Wang Defeng, staggering to his feet, had half of his face swollen like a pig's head. He spat blood mixed with a few shattered teeth and snarled, How dare you hit me? You two are doomed. No one in Jinghai City can save you. Who said we were leaving? Chen Yang casually reclined in the boss's chair beside the desk, crossing his legs and smiling at Wang Defeng. No one can save me in Jinghai City? I return that statement to you unchanged. I will give you 3 minutes to find someone who can save you. If you can't, how many floors are there in this building? Chen Yang counted on his fingers, then feigned realization. Oh, it's the 18th floor. If you can't find someone to save you within 3 minutes, I shall personally throw you off the 18th floor. Conveniently, there was a clock on the desk. Chen Yang adjusted it, starting a countdown. He clapped his hands, declaring, Let the countdown begin. Damn it. You think you can act so arrogantly? I am from the Wang family. Chairman Wang Zhen is my cousin, and Wang Tianyi is my nephew. You are finished. Wang Defeng hastily pulled out his phone to call Wang Zhen. However, just as he was about to press the dial button, he hesitated. If Chairman Wang Zhen learned about his underhanded dealings, it would surely lead to trouble. Given the internal issues within the group, Wang Zhen was already in a foul mood. He would be walking straight into a storm. No, he could not call the chairman. After a moment's thought, he dialed Wang Tianyi instead. Hello, Tianyi, where are you? I'm in the sales department manager's office. I was attacked today. Gather our security personnel immediately. This brat dares to stir up trouble in Tianwan Group. He cannot be allowed to leave alive, or our group will lose face. Yes, just hurry. Wang Defeng hung up, turning to Chen Yang with a menacing grin. Kid, mark my words, you are doomed. No one in Jinghai City can save you. Chen Yang found the name Wang Tianyi familiar. After contemplating for a moment, he suddenly recalled that Wang Tianyi was the pretentious foreigner from the last gathering. The person you just called is Wang Tianyi. Isn't it? Chen Yang said with a smile. Indeed, Wang Tianyi is the young master of Tianwang Group. Everyone in Tianwang Group must heed his command. You will not leave the Tianwang Group building today. Wang Defeng sneered. Wang Tianyi? Just a pretentious foreigner. I can easily handle him again, so call him over. Chen Yang retorted disdainfully. Wang Tianyi had left with threats to make Chen Yang wait for revenge, but days had passed without any sign of retaliation. Now, he would settle both old and new scores. Chen Yang, stop playing the hero. We should really leave now, or it will be truly dangerous. Unlike the calm Chen Yang, Tang Feier was on the verge of tears. This was the territory of Tianwang Group. Even a powerful dragon would not suppress a local snake. How could a mere head of security from Huiwei Group act so brazenly? She just wanted Chen Yang to leave quickly to ensure their safety. Otherwise, when Wang Tianyi arrived, it might not be Wang Defeng being thrown from the 18th floor, but Chen Yang instead. Don't worry, my wife. I am the most formidable man under heaven. Well, one of them, and dealing with a trivial Tianwang Group is merely a walk in the park. Chen Yang waved his hand confidently, infuriating Tang Feier, who stamped her foot in frustration. You fool, why won't you listen? The onlookers from Tianwang Group regarded Chen Yang as if he were a corpse. This fool was facing imminent death, yet dared to speak so boldly? Without the ability, why put on airs? Look at his wife. She's terrified out of her wits. Beside Wang Xiao, several highly paid bodyguards from the United States were present. This fellow was certainly doomed this time. His wife, possessing such beauty, would undoubtedly catch Wang Xiao's eye, becoming a mere plaything beneath him. To be noticed by Wang Xiao was indeed a privilege. They encircled the exit, leaving no opportunity for Chen Yang and Tang Feier to escape, intent on trapping them. Meanwhile, in the office of the vice president of the Tianwang Group, Wang Tianyi paced anxiously. He was desperate to reach Chen Yang to apologize, but neither Chen Rui nor Zhao Hao paid him any heed. He even made a special trip to the Huiwei Group, only to find that Chen Yang was not there. Upon returning to the Tianwang Group, he was fiercely scolded by his father, Wang Zhen. If he did not locate Chen Yang soon to apologize, the Tianwang Group might survive, but his father would surely bury him alive first. Wang Zhen believed that his foolish son had provoked the wrong people, leading to continuous misfortunes for the Tianwang Group. As Wang Tianyi simmered with frustration, he received a call from Wang Defeng. After hearing Wang Defeng's account, his already boiling anger erupted into a furious blaze. Damn it! The Tianwang Group has been so unfortunate lately that even the most insignificant people dare to stir trouble here. Just wait. I'll make sure to crush you. Wang Tianyi's features twisted into a menacing snarl. He immediately called upon all the bodyguards of the Tianwang Group, including the 2 foreign bodyguards from the last gathering. Though these 2 foreigners were not Chen Yang's match, they could easily handle dozens of ordinary individuals without breaking sweat. Soon, within 3 minutes, a commotion erupted at the office door. Wang Xiao had arrived. His expression was filled with unbridled rage. That fellow was certainly finished. The security guards at the office entrance quickly stepped aside, making way for him. Even before Wang Tianyi appeared, his voice could be heard berating. Who the hell dares to cause trouble in my Tianwang Group? I'll have your skin. Chapter 93. Turning heads into pulp. Wang Xiao has arrived. Boy, you are doomed. Wang Defeng was instantly electrified, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he gazed at Chen Yang, his expression dripping with disdain. Even if you kneel and smash your head, I won't let you off. Surrounding him, the bodyguards whom Chen Yang had previously beaten to a pulp sneered in cold amusement. To cause trouble in the Tianwang Group? Even if you were a cat with 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to escape death. We're finished, Chen Yang. I need to call my father. He is our only hope. Tang Feier was nearly in despair. The only person she could think of to save them was Tang Shan, the head of the Tang family. Although the Tang family could not compare to the Wang family, they possessed some influence in Jinghai City. If Tang Shan personally intervened and offered a bribe, perhaps they could mitigate the situation. Dear wife, it's just a minor issue. Why trouble my father-in-law? Chen Yang dismissed her concerns with a wave and a smile, confident in his ability to handle this group of small fry. What a time to be a hero. Tang Feier was left speechless with fury. Before she could make the call, a dozen figures burst in. Leading them was none other than the visibly displeased Wang Tianyi. Which dog dares to create a ruckus in my Tianwang group? Wang Tianyi's voice was as cold as ice, capable of chilling the bones. However, before he could finish his sentence, his words halted abruptly, his eyes widening in shock as he stared fixedly at Chen Yang. In an instant, his face transformed with expressions of astonishment, fear, and disbelief. Wang Xiao, it's him. It's that scoundrel sitting at the table. Wang Defeng scrambled to his feet, rushing to Wang Tianyi's side, pointing at Chen Yang like a schoolboy reporting to a teacher. That guy's finished. Wang Xiao has brought his formidable black and white bodyguards. They are renowned for their ruthlessness abroad, with countless lives taken by their hands. The expressions of those surrounding Chen Yang resembled that of witnessing a corpse. They were utterly oblivious to Wang Tianyi's face contorting as if he had swallowed a fly. The two bodyguards, one a champion of underground boxing and the other a king among mercenaries, were figures of terror within the Tianwang group. Yet, at this moment they stood frozen in fear, unable to move an inch. Wasn't he this the same fellow who had easily dispatched them with just one move last time? He had come knocking today. Wang Xiao truly had a grand presence. Chen Yang smiled amiably at Wang Tianyi, who was on the verge of tears. He had desperately sought out Chen Yang to apologize, only to find himself in a situation where he had once again offended him. What was he to do now? See, Chen Gongzi, this is a misunderstanding. Just as everyone believed Wang Tianyi was about to explode, he suddenly forced a smile more grotesque than tears. Misunderstanding? Did I not just hear someone call me a dog? Chen Yang maintained his smile, albeit this time it carried a hint of frost. I assure you, my remarks about dog were certainly not aimed at you. I was referring to him. Wang Tianyi felt like crying, yet his mind raced as he swiftly pointed at Wang Defeng, slapping him across the face with a resounding crack. You dog! Chen Gongzi is visiting our Tianwang group, and you dare to offend him instead of treating him well? I'll beat you to death, you fool. Wang Tianyi's anger escalated as he continued to strike and kick Wang Defeng, who lay on the ground, clutching his head and wailing in agony. This sudden turn of events left everyone utterly bewildered. What was happening? Manager Wang was a relative of Wang Xiao. Why was he being beaten? Am I hallucinating? Everyone stood in stunned silence. Tang Feier, his eyes darted in confusion. Tianyi, you got the wrong person. Wang Defeng's head was battered to a pulp, his cries echoing. Wrong person? I'm targeting you, you incompetent fool. Recalling how he had been suffering since offending Chen Yang, Wang Tianyi unleashed all his pent-up frustration on Wang Defeng. See, Chen Gongzi, are you satisfied? If not, I can have him tossed from the 18th floor. After a while, Wang Tianyi, exhausted from his own outburst, gasped and turned to Chen Yang, forcing a smile. Hearing this, Wang Defeng nearly fainted from fear. Are you really planning to execute familial justice? Chen Yang peered at him with a bemused expression. Wang Tianyi gritted his teeth. As long as Chen Gongzi is satisfied, I'll do anything. I'm not one for violence. Let us see, considering your enthusiasm. I want to have him thrown from the 18th floor. Chen Yang stroked his chin, contemplating. Hearing he would not be thrown from the building, Wang Defeng finally let out a slight sigh of relief. However, he was soon petrified by Chen Yang's next words. The Mediterranean Sea dare to harbor ill intentions toward my wife. If this drags on, castrate him. You know how to do it, right? Wang Tianyi nodded vigorously and declared solemnly, I know what to do. There's no need to delay. I'll take care of it right now. He ordered his men to hold Wang Defeng's legs apart, then gathered his strength, pivoted his hips, and with a forceful kick akin to a soccer penalty, struck ruthlessly between Wang Defeng's legs. A sound akin to shattering eggs resonated, followed by Wang Defeng's heart-wrenching scream, after which he rolled his eyes back and fainted instantly. My goodness, Wang Xiao is truly ruthless. After all, Manager Wang is his uncle. It is said that the pain of a man's injury in that area is several hundred times worse than a woman's agony during childbirth. This decisive blow may very well incapacitate Manager Wang. The employees of Tianwang Group were all stunned into silence, like deer caught in headlights. Tang Feier starrt weit-eyed, her right hand covering her mouth. Just witnessing that kick was painful. Get him out of here. He is a nuisance. Wang Tianyi scolded. Igrigadis. Many were so taken aback by the scene that they only moved to hurriedly escort Wang Defeng away after Wang Tianyi's command. Chapter 94. I listen to my wife. What are you all staring at? Don't you have work to do? Wang Tianyi's gaze turned fierce as he glared at the remaining employees of Tianwang Group. They scattered like birds taking flight, especially the two foreign gentlemen, who fled faster than anyone else. Soon, only Chen Yang, Tang Fei'er, and Wang Tianyi remained in the office. With a thud, Wang Tianyi bent his knees and knelt before Chen Yang. "Young Master Chen, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. I should not have offended you at the dinner party, nor should I have fawned over foreigners or uttered those foolish words. Please spare me. My family has been plagued by misfortune recently, and I dare not cross you again. Just let me go, and I will ensure that my family, the Wang family, will be at your beck and call in this city of Jinghai. You direct me east, and I shall not dare to go west. Truly, I beg you." As he spoke, he bowed repeatedly, tears and snot streaming down his face. He was utterly terrified. The group's finances were in disarray, the bank was demanding loan repayments, stock prices were plummeting, and shareholders were withdrawing their investments, resulting in widespread panic. Most importantly, his green card from the United States was also revoked, effectively severing his escape route. Wang Tianyi was acutely aware that all of this was orchestrated by Chen Yang, and he understood that he had no choice but to plead for mercy. If he did not beg for forgiveness, he would not only face the group's bankruptcy, but also his father, Wang Zhun, might bury him alive first. "Little Wang, weren't you always tough-talking? Why are you kneeling so quickly this time?" Chen Yang observed him with a bemused smile. "I was foolish. I truly know my error now. Young Master Chen, I beg you, spare me. Treat me as if I were nothing." Wang Tianyi lamented, his face resembling that of one mourning a deceased mother. At that moment, Tang Fei'er's mouth formed an O shape in disbelief. She could hardly fathom how Chen Yang, merely the head of security at Huiwei Group, could intimidate Wang Tianyi to this extent. Had she misjudged him? Was he not just the head of security, but, as Tang Bo speculated, the son of a major shareholder in Huiwei Group? Yet that didn't seem plausible either. Even if Chen Yang were the son of a major shareholder, his status could not surpass Wang Tianyi's, who was the son of the chairman of Tianwang Group. The power of Tianwang Group was not significantly inferior to that of Huiwei Group. In any case, the son of a chairman should naturally hold more power than the son of a major shareholder. So what exactly was Chen Yang's true identity? Whether or not to spare you depends on my wife's feelings. "My dear, should we let this fellow go?" Chen Yang turned to Tang Fei'er with a smile. She was momentarily taken aback. How could the fate of the son of a large group as chairman rest in her hands? Wang Tianyi immediately donned a pitiful expression as he looked at her, hoping to elicit sympathy. "Oh dear, I know nothing of your men's affairs. I am unaware of what transpired between you two, but the person who just bullied me has been punished. You should show some mercy," Tang Fei'er replied. "All right, I will heed my wife's wishes," Chen Yang chuckled, glancing back at Wang Tianyi. "Consider yourself fortunate today. Since my wife says to release you, I shall do so." With that, Chen Yang reached into his pocket and produced a talisman, tossing it casually to Wang Tianyi. "Hang this on your wall at home and offer 3 incense sticks daily. It will help your family avert misfortune and dispel bad luck." Wang Tianyi was momentarily stunned as he inspected the talisman in his hand, its inscriptions appearing as incomprehensible scribbles. Could this truly ward off misfortune? And it required daily offerings? Was this akin to venerating an ancestor? Would it even work? Seemingly reading his thoughts, Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, "Just follow my instructions diligently. Sincerity brings efficacy. My dear, let us go. We no longer need to work at this wretched group. I am the head of security at Huiwei Group, and I will arrange a security position for you, with a monthly salary of 3,500. Although it is slightly less than mine, it includes meals and accommodation, which means you can live with me," Chen Yang said, leading Tang Fei'er away, leaving Wang Tianyi in a state of confusion. He stared at the talisman in his hand, gritting his teeth. Well, he would just offer incense daily. Little did he know that when Chen Yang handed him the talisman, he had already dispelled the bad luck that plagued him. The requirement to hang the talisman on his wall and offer daily incense was merely Chen Yang's playful prank on him. At the Tianwang Group building, Chen Yang hopped onto a shared bicycle and patted the seat. "My dear, hop on. What about your open-top luxury car?" Tang Fei'er inquired, scanning for Chen Yang's tricycle, but finding none. "My car is undergoing maintenance at home. Today we'll have to make do with this two-wheeler," Chen Yang replied with a grin. It was absurd to think that a tricycle required maintenance like a car. Nevertheless, Tang Fei'er shrugged and climbed on. The seat was quite narrow, and sitting closely meant their bodies brushed against each other intimately. "So soft. Wait, no, my dear, you smell wonderful," Chen Yang exclaimed, utterly enchanted. "Shut up and drive me home." Tang Feier retorted, her cheeks flushing as she realized his insinuation. She could have easily taken a separate shared bicycle or hailed a taxi home. However, she understood that doing so might lead Chen Yang to concoct some mischief. So she decided to ride with him instead. Previously, she would have vehemently opposed such close contact with another man, but after Chen Yang's rescue and their time spent together, she found herself less resistant towards him. Though this infuriating fellow often uttered nonsensical remarks, his actions had proven reliable. Unbeknownst to her, her attitude towards Chen Yang had undergone a subtle transformation. "Hey, Chen Yang, do you have time in a few days?" Tang Feier, donning the shared bicycle helmet, which was only available for her, asked. As Chen Yang put it, a beauty should be protected. "Of course I have time. Why, my dear? Are you planning another date with me?" Chen Yang responded almost instinctively. Chapter 95. Only engaging in proper affairs at night. "Who wants to date you? I certainly don't have the money to treat you to a meal," Tang Feier scoffed, rolling her eyes. Her bank card and cash had been confiscated, leaving her pockets emptier than her expression. "Don't worry, my dear, I have money. I'll treat you," Chen Yang grinned. "Absolutely not," Tang Feier pouted, dismissing him. Chen Yang's monthly salary was only 4,500. A day out would easily cost 1,000 or 1,800, and after a few outings, he would be left penniless. "It's my father and my second uncle. They wish to meet you. If you have time in a couple of days, come to my house." Tang Feier sighed softly, a hint of resignation in her voice. "My father-in-law wants to see me? Is this about marriage? How much is the dowry? How many children will we have? Will they take my surname or yours?" Chen Yang asked with a whimsical leap in logic. "Go to hell. Marry you," Tang Feier exclaimed, exasperated as she pinched Chen Yang's waist sharply, causing him to yelp in pain. "Ouch. My dear, why do you enjoy pinching people like my master sister? Are you trying to murder your husband? Are you implying that besides me, there are other women pinching you?" Tang Feier's tone unexpectedly held a tinge of jealousy. "What is wrong, dear? Are you jealous?" Chen Yang asked, a smile on his face. "Ugh, who is jealous of you? Focus on the road and drive properly, you scoundrel." Tang Feier's invitation for Chen Yang to visit the Tang family was not entirely her own idea. It was prompted by the persistent urging from Tang Shan, and Tang Bo was eager for them to marry on the spot, while Tang Shan was keen to ascertain whether Chen Yang was indeed the disciple of that legendary old immortal. This young man had yet to produce the marriage contract, which made Tang Shan quite anxious to test him. After dropping Tang Feier home, Chen Yang leisurely strolled back to the office of the head of the security department at Huiyue Group, reclining in his chair, crossing his legs, playing a children-esque game of Minesweeper. Occasionally, he would make a phone call to have some fruits and drinks sent over from the cafeteria, enjoying a life that was quite carefree, more relaxed than even a retired elder. Everyone in the company was aware that this fellow collected his salary without doing any actual work. Yet no one dared to hold it against him, as he was well-connected. Moreover, Chen Yang greeted everyone with a smile and often treated them to milk tea, exuding charm and humor. Who wouldn't tea like someone like him? "Junior brother, come to my office." Just as Chen Yang was dozing off for an afternoon nap, Yi Hongyu's sudden call woke him. A few moments later, in the chairman's office. "Senior sister, what do you need?" Chen Yang asked as he entered. Noticing the disarray of his security uniform, buttons mismatched, and his hat askew, looking quite disheveled, she approached him, straightening his attire, rebuttoning his shirt, and adjusting his hat with a disapproving gaze. "Now that you are the head of the security department, could you please maintain a better appearance? You look like a ragtag soldier," she scolded. "Ahem, senior sister. I just woke up and came to see you before my brain was fully operational. By the way, what is up?" Chen Yang cleared his throat. "I just found out that the shareholder of Sun Dongwu's company has changed," Yi Hongyu said, her tone serious. "What does that mean?" Chen Yang was not as well-versed in company affairs as Yi Hongyu. "It means that the stocks in Sun Dongwu's hands have been transferred to someone else, and all his assets have been absorbed by another party. The individual behind this takeover is likely connected to Sun Dongwu," Yi Hongyu declared sternly. After Sun Dongwu's demise, Yi Hongyu had already begun preparations to absorb his assets, only to discover that someone had beaten her to it, completely cleaning out Sun Dongwu's holdings. This made her realize that this person was undoubtedly linked to Sun Dongwu's backers, either the Sun family from the magical metropolis or someone battling with him from afar. "Currently, our enemies are hidden while we are exposed. Junior brother, we must exercise caution." Yi Hongyu had specifically called him over to discuss this matter. Chen Yang stroked his chin and chuckled. "Senior sister, Don't worry. I can handle these minor players with ease. I will take care of them tonight. You're going out tonight? Yi Hongyu asked, surprised. Of course, Chen Yang nodded. You're not going to get caught in a raid, are you? If you need anything in that regard, I can arrange for some young models to come to your place, she suggested. Ahem, senior sister. That is not what I'm about. I'm only going to engage in serious matters tonight. In a villa nestled in the mountains on the outskirts of Jinghai City, Hei Long, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, was indulging in massages from several voluptuous young models clad in bikinis by the poolside. His hands roamed over their smooth, fair skin, inciting laughter and creating a scene filled with both allure and indecency. Suddenly, Hei Long received a phone call, abruptly sitting upright in his lounge chair. Yes, young master, I understand. After hanging up, he beckoned one of the models, who promptly offered him a cigar, which he lit. As he inhaled deeply, his fierce tiger-like eyes narrowed. Everyone, leave, he ordered, and the models promptly vacated, knowing well that the leader of the Black Dragon Gang was capricious. He could lavish millions on a good day, or, in a fit of rage, break bones and bury someone alive without hesitation. Once alone by the pool, he quickly dialed a number, speaking in a low voice, Old 4. Come over. A few minutes later, a thin man wearing sunglasses entered. His emaciated frame resembled little more than skin draped over bones, with sunken cheeks and pronounced cheekbones, a menacing scar extending from his temple to his jawline. His presence exuded a palpable aura of intimidation, and even though he wore sunglasses, his sharp gaze could instill fear in anyone who met it. Brother, what do you need me for? Keep your nose out of social affairs. Hei Long puffed on his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke, observing the skeletal figure before him with a frown. In a few days, the young master will return. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ci's expression remained impassive. Should I retrieve Yi Hongyu and deliver her directly to the young master's bed? Hei Long shook his head. No need for that. The young master is a person of refinement and would not resort to such crude actions. Yi Hongyu is merely a trifling matter. She is already within the young master's grasp. However, I've heard that recently, there is a man accompanying her. Taoist nodded, stating indifferently. He is the one who offended Liang. The assassin we sent after him has gone missing, and shortly thereafter, Liang's entire family vanished without a trace. All connected to this man. He was also present when the Heaven and Earth Club was raided. This individual poses a bit of problem. I hadn't dealt with him yet, and now he is causing a stir, Hei Long remarked, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. For now, let's not touch Yi Hongyu, but we need to eliminate this obstacle beside her. You handle it personally. I understand. Zhao Ci coldly nodded, then turned and left. Nightfall. At the Jinghai Wetland Park, Chen Yang was consulting an oracle in a pavilion, with 6 turtle shells scattered on the ground. What do you want me to come to such a place for in the dead of night? Su Qingxue frowned as she entered, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Her gaze swept over Chen Yang, filled with suspicion and wariness. Clearly, she did not harbor much trust in him. If it weren't for having spent an entire day with Tang Fei'er and Chen Yang earlier, she would not have come out at this late hour. Miss Su, you finally arrived. Have you eaten dinner? Would you like to join me for a late-night snack? Chen Yang smiled sleepily. Don't tell me you call me out just to eat. Su Ging's deeply Stanley. If that were the case, she would think Chen Yang not only wasted her time, but also betrayed Tang Fei'er, making him a scoundrel beneath contempt. I'm not that dull. I already mentioned on the phone that I have something significant to offer you. Chen Yang chuckled, putting away the turtle shells. You're just putting on a show. Su Qingxue retorted, what significant thing do you want to give me? The kidnapping case. Your enforcement bureau hasn't solved it yet, right? Chen Yang stated. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue immediately fixed her gaze on him. Although she had been removed from the major crimes unit, her strong sense of justice meant she could not simply let it go. For days, she had been devising ways to collect detailed information regarding the kidnapping case, but regrettably, there had been little progress. Now, Chen Yang, associated with the case, casually mentioned such a thing. What did it mean? What do you mean? Are you planning to turn yourself in? Su Qingse Guestin. In her eyes, Chen Yang remained a suspect, his name unwashed of guilt. Turn myself in? Nonsense. Chen Yang wanted to smack her forehead. What was this woman thinking all day? I have discovered the mastermind behind the kidnapping case and called you here to apprehend him. You found the mastermind behind the kidnapping? Su Qingxue exclaimed. How did you discover that? Mind your own business. All you need to know is that I know who the mastermind is, Chen Yang replied. He certainly couldn't tell her he discovered it while dealing with Sun Dongwu. At that moment, he had engaged in a battle of wits with the person controlling Sun Dongwu, realizing something was amiss. This person was no righteous practitioner, but rather an evil cultivator. Their methods involved either sacrificing others' lives to enhance their own power or consuming malevolent energy to strengthen themselves. Such individuals cultivate swiftly and possess formidable strength, but follow a crooked path, usually leading to short lifespans. They sought longevity by borrowing the vitality of others, with young boys and girls being the best offerings. After thorough contemplation, Chen Yang realized that the person behind Sun Dongwu was likely involved in the abduction of young boys and girls. However, he would not divulge these details to Su Qingxue. Even if he did, she would not comprehend them and might accuse him of nonsense. Moreover, if she knew he had dealt with Sun Dongwu, with her character, she would still arrest him for judgment, regardless of Sun Dongwu's villainy. Fine, I want to ask how you know, but now tell me, who is the mastermind behind the kidnapping case? And why do you want to help me? Su Qingxue asked seriously. Although she knew Chen Yang, they were not friends. Indeed, they had enmity, considering she had arrested him twice. You'll find out who the mastermind is shortly. As for why I'm helping you, Chen Yang grinned. The reason is simple. I am the embodiment of justice. As a celestial master, my life's mission is to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. In short, I'm a good person. Good person? A good person would go to those disgusting places. A good person would be caught by me in a vice raid. Su King's skull. Hey, Miss Su, don't go too far. It's already proven that I'm innocent. So why do you keep bringing this up? Chen Yang's expression darkened. All right, enough about that. Tell me where we're going to catch the mastermind. Su Qingxue shifted the topic. Her thoughts no longer inclined towards attacking Chen Yang's past. I warn you, if you dare to play tricks on me, I will not let you off easily, she cautioned. Rest assured, I never deceive women or hurt their feelings. Chen Yang patted his chest in assurance. By the way, did you drive here? Of course. What? Are you not riding your little tricycle anymore? Su Qingxue questioned, surprised. The tricycle is at home for maintenance. I'm taking your car today, Chen Yang replied casually as he walked out. Chapter 97. Is the second senior sister a tomboy? Su Qingxue's car was parked by the roadside outside the park. The two got in. Where to? Su Qingxue asked. Chen Yang smacked his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot to bring something important. Let's head back to Huiwe Villa first. Su Qingxue was familiar with Huiwe Villa's location, especially since she had previously staked out the area late at night. 15 minutes later, Chen Yang returned to Huiwe Villa and retrieved his well-worn backpack. Why are you bringing a backpack? Su Qingxue frowned. Of course, it has its uses, Chen Yang replied, patting the bag to indicate there was something valuable inside. Su Qingxue was curious, but refrained from rummaging through it. Suddenly, Su Qingxue pointed at a black car ahead. That car is a bit suspicious. Although many cars were parked along the road, she felt something was off with that particular one. Miss Su, it seems your instincts are quite sharp. Chen Yang had already noticed that car, stroking his chin with a smile. Huiwe Villa had a constant flow of traffic, and he was aware of every vehicle coming and going. If something was amiss, he would know. You noticed that car too? Su Qingxue was surprised. If one person found it suspicious, it could be dismissed, but if two did, there had to be an issue. Let us get out and take a look. Su Qingxue instinctively touched the gun at her waist, preparing to investigate. Not so fast. Let us drive away first. If it truly is suspicious, it will follow us. Chen Yang restrained her hand just as she was about to open the door. Su Qingxue pondered this, realizing it made sense. Aren't you looking for the mastermind? Where next? To Sun Dongwu's house, Chen Yang declared. Sun Dongwu's house? Su Qingxue's brow furrowed. She was aware of the considerable conflict between Sun Dongwu and Huiwe Group. During Huiwe Group's anniversary celebration, Sun Dongwu had caused quite a stir. What do you want to go there for? Don't tell me Sun Dongwu is the mastermind behind the kidnappings. You're not trying to use me to deal with Sun Dongwu, are you? Miss Su, can you think better of me? I'm a good person, all right? Chen Yang protested, display asset. Besides, Sun Dongwu is already dead. Sun Dongwu is dead? Su Qingxue was taken aback. She truly hadn't known. How do you know Sun Dongwu is dead? If I am not mistaken, Sun Dongwu should be the puppet master behind the kidnapping case. He himself has no need for those underage children. Rather, it is the individuals behind him who require them. Chen Yang began to explain to her slowly. Sun Dongwu is not short of money. He does not need to resort to human trafficking for profit. Therefore, I suspect that those behind him have ulterior motives in abducting children, perhaps to enhance their own abilities by utilizing young boys and girls. As for Sun Dongwu's death, I can assure you that it was orchestrated by those behind him. Although Sun Dongwu perished in front of Chen Yang, one could argue that his demise was a result of Chen Yang's actions, or that it was the doing of his mysterious backer, the Withered Wood Master. It can be said that Chen Yang killed him, as he used a talisman of 5 thunderbolts that left Sun Dongwu charred and ruined. However, with treatment, Sun Dongwu could have lingered in agony for several days before succumbing. The Withered Wood Master, however, drained Sun Dongwu's life essence from afar, causing him to die on the spot. Thus, strictly speaking, Sun Dongwu's death can be attributed to the Withered Wood Master. And Chen Yang's assertion does not constitute a deception towards Su Qingxue. Do you believe that after killing Sun Dongwu, those behind him would still remain in his residence? Do you think that is plausible? Su Qingxue furrowed her brow. To her surprise, the kidnapping case was intertwined with a murder case. The most dangerous places can also be the safest. Perhaps we should investigate ourselves to ascertain the truth. Chen Yang smiled faintly. Very well. Su Qingxue did not inquire further, nodding in agreement as she drove away. As a prominent figure in Jinghai City, Sun Dongwu's information is readily available to the law enforcement agency, and Su Qingxue knew exactly where he lived without needing navigation. However, shortly after departing from Huiyue Villa, Su Qingxue glanced in the rearview mirror, narrowing her eyes. That black car is indeed suspicious. It is following us. Chen Yang also stole a glance at the rearview mirror, noticing that the black sedan, which had been parked not far from Huiyue Villa, was now maintaining a steady distance behind them. The driver exhibited exceptional skills. An ordinary person would have never realized they were being tailed. Only when confronted with Su Qingxue and Chen Yang would their presence be detected. Su Qings, a top graduate from the Royal Law Enforcement Academy, possessed a keen sense for investigation and counter-surveillance. As for Chen Yang, it goes without saying, in the entire Yin Nation, finding someone capable of following him without being detected is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We shall proceed on our own path. Chen Yang spoke it calmly. Who do you think he is? Why is he tailing us? Su Qing's Inguit, to be precise. He is following me. Chen Yang rested his hand on the car window, glancing at the rearview mirror once more before smiling. If my divination is correct, he has come to take my life. To kill you? Su Qingxue was taken aback. Who have you offended in such a short time since arriving in Jinghai City? The Black Dragon Gang, of course. Last time at the Tianshan Renjian Club, I discreetly took action, and it was that manager from the Black Dragon Gang who discovered me. Now, they are here for revenge. Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Was it really you who took action last time? Su Qingxue was astonished. Who else could it be? Chen Yang retorted. Cut the boasting. It certainly wasn't you. It must have been someone from a dragon group acting in secret, and you're just pretending. Su Qingxue scoffed, utterly unconvinced by Chen Yang's claims. The dragon group? Upon hearing these words, Chen Yang's brow furrowed slightly. If memory serves, I have a senior sister who seems to be affiliated with the dragon group. Moreover, her status within the dragon group appears to be quite significant. Chen Yang suddenly recalled that this senior sister had a fiery temper, and he had often been on the receiving end of her wrath during his childhood. Now, many years have passed. He wondered how she was doing, whether her figure had improved, and if her complexion had become more radiant. Had she transformed into a stunning beauty or remained the same? A typical tomboy? Chapter 98. Becoming a professional companion. Given this senior sister's beauty, which rivals that of Yi Hongyu, even if she were a tomboy, she would still be breathtaking. Hearing Su Qingxue mention that someone from the dragon group had come to Jinghai City made Chen Yang feel a sense of anticipation. He wondered if his second senior sister who had joined the dragon group had also arrived in Jinghai City. Hey, what are you thinking about? Su Qingxue, noticing Chen Yang's silence and his reminiscent expression, couldn't he help but ask. Naturally, I was thinking of beautiful women, Chen Yang replied honestly. Ha, scoundrel. Su Qingxue spat, her expression one of disdain. Soon, they arrived near Sun Dongwu's villa. Here, pull over. Chen Yang gestured towards the roadside. Su Qingxue initially intended to drive straight to the entrance of Sun Dongwu's villa and knock on the door. However, after a moment's consideration, she deemed that approach too reckless and opted to heed Chen Yang's advice. After exiting the vehicle, they approached the vicinity of Sun Dongwu's villa. TSK. Just as I expected, Chen Yang glanced at the Sun family's villa and stroked his chin, grinning. The Sun family's villa is protected by a formation. Anyone who enters will be detected. If Su Qingxue had parked the car here earlier, they would have been discovered. Chen Yang did not rush in. Instead, he glanced back to see that the black car had stopped not far away, and a lanky man emerged from it. As anticipated, he was indeed coming for them. Steamy, come with me. Chen Yang suddenly pulled Su Qingxue into a corner. What are you doing? Su Qingxue regarded him warily. In this dimly lit corner, if Chen Yang intended to do something untoward, she would have no means of resisting. Place this on your face. Chen Yang opened his bag and produced two oily objects resembling pigskin. What is this? Su Qingxue grimaced in distaste. Human skin mask. Don't get the wrong idea. It's made of pigskin, not human skin. Just don't say a word and act as my little assistant. Watch how I toy with them and let them turn on each other. Chen Yang chuckled mischievously, applying the greasy mask to his face. In a moment, a remarkable transformation occurred. Chen Yang's features morphed into those of an entirely different person, unrecognizable from his previous appearance. You! Su Qingxue stared in disbelief at Chen Yang's transformation. At that moment, Chen Yang bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Liang, the manager from Tianshan Renjian. What do you think, Steamy? Isn't this mask extraordinary? Observing Su Qingxue's astonished expression, Chen Yang grinned triumphantly. His voice had even changed to that of Wang Liang. If it weren't for his signature smirk, one might have believed that Wang Liang had appeared before them. This thing can actually alter one's appearance? Su Qingxue found it hard to believe that a mask made of pigskin could be more effective than cosmetic surgery from the Bang Bang Nation, completely transforming one's visage. Of course, this is my exclusive secret. Chen Yang put his hands on his hips, beaming with pride, and urged, let us not waste time. Hurry and put it on. With that, he began to strip off his clothes, quickly ending up in only his underwear. Pervert, what are you doing? Su Qingxue's eyes widened in shock. Hadn't he said the mask was for disguising? Why was he suddenly undressing? Instinctively, she reached for her sidearm. If this scoundrel dared to make any advances, she would shoot him where it hurts and render him a eunuch. It's just changing clothes. The person in that black car, following us, knows what we're wearing. If we go out like this, even if our faces look different, they will still recognize us. So, my dear beauty, what kind of gaze is that? Surely, you do not think I intend to do anything untoward? I am quite the passive type. Should you force my hand, I might feign resistance before ultimately conceding. Chen Yang said innocently, rummaging through his well-worn backpack to retrieve a suit, which he promptly donned. He also extracted a bottle of hair gel, applying it to style his hair into a slicked-back look. In an instant, he transformed into the very image of a nightclub manager. Now, he resembled a doppelganger of the real King Liang, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between them if they stood side by side. You could have at least given me a heads up before changing clothes, Su Qingxue remarked with irritation. After all, who would change in front of a lady? Nevertheless, she couldn't help but acknowledge that his physique was rather commendable. Su Qingxue donned her mask and let her previously tied-back hair cascade down her shoulders. The first thing she did was pull out her phone and activate the front camera. What the hell? Chen Yang, are you trying to get yourself killed? Upon seeing her reflection, her expression darkened. Originally, she possessed a dignified beauty, with a refined oval face and elegant features exuding the poise of a noble lady. Yet, with the mask on, despite still looking pleasing, her appearance was overshadowed by a heavy layer of makeup, giving off an unmistakable air of a nightclub hostess. So, my dear beauty, one must choose attire befitting one's surroundings. Who am I, if not the manager of the Tianshan Renjian Club? My identity is that of a patron. Thus, those who accompany me must embody the spirit of a cocktail waitress, Chen Yang explained earnestly. Though Su Qingxue was displeased, she couldn't entirely dismiss his reasoning. Very well, I shall overlook this once. For the sake of the investigation, she decided to tolerate his antics. Ahem, Su, my dear beauty. A cocktail waitress must don suitable attire to appear professional. You must change into this. He rummaged through his bag again, producing a lace bunny girl outfit, which left Su Qingxue wide-eyed. You want me to wear that? Not fond of lace. No worries, I also have a leopard print ensemble. He produced yet another outfit, this time a leopard print costume. Su Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Not a fan of leopard print either? No problem. I have made outfits, princess dresses, even bikinis. Ouch. Chen Yang's ear was suddenly pinched by Su Qingxue. Pervert. Scoundrel. With such antics, you can wear that bikini yourself. She hissed through gritted teeth. Despite Chen Yang's attempts to persuade her with sweet words, Su Qingxue resolutely refused to wear the nightclub attire he had prepared. In the end, he reluctantly offered her a trench coat to wear. How could such a small backpack hold so much? Su Qingxue, now clad in a black trench coat, looked less like a nightclub hostess and more like a commanding figure. She gazed incredulously at Chen Yang's bag. It was so small that, logically, it should not be able to contain even the coat she was wearing. Yet, with a mere rummage, he produced an endless array of items, leaving her astonished. You see, this is a magical bag. It holds everything one could possibly need. Chen Yang grinned triumphantly. Have you ever seen the cartoon Doraemon? My bag is just like his pocket. How boastful. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes. Shoo. Suddenly, Chen Yang placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Our target is approaching. From now on, do not speak. Just be a decorative vase. 3 minutes earlier, in a black car, Zhao Si of the Black Dragon Gang watched as Chen Yang and Su Qingxue vanished around the corner of Sun Dongwu's villa. He calmly lit a cigarette, a cold smile playing on his lips. It seemed as though he was not merely smoking, but savoring the impending demise of the two. Once the cigarette was finished, it would be time for them to meet their end. As the last puff was taken, Zhao Si flicked the butt into a nearby trash bin and stepped out of the car, his eyes sharp and filled with malice as he approached the spot where Chen Yang had disappeared. However, just as he reached the corner, the disguised Chen Yang and Su Qingxue emerged. At that moment, Su Qingxue was linked arm in arm with Chen Yang, her heavily made-up appearance resembling that of a mistress in a secretive affair. What are you doing here? Cao Si questioned. And you, what brings you here? Chen Yang replied almost simultaneously. Zhao Si's expression soured as he coldly demanded, Why aren't you at the club overseeing things? What are you doing here? It was evident that Zhao Si recognized Wang Liang and understood his significance within the Black Dragon Gang, suggesting that Wang Liang held considerable influence. The club? Tianshang Renjian has been shut down. What is there for me to oversee? Chen Yang responded with a disdainful snort, his tone chilling and filled with indignation, mirroring Wang Liang's voice perfectly. Did the boss not send you to oversee the paradise on the east side? Cao Si frowned, realizing that he was meant to eliminate Chen Yang, yet had witnessed him disappear from that location. This was an unusual turn of events. Chen Yang, unaware of Wang Liang's current whereabouts, merely stated, I left the paradise in the hands of my subordinates. If any issues arise, I can address them at any moment. I am here now for vengeance. Vengeance? Zhao Si narrowed his eyes. What vengeance do you seek? The closure of Tianshang Renjian was orchestrated by the law enforcement officer Su Qingxue and a man named Chen Yang. Chen Yang's voice turned icy. This Su Qingxue has connections, but the boss has decided she needs to be taught a lesson. As for Chen Yang, the boss has commanded me to kill him. Su Qingxue's eyes flickered as she glanced at Chen Yang, incredulous at his audacity to declare he would kill himself. Zhao Si's brow furrowed. The boss has ordered me to eliminate this Chen Yang. What are you doing here? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. I see. When I mentioned killing Chen Yang, I was referring to myself in jest. However, you say the boss has orders to kill Chen Yang? That changes the situation entirely. The Black Dragon Gang is targeting me? The boss has also sent you to carry out this task? Excellent. This scoundrel caused our club to be shut down, leading to significant losses for the Black Dragon Gang. He must die. Chen Yang grinned maliciously. Zhao Si coolly replied, the boss's motive for eliminating him is not related to the closure of Tianshang Renjian. It is purely because the young master is returning soon, and Yi Hongyu is someone the young master has taken a liking to. No man may approach her. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang paused, bewildered. Who is this young master? What is his purpose? He has his sights set on my senior sister? Does he wish to eliminate me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. What? The young master is returning soon? Splendid. Thus this Chen Yang must die. Chen Yang's cold laughter echoed, his performance reaching new heights. And who is this woman beside you? Zhao Si shot a cold glance at Su Qingxue. Chen Yang directly wrapped his arms around Su Qingxue's waist, leaving her momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. She had not anticipated that this man would suddenly embrace her. This is my woman, he thought. She was quite capable and could assist him. He had recently discovered that Chen Yang was here, accompanied by Su Qingxue. So he had brought his own woman along to deal with Su Qingxue while he confronted Chen Yang. The two of them would surely perish at their hands. Unexpectedly, encountering you here only increases our chances of success. Su Qingxue clenched her teeth in silence, infuriated that this scoundrel dared to take advantage of her. Yet, she managed to force a smile, her makeup enhancing the allure in her eyes, resembling a professional companion emerging from a night venue. Zhao Si cast a cold glance. Harboring no suspicions, for members of the Black Dragon Gang, engaging with any woman was merely a matter of choice. You seem rather appealing. After this is over, I might indulge in you for a few days. Rest assured, I would not let you suffer. Choose any of the women under my command, Zhao Si remarked nonchalantly. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, realizing the Black Dragon Gang members played quite extravagantly, seemingly exchanging women behind closed doors. Su Qingxue silently seethed with disgust. These rascals treated women as mere tools for gratification. No problem, just a woman, Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Despite her fury, Su Qingxue still managed to maintain a compliant smile. By the way, I followed Chen Yang and Su Qingxue here. Why haven't I seen them? Yet I find you two instead? Where have they gone? You two showed up here without encountering them? Zhao Si suddenly furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice. They entered Sun Dongwu's villa. Chen Yang began to fabricate a tale, having spent time investigating the background of this Chen Yang and discovering he was affiliated with Sun Dongwu. He is one of Sun Dongwu's men? Zhao Si narrowed his eyes, incredulous. From what I know, Sun Dongwu has enmity with this Chen Yang. Oh, my apologies. I failed to clarify. To be precise, this Chen Yang is actually behind Sun Dongwu. Chen Yang swiftly utilized the information he had gathered to concoct an explanation. Sun Dongwu was backed by a figure known as Chen Yang Taoist, who was knowledgeable in feng shui and had secretly arranged for Chen Yang to infiltrate the Huiwei group to gain Yi Hongyu's trust. Subsequently, during the Huiwei group's anniversary celebration, Chen Yang Taoist intentionally lost to Chen Yang and Zhang Xuanjun, thus solidifying Yi Hongyu's trust in Chen Yang. Behind Chen Yang Taoist was a formidable figure known as Taoist, who had recently eliminated Sun Dongwu and intended to seize all his wealth. After acquiring Sun Dongwu's assets, his next target would be Yi Hongyu, hence the reason for summoning Chen Yang. For reasons unknown, Chen Yang had brought Su Qingxue along, and I suspect she has become his accomplice. Just moments ago, we were concealed in the shadows, witnessing Su Qingxue and Chen Yang enter Sun Dongwu's villa. Chen Yang's words were delivered with such conviction that they seemed credible. Su Qingxue, observing his talent for fabrication, was astounded by his audacity. This scoundrel truly was a master of deceit. His silver tongue was unparalleled, and she vowed to warn Fei to steer clear of him in the future. Sun Dongwu is dead, and now this Taoist emerges? This Chen Yang is not one of Yi Hongyu's men, but rather an undercover agent? Zhao Si's expression darkened, having learned this information solely from Chen Yang. How do you know all this? He inquired, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Chen Yang. Chen Yang remained composed, replying, How do I know? Quite simply, Sun Dongwu's confidant is in my grasp, and all my information comes from him. Nevertheless, Zhao Si had no time to investigate who Sun Dongwu's confidant was. He accepted Chen Yang's words as truth. Whether or not he believed it was irrelevant, this was his assertion. Is that so? Speaking too much often leads to inconsistencies. Zhao Si discerned something amiss. How did Wang Liang know so much? Do you doubt my words? That Chen Yang is currently inside the villa. If you don't believe me, let us enter together and confront him to uncover the truth. Chen Yang asserted calmly. Very well, let us proceed inside. Zhao Si replied indifferently as he approached the villa's entrance. Wait, Chen Yang suddenly reached out to stop him. What is it? Zhao Si shot him a cold glance. Inside the villa, alongside Chen Yang Taoist, there's also a Taoist who is exceptionally formidable. Can you handle him? Chen Yang inquired. He sensed a chilling aura of malice emanating from Zhao Si, indicating that many lives have been lost at his hands. Yet, Chen Yang was uncertain of this man's true strength. Who cares about those Taoists? Just a bunch of wandering sorcerers. I've dispatched countless like them. Cao Si scoffed with dismissivity. Seeing his confidence, Chen Yang opted not to elaborate further and gestured for him to proceed. You are impressive. Please go ahead. With a loud crash, the door to Sun Dongwu's villa was kicked open. As they stepped inside, they were immediately greeted by the sounds of male gasps and female moans. After Sun Dongwu's demise, the several concubines he had kept in the villa were now being claimed by Chen Yang Taoist and Taoist, engaging in their own indulgences at that very moment. The sounds of their revelry echoed throughout the villa, emanating from two separate rooms. Wow, these two sorcerers possess quite the skills, despite their age. They still manage to be so vigorous. Chen Yang remarked, listening to the indulgent sounds with a smirk. Vulgar. Suking se kunlis, not? Zhao Si shot her a surprised glance. Vulgar? You are in this line of work yourself. How can you call it vulgar? Chen Yang, come out. I have come for my revenge. Chen Yang shouted at the top of his lungs in the villa's courtyard. Swiftly, the sounds of revelry ceased, evidently interrupted by Chen Yang's outburst. Moments later, two disheveled figures emerged. One was familiar to Chen Yang. It was none other than Chen Yang Taoist. The other was an elderly man with wrinkled skin, appearing frail and decrepit, resembling someone on the verge of death. However, the depths of his eyes held a profound intensity, as if they could consume everything in their path. Such a person was undeniably terrifying. Is this the Kamuka Taoist? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, finally standing before a rival capable of matching his wits. Chen Yang, Kamuku, where have you hidden him? Hand him over immediately, and I shall spare your lives. Chen Yang spoke with an arrogant tone. Chen Yang, both Kamuka Taoist and Chen Yang Taoist appeared momentarily bewildered, utterly at a loss regarding the situation. Still pretending? I witnessed Chen Yang enter your villa with my own eyes. Do you intend to shield him? Chen Yang scoffed. Let me warn you, Chen Yang is a target of the Black Dragon Gang, should you dare to protect him. The Black Dragon Gang will not hesitate to eliminate you both. What is this nonsensical talk? Why does the Black Dragon Gang come into play? Both Kamuka Taoist and Chen Yang Taoist were utterly confused, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. However, they had no intention of clarifying the situation, as the adversaries had come knocking at their door. Could the withered master endure such insolence? After traversing the martial world for decades, this was the first time he had been confronted in such a manner, and they dared to question him about the whereabouts of someone. I recognize that your Black Dragon Gang possesses some ability, but to provoke me is tantamount to courting death. The withered master let out a cold chuckle. Chapter 101, A Real Confrontation. Beside him, the Chen Yang master wore a grim expression, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Yang and his companions as if looking at corpses. He did not recognize Zhao Si, nor did he acknowledge the disguised Chen Yang and Su Qingxue. Yet, it mattered little. These three would soon meet their demise. Master, the two men should be eliminated immediately. As for the woman, she appears quite appealing. Perhaps you could spare her life for your enjoyment before passing her on to your disciple. The Chen Yang master pointed at Su Qingxue, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with depravity. You dare covet the woman I desire? You refuse to hand over Chen Yang, do you? Then I shall first slay you too, and then take my time finding him. Today, none of you shall leave here alive. Zhao Si scoffed disdainfully, striding boldly towards the withered master. Turning to Chen Yang as he spoke, I will handle the elder. You take care of the youth. Understood. Chen Yang immediately signaled an okay gesture. In an instant, Zhao Si surged forward with astonishing speed, surpassing even the champions of the 100-meter dash, reaching the withered master in the blink of an eye. He raised his fist and struck with tremendous force. Though his physique was emaciated, his movements were swift and decisive, and the power behind his punch was so immense that it seemed capable of reducing stone to dust. The withered master, clearly taken aback by Zhao Si's swiftness and strength, felt the force of the blow whip up a gust of wind. If this punch connected, it would undoubtedly shatter bones and indent flesh. However, the withered master did not flinch. Instead, he produced a talisman and affixed it to his arm, then met Zhao Si's fist head-on. Bang! Their fists collided with a sound reminiscent of clashing steel, resonating with a metallic clang. The talisman on the withered master's arm cracked instantly, forcing him to stagger back several paces. Zhao Si, too, experienced no small setback, retreating a few steps, his arm tingling and his palm split open. He had not anticipated that this old man could withstand his blow. Power talisman? Chen Yang narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing the talisman as one that could enhance physical strength. Typically, such talismans would last around 10 minutes when affixed to a person. However, Zhao Si's punch had shattered it so quickly, indicating his formidable strength. It was no wonder the Black Dragon Gang had dominated Jinhai City for so long, with a powerhouse like Zhao Si among them. Who knew how many more such individuals existed within a gang? Peak of the dark energy realm. Are you a martial artist? The withered master squinted at Zhao Si, visibly surprised by his strength. You can discern my abilities? You do possess some skill. Zhao Ci's demeanor remained indifferent. The withered wood master then sneered. You think you are exceptional? You are merely a dark energy practitioner. I have slain many such as you. Since you have come seeking death, I shall send you to meet the king of hell. With that, the withered wood master suddenly flipped his hand, revealing a mirror that he aimed directly at Zhao Ci, unleashing two beams of light, one black and one white. The yin-yang mirror of Taoism? Chen Yang's face expressed astonishment. He had encountered this mirror before at the farmhouse, where the withered wood master had attempted to trap him with it, but it had proven ineffective and was shattered by Chen Yang. Now, the withered wood master wielded another of the same kind. Of course, this mirror was merely a low-grade Taoist weapon, considered worthless in Longhu Mountain. As the beams of light struck Zhao Ci, he felt an intense heat on one side and an icy chill on the other, causing considerable discomfort. What sorcery is this? I shall shatter your mirror. Cao Ci scolded. Just then, the withered wood master flicked his fingers, launching several red ropes that swiftly formed a square formation, attempting to ensnare Zhao Ci. With a roar, Zhao Ci exerted his strength, straining against the ropes, which tightened as though on the verge of snapping. The withered wood master, observing this, grew serious. He waved his hand, releasing several yellow talismans shaped like little figures. These talismans floated in the air as the withered wood master bit his fingers, letting blood drip onto them. He then began inscribing symbols upon the talismans with fervent haste. Supreme Lord Laozi, heed my call. Ghosts and spirits, assist me in binding this man, and I shall grant you rebirth, the withered wood master declared coldly. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the area, and Chen Yang and Su Qingxue could faintly hear howls and maniacal laughter carried on the breeze. While Su Qingxue saw nothing, Chen Yang perceived clearly that grotesque spirits, with green faces and fangs, were swirling within the wind. These spirits surged into the floating talismans, which, now stained with the withered wood master's blood, seemed to come alive, shaking violently and emitting sinister, chilling laughter. This fellow has summoned vengeful spirits? Quite impressive indeed. His sorcery resembles that of the Maoshan lineage. Yet a true Maoshan master would not appear so grotesque. This old man is indeed a nefarious practitioner. I wonder where he acquired such skills. Having witnessed the withered wood master's true capabilities, Chen Yang stroked his chin, revealing a look of surprise. Previously, during their confrontation at the farmhouse, the withered wood master had only been able to exert half his strength. Now, displaying his full prowess, he afforded Chen Yang a deeper understanding. At last, someone has summoned us. Fresh flesh, we are coming. The talismans echoed with chilling laughter, reverberating throughout the villa. In an instant, the talismans launched themselves at Zhao Ci. Chapter 102, A Stroke of Bad Luck. This was a clash of Taoist sorcery against martial prowess. The little talismans, cackling eerily, surged toward Zhao Ci, adhering to his forehead, back of the hand, feet, and abdomen. They burrowed into his body like drills, as if intent on invading his flesh. Zhao Ci cried out in agony, tensing his muscles to prevent the paper figures from infiltrating. Yet, his resistance proved futile. Those possessed by the vengeful spirits relentlessly burrowed into him, striving to seize control of his body. Struggling will only intensify your suffering. Surrender, and I may grant you a swift end. The withered wood master grinned malevolently, his expression rife with delight. With a forceful tug, he tightened the red strings around Zhao Ci, rendering him nearly immobile. Coupled with the invasion of the paper figures into his body, Zhao Ci was subjected to immense agony every passing moment. Goodness, is he really this weak? This is unacceptable. Chen Yang observed the spectacle with a hint of amusement, noting Zhao Ci's lack of any fighting capability. He stroked his chin, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Beside him, Su Qingxue's eyes widened in alarm as she whispered, "These individuals are no ordinary foes. We are utterly incapable of contending with them. Even the Law Enforcement Bureau cannot handle them. Only the Dragon Group can subdue them. We must leave at once, and I shall request assistance from the higher-ups to summon the Dragon Group." With that, she grasped Chen Yang's hand, eager to depart. Recognizing that remaining here would yield no benefit, trying to escape, Chen Yang Taoist appeared like a specter, blocking their exit with a swift motion. "You dare interrupt my master and me during our ritual? You deserve nothing less than death. Today, I shall make your suffering unbearable." And as for the woman beside you, Chen Yang Daoist's gaze turned lecherous as he fixated on Su Qingxue, licking his lips with a sense of insatiable hunger, as if he longed to subjugate her right then and there. When one is engaged in a dual cultivation practice, any interruption intensifies the desires within, leading to a more uncontrollable craving over time. Chen Yang Daoist was currently caught in this predicament. Fight me? You, a defeated foe, dare to challenge me? Chen Yang scoffed, showing no respect. This incited a fierce expression on Chen Yang Daoist's face. He recalled that this was the first time he had encountered Chen Yang in his disguised form and did not recognize him. How dare you speak so boldly before me? You seek death. With a sinister grin, Chen Yang Daoist brandished his sword, unleashing a strike towards Chen Yang. To him, Chen Yang's prowess was far beneath Zhao C's, lacking any semblance of a martial artist. Thus, he believed he could easily eliminate Chen Yang without employing any Taoist techniques. Bang! 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 Suddenly, Su Qingxue drew her sidearm and fired several shots at Chen Yang Daoist. The bullets whistled through the air. Yet, Chen Yang Daoist reacted swiftly, his sword deftly intercepting every bullet, akin to a butterfly weaving through flowers. Although the blade sustained a few dents, Su Qingxue's bullets were deflected, failing to land a single hit on Chen Yang Daoist. Oomph! A mere pistol? You think such trivial bullets can harm me? He scoffed disdainfully. Su Qingxue's face paled. If even a handgun could not injure him, what hope was there for their escape? Prepare to die, becoming my honored soul beneath my sword. With a resounding clang, Chen Yang Daoist's sword vibrated, emitting a fierce cry as he lunged again at Chen Yang. Use a sword against me? Watch and see if I don't pierce you. Chen Yang retaliated with a silver needle that shot forth like a streak of silver light, piercing directly into Chen Yang Daoist's vital point. In an instant, Chen Yang Daoist froze. Unable to move, disbelief etched across his face. An ambush tool? You broke my protective chi? He stood there, sword aloft, paralyzed by astonishment. He had assumed that even a martial artist like Chen Yang would be easy prey, but he never anticipated the use of an ambush technique. What ambush tool? Your ignorance is glaring. I utilized a silver needle, a tool of healing and revival. Chen Yang proclaimed, standing with his hands behind his back, an air of superiority radiating from him. Medical skills? Su Qingxue's interest peaked upon hearing those words, her gaze lingering on Chen Yang. A flicker of intrigue in her eyes. This guy possesses medical knowledge? Wang Liang, what are you waiting for? Hurry and save me. Meanwhile, while Chen Yang held Chen Yang Daoist in place, Zhao Si remained bound by the red ropes of the withered wood Daoist, unable to move, suffering under the torment of the paper figures, which were mercilessly tearing him apart. Despite his desperate efforts, he could not break free from his restraints. The paper figures, having penetrated Zhao C's skin, began to absorb his blood, turning from yellow to crimson as they grew more frenzied and animated, intensifying their assault on his physical form. If this continued, Zhao Si would be subjected to a torturous death within half an hour. Ah, my friend, don't accuse me of lacking loyalty. I am quite preoccupied and cannot assist you. Chen Yang feigned difficulty while Zhao Ci's pleas for help only served to aggravate him further. Zhao Ci's forehead throbbed with veins, nearly bursting from rage. You're busy? You're standing there with your hands behind your back like a leisurely noble. Su Qingxue shared in the disbelief. This man was truly a source of misfortune for Zhao Si, who had evidently run into a streak of ill fate. You all deserve to die. Zhao Ci's eyes reflected a deranged madness as he unleashed a furious roar of defiance. Chapter 103. Only one can survive. Suddenly, Zhao Si bit down on his own tongue, blood gushing forth. However, he ensured not a single drop fell outside, swallowing it instead. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and began to chant a particular incantation. In an instant, Zhao Ci's emaciated form swelled like a balloon, expanding rapidly. With a resounding pop, the red ropes binding him snapped apart. The paper figures attempting to invade his body also exploded in that moment. The souls summoned by the withered wood Taoist disintegrating into dust. Their plans to consume Zhao Ci's essence thwarted. Cao Si retaliated, causing the withered wood Taoist to suffer a backlash, spewing forth blood and staggering backward until he collapsed to the ground, bewildered. I never imagined Zhao Si had such hidden strength. At this moment, Zhao Ci's skin appeared inflated, but it quickly deflated, returning to its original state. His complexion turned pale, lips devoid of color, barely able to stand, collapsing to the ground. It was evident that this last resort had drained him significantly. Your moment of invincibility was far too brief. You made quite the spectacle, only to collapse afterward. How pitiful. Chen Yang, hand behind his back, critiqued nonchalantly. You are not Wang Liang. Who are you truly? Zhao Si glared at Chen Yang, realization dawning upon him that this man, resembling Wang Liang, was not him at all. For Wang Liang possessed no medical skills and would never abandon him in his hour of need. Ah, you've uncovered my secret, Chen Yang sighed. Since the cat is out of the bag, I shall reveal my true identity. I am your brother Yang. With that, he tore off his mask, revealing his true visage. Su Qingxue, too, prepared to remove her mask, finding it uncomfortable and stifling. As she was about to tear off her mask, Chen Yang swiftly grasped her hand that was poised to remove it, gently shaking his head. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implication. Was he forbidding her from unmasking? Furrowing her brow, she ultimately decided to heed Chen Yang's advice and lowered her hand. It's you. Cursed be it. Upon finally seeing Chen Yang's visage, Zhao Si's eyes bore into him with murderous intensity. If glares were lethal, he would have relished in dismembering Chen Yang on the spot. It is you who orchestrated this. The withered wood Taoist also glared fiercely at Chen Yang, astonished that after their earlier confrontation, Chen Yang would now confront him directly. Indeed, it is I. Are you not surprised? Chen Yang grinned weedily. You shall pay. The withered wood Taoist suddenly flung forth a black object resembling a coal ball. Bang! As soon as the coal-like object neared Chen Yang, it detonated, plunging the entire room into darkness, engulfing it in a swirling haze of smoke. What the hell, a smoke bomb? Chen Yang was astonished by the withered wood Taoist's lack of decorum. Gunpowder was originally developed by Taoists during their alchemical experiments. The object he flung was not gunpowder, but rather a smoke device obscuring vision, creating a thick cloud that rendered everything indistinguishable. Close your eyes and stand behind me. Chen Yang quickly seized the bewildered Su Qingxue's hand and pulled her behind him. At that moment, Su Qingxue found herself enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything, and thus complied with Chen Yang's command. For reasons unknown, this typically unreliable man provided her with an inexplicable sense of safety, instilling a feeling of trust in her towards him. After securing Su Qingxue behind him, Chen Yang aligned his index and middle fingers into a sword shape and traced them across his eyes. In an instant, his gaze gleamed with golden light. Despite the thick smoke suffusing the room, Chen Yang's vision remained unclouded. He could see everything with clarity. At this moment, he observed the withered wood Taoist sprinting towards Chen Yang Taoist, seizing him by the shoulder and dragging him outside. The withered wood Taoist was shrewd. He realized that after sustaining injury, he could not match Chen Yang's strength. Having engaged in a battle earlier, he had gleaned a rough understanding of Chen Yang's capabilities, thus opting not to linger any longer. Thinking of fleeing? Chen Yang wrapped his arm around Su Qingxue's waist and pursued him, delivering a palm strike towards the withered wood Taoist. The withered wood Taoist hurriedly raised his hand to counter Chen Yang's attack. Crack! In an instant, a sound akin to shattering bones echoed as the withered wood Taoist's arm twisted grotesquely. Boom! He was sent crashing against the wall, blood spurting from his mouth. His expression a mixture of disbelief and shock. How can you be so strong at such a young age? Need I say more? I am the foremost master of the day. Killing you is as simple as slaughtering a chicken. The withered wood Taoist's arm was rendered useless, yet Chen Yang appeared unfazed. He raised his hand once more, preparing for another strike. The withered wood Taoist's pupils dilated in horror. He was already injured, and with his arm nearly incapacitated. Another blow from Chen Yang would surely be fatal. Disciple, I have treated you well. Today is the time for you to repay your master. The withered wood Taoist gritted his teeth, glancing at the incapacitated Chen Yang Taoist. The silver needle Chen Yang had plunged into him would prevent him from moving as long as it remained. Master, you wouldn't be considering a blood sacrifice, would you? Upon observing the withered wood Taoist's resolute expression, Chen Yang Taoist was suddenly struck with terror. Only one of us can survive. The withered wood Taoist's icy voice resonated as his uninjured hand descended upon Chen Yang Taoist's head, 5 sharp fingernails piercing into his skull. In an instant, all the blood within Chen Yang Taoist surged towards his head, forcefully absorbed by the withered wood Taoist. Chapter 104. the disciple's sacrifice, boundless power. No, please, Chen Yang Taoist trembled violently, his face reflecting increasing terror as he struggled but could not break free. Save me, save me. In his final moments, he desperately looked to Chen Yang for salvation. You worthless fool, I have nurtured you for years, imparting my Taoist knowledge. Now is your time to repay me, and you refuse? Curse being, it will be better to raise a dog than you die. The withered with Taoist's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Suddenly, his grip on Chen Yang Taoist's head intensified, the speed of blood absorption surging. In a flash, Chen Yang Taoist was reduced to a mere desiccated husk. Crack! The withered with Taoist crushed Chen Yang Taoist's head effortlessly. Begone! Bang! After draining Chen Yang Taoist's blood, the withered with Taoist instantly rejuvenated, appearing 30 years younger, transforming from a frail elder into a robust middle-aged man. With a resounding clap, he struck the now lifeless body of Chen Yang Taoist, sending it hurtling towards Chen Yang, only for it to explode before reaching him. The mountains remain unchanged. The waters flow eternally. Chen, I shall remember you. This debt shall be repaid tenfold. As Chen Yang Taoist's body disintegrated, the withered with Taoist vanished in a blink, his venomous voice echoing in the air. What the hell? The disciple's sacrifice, boundless power. This old coot is ruthless. Chen Yang waved his hand, dispersing the thick black mist around him, revealing the scattered remains of Chen Yang Taoist. The body had become a desiccated corpse with not a drop of blood, rendering the sight even more macabre. All right, Miss Su, you may open your eyes now. Chen Yang spoke. Su Qingxue opened her eyes, though a hint of smoke still lingered, her vision gradually clearing. Where are the others? Su Qingxue inquired, noticing the absence of any other figures. One has perished, and the other has fled. Chen Yang shrugged, admitting his oversight. He hadn't anticipated the old man resorting to blood sacrifice, allowing him to escape. Oh, right, there was also a fellow from the Black Dragon gang. Chen Yang suddenly recalled the injured individual still within the villa. He turned back towards the area where Zhao Si had been, still shrouded in black mist. With a swift motion, he fanned the air as if wielding a mighty fan, dispersing the haze. Where is he? Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that apart from herself and Chen Yang, no one else remained in the villa. This guy is rather clever. He took advantage of my fight with the old monster to escape. Chen Yang stroked his chin, somewhat surprised that Zhao Si had managed to flee. A true martial artist, even injured, can escape with such speed. He possesses considerable skill. He surely hasn't gone far. We must pursue him, Su Qingxue declared, determined to chase after him. Let it be, Miss Su. It's too late to pursue now. Chen Yang shook his head, continuing, moreover, now that we know his identity as a member of the Black Dragon gang, capturing him will be considerably easier in the future. Seeing Chen Yang's lack of pursuit, Su Qingxue felt like a headless chicken, unsure which direction to take, ultimately halting her chase. The one who fled was the mastermind behind the kidnapping, correct? Su Qingxue frowned. Indeed, Sun Dongwu and that fellow sprawled on the ground, known as the Taoist Chen Yang, is his disciple, and they are both his victims. Chen Yang nodded. Thus, Su Daybody, you previously misjudged me as one of the culprits behind the kidnapping case, which is a grave injustice. The reason you saw me at the crime scene is that I was performing a noble deed, rescuing someone. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue felt a twinge of embarrassment. Previously, due to the kidnapping case, she had treated Chen Yang quite poorly. Up until the appearance at Sun Dongwu's villa, her demeanor towards him had been marked by wariness and suspicion. However, just moments ago, while Chen Yang was engaged in a battle of wits with the peculiar Taoist Kurmu, he still remembered to protect her. Furthermore, despite her long-standing misconceptions about him, she had never witnessed him lose his temper. Realizing this, Su Qingxue felt even more embarrassed. So, during that incident at the Tianshan Ruanjian Club, was it you who intervened when the Black Dragon gang pointed guns at us, the enforcement team? Su Qingxue inquired softly. Recently, there had been rumors within the Enforcement Bureau that several experts from the Dragon Group were investigating certain special cases. These cases were labeled as special because they were beyond the scope of ordinary law enforcement, requiring the unique abilities possessed by individuals within the Dragon Group to address them. Therefore, when the underlings of the Black Dragon gang suddenly collapsed, Su Qingxue had initially thought it was the Dragon Group's covert intervention. When Chen Yang claimed responsibility, She even suspected he was seeking credit and had mockingly teased him about it. However, after witnessing his capabilities firsthand, Su Qingxue realized that Chen Yang was no ordinary individual. He possessed the talents exclusive to members of the dragon group. She had indeed misjudged him far too much. Of course, during that incident at Tianshang Renjian, it was indeed I who acted covertly. Did you not see that little manager threatening me once he realized it was I? I must say, Su Daybody, you truly are rather dim-witted. As he spoke, Chen Yang cast a mischievous glance at Su Qingshue's bosom. Su Qingxue had an impressive figure, and even in her conservative attire, it could not conceal her alluring form. Go to hell. Su Qingxue felt a surge of guilt towards Chen Yang, only to find him lewdly gazing at her chest. In an instant, she was incensed and felt the urge to strike him. Oh, Su Daybody, how ungrateful you are. After all I have done for you, you wish for my demise? Chen Yang clutched his heart, feigning deep sorrow. Enough with the pity party. I admit I misjudged you, but your suspicious behavior was too pronounced for me to ignore. After a brief pause, Su Qingxue added, in a few days, I shall treat you to a meal, and we can consider our misunderstandings resolved. Su Qingxue huffed, her tone irritable. Though she felt somewhat guilty for having wronged someone, she could not bring herself to apologize upon seeing Chen Yang's smug demeanor. Instead, she resolved to invite him to dinner as a form of recompense. What? Su Daybody, are you asking me out on a date? Pray tell, when shall it be? Provide a precise time and place. I shall prepare myself to look exceptionally dapper. Chen Yang exclaimed, striking a self-adoring pose. Get lost, you greasy scoundrel. Su Qingxue could no longer hold back her irritation and grabbed a nearby feather duster, swinging it at Chen Yang. Help! An enforcement officer is attempting to murder me. Chen Yang dodged with the agility of a monkey, narrowly avoiding her strikes. The two engaged in a playful chase around the villa until Su Qingxue, utterly fatigued, finally ceased her pursuit. I say, Su Daybody, your stamina leaves much to be desired. I haven't even broken a sweat, yet here you are gasping for breath. Chen Yang grinned, his breath steady. Su Qingxue merely rolled her eyes at him. She was a top graduate from the Magical Capital Enforcement Academy, excelling in all physical fitness assessments. In comparison to ordinary individuals, her physical capabilities were commendable. However, next to Chen Yang, she felt utterly outmatched. By the way, I heard you mention that you possess medical skills? Suddenly, Su Qingxue recalled something and couldn't help but inquire. Of course, my medical prowess is unparalleled. Even if someone were to perish, I could snatch them back from the clutches of the King of Hell. Chen Yang boasted, resuming his self-aggrandizement. Su Qingxue felt a flicker of interest, her expression wavering as if she were about to speak. What is it, Su Daybody? Do you require my services? Chen Yang observed her closely, a peculiar expression forming on his face as he stroked his chin. Go die. I am perfectly healthy. I merely wanted to ask if you possess a medical license. If you lack the proper credentials and dare to practice without them, I will have you arrested. Su Qingxue retorted with a huff. How heartless of you. I was contemplating offering my medical assistance, and yet you threatened me. How disheartening. Chen Yang shook his head. You are the one who is sick. Su Qingxue shot him a glare. After exchanging playful banter for a while, Su Qingxue glanced at the time and frowned. I must return to the Enforcement Bureau. This is the crime scene, and I will bring personnel to secure the area. What about you? Where do you intend to go? Why? I shall return home to sleep, of course. Tomorrow morning, I have work, and I'm quite busy every day, Chen Yang replied, resting his hand behind his head. Very well. Allow me to escort you. The two returned to the car, and Su Qingxue drove Chen Yang back to the Huiyue villa. As he stepped out, Chen Yang winked at Su Qingxue, grinning. Su Daybody, are you sure you don't want me to administer a couple of acupuncture needles? Go administer them to yourself, you scoundrel. Su Qingxue slammed the car door and hit the gas, departing with a swift turn. This girl, my good intentions are being mistaken. Chen Yang shook his head, preparing to return home for some rest. However, unexpectedly, Su Qingxue's car made a U-turn and returned. What brings you back? Chen Yang blinked in surprise. Are you perhaps yearning to warm my bed? Su Qingxue ignored his comment, her brow furrowed as she said, that old monster and the thugs from the Black Dragon Gang have escaped. You must be cautious during this time. Also, you need not worry about this matter. I will report today as events, and the Enforcement Bureau will invite the Dragon Group to intervene. Those individuals will not evade justice. Without allowing Chen Yang a chance to respond, she accelerated away, leaving him engulfed in exhaust fumes. The dragon group? Upon hearing that name again, Chen Yang stroked his chin, followed by a sly grin. It certainly sounds impressive. I wonder if, aside from the second sister, there are other types of stunning beauties among them. Meanwhile, at the Sundanwu villa, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Suddenly, several powerful motorcycles roared to a halt at the entrance, leaving behind a trail of tire marks as they skidded to a stop. 3 figures dismounted from the bikes, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men appeared scholarly and refined, wielding a vintage fan, dressed in the traditional garb of an ancient scholar, yet he arrived on a modern motorcycle, creating a striking contrast. The other man was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming aura of strength, with muscles rippling on his frame, leaving no doubt that he could effortlessly lift a bus. As for the final woman, her golden hair was elegantly tied into a ponytail, with the upper half of her face adorned by a golden mask, while the lower half revealed a delicate nose and a cherry-red mouth that incessantly chewed gum. She was clad in a form-fitting black leather jacket and trousers, her waist slim enough to be grasped with a single hand. Any excess would render her ample, while any deficiency would render her gaunt. Her thighs were perfectly proportioned, and the leather attire accentuated her S-shaped silhouette to perfection. Were Chen Yang present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What a stunning beauty!" Despite only revealing the lower half of her face, one could discern that she possessed a finely sculpted oval visage, with enchanting eyes that exuded an air of icy allure. A burly man with a robust physique strode forward with an assertive gait, while a scholarly-looking gentleman fanned himself as he walked with a light step. The alluring woman moved with the grace of a cat, and the trio pushed open the grand door of the Sundanwu residence, stepping inside. "Mulin, scholar, it seems we have arrived a tad too late." Upon witnessing the chaotic scene within, the towering figure furrowed his brow. The scholar crouched down, picking up some broken red threads and scraps of paper. Fanning himself, as he remarked, "It appears this battle has not yet reached its conclusion. Burley, it is entirely your fault. I had urged you to come earlier, yet you insisted on indulging in that morsel." The burly man snorted dismissively. "What does it matter to me? As if you haven't eaten." The voluptuous beauty, Mulin, gracefully approached the center of the hall, kneeling down and extending her gloved hand to pick up a fragment of bone. This piece bore 5 finger holes, indicative of a skull cap, the owner of which had suffered a brutal fate, with their cranium pierced by fingers. The assailant was quite ruthless, the burly man remarked, his brow still knitted in concern.